Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada, eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal, eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow, eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12-12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just gotta take their soul, like, you just gotta destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
If we talk about M80, obviously, in the most recent Rostermania, they picked up Iconic and then bring Spoit over.
Sometimes you have to let go of players that you care a lot about. It's the result of all the things that we put into it is the winning. That's what you get at the end.
Living with each other is probably one of the best experiences of my life. We're like a big family. Those guys are my best friends.
I joined this roster because of one reason, and that's winning.
You just gotta take their soul. Like, you just gotta destroy them.
Tommy. Yeah, let's go. Come on.
No matter what team you are, no matter how good you have been, if you're not good in the present, you will lose everything.
This is Rainbow Six at its best.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but yeah, tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Blast R6 Major in Copenhagen. Are we ready, Copenhagen? 24 teams from all around the world made the trip here to Denmark.
Okamesh is straight on inside, he finds one, looking for a second. Okamesh is just eating him up for lunch. Gomez, as he plays behind one of the remaining Kiva barricades, to be a big nitro down here, and it's massive!
Trying to get ahead of it, spots it moving down the stairs, and there it goes for VP. The three go for VP!
Everything falls to Spoit, down in the 1v2 here. They're both focused on him.
No! Better! We are now down to our elite
Surely not resets. He's making the 1v4 look so winnable. There's no way. Resets to ace to 1v4. Esk is trapped in a corner.
But next can collect one, a second, a third.
Oh, he's just insane.
Something feels a little bit different today. It's Championship Sunday! 24 teams made the trip, 2 remain.
The defense, there comes 1 kill and 2. It looks like there's one left standing. It's Volps against his old team. It could not be any more bittersweet.
Are they going to be able to close this out here and now? It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4. But Souls does not care!
One kill away, and it's Volps to die! A new generation pick up where legends left off!
Many a legend has been born in Atlanta. MLK, Killer Mike, Kanye West, Andre 3000, and now finally, after a week and a half of sport in the server, it's time to add another couple legends to this city's roster. Welcome to the Empire State of the South. Welcome to Georgia. Welcome to Gas South Arena and the Rainbow Six Atlanta Major. I'm Caliber Jacob Anderson, your host for this weekend's proceedings. I'm joined by former G2 analyst and current European expert Jack Fresh Allen and Oxygen Esports IGL Davide Foxe Bucci. Gentlemen, as far as desks go, this is a pretty banger one to start off. Jack, how are we feeling?
Oh, I'm absolutely loving being back in America. It's been, 15 months since we was in Charlotte, and I loved it then, but it's even better now.
So what you're saying is we got to make sure Atlanta shows Charlotte up in a big way then, huh?
Pretty much, yeah.
Fox?
Oh yeah, it's the same amount of time that I've been at a North American event. It's been so long since I've been to an event this whole year, so the emotions are unmatched right now.
It's your first time back in front of a crowd since what, SI 2018, I'm pretty sure?
Oh yeah, on the desk, absolutely, yeah. Atlantic City, it was a long time ago.
It's been a long time, but it's about time we break some records and have some fun for the day. Gas South Arena is where we're located currently here in Duluth. It's been a wondrous week and a half and fans are finally starting to file in. Last time we were in America, all the way back in Charlotte, North Carolina, the first time that we were back in an arena with a crowd since the pandemic. Can we boo the pandemic real quick, by the way? That sucked. We're finally back to a point where it's a normal occurrence, and I don't know about you guys, but just seeing people in the building electrifies me beyond belief right now. This feels really good.
Yeah, it's the best bit about any LAN. It's like we play for like a week, 10 days, and it's all inside a studio on an arena somewhere.
Yeah.
And then we get the final 3 days with the crowd everywhere, and the energy that they manage to give teams, it makes them win or lose rounds. I mean, I'm sure you.
Oh, absolutely. As a player, it's all for the stage, all for the fans. That's why we do it. That's the main reason.
It's all about the prize pool and the trophies. Let's take a look at what we have first, and that is how much dough some of these players are going to win based on where they place. For some teams, it will be a bit different based on SI, but you get some prize back. It's around $200,000 for first place. The SI points only matters for 2 teams left at this point, for both LOS and BDS, so we'll be bringing that up as we progress. But what you're really winning is that sucker right back there. Honestly, Jack, if you had to rate that on major trophies, where's that land for you?
See, I really liked the theming of last year's trophies, but I think that it beats it.
Really?
We walked in yesterday and I was like, that
beats the busts of last year.
I think
so.
so.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd probably rate it top 2, and I don't think it's second.
You don't think it's whoa. I'm here for that. I think we had a lot of different trophies over the years, but for me, nothing can beat the Shield. Paris 2018.
Yeah,
I really, really liked the Shield. I thought that one was cool. So that's the trophy. I don't even know how heavy that thing is. I haven't picked it up.
Oh, it's pretty heavy. It's pretty heavy. I almost fell over.
Yeah, he tried to lift it up yesterday at rehearsals. It's like, no, you'll break it.
All right, here's the SI probabilities because there are still some points that can be gleaned from this weekend. Only 2 teams are going to need to worry about it left at this point. Currently, Sandbox is still in a position to hold on to what they've got, but it's going to come down to both BDS and LOS winning their games later today to determine whether they're still in the race to make Sao Paulo.
Yeah, that's the top and bottom of it, is both BDS and LOS require a win. They require to hit the semifinals for them to absolutely guarantee themselves going to the Six Invitational. If they both did that, that would drop Sandbox out. If only one of them did it, obviously Sandbox would stay in. So Sandbox will be sat at home watching this thinking,
just bated breath
they'd be
the whole
stressing.
time,
yeah.
Not only are you playing in front of the crowd, but especially having that extra layer on top of it, pressure-wise, it's a lot.
Let's take a look at what we've got on deck for today. 4 best of 3s because we are in single elimination territory with only 8 teams remaining. So we'll start off the day with the current major champions, the Kings of Copenhagen, W7M Esports, up on deck against the little MENA team that could, GK Esports. And then we'll run through the rest of the bracket as we progress through the day. And that bracket specifically is a pretty stacked one because most of the teams that made it here were ones that we expected, with a couple upsets sneaking their way through, Fox.
Oh yeah, the tournament itself has been up and down. Predictions have been left and right. But I'm not too shocked at all the teams that made it through. It's usually the most consistent ones.
Or the ones that are most active at the moment, right? The ones that seize control of the time they've got.
There was a few fan favorites that didn't make it, though, Jacob. My heart goes out to Bleed, for example.
Yeah,
it took all the way to the very last day.
We couldn't see Joel on main stage, unfortunately.
No, I have seen a replica Joel.
I
haven't seen the actual Joel.
Fish? There's the fish.
Somebody has the fish.
I was gonna say, someone else went to Bass Pro Shops this weekend, so it'll be cool to see them, but we won't see Bleed. We won't see a couple of other major favorites that we would have loved to have seen here. But most of the Brazilian teams still made it through.
Absolutely. I mean, W7M is strong as ever, the current major title holders, and then FaZe also looking very comfortable too.
I think it shows a good sign for Six Invitational as well. It's just the amount of very strong Brazilian teams that we've got coming in and going through. As much as we're in North America, and I know they're going to want their home team to win,
right,
it's very likely that a Brazilian team gets to the final. In my opinion, I think potentially we have an all-Brazilian final, and I know nobody wants that. But coming into the Six Invitational, the strength of Brazil is just incredible.
I was going to say, are you saying you got no hope in either Europe or NA to actually do anything at a hometown major? You sure about that?
Oh, well, being the European boy, I've got to have a little bit more hope in Europe.
There you go.
A little bit in Europe, and not North America, in their own home.
Oh, don't make me predict today. That's all I'm going to say.
All good, all good. Speaking of Brazil, they're going to kick us off for our first game of the day against GK Esports. Let's take a look.
We won our revenge against GK because we lost against them in the first round.
When it's our day, we can beat anyone. A GK, eles nunca jogaram um palco principal, eles não sabem como é jogar com torcida, provavelmente eles podem nem estar com a torcida do lado deles, então eles não têm experiência em palco, não têm experiência internacional e acredito que a map pool deles também não é uma map pool forte.
All the pressures on the other teams since we're not even supposed to be here.
It's very hard to play against underdogs because they have nothing to lose.
I think we bring a lot of unpredictability. No one expected us to go this far and we're just beating all the expectations.
We have 5 very skilled players, better than anyone else right now.
But we've beat them once, so we can do it again.
We've already witnessed history here in Atlanta, and we might just be about to make some more. GK Esports are the first team from the Middle East and North Africa to ever qualify for the main stage of a Tier 1 S-Tier marquee LAN event. It's a mouthful, but it is one of the most significant things that could happen to that region. And their opponent just happens to be the current Kings of Copenhagen, W7M. There is not a harder team that they could have played, or so we thought, because these two teams met earlier in the playoffs phase.
Yeah, they faced the first time. I actually spoke to Felipox a little bit, and he mentioned that they came into the tournament expecting teams to counter them.
Yeah.
Obviously, he wanted to see what teams brought to the table. They underestimated GK. He told me that he wasn't expecting them to bring a lot of the strats that they did and a lot of the things that they showed in previous VODs. They actually changed. So just like Noodle said in the interview, they kept things very unpredictable.
And I actually have a little bit of inside information about these two teams as well. They didn't think after they played each other in Phase 2 that they would end up ever playing each other on quarterfinals. So during Phase 2, these guys have scrimmed each other a lot. So they're very used to each other. And I don't know if that's going to factor into, well, of course it will factor in, because you'll see things from scrims, you'll see maps that you might not have otherwise seen, so it's going to make things interesting.
W7M took their only loss to GK earlier in the playoffs phase. Since then, they beat Space Station, they beat BDS, they beat Virtus Pro, did not have to worry about playing a best of 3 to get here, and now they're kind of where they would optically want to be against a team that's not played very many games, but is always, and will probably forever be considered an underdog for as long as they're here.
Yeah, especially all the players on W7M have been performing decently well for the tournament. They just won the last major. There's a thing that goes around within the ecosystem of Rainbow Six where once you win a major, are you still hungry for the next one? You know who is hungry? JV92. He is by far in the top 5 player statistics throughout the whole tournament on the flex roll, which is insane. He also has a 20 plus minus KD.
Sheesh. Yeah, 40 and 21, yeah.
Oh yeah, the nearest person to him is KZ, who's gonna have 8. So you can see the drastic change in the amount of kills that he's able to accumulate for his team and the least amount of deaths he's got.
I actually had an on-air conversation with, conversation with Felipox after Copenhagen, and he said, we know we're gonna have the target on our backs now. And it's not for us to just coast it. It's not for us to just say, hey, we're the major champions, we've got to turn up. They knew that they had to work harder and harder and harder than ever. And, you know, that GK shock all the way into phase 2 was probably the biggest surprise they needed, because they booked it up straight away. They got back straight away on the same map. The confidence, the communication was back. And I think that's the big thing for W7M, is they're not resting on their laurels. Whereas we've seen other champions, when they have become champions, kind of drop off and just be like, we are the champions, we're better than everyone else. W7M have maintained that work ethic.
And there's never been a time in history where one team has won 2 majors, let alone back-to-back, and W7M are looking to try and see if they can't be the first to get 2 consecutive major victories in Rainbow Six. Their opponents on the other side of the aisle, I wonder if the fans are going to cheer for them a little more. We'll find out. The Little Mina team that could. The first time we've seen any players from Saudi Arabia ever make it to a main stage, and they did it with a substitute. These guys have been on the roll of a lifetime. They were the internet's darlings for the first 2 games, and since then it's been quite an interesting road.
Yeah, they've basically been written off by absolutely everybody, underestimated by absolutely everybody, and they've had that adversity. Like you said, they're playing with a substitute. They're carrying a whole region's expectations on their back because they was the only team to make it from that region. And these guys are just so confident. You speak to them and they are not afraid of big names. They're not afraid of big teams. They will just play their game. And their game is very aggressive. It relies on the kind of teamwork and individual confidence to make the plays. And when it's going good, it looks great. They have been a little bit found out because they get a little bit overzealous at times, but you would expect them to have, you know, worked on that throughout the course of phase 2.
Absolutely. They came into the tournament fresh, new, not much footage on them, especially taking 2 Titan teams, BDS and W7M, to huge maps, Nighthaven Labs and Clubhouse.
Yeah.
In that regard, they were able to catch them off guard, get a lot of early aggression, especially with the Finca. They love the Finca, and off of the back of that Finca on their entry, they were able to not only get downs, but turn them into multi-kills in the rounds with W7M specifically, especially on the Clubhouse map.
So if you had to point to one thing in particular, it's mostly their entries, right?
Absolutely, especially in this clip. W7M, aggressive team. Every time they would lose a player and have them down, the rest of the team is following suit, trying to get that trade back. But the rest of GK, they took their time. They were waiting exactly for the right moment when the rest of W7M was going to enclose, try to pick up their teammate, and then they would be able to turn that into multi-kills. And I think that's specifically what caught W7 off guard, was that aggressive play style.
Jack, anything to say about their entries at all?
Yeah, like I say, I think they're very strong in their entry. It's very individualistic. Sometimes they can get a little bit overzealous, but more of that is what's needed. Because we've seen them get overzealous, and then there was when they kind of was a little bit more patient. They got the down, they baited it out, and they managed to pick up the double kill. Very impressive stuff.
Especially with being overzealous, they kind of got figured out a little bit in their next two games. A lot of teams started low target banning the Finca, started bringing them to smaller maps, Skyscraper and Oregon. But there's still some hope when it came to GK, because they're auto-correcting their mistakes. Against Wolves, they brought them back to Skyscraper and Oregon.
Yeah.
They may have lost Skyscraper, but they beat Oregon 7-2 against Wolves. So you see that veteran-like playstyle to be able to correct your mistakes and have the confidence to bring teams back on maps that you've lost at a major tournament. It doesn't look like just a weak team to me. It looks like they have a lot more of a veteran tendencies behind them.
All right, well, let's see if any of those maps that they played earlier in the playoffs rear their ugly head again in our ban phase. Remember, GK, this is only their second ever international best of 3. So we do see the Clubhouse come back, which they played on earlier. Anything else about the bans, Jack?
Yeah, so for Bank, it's a very high preference for GK and somewhat low preference for W7M. It was the lowest preference that GK had available. Now, the curious one for me is the Clubhouse, because GK obviously won on Clubhouse, and then straight away in phase 2, W7M backed that up the next day and played Clubhouse and tried to assert the dominance on that map. And now they've picked it against them in a best of 3, saying, you might have beaten us, but we're going to have you back. But I think for W7M, that's a big show of confidence. And then Oregon feels like a decider map. It's only a map that W7M would tend to bring out in a best of 1 or the deciders of a best of 3.
Yeah.
We saw GK actually, win pretty comfortably up against Wolves the last time out they played it. So I'm expecting absolute fireworks.
Absolutely. Both teams are correcting the mistakes in the past. I mean, Feldypok specifically had that confidence to say that after VOD reviewing GK, he wasn't too impressed with what they showed. The counter strats that they brought were very lackluster, especially built around one player. And we've noticed that when GK have those entry players struggling and their support players have to fall in suit and get those trades, it's been difficult for them to find those trades.
I mean, to be fair, even if GK are having a couple of struggles, they don't really care about our stories that much, because they've barreled through and they've proven that they are the team that can step up in the moment to really make something happen. So even if we see a couple of repeat maps in there, they're still kind of coasting a little bit, because if you talk to any of those guys, they will continue to say there's no pressure on their shoulders.
And there is absolutely no pressure. If you look at the expectations and even look at the predictions of basically anybody, right? Anybody thought that in all the way back in phase 1 in groups that these guys were going out, especially with the fact that they're playing with a sub. And they've just been riding their wave, completely riding it. They've got to phase 3. There's no pressure on these guys. The pressure is all on W7M as the returning champions to dispose of a team that they should be beating but have already lost to.
Especially since I think they've been playing so good that we've forgotten that they're playing with a stand-in with Leader, who statistically is the best player on that team on the second support roles.
No way.
The A's playing the Azami. On the fly, he's pretty much calling adaptations. He's confident in his team's guns, so he specifically said that he just puts them in the positions to get shots, and they shoot.
All right, you boys ready for this one?
I'm ready for it.
Atlanta, are you ready? No! I said, are you ready? Your quarterfinals starts right now.
The Blast R6 Major. Are we ready?
It's the home of the Falcons, the Hawks, and the Braves, and we are proud to add another international competition to an already storied sports town. Welcome to the capital city of the American South. Welcome to Georgia.
Talon, the first team eliminated. The players not particularly happy about that. They played 3 maps, and that's all they could muster. condolences towards Knights. They'll give it a good go.
Alpha Atheris, their hopes and dreams have been crushed.
From here on out, the matchups don't get any easier. They only get harder.
Looking for something, anything. The Brazilians make a return to the main stage.
M80, a run that only ended in misery. It's over. G2 make main stage.
Scars disastrous.
The team that flew all the way from Korea now has to fly all the way home.
W7M just looking like a different beast today.
For NIP, it's home time. Sonics
are sent home.
They didn't think I was this good. They thought I was done.
The curtains close on Bleed.
It's tough for Wolves, but it's not meant to be.
Loss. Steal it away in round 12. VP eliminated. That is it. They are done. Space Station are sent into orbit.
Our first Middle Eastern team, GK.
And they rise again. BDS are going to the finals.
World champions, seasoned legends, first-timers, who will brave Atlanta for some Siege silverware. It was once said that America is just another name for opportunity, and this is a major one. It's about to go down in A-Town. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. Are we ready? If there's one thing I love, it's an NA crowd, so welcome every single one of you to this arena. And welcome our first two teams for our first quarterfinal. I'm saying first a lot. They are the first MENA team to make it to an R6 main stage, but they did not come here just to take part. Looking to trailblaze into the semi-finals, it's GK! All right, standing by with Noodle here from Team GK. Noodle, you are part of a history-making team, making history for the MENA region. Just standing here in front of the bright lights, in front of this amazing crowd, how does that feel to start with?
It's a surreal feeling, like it's a lifelong dream for everyone here, so very, very happy to be here.
All right, you are going up against the world's, well, the most recent major champions in W7M. You have beaten them already, not that long ago. Do you feel like you've got their card in a best-of-3 situation here?
We've done it before, why can't we do it again?
All right, I love that confidence. I love that confidence. Anything you want to say to your amazing fans back home? Right down this camera.
Thanks a lot for supporting us, and we're going to put on a very good show for you guys.
All right, best of luck. Go and take your seat with the rest of your team. Their opponents, of course, the Brazilians who conquered Copenhagen. Can they find that magic once again here in America? It's W7M! Felipox, we are getting quite used to standing together doing interviews on a big stage. This is something that you are very used to. Do you think being the most recent major winners gives you an advantage here, having that experience?
Yeah, I think we have that confidence of being the last major winners, but we can't underestimate them. We lost to them in the group stage. So yeah, now it's a BO3, we are getting them.
You mentioned it yourself there. Are you not concerned a little bit? Because you obviously, W7M, you don't ever underestimate your opponents. But I think these guys have surprised a lot of people making it here.
Yeah, they play a very different Siege, and they are playing really good Siege, and they surprise a lot of teams. They are here for a reason, like they are playing really good, and we can't underestimate them, like I said.
Are you feeling confident that you're going to become back-to-back major champions here in Atlanta?
Yeah, we are very confident we can do that. We can make history.
All right, well, you've got a strong start here at the quarterfinal. Go and take your seat with the rest of your team. Best of luck to Felipox. Best of luck to both of our first quarterfinalists here. We are starting proceedings in such a strong way for lots of different reasons. One of them being on the cast is Parker and Pengu.
Well, thank you so very much. The word history has been used an awful lot today, but I think for very good reason. A young region coming into Copenhagen, showing off, but ultimately falling just short. But now they have an opportunity to stun the world by knocking out the defending, reigning champions of W7M. I'm going to poll the crowd, so forgive me if you don't get to talk yet. I want to gauge your temperature. How many of you are cheering for W7M? All right, there's some.
Okay,
there's some. A lot of the Brazilian teams thought that the NA crowd would be against them. What about GK?
I was gonna say,
I'm no soundologist, but I think we've got our answer.
Yeah, I mean, it's early this morning, but it's never too early for an underdog story, and that's what GK are doing here. They are the underdog, and so far they've done an incredible job at getting to the quarterfinals.
Honestly, stunning teams every single step along the way, and talking to these teams off screen. Some of them will maybe sheepishly admit that they underestimated this MENA squad, or MENA, depending on how you like to pronounce it, of GK. And I mean, you underestimate them at your peril. There have been a trail of bodies left in the wake of GK so far, and all of them upon exiting the tourney have said, well, we should have maybe tried a little.
Yeah, well, that's the thing when you come into this, you know, they're not just a team from the MENA region that hasn't been here before, but also, at the quarterfinals at least, but also they got a standing player of leader. So they're only with a 4-man roster, new IGL calling the shots. No one can predict how they're going to be playing, and catching your opponents by surprise, one of the best ways to take those best of ones.
Yeah, I mean, I as a commentator, I'm not surprised all that often. You as a commentator now, but as a former player, probably relatively immune to surprises as well. And yet, in stark contrast to the Copenhagen Major, earlier this year, this entire event has been littered with surprises, the biggest, of course, being the rise of this GK squad. Now, unless they go all the way to the end, this Cinderella story will eventually, well, it will finish.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we have, outside of the 4 traditional regions, a new representative on the stage, and that is something to be proud of either way.
No, it does, and it matters so much. And for people who don't know GK that well, they've been pretty much second or first in the domestic region, usually up against Falcons. We saw Falcons in Copenhagen, they made it there, but this is these guys' first time, and they're shy. They're not used to all this, all the people, all the crowd, the cameras, and that might affect them. But they got a best of 3 to settle into it, take that first map and feel like, okay, what's the vibes gonna be like, and take it from there.
I mean, you can speak from experience. The first time that you played in front of a crowd, in front of a live audience,
yeah.
How much does that affect your mental game, Nick?
I was more worried about how my hair was looking back when I had it for the camera. So when it panned by, I was like, do I look okay? That's not the focus
Were you
here.
worried about it today?
I'm not. No, it's going. No, it's disappearing pretty quickly these days.
That's
but
a shame.
It's about the game at hand here. Look at the screen, get in the server, reach that state where nothing else matters. You won't even notice those cameras.
55% of you think W7M, 45 for GK. Are we ready? Ladies and gentlemen, friends and foes, it's time for our first map. GK W7M on base.
Oh boy. In case you guys, were thinking, why should we care about this game? It's a major winning team in W7M against a team that you might not know in GK. Well, GK to get here, they beat NIP. They beat BDS. They went toe-to-toe with G2 and LOS1, losing, but 5-7 close games. In the first day of the second phase, up against W7M, and they beat them on Clubhouse, which is the second map here. Yeah, this time mistakes are higher. They're playing for a spot in the semifinals, not just playing in the Swiss format bracket. And of course, the format's different too. A best of 3 instead of best of 1. But it's crazy to think that it's W7M in this matchup looking for revenge.
Operator bands now rolling in. One hard breach removed from Bank, awaiting the final defender, banned out by W7M. And it's a soulless ban to go along with the Kaid on defense. Ying, among the highest ban rate of any operator, is no surprise, especially on this map. Why is Ying a great ban on Bank, Nick?
I mean, what can Ying do? You get 4 Candelas, 2 smoke grenades, and more importantly than Bank, you get that secondary hard breach can opener for the basement hatches. And it's one of those operators that, yeah, it takes skill to play the Ying, but because you have so much utility, just toss it on out. You don't have to worry about getting that min-max value every single Candela round, and it's why most teams will play her if she isn't banned. But more often than not, she does find herself to be unplayable because she gets targeted out by the majority of the teams at this event.
I mean, we've seen teams pull off successful attacks on that basement bomb site without a bona fide hard breach on the board. Bring a Buck, bring a Ying, bring anybody with those secondary hard breach gadgets, and now you have opportunities to take care of the hatches and begin your assault down below on that locker CCTV bomb site. Now, obviously, that's theory crafting for a part of the map, which we're not going to go to right off of the hop. Very first bomb site defended by W7M will be open area. For those of you that are unfamiliar with Bank as a map, it tends to be among the largest in the map pool, and all 4 bomb sites do tend to see play, even if Teller's Archive's pick rate is quite low in comparison to the Bank of old.
Yeah, most certainly is. And a team like W7M, they are known to have a very deep strategical pool. They can play most, if not all, bomb sites in the game at the professional level in the 9 map pool, and they're going to start in a, I would say, a slightly different location. Typically, teams will start in the basement of all places, but going open area allows the WSM to use the map more. Roam top wall, roam basement, and apply pressure early by shutting down GK's entries. And the Desk broke it down. GK, when they can get in the building and get successful entries, that's when they're the strongest. So a clear target strat here from WSM to start things off.
Yeah, I love the IQ pick. 3 black eye cams to spot. You're going to have the Pulse as well, who, as long as you stay on that IQ scanner, you can see the Pulse every single time he pulls out his cardiac sensor. The Mozzie pests, as well as the proximity alarms that have been thrown out by Herds' Oryx. Noodle can stay alive long enough. He can do some serious work to aid the rest of his team, find out where the gadgets are for this W7M squad.
But see, they're getting locked out so quickly. Impact goes out, applying pressure to Noodle. Leader's outside the building as well. He has found himself to be inside of that bottom server staircase, but they don't have any foothold yet.
Oh, Key atop of Blue with 1 kill, but traded back as 2 guns from W7M find their targets. KZ will scramble upstairs as the logic bomb goes off. He'll drop the hatch, but a missed opportunity from GK to equalize. Now KZ softened up as a Nitro Cell goes out. Noodle taken down by Fellapox. Gun in hand. Numbers now favoring W7M as they double up on the Saudi Arabian team. Trixton Leader, last 2 remaining. Leader inching into the bomb site, swatted away by JV92. Every single remaining member of W7M on the board. No team ace to be had, as Nade won't get a kill as he died earlier. Herds engaging upstairs. Dies to Trix. Still fighting. Nitro Cell goes out. Missing an opportunity, but Trix with a nice rodeo on stock trading window. Gets the pick with 45 seconds left.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a close one. It looked like it was a done deal, but all of a sudden they might have a way back with 40 seconds to go, but Trix so low in HP, and you see WSM, they got that crossfire on the hatch.
Fellapox finishes the job. Trix in a 1v4 that, well, it might have been winnable, but you have to go up against multiple angry members of W7M. That's a tall task to be had. And the defense starts off successfully.
Angry members, huh? I mean, when you're in the best of 3, when you're playing on stage, I think the best place to be in, no matter who you are, no matter how good, how experienced your roster is, starting on defense is always going to be favored, no matter what map it is. Because you simply get to set up your default strategies and just set things up, wait for the enemy to come to you, and you feel comfortable. You can tell how hard GK had there in getting inside the building and set up the crossfires and picking things apart. And a team like W7M, they have so many layers to their defense. They got the crossfires. Key gets the opening kill, walks in, immediately gets shot down. Walk in lobby, Hurts upstairs. There's always, you're fighting the horizontal angle and the vertical angle. C4 is going out. I mean, you're always under pressure.
An effort by Trix, but I mean, you've got so much information at hand by the defenders that you're just...
10 seconds remaining.
So that was a little loud. Open area ultimately successful by W7M, and immediately they will go downstairs to Locker's CCTV. The tertiary bomb site. Of course, if W7M wins, I don't want to get ahead of myself too much, will be either that fabled Teller's Archives mid-floor bomb site or upstairs to CEO. W7M bringing lots of plant denial. They've got a Warden who, if positioned well, will be playing far back, dealing with any smokes or flashes that are thrown out. As you can see on the side of GK, no smokes to be had now. But you've got the Vulcans from Herds that are great at denying a push through that CCTV door. You've got smokes as well, and then you've got those dread mines from Fenrir. Lots of trap operators and lots of plant denial from W7M will slow GK down if they're not quick to organize and execute.
It's not just about the plant denial itself, but of course getting the right guns for the job. Yeah, you can toss out C4s, but when it comes down to it, GK, they're gonna look for a fight. If you got UMPs at hand, not gonna be that great for you on defense. So instead, high rate of fire here from almost every single defender, or a zoom scope to support as well. And while there is no real roam here from W7M, it's a very, very slow roam clip from GK. They're still kind of figuring things out, going through this first phase of droning the top floor, rotating key with the Hibana to open up all the hatches, and start their second phase this round to kind of explore what does the bomb site actually look like.
Yeah, I really like how efficient GK's entry's been so far, assessing map control accurately, getting the hard breach into the position that they need, and starting work on those hatches. Ying might be banned, but GK are bringing no shortage of flashbangs. 9 flashbangs on the board for GK, and there's no operators that can deny that. No Jaeger, no ADSs from him, no magnets from the Lamai, no Aruni. So in this case, Bellapox is going to be the intended target for most of those flashbangs. You can hear them all get tossed out. Oh my, KZ looking away as the fire goes, the flash as well. Key first to die to KZ on this blue position. Noodle will need to swing in for assistance.
What?
Trix dies to the fire that was created by Hasham. And now KZ lined up for yet another Noodle. Too slow. Gets the pick, but ultimately just so far behind at this point.
Yeah, I mean, the round can be won or lost on the server staircase. In this particular case, statistically, that's a round victory for W7M just because KZ can get 2/3 kills in that particular position. And now with only one member covering, one has to plant. And there's still 2 C4s. There are still those fires being popped. It's not looking good.
Popped with 26 seconds to go, which means you have a 6-second window once that fire stops raging. They can feel it. They're so close. EE1D goes out, timer continuing to run away, and now Leader will stick the plant safety. There's a nitro cell, no coverage from Noodle. A hopeless position, Bellapox and Herd. The final 2 picks. W7M so far 2 for 2 on their defenses.
It's again the layers, the extension, the lockdown, and they're not just playing for KZ to get kills. They're playing to stall for time and always applying pressure in different ways. Yeah, if they kill a couple of the attackers, GK are not going to be able to execute the way they want to. But also, if the time gets low enough, we saw those Vulcan canisters from the Goyo, you got 6 seconds to work with. That's just not enough time. The desk was praising GK and how well they were at adapting on the fly. The thing about Bank, though, is that it's a very set map. You don't have to make a lot of adaptations. It's about, okay, you gotta, in that attack, for example, you get server. Are you successful? Yes, no. Well, if this happens, the round's basically over. You don't have all the people alive, the gadgets, the weapons that you want, so you just lose in most scenarios. And the adaptation here is what? Go garage, run into the bomb site, and just die anyway? So it comes down to clean, precise, repetitive executes. And for GK right now, that's not where they thrive.
No, I mean, you've got some early shakes from a team that typically came out of the gate swinging. But that's to be expected when you're playing in front of a live audience and crowd for the first time in your career. And I mean, they technically played in front of a live audience before, but not in an international stage like this. So there's a lot of weight on your shoulders. The weight of a region, the weight of all the fans, not just abroad, but as you heard from the cheers here in Atlanta as well. Oh my.
Early death.
Bellapox on the jump out. What? Ended by Key, but taking down Noodle. That's a big first pick for W7M.
I actually like this, because when you play the Oryx, typically you don't really have any specific role in the round. So just jumping out a window, trading 1-for-1. I mean, look at the attacking lineup. Twitch, Finger, Capital, Sledge, Hibana. It doesn't matter who you trade 1-for-1 with, you're an Oryx. You don't have any utility. It's always going to be worth your time and worth your effort. And now, half the grenades are gone. Noodle, who's a fantastic injured player for the team, is gone. And they don't have that early manpower to say, okay, let's take this part of the map. So now you're playing with less bodies, which on attack you really don't want to deal with.
See, Trix was checking the archways above. Information has been so helpful for W7M. We know the lineup is absent a Valkyrie, but as long as she's available on a map like Bank, you have to wonder if there are any of those black eye cams strewn about watching you when you are not necessarily in the know.
Activating drone. I'm looking at top-down view right now, just looking at the defense. You see the outlines here as well. Nobody's moving from W7M. They know they can't get grenades from below. Nobody's really inside the building. The Pulse is roaming. He's got this confrontation and stays alive for now.
This is a battle to the death. KZ, though, dropping Hasham. No kills so far for a player who we expect to perform better than that.
Yep, and it's Hasham always lurking below, like he just did in that round, but usually comes out on top. The red pings are kind of coming through now for the attack inside, but they have no nades left. So all that downstairs presence, that downstairs control, it doesn't really matter anymore. So GK's entire first round attacking strategy, or first half rather, is completely in the dumpster now.
These smokes from Keys Capitao will go somewhere towards the back of the bomb site, maybe to cut off the hallway or even towards paper. Or janitor, depending on what you call it.
True.
Regional callouts differ. Key's gonna gamble his life on a very long-range engagement, but is worried about somebody over towards stock. I don't think he's wrong to expect that. He loads up one of the smoke bolts. Now sitting at top square. Again, good patience from W7M. Nobody really moving, but the mirror gets spotted. Hurts a bit of sloppiness as he exposes his back to Key, answered back from inside a conference by JV92, who now couldn't hit water if he fell out of a boat. Having some struggles, but winning right now on time. Trix falls, and then an immediate play, huge by JV92. Silencing. Silencing GKW7M up 3-0.
I think you're GK right now, and this is hard to do as an in-game leader for leader. That's a fun one. In-game leader for leader. Okay, first of all, yeah, call a tactical timeout, and this is not about strategy necessarily. It's about calming the nerves, being guys, we got this. We play as we did in phase 1 and phase 2. Play like we do at home. Play like we do domestically. Don't worry about where we are, and what's going on, and the things that are at stake. And more importantly, I think strategically for GK, if they can settle their nerves, try and go for a fast execute. In the very first round, they were hovering blitz for a long time, but they went off it, playing this very rigid, slow pace instead. I want to see the Doki rely on the blitz. I want to see them go fast with confidence. And even if they lose the round, at least they assert some presence, because right now on the server, they haven't really done that yet. So W7M, they don't gotta respect their opponent, because right now there's not much to respect, if you will.
Not really the start that you want on your own map as well. I mean, it's not always easy to hear what the crowd is saying. This was that early first pick, by the way, just in case you were curious. Again, a very good gamble by fellow Hawks. You commended it. I think it's absolutely correct. Routine stuff from JV92. W7M is a terrifyingly good team when they are on their game.
Yeah.
And so far through these 3 rounds, certainly appears to be the case.
I love that.
Always nice to be graced by the presence of the Lord. Don't say that too loud in the South. They worship a different Lord down.
It's gonna say not our Lord.
seconds remaining.
I mean, it's a shame that Bleed didn't make it, because they had some Tashanka strats on Consulate, you know?
5 seconds remaining.
Joel, the fish, would have been nice stuff around here as well, but I did see we had family members of Joel in the crowd. Saw a fish or two earlier on one of those. Yep, there it is. I see it. So the presence is still there. But another attack, not a fast one for GK. So they did talk things through, but they didn't change around how they're going to go about this. The one stable, the one constant right now is that Noodle will flex from Sledge to IQ, depending on what defending operators are being brought out. When the Valkyrie / Echo are seen in play, he goes on the IQ. And that's a great thing to do strategically, but it's going to slow down the attack and forces now because Noodle typically is an entry player. So you're kind of sacrificing your speed, but in a way for accuracy strategically. You're going to shut down that intel and make things harder for the defending side, but you still need to find those kills as well to follow up with things. You can kill all the cameras, that's sure. There are 5 members in the server that also has to get shut down at some point in this round.
It's still very early in this best of 3 and very early in this match, so you don't want to read too much into it, but I think one of the win conditions for GK to be agreed upon by the analysts is a quick start. You want to knock W7M off their game. If you let W7M settle in on your map, that's a bit of a problem. Fellafox's Nitro Cell takes out Hasham. Hasham is having a very disappointing start to this best of 3. 0 and 4, and usually playing on roles where you want to get at least a kill or 2 as often as possible in a round, especially when you're running the Finka. Grenades, again, going out without any real effectiveness, and again, the adrenal surges as well. So any chip damage done to GK will not be healed back up. Fellafox looking for kill number 6. Needle gets baited in by JV92. Here comes the fire from GK, but it's W7M again. JV92 on an absolute tear. Leader breaks the donut. First pick on the board, but KZ and Fellafox get the last 2. The timeout does nothing and to no avail. Does the breather help?
I mean,
4-0 for W7M.
The crossfires there are ridiculous. There's just no way in for GK, and I really respect the fact that they went from the same side of the building this time, saying, okay, they have 4 people defending open area, we're gonna take 4 people bottom square and fight that portion of the map with Hasham going elsewhere. But Hasham dies early, so Fellafox, he rotates back towards that bottom square half of the map, and now it's 5 versus 4 instead. The devs kind of said that, oh, GK, they like playing spread out, you know, far apart, attack from many different angles. Right now, they are not really typically doing that. And it might be because, again, the nerves are settling in and they're not really keeping their drones alive, don't have that much intel to work with, so now they're trying to go more together. But Bang's a big map. Your benefit on attack is to come from multiple directions. And like, they open up the wall, JV patches up a portion of it, when he swings the breach, gets the first kill, again here, the cover is always there for W7M.
They knew where they were at all times. I mean, you're doing this without your classic intel operators on some of these bomb sites. Now, W7M, just to give themselves a bit of a leg up when it comes to information, will again run this Valkyrie-heavy lineup. It's the same lineup that we saw from them last time, except the big difference is no mirror window. Instead, Mira off the board. Valkyrie comes in, the other 4 operators all exactly the same. And given the fact that I don't think W7M really broke much of a sweat the first time around, curious as to how this change will work. Information did not seem to be a significant issue the last time the W7M defended this bottom floor bomb site.
But this time they're gonna roam. They're gonna hold on to open area with their lives, and again, their strat book is so deep, and look at this. Player inside of a little bit of hiding, swinging double doors one, they just get the kill outright. Hasham in the grave again, 0-5. And again, now the flank, the pinch is gone. All 4 attackers from the same side of the building now. Pretty much have no easy way into open area. They gotta brute force it, or hope that W7M are gonna fall back, but they never do. They understand they can stick around for longer.
I mean, if you go back to the previous attempt on this bomb site, GK were so fast to drone things out and assess map control, and then take it. But W7M was playing a turtle strat down in the basement. They're not doing that any longer. Leader, here's one off of the logic bomb now. It's nade tucked into the elevator, waiting for the drone to come out. Another logic bomb will be used. JV92 not too far off.
Triple crossfire.
Here's the swing up from Leader, but he loses the gunfight. You just can't have that happen. GK has the wherewithal. They know where these players at W7M are, and they are just failing at every single fight. Trixton Key, last 2 alive. GK get on the board this round by eliminating Fellafox. Half the round to go, and it's all up to Key as Trix dies to Herds. More of a battle with the door than with any of his opponents as Herds gets that final pick. W7M are just steamrolling right now. They're up 5-0.
So, I've been saying this event, and I still stand by it, that the meta historically in Siege has been about who can figure out how to break the game the quickest in pro play, what operators are strong, what setups are good, etc. And that kind of team who breaks the meta first will be your champions typically. But the way that the meta has gone the last 2.5 years or so is not really about breaking the game. It stayed mostly the same as a meta game. The maps have been the same probably mostly as well. It's about improving at the fundamentals of Siege. Being 1% better in a couple of areas sets you apart. In the previous round that we just witnessed, W7M had a triple crossfire on the main stairs to support their lurker inside the elevator. That is world class from W7M. Meanwhile, GK, they have full map control of the top floor, but they don't actually open up any of the self-destruction to open areas to deny that crossfire from the defenders. So this is what happens when a team that's playing at like 95% skill level meets the 80, 75% skill level. It's only a couple percentages, but it goes a long way because the counterplay is not there, the read is not there from GK. So W7M, they look like they are unstoppable in these rounds, but there are some weaknesses that can be exploited, but they're not being found.
Attacker's objective is to
The two new operators now showing up. Ash being played for the first time by Noodle. Leader rocking with the Flores for the first time. In my eyes, deceiving me. We've not seen them.
Well, you're right.
So far. Even when staring down the barrel, as GK currently are.
I'm reloading.
Staying fluid, changing things up. Trying to catch W7M off guard is about as much as you can hope for at this point. But strategy isn't really the issue here. Operators aren't really the issue. It's, again, going back to that previous round and other rounds as well. It's GK knowing where they are, taking the duels, losing the duels.
Yeah, it's almost like they're playing it too simple, right? Bad guy over here, I'm gonna walk up and take the gunfight, oh, I'm dead. And there's the thing about the current game of Siege. You need to be strategically smart, but so precise in the server with your gunfights as well. And right now, it's been W7M just winning those individuals every single time. It's why I show him 0-5 in the finger still. He hasn't won a gunfight yet. And when W7M don't fall to a grenade, they don't like swing a window and die themselves. They sit right back, and again, time is just ticking down.
Impact out! Bellapox gets all but one of the X-Kairos, so a small window opens up. The Wamai playing in this relatively common spot. Could do some serious work from it and can return fire as well. Two silhouettes, not too far off from Bellapox. Maybe a bit of hubris as now he goes for the engagement, losing out on some of the wall. Flashbangs go in, no immediate follow-up. GK cannot get bogged down on this position. Bellapox hoping to control recoil. KZ drops suddenly. GK with the advantage. They need something to show that they're still in this match, and they've got it.
Yep.
They gotta keep going.
They're in the building. They got a small foothold on top square and stock room as well. Got a minute to go. No Val cams. 1C4 from JV, who's not below right now, but Hertz is looking for the swing and looking for the play.
Oh, he could possibly catch Tricks from the back, and here's the swing out! And a drop. Another was as well over in the same area. JV92 will likely lose this fight. Never mind. A bit of a puzzling interaction as JV92 searches for his 10th kill.
Attackers dropped the diffuser.
GK falling by the wayside. Nade on the board now. Hashom without a kill. GK without a round. And they're about to run into Hertz.
That's tough.
And it's GK without a hope. Map point for W7M as they go flawless on the first half.
If Hashom is last alive, usually it's a flawless round for GK. It never happens when they're losing the way they are in these rounds. And it goes to show that he's not comfortable right now, not getting things done. And JV, nobody right now on the server can match him. Oh.
You can't see the chat, but Herds typed easy half.
Bit of mental warfare.
Why are you booing him? He's right.
Gotta be honest. I mean, look at this initial engagement. Noodle drops, the follow-up is there, they clear out stock too, but then these small things fall apart. No one's covering the generator door. No one's locking down JV92. Then we see this. Ooh.
A lot of nerves, I imagine. You're a younger player, right? You don't really play international Rainbow Six Siege. You come out here, you're in front of thousands of people in the crowd.
Yeah.
You're the crowd favorite, but I mean so far, and I don't mean this in a disparaging way, GK have not given the crowd much to cheer for at this point. It's really hard to get that fabled crowd buff, as people will call it, if you're not doing stuff that they'll cheer for. And Key is now dead as well. Herds asserts himself through electrical. W7M 4 kills away from a 7-0, but hold on a second, there's some life. As Noodle punishes Herds from that same spot, Noodle still roaming upstairs.
Fighting is sticking around. They can hear the crowd perhaps praising their name, but look at this. Philippox with a possible gap and angle being found in the basement of Garage.
This is such an old strategy.
But it might work.
Old and tired, but sometimes can show signs of brilliance. Uh-oh.
He gets the kill. That's the bomb site control. The issue here is Philippox has no intel, but they got the yellow ping. The Valcam was in Garage.
Nook isn't the operator she used to be, but if you've got the cloaking device on, you're still invisible, even though they can hear you. JV92 will equalize things now as 1 minute is off of the clock. Has shown 0-7. Correct me if I'm wrong, but the only time that we have seen a map end with a player failing to drop a kill was when Key did that on what was called the Pacifist run, where GK won the map, but Key went 0-8 this time.
Yeah.
W7M prevails and takes bank with a perfect 7-0. Hashom will also join his teammate without dropping a single kill. You best hope that the other 3 players from GK are able to pick up some of the slack as we're just halfway through this potential final round.
This next gunfight is so important. It's gonna put one team in a massive advantage in that 3 versus 2. It's very hard to win for that position, and W7M, because of this, they've slowed things down. No one's taking those gambles and taking those risks. There's one gray area for the attackers right now. They don't know if open area is clear. Noodle shoots some shots there, drops down the head, so we know that he's now off that position. He's gonna force the rest of the defenders back to the bomb site and play out this round in a 3v3.
EMP goes down as JV92 with double digits. We'll wait for that hard destruction to go. Nade missing an opportunity on the stairs, re-engaging with the sidearm out. Trixt is gone, so is JV92 amidst the smoke. KZ charging on in, Nade taking some damage. KZ will need to clutch out. Missing his opportunity. It will not be a perfect first map as GK picks up their first round on their first defense.
And they need that so badly, because now they don't go down 0-7, so when they go to map number 2, no matter what the result's gonna be here, they've gotten that round. They've had some success. You might be wondering how much can a player hear when you're sitting in that arena behind those monitors. Well, you can't hear very precise words. Like if I said, "Hello, GK," they wouldn't be able to hear that, but you hear like the muffled like, in the background. But when the entire crowd comes together and say, "Let's go, GK," you can tell what's happening there. You can tell that it's not W7M. They can hear that you're cheering for them.
It's the bass, right? Like you can hear the bass, you can feel the bass.
The tempo of the words, right?
Attackers bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Well, leader, huge in that round. 3 kills, all immensely impactful to propel GK to their first round victory. The only way out of this map in a positive direction for GK involves them winning 6 rounds of their own on defense. 2 perfect halves, and then winning in overtime.
Yeah.
Which would be an unbelievable feat for a team as young and inexperienced as we say out of GK. Looked like it might have been a quick push towards Printer as W7M opened up some of that wall. Izami of Key now engaging with Herds. Bravery there to go toe-to-toe with Herds.
I was gonna say I like that. Keeping up the pressure despite being down in round score. Still saying, you know what? The rounds might be free, but the individual gunfights are not going to be. And now W7M, they gotta rotate around, find map control elsewhere. But they're a very conventional team. Top down on bank, right? You clear top floor, use self-destruction, got the bug, got the ash, with second self-destruction as well. Break the floor apart, then hit the bomb set itself afterwards. A classic round, and GK have no top floor roamers, besides Noodle's gonna quickly fall back towards that primary floor downstairs.
Old map control, fall off, make W7M waste more time on the follow-up. Herds originally wanted that engagement over by open area, but now instead will join his cohorts on the top floor. He and KZ not too far removed, slowly stripping away some of the portions of this map and getting a read on the Mira down below of Trixt, but for now, GK evading the clutches of W7M. Logic bombs go off to help W7M on this entry. So much of this map has been cracked open, but GK not showing up at all on the radar of W7M, not till JV92 is out-dueled by leader. Trick still roaming now over by Tellers. Wasting time. Nitro Cell goes out, and the shotgun is brought to the doorstep of Felipox. 5v3 with GK holding on for another minute.
They're fighting back. I love this from GK. And now they know they got the advantage. Now they sit tight. They're forcing again. Time's an issue. Utility is an issue. And now they know what the whereabouts are of two members of W7M. They can establish those crossfires, fall back, or stick around if they have to.
Izzy inching up. Noodle, another freebie! Defender-sided map, it sure looks. A flawless first half, answered by a flawless round of GK. The crowd loves it. 2 in a row for the defenders.
Just like that, huh? A flawless round. Looking for plays, making them, and establishing those crossfires. The fundamentals of a good team showcased by GK. The scrappy attack, outright messy, chaotic attack. But 2 for 2 so far in the side half. Thing is, when you start winning these bomb sites, you gotta go to a statistically weaker and weaker scenario. You go basement, great. You go open area, great. You go to CEO, you go Archives Tellers. All of a sudden, the numbers statistically 50-50 at best. You really gotta show up now more than ever.
Commanding round by GK. Suddenly, that 6-0 looks a little bit smaller in the rearview mirror. No timeout for GK, though. Keep in mind, they used it the tail end of that third round.
5 seconds left.
So they're doing all of this without any ability to stop and speak to their coach.
Attackers are heading out to defuse the bomb.
If W7M finds themselves in a precarious position, they can use their timeout, at which point GK will be able to speak to their coach and settle things down, but I don't think we're really at that point just yet.
No. But they're gonna hold on to like a 6-4 scenario, I reckon. Draw it out all the way. Because ideally you don't want to call it ever. And the thing is, W7M, they've only been around for 2 years now, but they've made top 4 in every single event they attended in the last year and a half. When I say top 4, it's either grand finals, winning events, or of course, 3rd/4th place. It's an incredible run so far.
Second place at the 6 Invitational to start the year, and of course, the amount of times you've heard them referred to as the Kings of Copenhagen will let you know that they won that major, looking to be back-to-back defending champions. And GK has something to say about it. First kill for Hasham!
That's gotta feel good. Now it's a 5v5. Oh, second as well. Straight to the montage.
One tap.
Yep, it's beautiful. That's more like the player that Hasham is. I'm glad the crowd gets to see it because he's been fired up in the first and second phase of this major.
Cannot allow the shakes to start hitting you if you're W7M. Again, teams underestimate GK at their own peril. W7M came off so strong, winning those 6 rounds in a row. They cannot afford to take their foot off of that accelerator. But so far, not a single round has been won by the attackers. A daunting task for either team, but right now, it's incumbent upon W7M to show that they are the team that can break that streak. Maybe not this round, though. It's just Felipox and JV92. GK just finished with a flawless round. They won't get it this time as Key dies. JV92 reduced to a shadow of himself. What is that Kiba placement?
All right, calm down, Hasham.
Completely cordoning off that portion of the map. Goodbye, Felipox. JV92 over towards Paper. Cycling around, and it's Hasham.
Okay.
It was his round. We were just living in it. GK have now stitched 3 rounds in a row, completing the cycle on defense.
It's not just about the fact that GK won that round. It's about how they went about it. They were not sitting back and W7 were making mistakes.
You were wrong, by the way.
I was so wrong. And you know why? Because they've been so dominant the previous 2 rounds.
Timeout called by W7M.
You know you got him when you do that.
Think they can hear that?
Yeah, I do think so, yeah. And I gotta say, I love the energy here. It's early. Wait. Oh, yeah. It's Hashom's world, and you said it. We are just living in it. And that's the thing, it's how GK have gone about winning these rounds, running into W7M, stopping them early on. And yet the energy, it's early. It's the first series. No NA team is present, but the crowd, they're alive. Thank you all so much for all being here so early and for being wide and awake. It helps us, it helps the players, and it makes for a great show.
Waiting for the crowd to start, though. We are awesome.
I know what you're referencing, but yeah.
Jacob will catch the ref.
Yep.
W7M using their timeout. It was not helpful whatsoever for GK when they did it in the first half. 3 rounds won by W7M. GK calls their timeout. W7M wins the next 3. GK hoping that the same holds this time. See some changes already to this locker CCTV defense for GK. The big one, the Vigil roaming downstairs, tellers, and around archives.
The big one for attacks, the Monty. Oh my nade, just runs in and takes down Tricks. But yeah, the Monty's on the board for JV. Yeah, he's got 12 kills, but right now he's playing that intel game. And the thing is, when you have the Monty alive, you can go for a straight basement/server attack. But the confusing part is, Ozan the Diffuser's gonna go server, but Monty goes garage.
Big emphasis right now on opening up blue. JV92 with the pistol out. That's not how you play Montaigne. What's going on here?
It's breaking the meta. I mean, if he opens the door... Wait a second. Distraction. Oh, what?
Oh, that's not the usual way to use a shield, but there's multiple shields there now. KZ watching as Herds goes for a diffuser for multiple nitro cells. Not too bad, but Key will take matters into his own hands. All 3 kills so far to be had for the Valkyrie of GK. Felipox now tagged in, watching the breach. That talent shield still there. Felipox can try again. No nitro cells remaining. Engagements will have to be had directly as KZ watches over. Noodle will not let it happen. This is going to get really ugly. It's anybody's game. KZ in a 1v2. GK cannot throw bodies. GK, and the comeback is real.
Out of nowhere, through both bomb sites, Key with the snipe of the century to secure that the 2v1 goes in their favor. And they had to show him on the flank the entire time. He was scared of a drone. He was trying to figure out, okay, is it safe if I go now or not? It wasn't needed. Had a backup strategy there that never got to see the day of light. Or light of day. And for JV, taking Monty, going into garage, opposite side of the map, ADSing, dying early, couldn't do the distraction job that he was sent to do. And again, GK, they're running down W7M.
Now, are you going to tweet about how badly JV92 played Montaigne as well, or do you just...
I wouldn't dare.
Do you just pick on Kino?
I wouldn't dare. Okay, listen. That was a one and done round for JV, okay? He's allowed woes. Whereas Kino, I hate to say it again, but we cast him in the NAL. It wasn't a one-off deal for him. Also, JV and I, we're cool now,
Oh, okay.
We had that thing, a year and a half back, and And now we're close. You know, we see each other in the lobby, we're like, hello, how are you doing, good sir?
So you do deliberately bully Kino, is what you're admitting to.
The thing is, I love Kino. And you know what they say?
You don't love JV92.
We're not that close yet. We're building toward it, you know, and then we can stop bullying each other more.
Same bomb site rotation being used by both teams now, as W7M have been riding match point for 4 rounds, but as the timer stretches towards 15 minutes since W7M went to match point, they have failed to close it out at every opportunity. Though the last round was particularly close, you have to wonder, does that round play out maybe a bit differently if JV92 doesn't decide to just challenge and engage against Monty and play a bit more standard in Garage?
I mean, you'd have to believe that it would play out differently. It was a crucial part of their strategical decision in the round. And now, you know, we see Philippox here, expecting a jump out, expecting that aggression from GK. And this is the mental line you play on a team. Okay, if you're GK, do you jump out? Are they holding you? You don't really know. So you play too fast, you get shut down because they're holding the angle. But if you play too slow, too far back on defense, you give up too much map control too quickly. And I like the fact that instead of a sledge or a bug, Casey brings out the ram. It's safer, you can do it from distance, from outside the building, and then just kind of play those long runs aside. But Prep C4 of Trix might maybe just find the kill, but again, it's not a sledge or a bug.
Just a little bit too late now as Trix tries to survive. That Boogie tearing away at the safe. The Trix had down below. Limited action so far between these teams as we now hit the halfway point. GK could do the unthinkable here. Push us to a fateful 12th round if they prevail. Seemed unthinkable just a few minutes ago.
It did. No longer though. For this floor, it's gone. Lines inside the bomb site opened up. They got the O-side, got the Capital. WCN, they want this 5v5 execute. They don't want to get kills right now. They're comfortable just getting to the objective itself.
If I'm GK, I'm a bit worried with how much damage I'm taking. Noodle dropped now, but still recoverable potentially. He sees the endless amount of bodies drop, but there's just so much coverage. W7M, seemingly fixing their issues, has shown to clutch a 1v5, but a flawless end to this first map by W7M. They deny the fairy tale story and comeback from GK. The defending major champs steal GK's map away 7-4.
And it all comes down to the attack inside from GK. If you don't go 0-6 in that scenario, you are very likely looking at overtime, or at the very least, a real shot at taking that first map.
1 or 2 rounds make all the difference. If GK had maybe had a bit of a faster start, we could still be going and the scoreline might be very different, but there's a reason why they're widely considered to be at the moment the best team in all of professional Rainbow Six, and that map is a good example of it. Though, I was ready to believe in GK's comeback. I was so ready.
I was believing as well. You know, it took a few rounds to get there, but once they actually got fired up on defense, they looked phenomenal. So if only their attacks could look better, quicker, then that bank is different. It's best of 3, as I said earlier. They got more maps to come.
W7M will now go up 1-0 and play on familiar territory at Clubhouse. We got the desk to break down that first map.
Thanks, Parky. Thanks, Pengi. You guys called this one a steal. It definitely looked a lot more like W7M had GK's number, and it was just too many rounds back to back to back, opening pick after opening pick, and suddenly this thing is over before GK really got a chance to get that thing going, Fox.
Absolutely. They were mounting a little comeback when you go down so many rounds. Out of the 6 attacking rounds that W7M was defending on, they got the first pick 5 of those rounds, and they only traded it once. So GK, to me, they were sending Hashom in, and I know there's a lot of weight on his shoulders. I know a lot of people are, why did he do so bad on attack? But the thing is, he was getting the bait, he was getting all the attention. There was no trade from the rest of his team behind him. No one was behind him. That's kind of how GK plays. But W7M read into that very well.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me, is W7M changed some of their defenses to try and make basically power positions. So you had the operators brought like the Valkyrie and the Echo that was providing the periphery utility on where the GK push was coming from. And then you had power positions with, you know, your smokes, your Goyos, your Izamis, everything like that, the shield setups. And that's why W7M got so far in front out on the defense, because GK will always play a style of attack that's very split, that's very solo. They don't really play for refrags, they play for all map pressure at the same time. And W7M had the perfect read into that. So they get themselves 6-0 up, and that's basically the game won. And I know that, Parker and Pengu were saying if GK could just get a couple of attacks, but W7M countered their attacks so well.
Absolutely. GK looked a little discombobulated on the attacks. They didn't really change much up. A lot of the scenarios we saw was Hasham going in, as soon as W7M got a read on where he was, collapsing onto him. Even if they were able to get a leg up, get it positioning, go for the execute, they have the Echo, they have the Goyo. And then for the top 4 sites, they had the Mirror, they had the Azami. They were going to be able to slow down the rest of GK, and they couldn't really get a foot in the door in the first place.
Now, when you go 0-6 down, you kind of, if you've ever been 0-6 down, you kind of accept that the map's gone, right? But you just want to take something away from the map. And GK certainly did that. They managed to get, a few defenses on the board. And I think, again, W7M started out with very split style on their attacks, where, we saw solo, that double kill from Hasham there. It was a 1v1 and then a 1v1. And it was only in that very final round where W7M focused, right, we take top floor as one unit, and then we execute as one unit, rather than playing a little bit split, that W7M actually found that success.
What I like to see out of GK, especially going down that many rounds, was they were still in it. Hasham looked better on defense. They were finding their kills on defense. They were shutting down the same aggression that W7M was trying to bring on defense.
That's one thing that I will keep saying as well about GK as well, is no matter what happens with them, they have confidence and confidence and confidence in themselves. Even if it is 0-6, they're not going to believe that they're out of this game. They're just going to keep pushing and pushing.
W7M continue looking like the juggernauts that they were back in Stage 2 and the Copenhagen Major. But there is one thing that we can point to, other than Fox. You highlighted JV coming into this game, having one of the best stats performances. Homie was only 14-5, and he was like, what, 12-3 after round 8 or something like that? He was having a lights-out game.
Absolutely, especially being on the flex position. I noticed towards the end as well, that last round he picked Ash. He said, I'm going to do it myself.
He said, screw it, I'll do it.
He had to get it down. He couldn't let the rest of GK keep picking his team apart. They went for an aggressive fast play on that last round too, so.
You want to know the one thing that it looked like GK did though, and correct me if I'm wrong, it feels like they got a couple rounds, they had a bit of a comeback, they should have been feeling good about that.
Yep.
But they also got a crowd on their side, which is something that when you're up on a stage, talk about the pressure that comes with being on stage for the first time. You don't even know if the crowd's going to boo you, yet it feels like they have the 6th man behind them already.
When the crowd's on your side, especially being GK as it's their first time to be at this event, it makes you play so much better. When those shots, after you hit a crazy shot, like the shot Hasham hit from White, the one tap, and you feel the crowd erupt, it's an insane rush, and it makes you play better because that natural testosterone, that natural rush, you don't get it from anywhere else.
Well, let's see if they can keep that kind of trend going into map number 2, which we'll get to after a very short break, so don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports. I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem. I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink.
Ooh, this butler on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's Blue Stairs on Bank.
It's gotta be Bank.
Ah, I know. Blue Stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No. I'm not playing in the kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no. I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Teller's on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said
I said, no? I said border, big room, Teller's.
Oh, it was! Oh! Yeah, the ceiling. That's genius. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. That's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, you know, it's like, yeah, trophy glasses, you know.
That's Chalet trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes!
Oh, it's trophy. Let's go.
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
It's time to make history.
One behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volks to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Mad pick for GK goes to W7M, so now the MENA team enters this best-of-3 series in a pretty significant hole. Not to say they can't dig themselves back out of it, but this bad boy certainly took a turn for the worse from the guys from Saudi Arabia. I'm Jacob, he's fresh, he's Foxe. Map 2 is up on deck, and this one, Fox, why am I getting a really weird sense of deja vu from Map 2?
It's probably because they played it first game of Phase 2, and GK actually won it.
What?
Yeah, GK did win it.
GK won a game?
Absolutely.
Oh my word.
They won a couple games.
That's true, no they did. Specifically against W7M though, that's a bit of a shock.
Absolutely. I mean, the biggest reason why they won on Clubhouse 2 was their entries, being able to find those multi-kills, being able to get inside the map. But it looks like that's exactly what W7M has prepped, especially from Bank. That's the common theme that I'm going to notice. So I expect W7M to do the similar style setups, very slow, very turtle-based, wait for GK to walk in, their normal positions, and that's when they pounce. They try to get that opening kill.
That's exactly how we're feeling, and we're going to see here that W7M will start Clubhouse on the attack as well. So we saw the very last round of Bank where they're playing together, they're playing for the execute. They're not trying to play for the entry and kind of wander off, just play as a team. I'd expect very similar from W7M. When they lost against GK, I spoke to Philippox the next day, and he said, right, well, we played Clubhouse, we love Clubhouse, as do GK, to be fair. Both teams absolutely love it, but we were not on point with communication. Our coordination was not on point. We was just wandering off. We underestimated them. If you take all of those factors and you think, well, W7M aren't underestimating GK anymore. Their communication and coordination now looks on point. I would expect a totally different Clubhouse from the one we saw at the start of Phase 2.
Absolutely, and Clubhouse is one of those maps where you can really exploit the sites from outside the map, especially the server wall, the master wall, going through kitchen dirt. So absolutely, it's a map that you can exploit the site executes. They also mentioned that they know that GK has done their work, but a lot of the setups, a lot of the counters that GK prepare for W7M is based off the back of one man. So so W7M is targeting that one man.
You think we're getting a map 3 out of this series, gents?
No, I don't think so. I know that the crowd is with GK. I think that, you know, you've got to remember that this team is, you know, has not been a team that's played inside professional Rainbow Six for a long time.
Sure.
Mena's, you know, first year in competitive Siege, and they're playing with a sub. At some point, that strategic depth hits its limit, and when W7M are playing so well, that's where I kind of struggle. As much as I would love to see it, I don't see it happening.
So Fresh doesn't see a map 3. Fox, do you see a map 3?
No, I don't think so. The experience game is really what's coming into play for me. W7M not letting the crowd get to them, not letting that comeback get to them. I don't think it's going to go to
All right, so Fresh doesn't think there's a map 3. Fox doesn't think there's a map 3. Do we want a map 3, though? I said, do we want a map 3, Atlanta? That's a little bit more like it. We got to get through map 2 first before we do that. So let's throw it back to your casters, Park Class and Tengu Makayatson, and Nakarker Penru Morkai.
Did I just have an aneurysm?
Yeah, I don't know what that was. It's a new one.
All right. Well, it sounds like he scrambled our names just as the first half of Bank scrambled our brains.
Yeah.
GK did show some life, I will say this. But now you go to very comfortable territory for W7M. They're going to be fired up after that match, especially with the scare that they had. And the community's mind has changed a little bit.
Yeah.
Many of you turncoats betraying GK and going to W7M. We're ready for map number 2.
So, good teams, they will strategize, they'll come up with counter attacks and defenses, studying the games of their opponents throughout this tournament. But the best teams, they will do that live in the server. You see an outcome of a round, your guys just attack this bomb site in a similar way with a few minor changes. And those small changes can change the entire outcome of how that round plays out, especially on a map like Clubhouse. Yeah, Bank is your methodical, top-down, kind of ABC bomb site with not that much adaptation required. Clubhouse, very much fundamentals, but very much following things to a T. And when things don't go your way, or you want to change things up, you very much can. We see bans coming out, and despite Hashoman Finken not having that much success previously on Bank, it's still going to be target banned this time around by W7M. Surprise. Didn't see that one coming.
Fear or respect? Fear or respect?
None. Ooh. Okay.
I don't know how you ban somebody if you don't have either of those.
Well, it's the random ban.
Maybe an inconvenience, I suppose.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not necessarily fear. Maybe it's just a lack of desire. I'm not sure.
I was gonna say it might be a case of W7M don't envision playing
That's
themselves.
Very close. That was very close.
Too close?
Closer. Get in closer. Hands. No, these are the shots. The camera's next to them.
Yeah.
He's not handheld.
No, those are, they just sit there. But it might be a case of WCM not wanting to play Finka. They say, no, we don't care about this operator, so why should our opponent be able to play it if they do care about it? And things will start in a similar way for a different team. When WCM start on defense on bank, they start open area, they're roaming all across the map. Now we see GK starting basement clubhouse defense, doing a very extensive roam. Top floor rotates, hatches opened off, soft destruction on the floors, but we've snuck in a drone. Billy Pucks, he's got very crucial intel on where the room is in that top portion of the map. I can say, okay, if it's clear, fly on in. If not, get those yellow pings out, find the locations, take them down, and build that early man advantage.
What's the win condition here for a successful clubhouse defense? How many rounds are GK looking at if they want to position themselves well for the second half?
Well, if they attack the same way as on bank, they need all 6 defense victories. But let's assume that they're decent on attacks here in clubhouse because they did beat them last time. I think a 3-3 half, realistically, is what you're looking for GK. Tie things up.
Noodle gambling his life away in stock at the moment on that Wamai. With magnets in back pocket. Oh. Just managing to get away from JV92. Key not having the same fate.
Loading mag!
No, not at all. It's a quick one for W7M. Got that top floor, now on the primary floor. They see the kite balls in action, but they got answers. They got Dasher, KC can breach that apart. Ibana as well. Open up those hatches, and again, it's about ABCs now. They got that early advantage, slow things down. Set up your flying drones, don't die to the C4s, and just really right now, just make sure you get everything opened up, apply pressure everywhere, and see where the bomb site is weakest.
I like that attempt by Leader, even if it doesn't ultimately pay off. Half of the round now gone. An operator who really didn't see a lot of play on bank, but whose pick rate has surged, his gridlock, and she will have some prominence now with Nade bringing her right away. If you're fearing a potential retake from above, those track stingers are especially handy as anti-flank measures. The fact that W7M has a numbers advantage means that they can stick somebody on flank watch as well.
Yeah, they can. And that's the thing right now, they still got a minute to work with. Sledge rotating over. That's going to be Belly Pox, was on drone earlier. Here we see the beautiful utility. EMP goes out. Excaliburs follow. Second EMP goes out as well to ensure that if a kite fall trick was happening, it gets shut down immediately. So now, W7M, they got everything they want. Their next step now is choose, are we going to go for blue attack? And it's going to be a kitchen hatch drop because the hatch has not yet been opened up. But there's more Excaliburs from JV92's pocket. 10 more to go.
40 seconds left, but another body will hit the floor from GK. As Trix is down for the count, to Nade, who tosses in a grenade. Noodle gets the refrag before soldiering away, losing half of his HP. He was involved in an early altercation as well. GK losing the safety they had in church, but firing back as Noodle is good for 3 before being put in the ground by Felipox. Now Leader's next in line, but he looks the wrong way. The opening created by W7M, so far flummoxing GK. A show with the smart class is in! Felipox seals the deal in round number 1. W7M take the first round.
And now let's look back at that early beginning of that round. If W7M don't find the opening kill, what happens then? That 5 versus 4 becomes a 5 versus 5, and it comes down to those very close moments. The 1v1s, the 1v2s, that can make or break the round. The only criticism there I have with GK, they didn't really commit to the roam. It was a very early fallback, one member stuck around, died early, and you just play 4 guys on site. On bank, that doesn't really go all that poorly on like basement defense because you got the C4s, you got the plant deny, and it's much more limited where attackers can be coming from. But on Clubhouse, you got 3 separate hatches, you got dirt tunnel, you got main staircase, blue staircase, you can flank from garage. So all of a sudden, falling back early with a numbers disadvantage, not where you wanna be. Then they swing out, they try and bring the fight to their opponents because they got that yellow ping information. And it doesn't work out for Trix, but it works out for Noodle. 2 kills to follow up, and the 3rd in the main staircase. And it looked like that right there was a round-winning play, but no. In the 2v2, it was W7 just a little bit stronger that gets the round.
5 seconds to go.
A rough go of it for GK, but still a relatively good first round for them, all things considered.
Oh, and they're going to go back to the same bomb set as well.
Not going to really change much up when it comes to that bomb site, but they will blow up their operator composition.
Yeah, the Solus here, they recognize that W7 had too much intel in the beginning of that round. They must have a good prep phase drones. So Hasham on the solos now can say, hey, now they have no intel, or if they do have it, they can locate it, shut it down. But it's gonna be more of a fake roam, if you will. It's Trix playing inside a bar early on, then falling back. Now it's Hasham on the main staircase, looking for that final drone perhaps, to then fall back. So they have surrendered the roam entirely now. W7 don't know this exactly, they're still kind of throwing everything out, but once they figure it out, it's going to be a very, very big advantage in terms of time that the attackers have to work with.
It's nice to see a Grim on the board as well for the attackers, an operator whose pick rate has increased since some changes were had, but you remember, this was played back in Copenhagen. I think they even played him all the way back at SI on Cafe when Grim was decidedly a worse operator. The flank watch that we've seen being rotated between Nomad, Gridlock, and to an extent, that Grim, it is good to see the different applications that those operators are used in.
So if you open up the bar hatch now, you're prone to a C4 off through the hatch. You don't find the Valkyrie camera first. And they're fishing right now. It's going to be a utility game first. The EMPs, the X-Kairos, the Kai Claws. If you can trick the hatch successfully, stall for more time, deny more X-Kairo pellets, and deny a way in for the attackers, you're doing great. But that's not the focus right now. It's going to be Kitchen Hatch first. Blue's already opened up as well, but Jamie taking an early fight.
And maybe a bit needlessly, because I don't know if Noodle's gotten the down. A grenade goes out by Hasham. GK on the board first. It's Electro shuffle now as a second Kaid Claw will go. Put in pocket to get juggled. Will it work? No. Trix will have to get out of there, and he leans back to give him the speed buff. But he can get out of dodge faster.
I'm not gonna lie, I almost feel like he might have had if he had stuck it actually. At least it would have been very, very close, but he knows better. He peels back, keeps it in pocket, denies something else instead. That church wall perhaps. The info now is defenders, no church. Oh, dirt tunnel is clear.
What was that?
But Blue is under
How does he get away from KZ and Blue?
Running back and forth. This nade, that gets the injury. That could be planned set up.
Doesn't get anything. Philip Hawks will attempt again. The smoke of Key right now inside of dirt. The drop from the Osa. Nade somehow surviving. W7M striking twice. Noodle with one kill. Key attempting to stop the diffuser from going down. Not successful so far, as Noodle is just playing the keep away game. Nade with the diffuser in hand. It's all up to Hasham, who dies. W7M so formidable. 2-0.
You can really tell the experience in that round between these two teams is the big difference maker. W7M, they had a really good read in situation. Okay, Osa's gonna be our way into the bomb site, get that plan down. Grim can bait either on the kitchen hatch or on the blue side of the portion of the map, and then you just throw all those grenades, drop with it, and put down a talent shield plan behind it. And GK, they're fighting every single portion of the map. They're fighting blue, they're fighting Minsters, they're fighting Motorheads, they're fighting kitchen hatch, they're trying to deny the plan there as well. And it's almost like GK needs to understand what's the important part of this round. Do you want to shut down the flank first, or do you want to shut down the plant? Because you're trying to do everything at once, you're spreading yourself so thin. And then all of a sudden you're looking at more attacking guns facing your direction. You're a single defender, you're not going to overcome that obstacle. So they die in those positions, they lose those gunfights, and rightfully so, because they arguably misplayed right here. The walk down blue gets the double kill. Noodle sprinting back and forth the entire round downstairs in blue, and eventually gets found by KC. But a very well thought out round from W7M.
He lived far longer than we might have thought, Nick.
Absolutely.
In that position, wasting time. No second attempt at laundry supply room now after GK's maybe not the most proficient. Instead, they'll go upstairs. Not the bomb site you think.
Oh, it's not as easy as it is that.
Hold on a second. It's a rat angle from Trix. That hallway door. Goodbye to KZ. No Nook, no surprises to be had now on the bomb site.
It's a big kill. Half the nade's gone as well, and I will say, whenever I play ranked and I die to that angle, it is the closest thing to make me all dead for. It is the worst to go down prone below the barricade in the hallway of kitchen. Like, what are you doing there? That's what happens if you don't pay respect. The drone thinks out, but also the benefit of having a solos and defense, you know where the drones are going to be at. If you know that portion of the map is clear, go for that spawn peek. They have no intel. That's gonna slow things down. The lurk is gone from KC's Nurk. The bandit trick could be successful.
Hasham will get the bandit battery down, and there it goes.
Beautiful. And
that happened because the crowd wasn't cheering loud enough. There's no way you hear that. They're screaming their lungs out.
It was the jam with the nice drone hole, so Hertz or Nate couldn't drone in through to see if Bandit was in fact tricking that wall, but you'd almost have to assume, because where else would Bandit be playing at? He's not playing CC, that wall's already opened up, so they gambled it, knowing they got a second exothermic charge in pocket, but now things are gonna slow down more. And WCNM, they've rotated off Jacuzzi, they're not gonna breach that wall, at least not yet, they're gonna go for the roam clear instead from CC over.
Noodle still holding court at top red. Thrown in his way, tricks down below, but gets punished by Felipox, who's yet to die so far on this map. I might have spoken a bit too soon as a flash now goes out and Noodle escapes with his life intact.
He's out. That's smart. They get the opening kill with Spawn Peak earlier, they get that follow-up trade now, they got that numbers advantage now, you can sacrifice the roam, there's no shield, there's no like reinforcements really, they haven't invested that much of that portion of the map, so it's pretty weak. Instead, run back to bar, up the main stairs he will go and play that 4v3 on side. It's a very strong bump side to set up those crossfires on this gym defense.
JB92 will now head over towards the gym or bedroom windows, depending which one he chooses to engage from. As players from GK have eluded staying out of reach. A nice pre-fire that has shown it's his mark on the board far earlier than we saw on Bank. Only 2 remain from W7M. They've taken Hashom out, but with 30 seconds left. The bigger issue now is getting into the site. Getting the diffuser down. Noodle decides to swing again. He likes these engagements. W7M being chipped away at. Nade down for the count. Key, the final 2 picks. A successful round for GK nets them their first round win.
And a much more decisive one as well. The backbone of that gym bomb site, the most important part for the defense to hold on to is that office portion. It's not a bomb site itself, but it kind of connects everything together. When you only got those 3 attackers alive from W7M, you don't really have the manpower to take office control. You want window presence, you want connector presence, but then you also want office presence. You have 3 members alive in 3 very separate positions. So I like that they went 2 guys window, 1 guy connector, and tried to play closer together. But realistically speaking, you're just not gonna win that round unless GK make a massive blunder of a mistake, and they don't. They played a stable, consistent round all the way through. The bandit trick early on, the rotation from Noodle, fighting back when they had to, and then leaving territory off the attackers when they didn't need to any longer. And that's also with tricks done relatively early on, but this right here, Noodle running down, massive. Hasham, find that window pick, massive as well. The round plays out, yellow pings, the crossfires, no way in for W7M. They went upstairs, they found success, they're gonna stay upstairs. CCTV is next, and we see this catwalk rafters, observation blockers for the drones, ADSs as well, but there's no Asami. It's been banned out by the attack inside. And that means that it's much more hard, it's harder to hold on to rather. So I mean Noodle. With the Womai disc in pocket, we can sit in that position, but if W7 want to pick it apart, well, they might not want to do that, actually. They have no grenades, they have no capital fire, they have no ways to clear Noodle from the Raptors position outside of a bunch of flashbangs and gunplay. So they're probably going to go for connector breach instead, go master bedroom, roam clear, if I had to guess.
There's the hatch from above, and now over towards construction. Single Selman waiting for a kill from construction. Nobody wants to give it to him. KZ picked off early yet again. Logic bombs go out, maybe to hold GK in place as they move their way through Jim. Key drone down, hunted down. 2 separate players engaging, but he's managing to get away. That's your own teammates. That's not supposed to happen.
It's not, and there's one more rubber.
He pays for it, Nick.
They didn't drone it out. I mean, this is sloppy from W7M.
Birds sending numbers as close as they can, back to even, but still GK doubling up on W7M with a ton of time left. Hunting down below, but able to find much. Most players from GK have coalesced around the bomb site upstairs. Felipox not too far removed, but he'll wade through construction. He'd opened it up earlier on.
Yeah, but I mean, how do you break this apart? You gotta win some crazy gunfights if you're Felipox, because Hertz is downstairs, so he's all alone.
Hashom holding that really tight angle, and now Goo Mines will go out as well. I don't know if Felipox is aware of how close proximity he is. Super shorty in hands and 2 Goo Mines directly through the door. It really does pack a punch, but just not enough. Felipox walking away with a single point of HP. Toxic Canister will reduce him to nothing, but it's the SMG-11 to do that instead. Herds charging up red stairs. Another Toxic Gas Canister tossed out. Herds taking damage, but still walking forwards. Not looking through the drone hole. Leader shooting away. GK with 2 rounds now to match W7M, and we've got a tie game.
I mean, Hasham was caught playing the wrong game there. I thought he was playing Pokemon, throwing the ball at Felipox's feet saying, "Can I catch you?" Well, no. 1 HP left for Felipox. He gets the kill instead. It's looking good for GK. They're finding kind of like their momentum, how to play these rounds, when to push, when to let go, and finding those kills. And I gotta say, for the first time in this best of 3 so far, I was actually disappointed in W7M's operator lineup. Again, no grenades, no capital fire, no Grim, no way to deal with CCTV garage portion of the map. So they're forced into a full roam clear. And funny enough, GK, they had 2-3 roamers on master bedroom side of the map, so they were so ready for it. And it's all guns placed from W7M, but they're a util team. They're so proficient at setting things up, and in this round, they didn't do that. They just fell by the wayside.
Yeah, I mean, you called it really early on. Poor drone work, sloppy entry.
Attackers bombing through house.
Go figure, it's the 2 bomb sites that are maybe a bit more unorthodox in how teams want to go for a defensive setup that caused some serious issues with W7M's entry. Both times GK has defended the downstairs bomb site, they have failed. They'll try a 3rd time, hope for different results.
I'm not a fan of this. I mean, it can work. It absolutely can. It's been close, relatively close.
I mean, where do you go? You got to go stage. That's your only other option.
I want to see them go bar. That's exactly it. They play top 4 bomb sites. They're roaming on the map dynamically, and it wins the rounds. Now they're going to go back to the basement where they're going to be locking themselves in, you know, not be able to move a whole lot. Right now, they do have Key on the roam top floor, but if he gets droned out, they run upstairs, he's probably going to die as well. We'll see how they do it though. They got different operators, the Mute and the Mousy for drone intel deny, and Noodle actually also has run up the staircase to support his teammate of Key.
Noodle's really been the wild card through these last 2 rounds. Yeah. Rome has been unpredictable. He's gotten under the skin of W7M. I mean, he was a factor back in round number 2, but not in the right way. He's lived far longer than we thought over in blue. This time, playing from above. There goes a logic bomb, and Herds will be very fast to follow up, but guess who it is to get the first kill for GK? Noodle. Tearing strips through Herds.
Yeah, he's just moving, beeping and bopping. He's weaving this top floor around. He's moving a lot, but he stays alive, and Hasham downstairs finds Davey 92 as well.
Hasham on the board. Noodle drops, that's what he gets, but there's again a bit of sloppiness. They're just falling by the wayside. I mean, if you're going to run a Mute Mozzie combo, you're gonna be able to capitalize off a lack of information, and that's what GK is doing. W7M really don't have an answer for the Mute and Mozzie that we see, and this is like 2020. Oh, nice nade by Nade, living up to his namesake. This is like 2020 Siege right now.
Yeah.
With Mute and Mozzie dominating Clubhouse.
Yeah, and they go for Capital, no Jackals. It's like they know or should know the roam is very present, but they go for util basement, you know, bomb site hitting operators instead. It's a bit of a misjudge there from W7M.
Bomb has been located.
A show him on this tight angle inside of Moto. Waiting for one of the 2 remaining players from W7M to press forward, but they decide that that's not the play to be had. Instead, over towards Stock they'll go. 3 sets of track singers available for the gridlock of Nade. Grenades 2, EMP drops. Grenade tossed in, down towards blue, no target to be had. W7M now struggling. Fighting against shadows. Tricked with the Nitro Cell, positioned. And if thrown so gracefully, could do damage. Nade shoots it away, but you gotta walk through 2 areas that are being watched quite intently by GK. They get 1, Trix gets both. 3 rounds in a row, GK with the lead.
They got that momentum. Once they got it on bank, it was a very close first map, and they only really lost the way that they did because, well, the attacks from GK didn't go their way. Now, if they go 4-2.5 and take this next defensive round, they have done more than they need to do to have a realistic shot at winning Clubhouse. But they need to show up on the attacking side. You cannot win a best of 1 or a best of 3 by only being good on half of the rounds you're supposed to be playing on one side. But on defense, GK, they are the real deal. But they gotta show us more after this upcoming final defensive rounds where they will take us to that gym bomb site, so Bar will not be played this time around.
This is where everything started to go bad for W7M as well, right?
Yeah.
Running head first into the players from GK with limited information at their disposal. And GK seemingly finding the secret sauce at that point. Using the mute, using the Mozzie, using a Solus every single round almost in order to impose their will on W7M.
5 seconds
Now you
left.
said that the win condition for GK in this first half was 3 rounds. They've accomplished that.
They have.
They can do
Attackers are
better
heading
than
out
what
to
you
defuse the
said
bomb.
if they prevail on the site. That started this streak back in round number 3.
I also said that good teams, they have prep work, they come into it, and they, they use the paper that they have. But great teams will make adaptations live in the server on a round-by-round basis. GK, they have been doing that better, in my opinion, than that of W7M so far in Clubhouse in terms of operators. Okay, GK realized that W7M love droning, so they play Solus, Mozzie Mute a whole lot. W7M, they see that GK are roaming a lot, but they don't play Jackal. They play Dokkaebi half the rounds, but there's no Jackal. They play Capital. They don't play the Grim previously either. They're not playing the shield operators despite not being banned out. So I really like this matchup so far. Bit of utility play here. Maverick Torch to either get the Mute Jammer, Experiment Charge goes solves afterwards, and that wall will be opened up in... There we go, just a second.
It's not the part of the map that we saw the Selmas get thrown to last time on the Ace. But now you're going to bring an operator who doesn't really have that high of a pick rate so far, and that's Thermite. Or sorry, that's Maverick to accompany the Thermite.
Yep. It's a nice counter. Wait, no, go for it. Yep.
And Herds will sprint on in. JB92 is dead. GK reading into this, winning the duels. Hitting their marks. Bellapox trying his best. It's not good enough. Nate is almost in the bomb site. 3 players from GK remain. Attempting a duel. Giving his position away. They got him on cam. We've only got the perspective of one, but the rest of GK can close in as need be. Nade will likely play for picks with a little over a minute to go.
Close. I mean, Nade's looking for it. Holding the ankles, waiting for the inexperienced players of GK to make that swing and make that mistake and isolate the 1v1s, but they're not going to give it to him.
Halfway through the diffuse plant, there's a nitro cell to go out. Nade concerned with different angles. Ashom gets the final kill. 4 rounds in a row. GK take the first half.
Can you believe it? 3-3 expectation. They go 4-2. 4 rounds in a row. Convincingly. They get rushed. They read it. They hold it. They deny it. The crowd believes, and I believe as well. So, we got the analyst of GK. Waisu, please talk to us here.
Hello, guys.
Something. Hello. I want to ask you, if you don't mind, what was going on backstage after map number 1? You guys, were down 0-6. You almost made the comeback. What was your focus going to Clubhouse?
The main part was confidence, to be honest. I mean, we were not playing that bad, but we weren't getting that trace. So we focused on keep humble as a team, saying that Clubhouse was a good map. We won this team on Clubhouse. We knew that they're going to pick it to do counter analysis, and that's what they did. But at the end of the day, we are here because we trust on ourselves, playstyle, traits, amazing players that we have. And that's the message that we bring to them. Just enjoy the experience, and we can beat them if we are like 100% confident with ourselves.
You mentioned confidence. When you won that first round all the way back on Bank, did you see something change in the way that the team were playing?
Yeah, of course. Not only winning the first round, but for example, that has some round that gives 1 tap and triple kill.
Yeah.
As far as you start getting confident with yourself, as Hassan did, the teams start working. And that's what happens in the phase 2 and phase 1, winning those teams and coming with victories. So yeah, of course, we are a very emotional team.
So I have one, maybe two more questions for you, Vasu. Seeing how Clubhouse is playing out so far, I feel like GK are doing a great job at counteracting W7M round by round with operators, right? They like droning. You guys play Mercy, Mute, Solus, for example. Was that something that you pre-planned before this, or is it the players adapting as it's happening?
Well, we talk about a bit. We have seen the Clubhouse, not only our Clubhouse versus them, but also the Clubhouse they play versus SSG.
Yeah.
And we talk about it, but to be honest, it's all not only the players' work, that of course Leader, Nadal, and Key are bringing a lot of adaptation, and that's so fucking good. But also about Alo. Alo's work, not only this game, but all the major and all the time that we have been together in GK was amazing. He's probably, I'm gonna say it, one of the best coaches in the world right now.
Wow.
And he has been working as fuck for this. So yeah, that's what we got.
Last question, got to be really quick. How much does having the crowd behind you help this team?
A lot. Like, thank you so much. We didn't expect this. We love you guys, and thanks for all the help.
Thank you, Vasu. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. I gotta say, what a pleasure that is. What an honor. Thank you so much for choosing to come on here while your team is playing. I know it's nerve-wracking, but good news for you. You guys are winning right now. You're up 4-2 in the second map to tie things up. W7M, I mean, it was spoken of by Vasu, like the counterplay here, reading their opponent, preparing for these outcomes, and then adapting in the serve because the prep work is there. But JV says, no, I don't care about the prep work. I'll go for the swing early and get the kill into Hasham.
Well, we had a bit of a tech issue, which is why that interview got a little bit longer than I think we had originally anticipated. It allowed the teams maybe to settle some nerves a little bit. They can't talk to each other during tech issues. But if you're W7M, there's gotta be some weight after that almost comeback in map 1, and now what we've seen from GK through this map as well. W7M obviously will favor this defender-sided Clubhouse. Coming into the second half, I don't think they're too worried. But I can't help but imagine that part of their own confidence has been chipped away at with the way that GK have started this map.
Oh yeah, I mean, you saw in the ban phase when GK asked, did you ban Fink out of respect, out of fear? They said none. I think they're starting to respect GK more and more as every round is playing through right now, because it is much closer than it should be. And I will say, GK convincing rounds on defense, but the big question for me was, how are they gonna do on attack? They're paced right now, they're quick in the building, but they lost a member early to a spawn peak basically, or to him walking dirt early. Now they open up the hatches, breaking the software, etc. With a minute and 14 to go, their pace is actually really good and really quickly, and Hurts, he's pulling a Noodle, but he doesn't get away with his life intact.
If anybody knows that position, it's Noodle, who did the exact same thing himself. This time he said, no, I'm the only person who gets to escape from blue, and I'm gonna make you pay for it! 3 kills to be had from the same position. W7M started this round off well, but it won't end well. 5 stitched together now for GK.
Noodle was doing the interview before the game started. He didn't say very many words. He's relatively new to this. He's a young player. But he said, you know what, I'll do the talking in the server. This man, on your screen right now, Noodle, popping off in map number 1, popping off as well here in map number 2, leading the entry, finding multi-kill after multi-kill, and saying, you know what, you can try and get that crossfire going, I will tear it apart. And with that round going that way so convincingly, and W7M being down 2-5, they have called their tactical timeout. They certainly have either fear or respect, or maybe a little bit of both right now in this map.
Maybe not for the Finkas. I mean, Hasham was not exactly the best Finka on Bank, so I think what they said was correct. But either way, I mean, there's obviously some fear from W7M. This is not the matchup that they had expected. Certainly not the result that they'd expected. If 3-3 as a first half was the win condition for GK, they are running away with the expectation game.
They are. No, they absolutely are. And again, I want to praise the small things because I think it's so important. The operator selection, what operators they're playing, where their positions are, they're reading on the map itself and punishing, finding those very small gaps from W7M. It's hard to do, but they make it look relatively easy right now. And it's a full team effort. Great pick from Trixed. Flashbang in hand. You see Noodle. He knows how much he did in that round. It's a nice cosplay.
Noodle is 19 years old, by the way, just in case You're wondering about the age of some of these players competing
young.
on stage.
10 seconds to go.
19 years young, Parker.
5 seconds remaining.
Just trying to think back to either phase 1 or phase 2 when we were talking about the ages of the players that were competing. And how like being 23 years old makes you among the oldest people here competing on stage.
Yeah, that was a Bleed. They had the same start. Mentalist was 23, rest were like 18, 19, 20. GK aren't all that far off that mark. I mean, Leader Noodle got some experience in Tier 1 before, but not all that much, especially with a live crowd in the quarterfinals. So, you're leading this team while being basically as quote-unquote inexperienced as the rest of the squad with a substitute. I gotta say that Leader is not supposed to be here, but he is.
Uh-oh.
Oh, that's not good.
Well, superstar of the previous round and the best player statistically for GK, Noodle removed. The Monty looked for a follow-up as Hashom now inside a garage, posturing, standing there menacingly.
I mean, we know the garage is pretty free. JV's there with Nishin, but this is what WSM didn't do themselves. They couldn't clear out Catwalk. The thing is, while the Monty's inside a garage, Key's hung down a room and bar, Hertz gets shut down because Leader's got to follow up, so the Monty's a distraction game right now. No one's there to support him. It's about their own clear.
Key had information onto the Fenrir, but he's not the one to take Herds out. JV still persisting right now. This standoff for the ages.
No, don't do it.
Trying to bait him into the play. There's a portion of that garage wall where you might be able to spot JV92, but right now, the Brazilians are not taking the bait.
I mean, they're waiting, right? They're holding each other hostage inside a garage. So it's a 1-for-1 trade, and it's a 4v4 round. The thing is, GK eventually gotta come around to this garage portion of the map, clear out JV, or strike elsewhere, because right now they're kind of stalling. They don't want to do that, so they gotta stop making a proactive play and take down JV preferably.
Hashom now trudging up the catwalk stairs. Impact goes out. Damage to be done. The gas missing, but there's the ping. Still trying to bait JV92 into this engagement. GK are losing time. They have to do something to deal with this Monte. And there we go. You gotta be shitting me. How did Hashom win that? Advantage now favoring GK with 30 seconds left. They've got a wide open B bomb site, but they have to worry about the cross at the top of red. Hashom still working his way forward. He's got all this map control that he freed up earlier on. KZ now dropped as well. Smoke goes out. Hashom will die to that. Diffuser in the hands of Leader, so you don't have to worry too much. Nade in a very pivotal spot. KZ still down. Nade will go down below. He's with Felipox, but they have no post plant. Followed up on the Nitro Cell has claimed their own teammate. Shotgun out, and GK get away with it. 6-2 the scoreline. It's map point for GK.
For a team that doesn't have the experience to play these kinds of rounds, they are putting on a show. GK with the problem solved after problem solved after problem solved. They clear catwalk. They approach the site. They clear the C4 downstairs. They plant in the right location with the right cover in the right place at the right time. And despite being an even man count, 3 versus 3, they looked like they had an army behind them on the attacking side, even though they did not. They're up a match point now. And remember, WSM, they picked Clubhouse. They said, we'll take the rematch. We'll happily go there. Need I remind you, last time these two teams played each other in phase 2 on the first day, it was also on Clubhouse. GK won 7-4. They might win this 2 rounds quicker. If they win this following round, they can go 7-2 and increase that scoreline and set themselves up perfectly for the 3rd and final map. But comebacks are possible. We almost saw GK do it themselves on Bank. W7M, they're gonna do something that some players love to see it, some players hate to see it. They're gonna bring out the Clash on defense. You don't see this very often on Clubhouse. And certainly not on Gym.
Clash, yay or boo?
They don't like it. What about...
Took too long to make up your mind.
Last time the crowd was cheering for GK, they are down on match point. This time, very much in the lead, so the script has completely changed between the first two maps. And I think all eyes right now are gonna be on Nade and JV roaming together on this Cass side of the map, because they're gonna hold on to the extension right now. The drones are coming out, they see this hold, and they gotta make a very quick adaptation here. Are they gonna pick it apart in the attack or rotate elsewhere? Clash is hard to deal with. They don't have much to do. They have one set of grenades. That's it. No Capital Fire, no Kali, no Nomad, no Sophia, no actual counterplay. And the nades aren't even there because he's on Jacuzzi's side.
Well, a very faithful round for W7M, who've thrown everything at the wall, but just nothing will stick at this point. Use your timeout. You won the first 2 rounds in relatively dominant fashion, but then have been trailing every step of the way. Oregon, by the way, is map number 3. And I imagine between these two teams, it will not be Borigan, as you like to call it.
No.
Not you, the crowd.
I'm speaking on behalf of the crowd here.
Oh, okay.
There's no way it's going to be a Borigan.
Let's play from Key, waiting for the Soulless. Hurts!
Beautiful.
Baited in. It's KZ, though, to take all the fire and all the smoke. A follow-up logic bomb. Hurts, so persistent in this spot in bathroom. It's on the razor's edge. Hurts and JV combining for 5 kills. Pretty much tells the full story. Shield on the back, nade with sidearm in hand. Taking out Hashom. Now there's a smoke to conceal Herds' position. EMP goes in, Herd still stuck in this spot. Do they know it though? Down goes Noodle as JV92 is there. The defenders winning their engagements. GK still in this though. Nade drops, JV92 does as well. All onto the shoulders of Leader. In a 1v2, a very precarious position. The top of main stairs, Herds has pulled out the shotgun. Leader at full HP. He's out dusted by Felipox. W7M break the streak. They're still in this Clubhouse map.
One more round, yes, that's all they need. A close attempt of a semi-rush there on Jacuzzi, and one gunfight could have changed the outcome of the round. But we seem to barely survive it. The Clash was picked and played, but didn't really have much of an impact in the round. It was the shield behind the back, gun up and active instead. Likely because they lost a member early on. But small things, right? GK go for the Jacuzzi breach, and then it's just like Thermite walks up there, breach the wall, walks in. No. They have a guy holding the angle for the possible impact deny from bathroom. Then Thermite rotates over, and either they will guarantee get the wall opened up, or they will bait a possible free pick right here. Beautiful. These very small things that I love to see, because it just shows that the players and the team of GK in this situation, they're taking an extra step. That extra second saying, hey guys, I need you to do this for me so I can accomplish this for you.
10 seconds remaining.
No, none of that.
He really seized the moment there.
The objective is to locate a bomb and defuse it.
All right, fine. Can I get a Hoya?
Attackers have located a bomb.
You know, you're like a proud father.
My parents watch this.
How very mature of you.
All right, W7M showing some signs of life. They'll go downstairs to church. This is where I think GK broke their proverbial back and forced the timeout of W7M. Drix attempting to light up KZ as the first bit of action unfolds. JV, KZ, and Herds need to lead the way on this team in kills. They are not doing so. Felipox and Nade combining for 16 kills. Despite the fact that W7M only have 3 rounds to their name, that is very impressive.
Yeah.
But as we know when we used to talk about your team, and when you and Fabian would lead the way, or Goga and Fabian would lead the way, that generally means something is going wrong.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if your frontliners are not getting their job done successfully, then there's a gap somewhere. There's an issue, and it can be the support of Cass not doing enough, or it can just, of course, be individual performances. JV going 3-8. He was like 9-1 on Bank, I believe, before he started dying later on, before the side swap came through, and he's just not really been seen or heard much of so far in Clubhouse. But I think you can kind of tell the pressure and nerves that get into GK here. Playing a bit slower, playing a bit more laid back. They haven't fully roamed through the map. I don't know if they know that Philipbox is roaming, but they'll find out later on. He's got that primary shotgun, he's got the C4, but they're looking at the hatches, so they're assuming there's someone up there, but they have no idea where he actually is.
Philipbox has been phenomenal through both maps so far. Might be hard to penetrate the Brazilian market because they don't often speak English, but I mean, Philipbox has been doing a great job of tying that in. Hold on a second here. Noodle drops, he's taking matters into his own hands. He doesn't want this match to go on any longer than it needs to. Now W7M's been boxed out entirely. Noodle dropped. W7M actually winning. They spot Hashom in the post plant. Leader with a big pick. Here's one. Thunderous footsteps above as Philipbox walking down main stairs. Leader pivoting, but he loses the duel. Hashom in a 1v2. The timer running. GK could win this one. It's real ugly. Hashom giving his position away, but the youngster buckles under pressure, and W7M have no problem clearing out the post plant.
When you're in those 1v2s on match point, the only way to get better is through experience, through failing, through losing those rounds. And Hashom has not been here many times on a stage like this before, if ever. He played it as he wanted to go on the offense, look for the swing. He didn't win the gunfight, he shook a little bit, so he plays it passive. He took a breath and said, you know what, I'm gonna try it one more time. The timing didn't quite favor him. He was looking left and he got swung from the right. Things did not line up. And you see from W7M's player cams, they know they're just way too close for comfort. We've been on match point for the last 2 rounds, and I think we're gonna need a couple of more before things are all said and done. But what a great opening here. The grenade, the instant off-pace drop, gets the second kill, pushes through the AKs, denies the camera the bulletproof, but then things fall apart. They rush the plant attempt when players were not necessarily in the right positions to go for it, when things were not stable enough. So while the plant goes down, they lose 3 bodies. And it comes down to that faithful 2v2, which they lost ultimately.
Remaining.
Are we about to witness the opposite of what happened in map number 1, where it looked like GK was going to make the comeback happen, and then hearts broke at the final moment? Same could be had for W7M, but I mean, again, W7M playing the favored side on Clubhouse. It's their map, and while they have been knocked off stride several times, and they are still on the razor's edge of defeat.
Yeah.
You can never count out this W7M squad. They've been magnificent so far this year. Now, if you recall, the last time that Amonte was brought by GK onto this bomb site, JV92 had his hands full. It was a stare down for well over 2 minutes into the round. Small difference is that JV92 is now in a relatively safer position, and he's got KZ for backup. But the way that GK is approaching this garage is very similar. Now, they're opening up those garage walls, and they also have the Monty still breathing down their neck.
But adaptations are made. KZ set for support, got the one-minded to stop the capital fire, which is exactly what GK brought to the table, but nades are coming out.
Oh!
Marks though.
Better coordination this time, but KZ is still up there. There's a yokai as well. A bit of disorientation. There's no way Hashom pulls out. Oh, no. I was going to say he doesn't do it again, right? No, Leader's there instead. Key the first to go down on side of GK. JV92 still wounded. Nade swings the breach. He dies to Leader. Herds is the only one standing. GK just need a single kill. That's it. Inside of cash, maybe some utility to be had for the Echo. This will be a waiting game. The Monty's there as well. JV92 bleeds out. It really is all up to Herds in this position, as GK will run on in. They're sure giving ample opportunity, but Hashom sends us to map 3.
It's all about the Monty, the Capital, the counter, the double Capital player, the echo as well. Adaptation in the server live in the moment was beautiful, but GK either had the better prep work or the better adaptation because they really showed up on attack as well this time.
It took a little bit for them to shake off the nerves in map number 1, but there is no doubt that GK have arrived. A back and forth contest. 7-4 map 1 in favor of W7M, 7-4 in favor of GK on map 2. They win each other's maps. Now you go to a single best of 1 to determine.
Yeah.
Do the reigning champs get knocked out in quarterfinals? Or do we see the first Middle Eastern team make the semis? We got the desk ready to break down map 2.
Parker and Pengu said it best. There's a very real chance that both W7M get knocked out in the quarterfinal, and that MENA not only has a quarterfinalist, but a semifinalist in the same damn major. We're going to map 3. You guys got what you were looking for. Fox, last time these guys played on Clubhouse, GK won. It was a 7-4 scoreline. Now we come back to Clubhouse. It's a 7-4 scoreline. Did that look a lot like the first time they played, or was this a different story?
No, absolutely not. It was very different. A lot of the advantage came from defense, obviously. I loved how GK was playing their defenses. They started off slow the first couple of rounds, forcing W7M to go for the execute. And then in the middle of their defensive half, they started going for those opening picks, getting that advantage. Once they got that aggressive early pick, then they would fall back and again force W7M to go for those executes.
The one thing that I love about GK, even on their defense, and again, I expected W7M to have a good read on GK. For the most part, they did. But I think the one thing they didn't estimate is almost how disrespectful GK are to the map. If you look how Clubhouse plays out 9 times out of 10 exactly the same.
Yeah.
But what GK do is they push the boundaries of that. They stay on the breach a second or two longer. They stay in a position on a roam a second or two longer. And they managed to catch that front three of W7M off. And when the front line was looked, and again they looked disjointed from W7M, GK took full advantage of that. Set themselves up on the 4-2. When the sides were swapped, I really liked how GK were kind of using, I'm not going to call it a gimmick, but like they're using the Monty, they use the breach to bait the swing, just to give themselves that man advantage, or give themselves that like position advantage, and then just push on from there.
Absolutely, that was the only, not the only, but that was the main difference between these two parallels, was the attacks. GK was forcing those engagements on the attack. They were bringing the Monty to bait out the roam, and then they would have their aggressive players who in the first time that they faced them, the entries were finding the first set of kills. This time around, the entries are the ones waiting. They're waiting for the supports, the Monty, to force a play, force the hand of W7M, and that's when they swooped in and got the picks.
And it's not like this entire game is revolving around Hashem either. I think you mentioned it before. A lot of people might blame him for the way the map 1 went. He's still at the bottom of the scoreboard in map 2. He's not needing to go nuclear in the same way he did in the Swiss stage because W7M are still winning that way, still playing with Monty, and they're finding a way to make these things work out. So even if he's not top of the scoreboard, I wouldn't be super concerned. What do you guys think?
Yeah, no, it was much more of a team performance from GK as well. Especially, I thought Noodle was excellent. Obviously he topped out the scoreboard. He was excellent at trying to make them make plays on the defense, particularly in the first few rounds when things weren't going too well.
Absolutely, I think GK just had a way better game plan. I think they also figured out how to deal with JV92 on his attacks and on his defenses because he didn't have the best performance on that Clubhouse.
Yeah, that's worth saying actually, is the kind of lopsidedness of how W7M were playing. It was Philippe Fox and Nade that were, at the top of the scoreboard, and the front line from W7M was basically non-existent. They looked very disjointed, which again was another symptom of when they played Clubhouse last against GK. Very similar story.
All right, well, we got to head all the way to map 3. We're going to Oregon straight after this one, so don't go anywhere or grab your popcorn and come straight back because this bad boy is going to end in a heater. We'll see you in a sec.
Hello, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner, and if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
And of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference. I like 4.384 for me. 4.384, and then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area, and then 94 menu display area, with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. That's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, mouse inversion obviously disabled, then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, joint deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons, and then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone, and then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons, and then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see. So up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
Map 3 between GK and W7M is up on deck, a position that we did not think we'd be finding ourselves in considering how Map 1 shaked out. But now we're heading to Oregon as our decider, and there's been some previous history for these guys on this map, but the question, the almighty question, is just, do GK actually have a chance to knock off the current major champions?
Oh, absolutely they have a chance. I mean, you know, I've been predicting against them time and time again, against BDS, against W7M twice, against Wolves. This is the best they've looked. I think they definitely have a chance on this third map.
All right, Jack. I mean, they look really good, but is that just they won the crowd over, they finally got something to go their way? Is there something legitimate to this GK team?
Yes, I think there is. I think it's their internal confidence. Nothing is phasing them. I said it, they're not, it's not a disrespect, but they're not showing too much respect to any player, any team. They're just here to play their game, and their confident game makes Rainbow Six look really easy.
Let's talk about Oregon specifically. A lot of people call it Borgen. I think this one's going to be pretty darn good because this is not the first time that we've seen GK play this one. They played it twice over the past, couple of days, but they're not perfect on it, which makes me wonder how far we're going to go.
They've lost it once, but they have won it the second time they went around. They figured out their issues against Wolves. They were able to excel on the attack, and like we talked about before, this theme for the common game has just been about the attacks. W7M don't look like they necessarily have a strat. It looks like they're trying to avoid fighting and go for those late round executes, whereas GK is all about getting that early aggression, getting that early pick.
And that's the big thing, is the attacks. Both of these teams at this tournament, 33% attack win rate onto Oregon. Hard map to attack onto, I get it. Both of them are above 70% defense win rates. So who's going to win this map? Essentially, whoever wins their attacks better. GK will start on their attacks, and I want to see more Monty. I want to see more gimmicky plays to enable a 5v4 from them. And from W7M, I want to see that front three working with so much more coordination than we've seen so far today.
Absolutely. Getting those picks on Oregon is a difficult task in itself. But the best way to do that is bringing the Monty, bringing the Ying, bringing these gimmicky ops that can get you that foot through the map.
All right, last map of the series. Gentlemen, prediction time. Fresh, W7M or GK?
W7M have the quality. They are the established favorite, and they've got this experience in this kind of arena where it's one map takes all. I'm just giving it to them.
Fox?
We just said it. The first time they played W7M, we said no. Against BDS, we said no. Against Wolves, we said no. Even at the start of this game, we both said, no, absolutely not. I'm changing around. I'm saying, fuck yes, they are.
Might be the only time we get to hear you say that, but I think the crowd agrees with Fox Day right now, don't we? We think it's a GK series? I said, do we think it's a GK series, Atlanta? We'll see if you get your wish granted or your heart's broken. Parker and Pengu, have fun with this one.
Absolutely will. Thank you so much, Jacob, and thank you to the desk. Now, on the way back to the stage, I got to speak with GK, and they said, and I quote, "We're not super confident with our attacks on Oregon. If we can win at least 2 of our attacks, we're gonna win the map." So that's what the stage is set for. 2 rounds, that's their win condition. You had 3 rounds when we looked at Clubhouse as their win condition. For W7M, it's hold GK at bay. You heard the desk talk about it. This is a very defender-sided map. GK, they're not going to have any opportunity to find their footing. They're getting thrown right into attack.
Let me ask you a follow-up question since you spoke to them. Did they seem chill backstage?
They seem very chill.
Yeah, right? I walked by them and I was like, this is kind of scary.
If I was to make a playlist, a royalty-free playlist out of them, Nick, they would be the Chill Vibes playlist. Yeah,
good one.
That's what I would say.
Well, in that case, I start slowly fearing for W7M because it's not going to be all that easy, is it?
That was a question for the crowd, wasn't it? And they weren't listening.
No, I was reading chat as well, just threw it out there, but yeah.
Well, it's time for our final map between them. Does GK prevail? Does W7M hold the challengers at bay? Oregon is ready.
There it is.
Well, it was we thought it was right.
So, you guys didn't see it in in-game chat, but I saw it, so... There was some banter between these two teams in the lobby before we started, where WCM, they went like, oh, we are like 6x top 8 in the world. And GK said, but you are 2x lost Clubhouse to GK though. That's true. I mean, yeah, they've done well many times before, but I'm used to this. Okay.
Herds said it's your first time in playoffs, bro. And yeah,
it is.
They're correct. But you want to lose to a team who's in the playoffs for the first time?
As the reigning major champions? I don't think so. Not at all. And what a place to go for the final map in this first best of 3 series. Oregon, a map that really speaks to playing like, not perfect Siege because it can be very chaotic, but playing off one another, playing for those trades, the duels, trying to go for a quick 3, 2, 1 countdown into the beautiful execute. It's gonna test teams' communication more than anything else. And you said it, Parker, GK, they just won 2 attacking rounds, and then they believe that's all that is required. They start the attack. They can build that up over time. Basement, no surprise here. No matter what team you are against whatever team on the other side, you will always start Basement on Oregon. It's one of the strongest, most favorable defensive bomb sites of any map in current Rainbow Six Siege, if not ever, maybe even. And thankfully for attackers, though, you got the attacker repick. You're gonna go through the motions. What do we see? What do we want? What do we like? Well, they see the intel again, that Valkyrie. So they go from Blitz onto IQ, but they also see that there's a basement bomb site, and they got no Warden. So they don't want the capital smokes, but they still want some sort of utility to peel people off corners or to figure out where they are. So they go from capital onto Grim instead. So very clearly, they see 2 specific defenders, they change 2 specific attackers as a response to that.
Well, you need a better performance from JV, Herds, and KZ on this map. All 3 players playing well below their own expectations and our expectations of them on Clubhouse. Were it not for Philippox and Nade, the team would have been completely obliterated by GK. Need a full team effort. Herds successful immediately. Nitro Cell goes out, Key dies. Goodbye to Hibana and goodbye to your only hard breacher with a small little asterisk.
You have the Grim, the can openers, but that's only going to ensure you 2 out of 3 hatches if they've all been reinforced, but honestly, you don't necessarily need every single hatch opened even if they were, because Oregon Basement comes down to you choosing, do we go for a front side execute, you know, freezer and laundry stairs, or are you gonna go for that backside take instead, meeting hatch drop, tower stairs, and blue double door, but one hatch is left soft by W7M, despite them having 2 spare reinforcements still remaining, so that means that even with Key dead on Hibana, they can still get everything opened up. They just cannot open up this Philippox position on the Warden. We call it Shaiko spot in Europe. So they can't open it up because Hibana is dead, but the rest can be dealt with.
Half of the round now burned through as W7M have fallen off of this main floor. Seeding map control to GK. Trix got in the building quite quickly. He's laying by blue stairs, watching Pillar. Turtle setup now from W7M on defense. Freezer control in the hands of GK. Trix still in this spot. He will engage with Herds down below before taking some damage and falling away towards meeting.
Yeah, this is the thing. Where you're going to be striking from, you're kind of feeling out, okay, there's 2 people Pillar, maybe go for front take instead. So the Grim Beats are coming out, has shown the grenades on the Fink as well, laying on the floor, waiting for a swing, but W7M, they aren't giving them any openings right now. They're playing very far back and very relaxed on the side itself.
Nade tossed in, look at where Noodle is. He can strike from inside a laundry. Trix on the ground, spotted by Herds, and dealt with quite handily. The bees pinging away at these players from W7M. Kiva's still in pocket, 40 seconds remaining. Fire going out as KZ looks for a kill towards laundry.
The thing is, with 30 seconds left and attackers being forced out of the bomb, that's still 2 freezer, 1 bottom laundry. It's gonna be ugly and it's gonna get messy, and you gotta hope for GK they can hit their shots because they got 4 members with a double crossfire locking them down.
KZ is still inside a freezer. Timer running out. Herds taking everybody hostage. KZ and JV with picks as well. And it's a flawless start to Oregon for W7M.
When you attack on pretty much any map in Siege, you're never gonna go, you know what, we can lose that round, that's okay. But this is one of those few instances where you absolutely can say that. You're attacking Basement Oregon, with a Ying ban against you, you can absolutely say, you know what, guys, we're not supposed to win this one. We can lose it, it's fine. The only thing is, you don't want to lose flawlessly, get no kills, get the vibes up, find your footing, get some confidence by taking down a couple of members, but losing basement is the expected outcome. It really comes down to the tertiary and the secondary bomb site defenses, where can you win upstairs? Can you win on the tertiary bomb site, like meeting or kitchen, for example? And things were relatively close. Hertz swung out, Wade has shot him holding down the angle, but right when the swing came out the corner, he went for the grenade cook instead. That could have been 1 kill, for example. Maybe that can snowball somewhere. So the real question is not how the first round plays out, but this current round and the one to follow shortly after. And GK, they see the site, they go on Amaru, it's quick in the building, perhaps big tower window, establish a map control, and see what they want to strike from, because they only have one primary hub breacher, but the Amaru of Trickster does have the can opener. They can go for a multi-sided push here, taking both master bedroom control, for example, and big tower attic afterwards.
There's something also to be said about the rotation on this map, right? If GK's win condition is to take 2 rounds on attack, if they're not able to do that, they go into the second half knowing that they have the superior side, but mentally they need to stay in it. Now, we touched on this before we got into the match, that they seem to be relatively relaxed for what they're staring down, which time and time again, it seems like the teams that come in with nothing to lose tend to be among the scariest to play. But you're kidding yourself if you don't think the pressure will get to them. It absolutely will as we go deeper into Oregon.
Oh, and it should. I mean, it's a matter of respect. And a C4 in the first round, C4 in the second round as well. This time, well, again, I guess I should say Noodle falls outside the building, actually. That's a bit of a read there from W7M. I mean, not sure how they get that kill, but they do.
Leader now watching as the Selmas open up that closet wall. Bullet will go in front of Herds. Nade goes in as well. Herds doesn't move a muscle. Doesn't take any damage from that either as he pulls out sidearm of the SMG-12, and now it's time to go as he gets droned. Make that information no longer relevant. Now it's Key taking some damage. Fellapox falling all the way back towards the bottom of Blue Tower stairs.
Lack of IQ here with a triple swing.
Oh! Leader gets one before being dragged down by JV92. Small advantage for W7M. Fellapox giving his position away, still in back tower. Nade trading some HP for a kill onto Asham. Tricks doing the same onto Nade. Key, last man standing with case in hand, miles away from the rest of his team. He sees the ward and Herds, looks in the wrong direction. This is far more winnable than it might seem. Key's got his hands full. Over towards Attic, and Fellapox doesn't move a muscle. 2-0 for W7M.
It's very much a case of finding your footing in these rounds and in these maps for a team like GK, where once you figure out the pace of things, when to take the step left, when to take the step right, what to expect from your opponents, that's when things go in their favor. Right now, they've not found it yet. Hertz asked in chat, "Are you nervous, Noodle?" Noodle said, "Not at all, brother." He's taking his time. He's 0-2 right now, not really on fire, but this is the thing about Oregon. Unlike Clubhouse, unlike Bank, you have no really quick, easy, simple way into the bomb site, into the map. You're always going to be, mostly it's going to be known where you're going to be attacking from, and you're going to funnel through a single door or a single breach, so it's more obvious gunfights, if you will, that can be expected from W7M, and not getting caught off by surprise as much. The Valkyrie, a big issue, no IQ in the first two rounds being played, and those yellow pings gave so much critical intel for the defenders to go for flanks and to go for C4 plays.
Tertiary bomb site now on the board. The meeting kitchen site will be played by W7M in round number 3. Theory crafting with that tertiary bomb site. Kitchen is a part of both of the other two sites. The other one could be over in that cafeteria, mess hall component of Oregon. What do you think leads W7M to choosing meeting?
I mean, the only thing I would say off the rip is GK don't tend to play a lot of shield operators, right? They don't really play. They played Monty twice for Catwalk specifically on Clubhouse, but that was it. They don't play OSA a whole lot either. So you can play this meeting bomb site not expecting shield operators, because that's typically what you do to counter it. It also gives you a bit more mobility to work with. You can play big tower, you can play inside an attic, you can play inside a kitchen, you can play upstairs in kid storms. So you're spread out pretty wide across the map if you're defending. and you're giving your opponents a big decision. Where do you have to attack from? Where are the openings? So we see this drone work right now from GK. It started. They get some red pings. They're gonna try and peel off this top floor portion of Kid Storm's Rappel, looking for a free pick perhaps, but there aren't any free kills right here to be found.
We're waiting for information on what to do with that dorms portion of the map.
The attacker's bomb diffuser.
Shom struggling early on. This is the same circumstance he found on the Spinka operator back in map number 1. It took him 7 rounds to get his first pick. You best hope that this doesn't happen, because if GK are not the most confident on their attack, a 6-0 first half from W7M is very much a possibility. Losing leader is not the start that you want for GK, as now Noodle follows up. Top of white stairs. Herd still taking full advantage of this. KZ on the board as well. Dropped as there's an adrenal surge to give Trixton and Sham a bit more HP, as now nades sail on in. Will that bounce and kill KZ? No, it won't. He's still alive.
Impressive. I mean, that could be not a round defining, but it sure sucks. But the ram drone, the boogie drone, it did a bit of damage. It didn't get the kill.
Sails on in, and look at KZ cannot make it through, I don't believe. A rush in from Trixt is greeted by nade. They started off with a flawless round. W7M looking to do the exact same. Sham waiting now, 45 seconds left. Softening up Herds, KZ will bleed out before the timer can end. No flawless round to be had, but JV92 makes the win official. A 1v4 is a hell of a predicament to find yourself in, especially on Oregon. 3-0 for W7M, they're off to a hot start.
This is a tough position to find yourself in. Bang doesn't go away for GK, you go down, 0-6, and then you always make the comeback happen, but you lose the map. Then on Clubhouse, it's a different story. They find that momentum relatively early on. They lose the first 2, but they win the following 6 rounds back to back all the way. So it's all about, again, finding their footing. What's the kind of speed that we gotta go at? What is the right pace? And they have not found it in the first 2 rounds. And they didn't find it in that third either. And this is the troublesome position. A perfect bomb site rotation from W7M. And if GK want that 2-4 half rather, they gotta win 2 of the following 3 rounds. And one of those is gonna be so difficult because it's gonna be on the basement bomb site. Most likely the one we're gonna see after this GK timeout. But calling it when you're down 0-3, knowing you gotta get some attacking rounds, I think is very, very good for them. They say, guys, we realize that we can't just win on defense. We gotta get some rounds on the board right now.
It's hard. I mean, if you've got the analyst of GK openly saying we're not terrifically confident when it comes to our attacks on Oregon, that candidness is really nice, but usually you're a lot more closed off with your real opinions. Usually you say, we could be better. But instead being like, man, we got to win 2 rounds and then we can win the whole thing. At least it speaks to confidence on the second half for GK.
That is true.
From a fan perspective, I will say all I hope is that we get a competitive third map. Few things worse than seeing 2 teams beat the ever-living stuffing out of each other in maps 1 and 2, and then map number 3 is just a lopsided snooze fest.
That's very true. I saw from the Italian group chat that Desitu, the caster, he heard the backstage from GK saying, should we give them the mirror? Should we leave it open? Well, they have right now, and they got the blitz. They got the dog with the lion. This could be a fast one. GK have not made this kind of rush before this early in a round in any map in the best of 3 so far. It could catch them by surprise if they choose to go for it, but it's a high risk and a high reward scenario here.
First set of logic bombs, and there's the Gone 6 as Noodle is off to the races. Nade might have missed that as Noodle is taking some serious damage. EE1D tagging out these players before a gas canister will go towards elbow. Noodle's advance has been stopped, and now the fires and the gas next to him will cause some problems. Leader gets on the board first. A good opening pick from GK. They lose as Sham down in meeting. Herds and KZ now doubling up as there goes the blitz.
Yeah, losing the finger on the room is not ideal. And Blitz is down for the count too, so they can't get back into elbow, back into blue. They're locked outside again, so the initial push worked out, but the follow-up wasn't there. There wasn't support, it wasn't successful. And now, adaptation on the fly. What's your next move? Trick's got big cow tower control. That's all they have to work with. Okay, Leader's on Freezer stairs somehow, but they don't know where the roamers are, but they know KZ's upstairs.
You ever look at something and wonder how it got there?
I wondered that with Leader there.
Yeah,
I did.
there you go.
How did he do that?
Very spread out now at the moment. As GK will tackle this map. It's almost as if they were 3 independent players, not a unit themselves. Leader works his way down Freezer stairs, and Trix will try to link up with him. There's another E1D to go. The final one used by the Lion is now Key. Sees the lesion of KZ, but seems quite surprised by that. Leader from Freezer stairs now over towards lobby. Back up towards Armory stairs, where KZ roams. Trix in a similar spot. The 2 remaining players from GK will work together down through Freezer.
They're rushing it down. I mean, they know that the roamer is collapsing behind them, so they just gotta full send it here.
And the Mira's there. The Vector will chew through 1 and 2. 4-0 now from W7M.
Again, that perfect bombs up rotation, going 3-0 up in the first half of the first half is really the dire moment here, because you're almost guaranteed the first 4, because again, basement bombs that opens up. They go for the rush and they push, but they don't get the round victory that they wanted, but they gotta find at least one, preferably the next 2 rounds. You said they were confident in their defense, Parker, but if you go down 1-5-0-6, that's not confidence, that's cockiness.
Yeah, I mean, the numbers just really don't help you in the slightest. You have to win at least 2 rounds on your bad side. I do appreciate that they went for the rush, but...
yeah.
Some serious disappointment.
I was gonna say, it's like, it could have been so much greater. What an incredible rush it could have been, but it wasn't. I know, me too, man.
5 seconds
But
left
if you try the slow pace the first 3 times, then you go quick in your 4th down, none of it works. It does leave you thinking as a player, doubting a little bit, guys, what are we actually doing wrong? Because if you try both sides of the coin and there's not a positive outcome, how are we gonna find any round victory success here? It's hard to analyze with GK right now what exactly has to be changed. I mean, we can say scoreboard-wise, Noodle should to get a kill, Hashama should to get a kill, the injuries aren't going their way, they're not getting trades, but how do they solve it? What do they have to change to do that? Communication, most likely, saying, guys, squad up over here, play together, we found this player, isolate him, grenade him from below, something. They get armory control, so that's done for now, but now comes the gunfights.
And Noodle's feeling this, but no money in the world could buy him a kill at the moment.
Impact out.
His leader's next in line for Herds, who's turned things around from that second map. Hasham breaks his streak in the better way. And picks up another for his trouble as KZ is no more down below the advantage. Swinging in favor of GK with those 2 quick picks.
Hashama is only one kind of speed. It's either not moving at all or just going really, really quickly. Either getting 0 kills or always getting multiple. And JV tries a flank but gets shut down immediately. He stays alive, takes a fair bit of damage as he runs back to Big Tower.
15 kills are off the board for W7M with Herds and KZ dead. 6 kills to be had between the 3 remaining players. 1 shy of the total kills for GK as an entire team. Fellapox will get droned out in between a rock and a hard place, but he manages to survive with life intact. A swing from Leader, met by JV92, bites off a bit more than he can chew. Trixta's next up, Fellapox 4-1. Nade gets his own, and now it's Nade versus Hisham in a 1v1.
Oh, play it slowly, got a minute to work with. They need this round so badly for GK, and it's all on Hisham's shoulders to find this final kill onto Nade inside a master bedroom.
You can tell who the crowd favors as Hisham gets a window into the positioning of Nade. If he wants to, Nade has the rotate. He can go for that. Hisham does not have the diffuser, so Nade will need to survive for the final 35 seconds. Out goes the drone, and Nade wins it on the swing.
That's disgusting, frankly.
GK still held off of the score sheet. W7M looking indomitable as they're up 5-0.
Again, it was a Show'em on Clubhouse in a 1v2. There's a Show'em here, down 0-4 to get their first round in a 1v1. Both times falling a little bit short. And now, W7M in in-game chat, they're not asking questions. They're not asking, are you nervous? They're stating, you are nervous, Noodle. So things have changed. Despite the early success of a comeback in that round from Show'em getting 3 kills, it did not go to a round victory. So now they're playing on the back end. They wanted to on attack. At most, they're gonna get a single. It's tertiary attack. This is where you should be winning on the attacking side. This should be statistically and realistically the easiest round of the 3 that you're playing. But it didn't go their way when they attacked Meeting and Kitchen. Maybe this will play out better for GK because bomb side is different this time. It is kitchen and dining, if you will. So big tower not as important, but that upstairs hold could still be lethal. And W7M are setting up shop there with the ADSs, the mirror windows, the mute jammers. They want to hold on to that ground.
This map looks very similar to what we saw on Bank, right? I mean, they're droning out these W7M players. They have information, and they're still getting swung on. And this looks very reminiscent of what W7M did many years ago when they broke onto the scene, right? They basically patented that super aggressive defense.
Yeah.
And round by round, GK know where W7M happened to be. They drone them out, they use utility, and they still lose the duel, time and time again. When you get to this point in a major, it's not because there is a big gulf in skill between you. It's just W7M are that good. And it's nice to see them back in form, even if it is not the result that some of the people at home and the people here in Atlanta want.
You can see how much respect that W7M are paying us on the server. They're not taking massive risks. They're not making any stupid plays or disrespectful plays. They're playing a solid game of Siege, but it's key this time. Finally getting opening kill for his side, but it's Nate off the board. He's only 4-2. He's not that final raid boss like Hertz with 11 kills to his name, so they're gonna need more. And more importantly, Noodle has to find the scoreboard.
Show'em is perfectly lined up for Herds, who might have picked the wrong place to go, losing his ADS, and will now be run over. As Noodle trades with Herds, he gets on the board, but only a single kill in the first half for Noodle.
What an incredible shot, and such a valuable trade, but it keeps going. The Roamers did not fall back, they stuck around for too long, and now it's a 4v2 in favor of GK.
Show'em hitting the adrenal surge. Won't do much to help leader. It's JV92 softening up Show'em. He's the last one left. He knows that someone's over there. Get his attention. Nicely played by JV92 to control the recoil and punish Show'em from that spot. Diffuser in the hands of Trixt, as he and Key can commandeer the bomb site, get the diffuser down. Key for covering support, but there's the shotgun from above. Super Shorty out of munitions. JV92 has to go back to the SMG. They've got drones or intel up there. Diffuser goes down. JV drone. Key gives GK their first round.
I can't believe he went for the reload there. I mean, he was out of bullets, but still pre-fire on the floor instead of simply waiting for the headshot. Made that way too close for comfort, and they get that super valuable, very important one attacking round where they're allowed a mistake on defense, but only one mistake. They can only toss one round before match point.
Unspecified gamer juice being drank on stage.
It's a nice opening kill from Key.
Yep.
Holding angles, and this time around actually is W7M aggressing into angles being held more often than not, leading to their fall. That shot didn't do any damage. Very surprising about that. Finnabox must have whiffed it there. Oh boy. That could have been bad.
It's always faster to pull out your sidearm than to reload.
True and real.
So, first half in the books. And it has been about as lopsided as the score at the top of your screen would suggest. GK only getting first blood in a single round. That was the one that just finished, which is the only round that they
Attackers are
prevailed
moving
in.
out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Pretty good round by most metrics. I mean, it came on a bomb site that had not been played up to this point. And not even a tertiary bomb site. I don't know what you'd want to call it, dining. But ultimately, W7M, one flawless round, 2 rounds very close to being won flawlessly. Objective play, ineffective. And now it's W7M to be very quick to the punch. Herds getting some breathing room in this round, 30 seconds in. Noodle sitting at 1-7 in an absolutely critical matchup. Devastating start for GK.
Imagine being the IGL, the in-game leader for your team, and you say, give me Nuke, I will entry, I will get my 13th kill in 7 rounds to start things off, and just peel off again. Buy that early advantage, obtain it, secure it, lock it down, and play this round in that 5 versus 2 favorable spot. What they want now for those of them, they want to find the rest of the roamers. They see one on Freezer stairs, that ripping coming out, but Key instead of Amory, so far, has gone unnoticed. If he has the right timing and the right read on things, he might shut down Herds inside of lobby.
Oh, and Herds will now go hunting! Some struggles on to Leader, who's got all those Kiba barriers in back pocket. He's got the nade, and it drops. Key will have to reposition. There's an adrenal surge to get him back up. It does no use, though. As now the shotgun is out for Key, still fishing for a kill. They'll get it on the hatch. So long, KZ. Key still in this spot. Doing double duty, losing some of the wall. The safety inside a garage will be no more. As 2 players from W7M get the job done.
Valiant effort, finding 2 picks, Finger and the Nuke. No grenades left and valuable gadgetry as well. A minute to go, he's actually set his team up for a favorable 3-3. They got the mirror windows, they got a C4, they got 3 Keeper barriers in pocket as well. They can reshape this bomb site and keep those crucial spots alive because Leader didn't die early in the round in the Freezer Staircase roam. So, for W7M, they have 1 win condition. Philipox on the capital. The 2 smokes and the 2 fires is the only real way they can find or create an opening for themselves that doesn't rely on GK making a mistake themselves.
GK expecting this blue push now with only 30 seconds left on the clock. Trickst throwing out the Nitro Cell, collapsed upon a puzzling engagement he walks away from successfully. Leader lost by B. Bomb, another will fall. Nade perfect inside of the site, looking for a third. Hashom will reveal himself to Philipox. W7M on the match point.
They couldn't afford it. I mean, if you only get 1 attacking round and you lose literally the first defense as well, you put yourself in an impossible situation to win. GK did 5 in a row. They were in this similar spot on Bank. They couldn't get it done. 7-4 is the final scoreline. They need more than that. They need to go 6-6. They need to be flawless. And they gotta do it with a perfect bomb site rotation, basement, upstairs and kid storms, tertiary, back to basement, and then another tertiary or a kid storm. And that's just to go to overtime. They play that key mate, getting those 2 kills. They're gonna need a lot more plays like that to have any chance at this.
I mean, you can be confident in your defense, but if that's the result, I don't know where that confidence is placed. Do or die for GK. No timeout remaining. No way to settle themselves down, but they've shown time and time again through every single phase of this major that you cannot count them out. Opponents have, they went home. GK continued on. But now, you go up against the reigning and defending major champions, the team that finished 2nd at the 6 Invitational, a couple maps away from being world champions.
Oh, they're rushing.
And this might be a quick end for KZ and Philipox, that is. Trick's Nitro Cell completely blows up any chance of W7M pouncing upon the unsuspecting defenders.
They're not done, they want more. Hurry is found, somehow just made his way in.
Wait! How? This round! happened?
They should know. I mean, yeah, the 2 members started C4, but surely it's not just 2 people rushing the bomb side. There's gotta be a follow-up. And Hurts on 15 kills now. Again, leading his team forward, putting himself 3v3. We can make this work. We can still win this and go 7-1. That's where they want to be. That's what we're gonna try and do.
Nitro Cell! Hurts dies to Noodle. It was read by W7M, but could not be course corrected, as Nade missed the opportunity onto the Nitro Cell. Now to follow up onto the man who threw it himself. Hasham taking out JB92. Nade dies. There's still hope for GK.
There's always hope. But underestimation is not going to come here again from WCM. They are also starting to play a little bit with that disrespect. When they say, you know what, we've got such a big lead in rounds, we can go for a rush. We can go off pace. We can take these massive risks now. And W7 did actually make a relatively big mistake in that previous round. The Lion scan came out before the Gun 6, alerting the defenders of a very possible rush. And we saw KC sprinting into the barricade for a solid second before the door was opened. Hurts, yeah, he found that double to follow up, but they can take elbow, they can push to the side. They didn't have the blitz, didn't play that operator in that specific round rather. So the push stopped, didn't go any further. But the bomb side has to be flawless here. Downstairs success, sure. Upstairs it's going to be even more difficult. And W7 currently, this could change. They're hovering a blitz, they're hovering a glass, Capital equipped block. This is what we call a spicy round of Rainbow Six Siege that very well could be over very swiftly once the drone phase ends. The question is, what's the take gonna be? Typically, if they stick this lineup, we're expecting a big window, wide stairs push, try and get that bomb down on the reinforced wall between the 2 bomb sides and play that post plant from outside the big window on top of the small tower roof. That's usually the play that W7 would make here in this position, but that's also readable. If we expect it, GK might as well, so they could change things around if they so please.
I love this. W7M are trying to go out in style.
They are.
Oh, Sham's hand was almost spotted from the door. This is a gutsy play. Not the glass, though. Well, there's a lot of gutsy plays, actually.
There is, yeah.
Helmet. Is it the blitz? Is it the glass? Is it Hasham prone on Armory stairs? You be the judge of that.
So the blitz has diffuser, gonna go up the wide staircase. Smoke goes out, fire goes out, glass covers the cross. But Philbox has to get in to get that diffuser pendant down first.
And there he is, he's off to the races, running on in, and with 2 minutes left, Bellapox will attempt the defuse.
I don't know.
JB92 goes down. Key trapped in this position, Nade finishing him off. All hell breaks loose. As now Bellapox throws out another smoke. Herds dies to Noodle. So far, GK coming out ahead in the post plant. The blitz tussling with Trickst. Bellapox on the ground, can't make his way through. It's total calamity, total mayhem inside of the server. But the time will continue to favor W7. Leader pops on the diffuser to the middle. Can they survive in time? The smoke stops. They're killing themselves. And GK hangs on by a thread.
The Cuban barrier blocked the Capital Fire post plant to stop them from going for the counter defuse. So GK steal the round. I mean, they're laughing because they know how crazy that was. Phenomenal round from both teams. The post plant, not on that reinforcement, couldn't be seen from outside the window, so they gotta go to different methods, but that's what the Capital was picked for. That was the post plant round victory. But one simple key barrier changed the entire outcome of that round. And GK, they win 2 in a row, but they gotta keep staying flawless. Leader, massive opening close well to cut that rotation in half. Beautiful utility usage.
The Kiva barrier single-handedly saving that post plant.
Yeah, it did.
Because the Capital fire arrow would hit the wall, the fire would spread, it would have killed Leader with absolute certainty. Not that somebody else from GK couldn't have assumed that position, but it allowed Leader to hang on. Tough part now for GK is this tertiary bomb site. Meeting in kitchen.
Attackers must locate and defuse a bomb.
Balance is restored.
Yeah.
No dining defense.
So when we spoke about why W7M, they might have gone to this like meeting bombs instead of the dining bomb side, was because GK are not expected to play Monty or Osa a whole lot. The thing is, W7M, they do like playing those exact operators, and it's why Nate is playing Monty right now. They can go lobby, breach the wall, go for the plant, or go big tower, breach the wall, and go for the plant as well. It is going to be a plant-oriented push, a plant-oriented round, most likely, because it's what the it's what the Nomad wants to achieve, and then Monty wants to achieve as those kind of utility, semi-support operators. And GK, they don't have a lot of answers. They got one C4, and they got smokes from Key. Outside of that, no ways to deal with the Monty besides crossfires.
Slow round. At this point in the previous round, the diffuser would have already been planted.
Yeah, it was. Like 202 or something like that. C4 goes wide. Now even less things to use against the Monty, and Hasham in the basement taking so much damage.
Droned out, trying to punish KZ. So one logic bomb's already been used. All the air jabs planted by JV92 as well. Whatever flank route you might have in mind as GK will be tougher to pull off.
You just plant.
Nade's got a freebie right now. There goes the toxic canister. Damage is done. There's a bit of a concussive blast over by flag or split, depending on how you call it. A rare Ella sighting on Oregon. Used to be far more common on that pillar position. The smoke now being threatened as Nade walks in. You're kidding me, Key. And he pulls off another double duty. That's enough. Buried inside a meeting. KZ giving W7M a chance. Will now grab the cams as it's a 3v3 with a minute to go. Down goes leader. Oh, GK, you've got some troubling prospects. The blinded Herds dies down. Trickst will need to win this. He's in a 1v1 against JV. JV with diffuser now going for the plant. Trickst to rotate around. He has to run out of the way, and he does so remarkably well. A game of cat and mouse. JV will attempt it again. In a safe position. Trickst closing in. He hears the no. Oh! But JV92 will break the hearts of a whole region. They are the kings for a reason. W7M, the defending major champions, win 2-1.
What a heartbreaking way to go out. The 1v1's always favoring W7M. Shotgun close range looks so doable, but it wasn't. What a series, though.
What a series, and one of the wildest best of threes we have seen in ages. If you came in as a neutral fan, you were treated to a match of a lifetime. History was made when GK qualified for main stage. Quarterfinals are the best they will get. W7M might be your winners, but give a round of applause for GK.
Massive moment for their team coming here, as you said, making it to the quarterfinals, but also this performance, taking a map again off W7M, looking great in so many rounds. They blew everyone's expectations out of the water, playing with a substitute player and leader as well. This is not something that we see ever.
No, I mean, given the circumstances, there are worse results that could have been had by GK, but they gave us a run for the ages.
They did. And what's next? You know, you go back to MENA, you practice, and you come back again, hopefully in the future as well. And then you show up even stronger, hopefully then in full force.
Well, we've got an interview ready with the winners, the lovely, the charming, the beautiful Felipox and Ian Chambers.
I knew that was coming, Baka. I knew it was coming. Felipox, what an incredible victory. You know, you've picked up where you left off in Copenhagen, but that wasn't easy. GK put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, like I said in the pre-game, they are a pretty good team. Like, they are not here for no reason. Like, they are playing really good Siege. It's hard to counter sometimes, to read what they are doing. So yeah, but we could close the match, thankfully.
Yeah, and it seems like they actually have your number on Clubhouse, right? They've had you twice there now.
Yeah, we picked Clubhouse again. We thought that now we will have them. We did some counters and stuff like that, but they had our number, yeah.
Yeah, sure. Look, you are another step closer to potentially making history. Back-to-back major champions. Is that something that's in your mind here? Are you taking this series by series, or do you have, etching the name in the history books here playing on your mind?
Yeah, of course, before the championship, we thought about that, but it's not something that we're thinking right now. We are taking game after game, because I think it can affect us negatively if we think like that. So yeah, just taking game by game.
Absolutely. Listen, the semi-final on the horizon could be BDS or G2. If it's G2, that's a rematch of the SI Grand Final, right? Is that something that you'd want to get revenge?
Yeah, I said in many interviews I want to face G2 just before the tournament. I want to face G2 because they are a great team, and I always like to play great teams, and I never played them. I've never played them, so, yeah, and I want to get revenge for my friends for the SI final. Yeah.
GK, let's just tip our hat to them one more time. How well did they perform here to get to this point and put MENA on the map?
Yeah, they deserve the claps because no one knew them, and now they were in the quarterfinals of a major, so that's exceptional. And yeah, they deserve everything.
They do, and you guys thoroughly deserve your spot in the semi-final. Congratulations. I'll go let you join the rest of your teammate. Just really quickly, Atlanta, we're having a good Friday, right? This is nice. Man, I love this NA crowd. All right, Jacob, over to you on the desk.
The edge to Mike Christian. Thank you very much, Mr. Chambers. That is it for GK Esports in this tournament. It's not to say that's the end of GK for the rest of time, but W7M proving why juggernauts are juggernauts. And even if you let one map slip for some reason or another, it's still going to be the favorite team winning 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, I hated that. I was right, Jacob. I absolutely hate it.
Yeah.
But they just had enough. And I think W7M, we called it. It was whoever was going to come down and get their attacks on point. As much as GK have had a great run, and they have had a great run, a 1-5 attack half on map 3 on the main stage is just not going to be good enough when you're against the defending champions.
No, absolutely. Especially, GK felt like they had everything in their favor. They had the crowd behind them. They had the map that they've been slowly getting better at throughout the tournament, but they did not have the attacks. And I'm sure before Invite, they'll put a lot more work into those attacks. Still a proud position to be in to just make it to the quarterfinals.
Well, let's throw it back one more time for an exit interview. Can we get one more clap for Noodle, please, with Ian Chambers?
It's a sound that you guys were used to up there, right? Were you expecting this level of love and support from this NA crowd?
Not really, to be honest. I thought everyone would root for the W7M, but we're very thankful for your guys' support.
Atlanta, we love GK, right? Listen, you guys need to be tremendously proud of the run that you put together. First time ever in the history books, MENA making it to an R6 main stage. What do you think happened up there? W7M, of course, we've got such great history now and are a very strong team. Was it experience that got the win there, do you think?
I think it's just slow attacks, just slow start for us was just always killing us. And yeah, definitely the inexperience showed here, to be honest.
What's next? How do you recover from this loss and what's the future look like for GK?
I think we can definitely keep our heads high. We took the previous champions all the way to 3 maps, and we're going to prepare for Sao Paulo and hopefully bring another good show.
You think Sao Paulo, you could shock the world again, right?
Hopefully, yeah.
Absolutely. Noodle and GK, one more round of applause for this amazing team. History, hey, come over here, guys. One more time for this amazing team. History makers, I'm surrounded by them all. They exit the tournament here, but this is not the last we see of GK. Jacob, back to you on the desk.
It's with a heavy heart that we have to let GK go, but the good news is they're going to the 6th Invitational in Sao Paulo, so we will be seeing them again in just 3 short months. The only question is, do they stick with leader, the guy that got them the majority of the way here? Do they go back with seriously? There's a lot of questions to answer surrounding GK, but it's good that they had the crowd behind them. They got an experience. They got a map off the current major champions. There's a lot of really good things that you can take away from this GK team.
A lot of the success really came off the back of Leader 2. He's put himself in a great position to potentially go to another team the rest of the stage or to just keep him throughout the invite.
Yeah. And I think, Noodle talked about the relative lack of inexperience there. If you think this is all very good preparation for Six Invitational. Every team wants Six Invitational. That's the ultimate end goal. So the fact GK qualified for it was their first goal, but now they've had a lot of match fitness, a lot of match practice, and main stage experience against the top team. So that all bodes very good signs for them going to their very first Six Invitational.
Yeah, I mean, where they fell short was just their attacks, and I think that was the common theme throughout every single map, especially the trade issue that followed on Bank. It also followed them to this map. Here's a nice little
what a play this was.
Oh my god. Obviously they have the gun skill. Their utility usage was correct, but on attack, like Noodle said, they were just very slow. And I think that's when W7M knew they could have them. They were really baiting them, and the whole game they were pretty much baiting GK to get into these positions and then attacking right before the execute came. So GK never had a chance to execute.
I actually fought for both of these teams with the way that they play and how split they like to be, particularly on their own attacks. It is always great when it looks very good, but they kind of clashed. It was like two teams that very well countered each other because they both play a very similar style, and I think that's why we saw defense have so much fun across the whole of today.
You think W7M consider themselves lucky at all? The fact that they managed to not only get GK, but they managed to do it when both teams had attacking struggles? Do you think there's anything to the idea that, oh, hey, we got out with a fast one. At least we didn't have to worry about overtime on map 3 or something like that?
I think they definitely had the game plan. I don't know if I would say lucky. Maybe getting defense on that last third map would be lucky just because they didn't have to show too many of their attacks. But when they did get into that attack, every single attack that they were doing seemed like they had a plan. Obviously, the Capital fire to stop the defuse wasn't there, but the blitz getting the plant down on top floor was amazing. The Monty pushing into meeting for that last round that came down to such a close 1v1. It was there. They had a game plan for each one of their attacks that didn't look like they have for their Clubhouse.
I think the major champions should be expecting to do better than they did.
Sure.
But again, I said it was a very difficult match for them stylistically. So I think, again, the result is much more important than the performance. And I think they'll be better suited to playing against a European team with BDS or G2 to come tomorrow.
I was going to say, speaking of said European teams, the overall structure that we're looking at for this path now for W7M is through a European squad, like it or not. Our next game will decide W7M's opponent in the semifinal tomorrow. It will be either BDS or G2 facing the current major champions to decide whether we get a European team all the way to the grand final or if W7M are going to do it for the second consecutive major. Gents, we'll save the predictions, obviously, once we know who their opponent is. But W7M, in spite of it being a 3-mapper, it still looked pretty damn good, right?
Oh, absolutely. I'd definitely be scared if I was a European fan right now.
Oh, I saw that point.
Whichever European team wins this next game is going to win the major. It's all irrelevant, Fox. We all know that.
Oh,
that's
geez.
a bold prediction.
All right. Hey, we'll get to the spice very shortly because G2 and BDS is coming up right after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason to choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just focus our minds to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is screaming because you just put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games. But other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life. Find myself.
Salve rapaziada, aqui é o Herds da W7M, eu tô aqui para mostrar para vocês as minhas configs dentro do game. Começando aqui no geral aqui, rapaziada, a única coisa que eu mudo é o drone depois da preparação, que eu deixo no manual. Isso é bom porque quando você precisar olhar um drone pro teu companheiro ou algo do tipo, vai estar bem fácil ali, é só você continuar olhando, não precisa apertar um botão que pode dar algum timezinho. Então é bem tranquilo. Aqui no HUD eu uso quase tudo no normal, mas a única coisa que eu mudo aqui é a bússola, que eu não uso. Eu gosto de deixar a tela um pouquinho mais clean. E a única coisa que eu não uso aqui também é a vida. Eu gosto de não usar a vida porque aí você não vê quando você está com pouca vida e isso influencia na sua tomada de decisão dentro do jogo. Então é muito melhor pra mim, isso é mais pessoal, não ter a vida, sabe? Acho que deixa o psicológico mais preparado. Aqui no áudio, o volume vai depender do seu fone, mas aqui a música eu deixo no off. O diálogo eu deixo um pouquinho, acho que às vezes é bom ouvir assim, tipo... Não sei, mano, tipo, geralmente ninguém usa, mas eu uso aqui um pouquinho de diálogo. E o modo de som é o Night Mode aqui, porque é muito melhor para você escutar passos e coisas que são mais importantes dentro do jogo, que, por exemplo, barulho de tiro ou outras coisas. Aqui no display, obviamente você vai usar o maior hertz aí que seu monitor puder. A proporção 4x3 e o FOV 84. O resto aqui não mudo nada. Eu uso o padrão. Gráficos, aqui também tipo, é algo mais pessoal. Eu particularmente uso tudo no low. Nas partidas, às vezes eu coloco um pouco de shadow. Eu coloco aqui o contraste no médio. Bom, aqui na Sense também é algo mais pessoal, mas o meu aqui eu uso 12-12 de vertical horizontal. Então é 21, 41, 42, 42. Basicamente você só vai usar aqui as três primeiras, que é o 1x, 1,5 e 2x. Então é 21, 41, 42. De resto aqui também eu uso no padrão aqui, é claro, tem seus controles ali, tipo, acho que o que eu mais uso de diferente aqui é que eu agacho no espaço. Geralmente o pessoal que vem de console aí costuma usar os botões mais diferentes. E na acessibilidade aqui eu uso a minha cor de mira verde com 100% de opacidade e o tremor de tela aqui que eu deixo no off, que é muito melhor quando cair uma granada ou estourar uma breach do teu lado, tua tela não vai tremer. Salve rapaziada, esse foi aqui um videozinho mostrando as minhas configs. Obrigado por assistir, acompanhem o Major e tamo junto.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
We're back with game number 2. And this one, I'm very curious about because I truly don't know which way this crowd is going to swing on it. We have a European Derby on deck up next. Game number 2, quarterfinal number 2. Call it whatever you will. It's G2 and BDS going at one another's throats yet again, as if we couldn't get enough of these guys in the EUL. We might as well do it on main stage in Atlanta. I'm Jesse. He's the European apologist fresh, and he's the guy who's hoping that EU loses no matter what happens. OXG, IGL, Fox A. Gents, this will be good, but do we have to have 2 European teams?
Oh, I know. When I saw the bracket, I'm just thinking, please not 2 European teams. We've only got 2 of them through. Don't make them face off, and here they are, facing off.
That's interesting you thought that, because I was hoping they would play each other, just, slowly whittle
one of them knocks
down.
The other out.
Yeah,
You just spite Europe because you don't win against them, Fox. That's all it is.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, we might be in America, but European rivalries have 0 boundaries. G2 and BDS have been clashing at home and abroad for over 4 years at this point, and when destiny calls, they must answer. The current world champions could be playing gatekeepers to the chances of SI for BDS, and the French could finally claim the points they need to guarantee that they see G2 in Brazil next year. There's a ton riding on this game, so we just gotta break it all down.
Yeah, that's absolutely everything. That's, you basically summarized it right there.
Oh, yo, my bad.
I think the history of BDS and G2 as well, in terms of recent history, is G2 have had the advantage in recent history over this roster. Obviously, they play a lot inside of EUL. They were in the same group inside of EUL this stage. They scrim against each other a lot because once you've played in EUL, you're then scrimming somebody that you're not expecting to play for a long time. These teams know each other about as intricately as you could possibly know another team.
No, absolutely. And like you said, G2, the last 2 times they've played them this year, have beaten BDS super close 7-5 interregionally. But all of last year, BDS slaughtered G2 every single time for the whole year.
So now what we're looking at is a case where if they don't win, they do not secure SI, because that's been the thing they've been fighting for. They didn't qualify for Copenhagen. They were really looking to find a way out of the doghouse in the rest of this year. But now this is the stake. If BDS defeat G2 in this quarterfinal, then they will be going to Sao Paulo over Sandbox. And if G2 were to win, suddenly it's not something that BDS are going to be able to hope for anymore. They can't hope, they can't pray. Now all they have to do is win this game. This is how important this matchup is.
Yeah, so that's it. If they win, they're qualified. If they lose, they've got to hope that lost lose later on today. That's their only win condition. And it actually takes me back to the EUL when they were playing up against Virtus Pro to get that number 1 or 2 seed.
Yeah.
And they lost that game for the extra 20 SI points. And that, right at that point, seemed kind of insignificant. It seemed like a bit of a talking point. Oh, they're playing for some extra SI points. And you get to main stage and you're like, well, if they had them, they'd be feeling much more comfortable right about now.
Oh, absolutely, I bet. But I bet they're still feeling very comfortable because BDS has been looking super in form. They got to play all 5 matches throughout Phase 2, a lot of repetition all over all of their maps that they wanted to play. Some losses, some wins, but slowly, especially on that last day, they looked to come full effect.
I would say the only losses so far they've had through this tournament have been to GK, which was helpful for GK to become the darlings of Siege Twitter. And then they lost to W7M. Every other time they won, every other time, aside from that Sonics game, because oh my God, that had me at the edge of my seat the whole time. They had a relatively good path here, some losses, good experience. It feels like BDS are on the path they need to be currently.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, their last game against VP 2-0, they won that in a defining fashion. The whole team, obviously, Shaiko is going to be getting those kills and those entries, but I really want to note how well the rest of the team has been playing around them, specifically Renshiro and Alems. Kind of the wings to this 3-pronged attack that I'd imagine. So they have been just playing pretty much behind Shaiko, getting him in those positions and always assisting from the sides.
Yeah, because that's been something that's been leveled at BDS as well, is that there is a big reliance on Shaiko, and if there isn't a reliance on Shaiko, it's a reliance on the guy that's just on your screen there, Leaky Fact. As you can see, obviously they're having great tournaments, but also, we've seen Alem step up, we've seen Brede step up. I know he's negative on KD, but we've seen him step up. He did have a clutch.
He did.
I'm going to lie.
He did.
He did have a clutch because I watched it with my very eyes, and Renshi step up as well. And I think that's what we're seeing from BDS, is a much more all-rounded performance. There's still improvements to be made. I don't think they're playing, classic BDS Siege that we saw a year ago in Jönköping.
Yeah.
But they've got the levels that they can go for.
For a team that's had to keep on making roster adjustments over the years too, while sticking with the same core, it's a big deal when you only have to make 1 or 2 minor swap outs or swap ins, and suddenly they won 2 Gamers 8 events this year. They won Jönköping at the back end of last year, and the formula isn't really all that different from a team perspective, but obviously you have to make adaptations based on the situation.
Yeah, and especially every single one of those tournaments that they've been winning, it hasn't just been Shaiko, it hasn't just been Licky Fact. It's been Lem's also up there, Renshiro also up there, and Brit also behind them.
And I think that what that thing is, because they've been together that long.
Yeah.
You see a lot of teams now, they just have like a depth of strategy, which is like 1 or 2 strategies, like a roam strategy and a turtle strategy. Whereas BDS have a roam strategy, a turtle strategy, an extension strategy, a mirror strategy, a hard roam, a commit to hold over, 6, 7, 8 different strategies.
They'll do anything.
For one site. And I think that's what gives them a lot of advantage inside of the game, is their depth of knowledge within each other, because they've been doing it so long.
Well, let's see if it's good enough to knock off the current world champions. G2 Esports have found their way to the main stage of Atlanta. There's not a whole lot they've done wrong, so to speak. Came in through the play-ins. There were some people wondering if it was still the same G2. Then they proceed to go 3-0 through playoffs. Scars, D+, GK, all falling by the wayside, giving them a huge advantage. Though we did talk to Doki earlier about whether not playing that many games through playoffs would be a detriment or not. So it'll be curious to see how fast it takes them to warm up.
Yeah, I think so. I think, they got the quick 3-0 and have had a lot of time. I know Alamo, who's on your screen now, has been kind of tweeting and putting on his Instagram stories like, I'm so bored, and, they've been getting up to all
That just sounds like mental warfare for the other.
Yeah, I think so. I think they've been playing a lot of mental warfare, and it's G2, so why wouldn't they be doing that?
No, absolutely. I could argue that they haven't really been contested throughout Phase 2. No teams really got them on the ropes, and they always have an answer for exactly what they need to do to get around that obstacle. GK obviously being their hardest game, and that's just because there isn't that much footage to rely on to go over to be able to counter-strat. And G2 is a very big counter-strat team in the game. They are adapting consistently and very well against the objects that are put in their way. The way that they play, pretty much they're forcing the enemy team to make a maneuver, make a position, and that's where they find their opening. And every single time they've been so good at striking on it.
I absolutely love from G2 is that they can change styles within a round.
Yep.
One round they're playing a very split execute in terms of isolating 1v1 engagements and trying to move people around the map to get an execute on the go. And another round they're just playing overload where it's 5 people, same side, what you might call like default siege, working through the process. And now, this is a round that I want to go through and I want to show on the screen, because this is G2 when they played against D+ Kia, attacking onto the basement of Oregon. And this is a round where G2 use a lot of information early, and they bring a lot of operators that make a lot of sense for the job. Obviously, you're attacking onto the basement. You want to bring the ram, the sledge, and the buck. And they go through their process and use the information. They manage to get themselves into a 5v3 scenario. And it's all very good. You can see there, breach the hatch. They're going to nade out this shield position. Really excellent stuff from them. However, what happens is when you put so much investment into the initial round and you've not got anything to execute and you've not got information in the late round, you can be susceptible to little lurks, little ratty plays, as you see Woogieman play here, manage to cross underneath the vert, prone by the car, and then pick up a 3k to win the round. So this is one, I would say, weakness identified from G2 is this late round, just a little bit of information in that late round. Now, if BDS have seen that, BDS have some of the best people in the business at lurking, at just ratting, at finding these isolated engagements. So wanted to show that just to highlight how G2 might have some problems today if BDS tries to play onto them.
No, absolutely. Like you said, especially Lickyfac on defense is so good at finding those holes, finding those opportunities in the play. And G2 want a team that's going to be very static. So I'd imagine G2 is very confident in playing against BDS today. But like you said, if BDS has noticed that, they've noticed that they leave holes right when the execute happens, they're surely going to be able to take advantage of it.
I want to see that confidence in the map bans as well. Yes, they've been playing each other several times over the past 4 years. Yes, they understand each other's tendencies. Yes, G2's been shuffling around a lot. Yes, BDS have been playing with the same core of 3 players for the better part of the past 4 years. But now it all comes down to a head. They could miss their first 6 Invitational in years if they don't knock this ban phase out of the park. So let's see Stuflex go right to war. You'd have to go in the coach. This is all on the coaches to determine exactly where they want to go.
Yeah, coaches and analysts, absolutely. And I think in terms of the map bans, we've seen, first and foremost, is both teams don't really like Border or Chalet. Especially BDS, they permaban. So the fact that G2 have picked into Chalet is absolutely huge. I kind of see it as calling their bluff. And we've seen G2 do this before. We've seen them go to Border or a Chalet or in the 6th Invitational when their permaban was Cafe. They will go to that map if they feel necessary against their opponent to try and catch them off. I think most people, and maybe BDS, would be expecting a Nighthaven pick from G2 because it's their number 1 preference and BDS got a little bit exposed. That's going to make it all the way to the decider. And then for BDS's map pick, the very first map we'll see, Cafe, it's got to be expected because, G2 permaban Clubhouse, and then you've got one more map. Skyscraper makes sense to ban that away from G2 because BDS are unreal on that map and have big depth. So I think we was always going to go to Cafe if Skyscraper got banned, or Skyscraper if Cafe got banned.
Absolutely. Cafe is a very slow-paced map. And I completely agree with you. I think BDS is sitting pretty comfortably on that one. Chalet is one of those maps where we've seen teams like Virtus Pro, we've seen teams like BDS go to it, and they love having kind of that static style of takes, how they attack the map, and G2 will bring it out if they want to be able to disrupt that. Obviously, there's footage on their Chalet, and also, like you said, on the Nighthaven, there's footage of BDS losing that on Chalet. So Nighthaven is also a huge map that hasn't really been too explored yet, and if anybody's going to be able to explore it best, it's going to be G2.
All right, is there any possibility for G2 to win BDS's map pick, or do BDS take it and put us up 1-0? Jens, what do we think?
Cafe is certainly a map that, like I said, G2 perma-banned it before Invitational and brought it out. They're comfortable there, they're going to be starting out on the defense there. So there's always going to be the opportunity. However, I do back BDS to take that map.
Okay. I mean, you pick your map, you better be able to win.
Exactly.
What do you think?
I would definitely agree. I think if BDS want to win, I think they're going to have to win a 2-0. I think if it gets to a third map, it'll be very difficult to claw themselves out.
All right. Now I'm curious about something that I really want to get answered real quick. Hey, Atlanta, we don't have a North American team here, but are we cheering BDS or G2 more? BDS? G2? I don't know, man. Something about them winning in North America at the Sixth Invitational early. I wonder if that's just kind of rubbing off, or if everyone's just like, oh, it's G2, we got to root for G2. You think they've got more of a crowd buff here?
Yeah, I think they do. And I think they've got the players that are going to live up to the crowd as well. We've seen Alamo dyeing his hair, you know, going more Eminem by the day.
Oh, yeah.
So I think he will definitely play up to it. G2 like playing up to that.
That red tracksuit he had on earlier, too. I mean,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
obviously they feed off the crowd, and I know that North America, at the end of the day, they love personality, and G2 has plenty of it.
All right, you boys ready? Atlanta, you ready? I'm gonna do this to you one more time. I said, are you ready? Your second quarterfinal starts right now.
I believe we are the best team in the tournament. BDS is always fun to play against them. We play them on Newell, beat them, so I think we're just gonna beat them again.
We have no player that's letting the team down right now. Like everyone's
Feeling good. It's G2, we know how to play against them.
I think BDS is going to be our hardest match, and if we can win it, we're going to have the momentum going, so I think no one's going to stop us then.
We are the current world champions, so there's always something to be scared of.
They're a good team, but we can beat them easily.
We've made it this far, we ain't going to lose now, so we've already won. GG.
We are confident, we know how to play against them. So yeah, we will win no matter what.
ATL, we having a good time? Welcome back to the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. To those of you watching at home, you've picked a good time to tune in. To those of you in the arena, are you ready to see some of the best players in the world grace the stage? I thought so. Time for our next quarterfinal. 12 months removed from Trophy Triumph. This team wants those 3 letters spoken all over the world once again. It's BDS! Like Fak, how you doing?
Good, and you?
Yeah, good. Good to have you here. It's been a long year since that last trophy lift. Of course, you did Gamers 8, but a major trophy here. Do you feel confident that this year you can do it again?
Yes, we work a lot and we are to prove it.
Yeah, I mean, G2, obviously a rival of yours. Does it feel even more, I don't know, appealing to get into a semi-final, taking down the world champions?
No, we need to win everyone, so no matter if it's G2 or not.
Now, of course, a win here also guarantees that spot at SI in Sao Paulo. That's a lot of pressure, and that's something that's got to be playing on your mind.
No, to be honest, because we are here to win this major, And if we can qualify for 6, I take it. But we are here to win this major.
G2, standing up there, you know that they like to talk a lot. They like to get in your mind. Is there anything you want to say to them before they come down those steps?
They talk, we play. That's it.
They talk, we play. Go join the rest of your team. All right, I like that. I like that energy, that's for sure. All right, sometimes in competitive play, you've got to lose yourself. But this team is looking more like the Montreal megastars that moved mountains. It's G2! I always get a little bit nervous with a live microphone around this man. Alamau, can I say first things first, I've never seen anybody rock the blonde that well. It looks good.
Looks good?
Yeah.
It looks like Slim Shady.
That's it.
Guess who's back?
Back again. Listen, world champions. That feels like a bit of a while ago now. Things haven't necessarily been going your way. Una brought in, and now it seems to be clicking here in Atlanta. What do you think it is? You found that G2 magic again?
Yeah, I can feel the magic. We've been 13 matches in a row winning, so BDS will have to do some magic to beat us today.
Yeah, what do you make of BDS this time around? Obviously, best of 3 environment that you're stepping into, EU rivals. It should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it will be fun. It's EU rivals, but we always beat them, so it's gonna be normal for us.
They're listening. They can hear you. Anything you want to say?
Shaiko, we're coming for you.
All right, go and take your seat, Alamau. Chances are, who knows, we might be speaking to him after this. Not if BDS have their way. It is time for our second quarterfinal. This should be a banger. Mandy, Dev, lead us through it.
Thank you very much, Ian. Our NA teams may be yet today to play, but of course before that, we do have a European derby to take place. I'm Dev. Mandy, I could not be more excited for this match.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. The energy here is crazy. We've got a great crowd here in Atlanta, but this is for all you guys at home. Thank you so much for tuning into Rainbow Six, and we hope you enjoy the show.
On the one hand, we have world champions from this year and the legacy that G2 has. On the other hand, BDS with their trophies at various events, including exactly 1 year ago in Jönköping, Sweden. Can they do it again? That's my question, because on the other side, G2, the only one on that team who's won a major is Alamau, back on Team 1 in Mexico so long ago.
Yeah, that's exactly right. For BDS, it's everything on the line here. SI qualification on the line. If they don't land this, not only do they miss out on beating G2, but they also miss out on Sao Paulo later in the year.
And within the European region, these are 2 of the greats. There are a lot of great teams from Europe, everybody knows that, but the 2 that remain here are now facing off, and that means we will only have 1 remaining going into our semi-finals. G2, with all of their legacy, with all of their personality, with all of the smack that they talk, and on the other side, the French, cool, calm, collected, passionate in the server, but outside of that, they say, we let our gameplay do the talking.
Yeah, G2 have really turned it up here in terms of the personality. I mean, Fox said it, the NA crowd love personality, and we know that the players on G2 are absolutely going to be feeding off the energy.
Yeah, we have some real OGs in the server as well today. A lot of these players have been competing since the very first season of Pro League. And we also have a lot of the oldest players at this event as well. Half of the players in the server today are in the top 10 oldest players that have competed here. And G2 is getting fired up. We have the rookies, we have the OGs. And on the flip side, like we've said, BDS, calm as ever.
Yeah, BDS is sitting there like, come on, boys, get in.
I think they're impatient to get us to start. I know we have all 5 from each team in the server now, but the game is not yet ready to play. Mandy, I know that the crowd here in North America will be cheering mostly for the NA teams, but out of these two Europeans, which do you think that they will favor?
I mean, I think we got the call out from Jacob when he was doing it. Seems like G2 are the favorites of the crowd.
Yeah, it's true. G2 might have earned quite a bit of reputation with their 6th Invitational performance. We're getting into Cafe, the very first map in what is likely to be a grueling best of 3 series. BDS started out on home turf, their map pick of Cafe. And well, this is a little bit more one-sided in the social prediction than I would have expected. G2 favored to take it. And it is time to get into the 2 European rivals, G2 versus BDS. The best that Europe has to offer, a fierce rivalry that must be settled here in a best of 3. And we'll see what happens in the first map. BDS starting out on the attacking side on Cafe.
Within seconds of going into the server, Alamau is immediately putting in the trash talk. Good luck, you will need it, apparently. Says Alamau as we jump in through the ban phase.
Thatcher, the first one banned out. Oh, we're getting some of the ooh-ways. I don't know if I can hear you guys well enough. You'll need to work a little bit harder than that, but of course it's still early in the day. The Nomad taken on out by BDS.
Yeah, first 2 bans to go. It does mean that all the ranged hard breach and all the kinds of things that BDS, especially starting out on the attack, have been left in. Last time we saw BDS play on this map, we saw them bring along some pretty interesting stuff. Kali, for example, like things like that would deal with problems on the defense that you wouldn't normally expect.
And Doki in the chat as well, after seeing that Nomad ban, replies with gulp. We've seen a lot of talk back and forth in the server between these players. I'd say more than we've seen from any event in the past. Teams are starting to realize that they can get away with a little bit more than you would typically expect when it comes to that smack talk. And in the studio for the play-ins and for the playoffs, we certainly experience that. And I have no doubt that if you listen closely, after some tight rounds, you will hear Alamau's fury.
All right, jumping into the server for the second quarterfinal of today. G2 starting out the defense are going to take us over to what I believe is Breeding as the first bomb site of choice over on the 2nd floor. With the absence of the Zami, we can see Benja bringing along the castle, but it's not going to be aided by that setup internal to the building. That being said, last time we saw BDS play this map, they dismantled that setup fairly easily, and Alems no longer needing to bring along that Kali, just take along the Zofia is going to be the one with the ranged explosives, then go and deal with that.
There's no doubt about it, G2 have the advantage in the first half here, being on defense on Cafe. Pengu said it in the first match today, but when you're on stage, when the pressure is on, starting on defense is like a nice cool blanket to calm you down, steal your nerves, let you move forward, forcing your opponent to make the first move.
Pretty extended hold over there in shop for G2 as BDS start to make their approach into the building. Bride is going to dismantle at least some of this setup going into the top floor. That's going to allow some of the rest of his players to send in that flurry of grenades, Zofia charges, whatever they might need to do to systematically break this down.
Oh, a little bit of damage from Alems. Quite an aggressive peek here. An aggressive play from G2. It's Benja Master, the Dane himself, the Prodigy. He's getting quite aggressive, looking for someone from BDS to overpeak him. Thus far, it's Alamau who fires up, peeking the red hatch. He said, Shaika, we're coming for you. And in the first round, he's already made good on that promise.
Yeah, with that castle barricade staying up inside a shop, the double door one, Alamau is so safe inside there to go and take all his gunfights, all the ones that he's comfortable with. Uno on the other side is going to support him over in a Shaiko position, irony, but never mind, he falls off this for now. Can't quite land the shots just yet, but Leaky Pack, he might have a cutoff here.
Patience from BDS. They're waiting for someone to overstep. Uno on the other side does not get caught. It's in fact Alamau first, but Uno to trade. Once again, he dons this G2 jersey, and once again, he finds himself on a stage representing one of the most esteemed teams in Rainbow Six.
It has been a bloodbath in the top floor so far between these two teams, but Benja is not ready to give it up. Bride on the other side, oh, is he looking the right way? I think there might be a bit of protection on his right, stopping him from being taken down by Benja over in the stage.
Benja looks to get aggressive at the moment. Virtue duels with Renshiro, finds a double. The Aussie finds 2, the Finn finds 3. And with that, a fairly elementary opening round for G2.
Yeah, BDS, they barely got their foot in the building. The moment that they got onto the roof, it was such a difficult translation from the roof to even step inside a shot. They were met by the resistance of Alamau, and everyone else just flowed on through inside of the stage, inside of Cigar, and just took them all down before they could even make a dent into the defense.
Every one of these players has played on the main stage before, many a time. The least experienced player on the main stage at this event is, in fact, Leakafak. Once a rookie for BDS, but already a major champion. Similar story for Benjamaster on the other side.
Let's go, boys! Let's go, guys!
And that's the kind of energy we expect out of G2. 1 round in, now Alamau's already bringing the fire.
We're going to go up to the top floor as the next bomb site for G2, and it doesn't look like they're changing up their strategy all that much from what we saw on the second floor in Reading Dev. I mean, have a look at this. Still a pretty aggressive rotation hold going in all the way from backstore inside of Cigar. The same castle set up. Alamau still on mute with the shotgun. It's feeling like a bit of deja vu.
I guess G2 thinking if it ain't broke, don't fix it. We expect to at least delay time or find a pick or 2 or 3 defending this top floor. Defending this piano and cigar shop extension, but here comes the Twitch drone sneaking in behind enemy lines. Leakafak loses it before he finds anything.
What do BDS change here? They're looking as if they're bringing the same setup or the same lineup, at least on the attacking half, but the approach has got to be different, especially if G2 are comfortable enough to repeat the same strategy.
You can see the temptation from Benja to go for an aggressive jump out. It has been read by BDS. Look at this, the quick prone peek. He doesn't find anything.
Yeah, Benja is comfortable with playing a danger so far, and Doki down below is going to look for a peek out onto the south rappel. Renshiro, though, he's got his eyes trained on the angle for now. He knows that Doki's going to get aggressive and look for him, and Doki actually thinks the better of it and will pull off.
G2 set the tempo in the first round with their aggressive peaks, and now they look to make BDS make that first move.
I quite like this caution from BDS on the other side. They haven't gone to try and contest or drop the red hatch super early on. They're just waiting to see if they can pull a reaction from G2, and this might be the one they're looking for.
And indeed, you are correct. BDS reads Doki like a book. 2 players trained on that garage position. Even with the impact, it's not enough to stave off an opening pick in favor of the French.
And that's the opening that they wanted, but there goes Alamau ripping out a C4. It doesn't connect to it. Virtue's shots do, and Alamau's SMG will connect as well. Leaky Crack from down below will at least make an incision in through white stairs, but is it enough? Renshiro can claim 1 back.
And Leakafak a second. This is not just back into the realm of possibility, but it is back into the realm of probability for BDS. A numbers advantage as Leakafak has snuck his way up the white stairs.
Oh, Sneaky Beaky, he's looking in for the backstab. Oh, but does he know? Alamau's down below and could look to flank his flank.
Oh, Leakafak doesn't seem to be aware of it. He's now moved forward, but he might find 1. Virtue's there, ready to even up the numbers and take 3. Renshiro now with it all to do against the Aussie and the Brazilian. Virtue of 4K! Fired up on the main stage with the ward, and the Aussie laps him up.
Really nice work there from G2. They met the caution with, I suppose, caution of their own. Even though BDS spent a long time outside the building, they were reading the early aggression of G2. The moment that they got inside the building, G2 just played that trade game to perfection. They really played it so patiently in through the mid-round, letting BDS take their time. And by the time it came down to the 1 versus 2, Renshiro was so disconnected from his team, there was no way he was going to win that one.
BDS relied on a couple of heroics in that late round, and unfortunately for Leakafak, he just missed his mark. A little bit more patience, he may have found Alamau on the flank. A little bit more precision, and he may have found Virtue hiding in washrooms. But let's have a look at these frags. Quite a montage here for Virtue in that round. 4 impactful kills, every single one of them having a huge impact for his team. It was a wall bank to close. How he finds that, I've no clue.
Yeah, sharp shots from Virtue. Once you're given the Warden 1.5x license, I mean, hey, you run away with it, right? Especially if you're Virtue. He's been excellent through 2023.
He has. He had quite a fiery 6 Invitational as well, as did most of G2, of course. Uno, the only player on this roster that did not win that championship with this team. In fact, Uno has yet to raise any trophy. No majors, no Pro League finals, no 6 invitationals. Perhaps this new G2 is the one where he will do it.
G2 are taking us over to mining and dining. They're not taking us down into the first floor of kitchen, but instead try to throw a curveball at BDS, see what they can respond with.
But as Cafe so typically is, it's a slow start for BDS, ascertaining where the presence is on the map. As soon as Leakafac's drone is taken down by Doki, he decides perhaps not pillars as my first entry point.
Uno down below is getting ready to contest this. Leaky back there, Lems on the rappel there, is feeling a little bit of the danger of the lineup from down below and is going to jump off that for now. Not a whole lot of resistance from G2 on the top floor, just a little bit of it, and it's up to BDS now to pick it apart.
But once again, Mandy, I think BDS are waiting for a reaction from G2 so that they can then find the opening pick by punishing early plays, but a C4 goes amiss. However, Alamau jumps straight out the east balcony and takes down Leakafac. Careful for the Claymore, he finds one back, and there is no confirmation. There's no trade for BDS.
I'm pretty shocked they didn't trade that one. BDS, they now have the territory over inside a shop. Need to translate it, but there goes the Lems repelling in, can take down Virtue. So still, numbers even back up for BDS as they make their way in through the top floor.
And critically for BDS, they've got this map control as well, stealing away that entire top floor from G2.
Well, what do they do now? It's about the translation from the top floor into the ground floor. What bomb site will they hit with the vertical pressure that they have got in their hands? It's Renshiro with the sledge to start to tear it up through the mid-round.
Doki's used his C4, not available now. Shaiko resetting a drone here, always cautious for the flanks are BDS. They have a read on G2, but what if G2 plays slow?
It's up to BDS now to press the attack. They have the vertical pressure they need, but they still haven't been able to clear the player outside of reading. That's Doki, who's now had to vacate that position and fall on back. But what do they do from here? Do they then go and try and move their way on into reading? It seems like that's what they're going to do.
The Lambs moving on through, clearing these corners, but nobody in reading. There is, however, one just around this corner. Doki finds him, a trade comes through for BDS, but back again likely as Uno is at the bottom of white. Shaiko finds him. 20 seconds to convert the man advantage now for BDS on this attack. But Benja Master, the Dane, holds on, falls back, repicks, finds one, looking for a second, the trade for Bride. Now the man who talks must act.
5 seconds.
1v2 for Alamau, but he is cut down. The French find their first.
Great deconstruction of the bomb site there from BDS. Once they had that top floor control, they knew that flushing Doki out of his position meant that they could translate it down inside of reading. That was the safe haven that they managed to find in the second floor. And once Elems made headway in there, he found the picks that he needed off the back of a trade, I suppose, coming in through the laundry hatch. It opened up that half of the map to BDS, and they're able to walk their way in onto the bomb site with the numbers advantage from there.
And it goes to show that despite losing these early engagements, BDS cannot be counted on out. Even the fact that they were unable to trade Alamau, trying to jump back inside after his run out on the east balcony, which we now get to see in full HD. No Claymore underneath his window, ironically, the only window on that balcony where there was no Claymore. Alamau detects it
5 seconds left
and finds his opportunity. However, he was not able... He was not able to clutch up. BDS getting fiery now as well.
They put themselves on the scoreboard as well. It's what you want to be doing over on the attack for BDS. And look at the lineup that they've got going for them this time around. A lot of zoning operators. There was the Grim that's now being teased out from Bride as opposed to bringing along extra hard breach. It makes me think that BDS this time are changing up the pace. You don't need the hard breach to go and deconstruct the bomb site or whatever. Just try and inject someone inside of the map. There's a Nook as well on Leaky Fac. We've got to keep an eye on him.
First, BDS will have to keep an eye on the spawn peak. Alamau teased it for a brief moment, opening up all these piano windows. The defense are suggesting to BDS that they will play aggressive. Now, BDS have had that read and yet have not always been able to punish this early aggression. We saw it in the round just prior with Alamau's early pick. But I wonder now if BDS will be able to reply. It seems 50-50, Mandy. Every time G2 makes an aggressive play, BDS are often punishing it.
Well, that's what they've got to do. In the absence of the no-man, which they banned out, by the way, they now have to account for it in the early round in their approach to the building because they don't have the air jabs to keep G2 accountable.
I wonder if Uno will be spotted. There he is. Renshiro pings him out to the team. Uno now knows he's been spotted and he starts to fall on back, but there's already attackers in this top floor. Shaiko's a very sharp shot in those long engagements with the 1x sight. Just around the corner from him lies Benjamaster in washrooms. Shaiko gets on the drone, spots him out. Elsewhere, Virtue's failed C4 means that still we are out of numbers equality. In goes a nade, but there's plenty of catch here to support G2.
This is a really tough spot now for BDS. They have no hard breach. There's no way they're going to be able to deconstruct this position inside of Bathroom unless they make their way on in with their guns. And that's Shaiko on the other side, but he's shut down by Benja.
How does Benja find that kill? In no universe should he have done so. There is, however, a trade back thanks to a Lems, and Alamau protects his Surya Gate, taking down that Gemini before it can disable the utility. Alamau's getting aggressive, but Leakafak elsewhere has stolen a pick away on site.
This is good from Leakafak. He's taken away a little bit of territory from G2 over on the the second floor, but here goes Alamau rounding the corner onto a Lems, but he can take him down.
Oh, the trade from Uno. He was spotted early. He cannot be punished late. Still numbers advantage for BDS, but Uno's about to change that! Taking down Leakafak and putting BDS once again on the back foot.
Solid work so far from BDS as they're going to think about this second floor instead of trying to hold on to the top floor. They know that there's only one player that could be in the bomb site, and they're going to try and hit it.
Two of the most clutch players in Rainbow Six, Bride and Renshiro on the attack now. Time dwindles, but they must make their move. Virtue holds the perfect angle to take down Renshiro, and Uno supports him for the second. Up 3-1 at G2, with plenty of this first half still to play.
That was a good pivot from the remaining two players of G2. Virtue and Uno doubling down on their picks inside of the hallway, especially Uno as well. He was in the top floor, he knew he had the vertical lines, but he thought the better of it and held the crossfire.
And round by round, Mandy, we see G2 force the issue in this early round, leading us to late 2 versus 2s, 3 versus 3s, situations that G2 want to be in. Top 10 moments where I wish I learned French right there.
It is the other language you want to learn, other than Portuguese, of course. I mean, I feel like if you're in the Rainbow Six industry, you either want to know English or Portuguese. You can speak to everyone after that, but yeah, it would be good to know what BDS is saying.
Some really sharp shots from Uno that round.
So good.
Especially after being droned right at the start. He even comes back in the nick of time to support his team. Alibi is not happy about that one. Disaster. Perhaps we have a BDS fan in the audience, or 3. I think that we've got a couple of BDS fans in the audience today.
5 seconds left before insertion.
They're almost as loud as the G2 fans. Can I hear the G2 fans for a second? Almost is a generous word.
Well, they do love it here in North America. Top floor bomb site for G2, repeat of course, but very different strategy. We're no longer seeing the castle setup being held inside a shop, but it doesn't seem to matter for Benja. He's already got a C4 prepped for the rappel up onto the roof.
Oh, this is so cheeky. Oh, but it gets shot mid-air by Shaiko. The sharp shooter, one of the best players in the game, notorious for his mechanics.
This is a bit of a pulled back defense from G2. They're not holding on to shop as aggressively as they did the last time they played this bomb site, but instead of leaning into the mirror, having slipped through the band phase and holding on to these really long lines of sight. I think it's 2 or 3 players with 1.5x's in their hands. They can use all of those long angles having been broken up to try and contest them as they make their way in through shop.
Yeah, but there's also a lurk going on from Leakafak. Lurky Leakafak. But downstairs he will eventually meet Doki, but one of Doki's mirrors has been dismantled thanks to the Twitch pick from Alems.
Uno with a C4 ripped out as well, ready to toss that one across, but it's Shaiko to be spearhead of the push for BDS as he makes his way in. Oh, Doki though, he's been taken down.
Yeah, that's the lurk from Leakafak, taking down that reading player. I'm not sure if Doki decided to get a little bit too aggressive downstairs, but either way, an early pick and early aggression falls flat for G2. 2 players now downstairs for the defense. BDS numbers advantage, but where do they make their move?
If BDS realize they could maybe have a think about hitting the bomb site right now. No more C4s in the hands of G2, but that being said, Uno's just taking down Renshu, who I believe was out on the rappel, but here goes the rest of BDS. Surely they can at least try and translate this control in through shop.
And as the smokes go through, Uno is too far from home to assist. And Nate goes through, perfect! Onto Alamau. Shaiko might not know it. And as the Finker Adrenal Surge comes through, BDS have a huge opportunity. Shutting Virtue down. 2 players on the ground for G2. Means it's all up to Benja once again. Against 4, Shaiko can easily lap up the final few picks, forcing Benja into a 1v4, swiftly becoming a 1v3. Brede does not need to force this. He looks to relocate. Find a more optimal plant position. Shaiko, well, he's always that guy, isn't he? Closing the round for BDS, who are one step closer to tying the score.
Absolutely massive round there from Shaiko. Not only did he claim the territory that BDS needed to win the round, the round-winning territory, but he was the one to open up in picks as well. He claimed his 2 on the entry, downing one with a really nice nade, and closed the round, making sure Brede was safe on his plant as well. Massive round from the entry of BDS.
I think the BDS fans took that loudness comment a little bit too personally. But we'll see as the game goes on. Perhaps if the half can be tied, there's no doubt who that would favor. BDS on their attack, getting 3 rounds, and more than that, finding 2 in a row to close the half. There's no doubt where that momentum would fall.
Yeah, I gotta say, I really do like the change of pace there from BDS. They started out slow, doing this like deconstructing type approach into the map, but that time around, we really got to see the injections that we wanted to from Leaky Pack and from Shaiko. They went in and they tried to claim the territory of the map that they needed to go and win out the round. They did that with so much confidence.
5 seconds left.
Good entries from BDS, good lurks. Leaky Pack has been a stellar player this tournament. Him and Shaiko between them already have hit double digits in this game, 5 kills apiece. The top fraggers on their squad. On the other side, it's a very uneven affair. Virtue and Uno stealing the majority of the kills. But that's the thing about G2. Every single player has pop-off potential.
The lineup here from BDS does make me think that they're looking to go for a slower pace round this time around, trying to adjust their way of deconstructing the map. Last time we saw them attack this bomb site, they did this really nice push into the top floor, down through Reedy and into the bomb site. This time around though, it is going to be aided by the Bravo of Alems to see what he can hack and try and create some room for his entries to get in safely.
Oh, and this Brava is so powerful against the Valkyrie, isn't it? However, Doki spots it and protects his Valkyrie cameras for a little bit longer. Alems has just hacked 1 default camera, but I wouldn't be surprised if G2 clue in pretty quickly and take it down.
There are a lot of plays on drones right now. BDS taking their time in the early round to find the point of least resistance, find a bit of safety for Shaiko to finally make his way in, and that's the player inside his shop. He's got to be careful. Down below is Benja with a C4 ready and prepped.
Okay, but here comes that logic bomb, so no more camera access. Benja hangs up his phone quickly and gets straight back onto this piano cam. He spots 2 players. Virtue wants to make an aggressive peek, but doesn't get it as of yet. Benja still calling out information to his team. Virtue decides to fall back.
Good stuff from BDS. They are sitting in the blind spots of the vertical C4 for now. They know that there could be a player down below, as there is no players of BDS down there, so they're playing it safely. This is nice as well from Leaky Pack. Oh, this could be a bit dangerous, actually. The C4 actually misses. Is he going to detonate it? Leaky Pack, you've got to be careful on the other side, but the flurry of kills is going in the way of G2.
It does, but only barely, Mandy. A single player in advantage, and Shaiko's coming for the backstab. He can't land enough shots. Virtue finds his 8th, and amidst the chaos, G2 reigns supreme. A 4-2 split on the half.
Solid work there for G2. They really managed to shut down the sort of mini execute that BDS went in through the top floor. They spent such a long time measuring, and when they finally went to cut, G2 were ready.
A good half from G2. We have their analyst, Titan, on the line. Titan, what have you got to say?
Not too much. I mean, they played the game as expected. They've got a huge variety of straps and map what we want to do realistically. So ideally, we're just looking to play our game, basic source of small counters that we can do, and so far the boys with a 4-2 half on defense on Cafe, absolutely spot on, perfect with what we need.
Is there anything to say about moving into this second half?
Not too much. Again, same sort of thing. BDS, they love Cafe. They feel very comfortable on it, but the reality is we're just going to prove that we're the better team on Cafe. We're the best team in Cafe in Europe.
And how did you feel about the veto as a whole? We've got Chalet and Nighthaven if we get to it.
I'm not really sure what BDS were playing at there with those maps, but you know they clearly wanted to give us a free win, so we'll take advantage of that. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Titan. Confident as always, G2. And a little bit of insight there, I gotta say, Mandy, whenever you hear confidence come out of G2, always got to take it with a little bit of a grain of salt.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And keep in mind that now BDS have gone on their side swap over onto the defense, and we like to say that Rainbow Six is the tale of two halves. And even though G2 have come away with a 4-2 half, Titans seem pretty happy about that. BDS could well and truly replicate that same success.
Very much so. You want to talk about how today's gone so far? How many defenses did we see in that W7 MGK game? Very defend-decided finals we've seen so far here in Atlanta. But as the sample size increases, we expect that to change, and G2 could certainly prove a point here.
The logic bomb off the Dokkaebi will ring out over onto the defense, but the G2 players are in really quick. Doki coming up through the red stairs. He's going to put a spray through the wall onto Pillar, but no one's going to meet him on the other side. The only player on the second floor is LeakyFac over on white stairs, anticipating a player to come through with the shotgun in hand, but he's not going to be met by anyone just yet.
Yeah, Virtue's too patient for that. Oh, but talk about patience. Alamau has exhibited none of it as he's already made his way into reading. A nade, unfortunately, for G2 doesn't land. There's not enough info to make it play just yet.
I mean, look, he misses one, they've got 5 more in their pocket. So if they want to get Virtue up the white stairs as well, they could send up a few more of those.
Oh, but LeakyFac does not want to let anyone get past. He will listen to someone running by his hallway and swing. Brede also supporting with this camera as well. Then just going back outside now, repositioning. G2 are pushing everywhere at once, except for hard clearing this piano position.
Shako, though, he wants to keep it at bay just in case the pressure comes in through later on. Small thing about BDS is I think they had a good read on the grenades from below. All of them were sitting on a hard floor, so they couldn't be grenaded from down below with the vert nades. But now, having vacated the ground floor, have G2. They've gone onto these rappels instead. They're having a think about clearing inside a shop, seeing what they can get inside a cocktail. Actually, one is going to be sent in from down below. That's Alamau, but it doesn't quite connect.
However, we did see Shaiko take a hell of a lot of damage from a nade from the skylight. Now Shaiko himself has been thrown. He slips out safely back into the bomb site, back past his home, Shaiko spot, and towards the bomb site. Another nade to come through here for G2, but none of these nades have netted kills thus far. Doki, however, opens the equation, and G2 swoop in to clean up.
Here goes Alamau, though, in on his own rappel, can take down Renshiro as well, leaving it all alone in the 1 versus 3 now for LeakyFac, all alone on the meat. Bet you can help him out, though.
Yeah, but not for much longer, as Uno's got his number. We did have a team kill amidst the chaos, but it seems not to matter for G2. Perhaps Titan's confidence was warranted. You see nothing but frustration on the French faces.
It almost looked like G2 didn't have any control on the map through the entire round. They spent such a long time poking and prodding at BDS, and BDS tried so hard. They put in such a great effort to make sure that they were safe from the vertical nades and from the control that G2 had down below. But at the same time as G2 were doing that, they didn't telegraph where their push was coming from later on. They didn't have that control down of red, so they had Shaiko kept at bay there. They had BDS players worried about the front and BDS players worried about the back too, and that really spread the defense out thin. So the moment that G2 actually decided to strike, all they needed to do was win their ones on the entry, and well, you can back in these players to do that.
110%. During this tournament, G2 have been infallible, but neither have they truly been tested. They are one of only 2 undefeated teams here in Atlanta thus far, but one could also argue they haven't had the toughest run to get to the finals. 7-3 over Fury, 8-6 over Dark Zero, 7-1 over Scars, 7-4 over Damwon Kia, D+ Kia, and a 7-5 over GK. That's 3 APAC teams, a MENA team, and an overtime against an NA team. This is by far the hardest game that G2 have had yet, and they're not showing it at all.
Now BDS, having lost that last round, it did warrant them to take their tactical timeout, which I think is fair enough. G2 are starting to run away with it, especially with the momentum. And that last round in particular, it felt like BDS had the right idea against G2. They had the read on the attack that G2 were going for, but they tripped over the last hurdle when G2 went in for the execute, even with no map control. So what BDS need to do now is they need to recollect themselves, keep their composure, and make sure that they can close these rounds to the end.
And I think the frustration we saw from Leakafak when he was very enthusiastically speaking at the end of last round was due to the confusion that would likely have been on BDS's side. G2 uses all nades, find no kills. You think that BDS is going to be favored. And now Alems decides, I think it's about time we get spicy with it, going for an aggressive spawn peek. However, I do not believe anyone from G2 will cross his line of sight. Shaiko elsewhere has gone too aggressive and fallen victim to Alamau, who hits him with the question mark in chat. He continues to play the villainous behavior, but Alems gets the second kill in, taking down Uno, continuing to manifest from this piano window.
Oh, Alems being a bit relentless over there on the top floor, but here goes G2. A very linear push inside of Bakery. They've taken no other map control except for Bakery so far, and it seems like it is going to stay that way. The thing they need to worry about now is the vertical pressure from up above from BDS. They have two players, one of them being the Aruni, who's made a couple holes and is having a look in through prep.
Alamau wants to spray it on back. G2, for the most part, looking for a very direct push. They have no interest whatsoever in clearing these players above, but they will bide their time. They will play the confusion game, getting information on the site, identifying points of weakness, looking for an opportunity to make a play.
And it seems like it's going to be aided by the utility of Virtue on the Capital, the execute-centric utility that you want to keep in your pocket until it's the right moment to strike. But what they need to worry about here is dislodging some of these players in the top floor, because Alems is going to be holding on to that for as long as he can. But it doesn't matter. Benja, he directly contests the angle and will take him down.
G2 are just baiting BDS into pushing. The diffuser is not even within G2's clutches, and yet they find kill after kill. Another nade to go through, the smokes to cover these lines of sight, leaving Bride all alone on the bomb site in a 1 versus 4 match point on the other side of a 4v1 for G2. But they don't need to get aggressive, they don't need to push. Bride has the chance to clutch, but Doki shuts him out. Map point on BDS's pick for G2.
This is another part of the G2 attacks. I mean, we've seen it happen twice now. G2, they take minimal map control. They barely take anything to their name, but what do? They bait BDS into a false sense of security and a false sense of safety. Even though G2 were over inside of Prep, over inside of Bakery, they didn't make their way on in because they knew that they weren't safe from the vertical, but they had the confidence to challenge it anyway. And all that Virtue was doing with his utility in his hands, it was actually taking a reaction or pulling a reaction from the players of BDS to actually look their way in through the vertical, but a G2 player on the other side was already had their gun trained on that angle. And so all of BDS sort of just got baited into taking these one-to-ones that G2 was so ready for.
So ready for the 1v1s, like they've been so ready for Atlanta. Oh, what a gnarly opening kill for Alamau. So many ones going in favor of G2. And what a year it has been for G2. Not at all favorites in Montreal, and yet world champions nonetheless. Knocked out in quarterfinals in Copenhagen and barely scraping into the top 8 in Europe. Now already top 8 at the major. Uno is back on the squad, and they're looking better than ever.
And what we hoped was a close map is looking like it might be a G2 wipeout. Now on match point will take us over to Reading and Fireplace as potentially the final bomb side of choice for BDS. Looking to make their approach into the building are G2. They have leaned into some interesting stuff here. Benja picking along the Grim does make me think that they're looking to try and dislodge whatever defense has gone in through the top floor with some of that zoning utility, locking them out with the Lion, with the Dokkaebi. These are all operators that you bring along when you're looking to do a roam clear or when you're looking to make a pretty explosive entry in on the map where you don't want the info of the drones, but instead you want the active info of exactly where the positions are. Oh, there they go.
What is this from BDS? Very early. So many picks come through in their favor as G2 have a very pacey start to the rounds. Looking to close this game as quickly as possible. However, they make it look so doable. 2v2. Alamau steals another pick away from BDS.
Bride as well under the pump from the vertical, and a player inside of the horizontal take going into Reading. It's going to recall back Alems to try and help him out, but Bride, he's taken down so low.
Not a single mistake can be afforded. Doki finds a triple kill in the 1v1. Alems sends a few shots his direction, looking for the killing blow to push this map deeper. for BDS! But 13 map win straight! Is this the G2 dominance of old? Fire up! 7-2 on BDS's map. G2 take no prisoners.
And that is one way to make a statement coming into the Titan quarter-final between these two EU teams. 7-2 on BDS's map pick of all things, on what was a slow map, one that should have played into the playstyle of BDS. G2 show that they can match that.
G2 love to talk outside the server. BDS say they do their talking in it. And yet we saw them completely voiceless on Cafe. The French found 2 rounds of the 9 we played. G2 dominated here in North America, and they'll break it down on the analyst desk.
Yeah, you're darn right we will. Hey, how we feeling about G2 right now, huh? I really didn't know which way this crowd was going to swing, but it looks like the current world champions have got Atlanta, and they're not letting go of it right now. What was that last Doki play? I was in the back, I missed it. Can you break it down for me?
Here's the thing, is when you've got the world champion team that has star fraggers from previous roster in every position, they're all going to be able to do that. And you saw Doki do it, him and Alamar recovering that round.
Oh yeah, his intuition read, you could see by his movement, he was playing it, he's like, oh, maybe he swung out pillar, maybe nobody swung pillar, the timing was just perfect, and he hit a crazy shot.
Feels like everything for G2 is coming to a head exactly what it needs to. BDS had this map for only 2 rounds.
Yeah.
They picked it, they decided this was the best case scenario, and yet G2, all they do is add to their win streak in Atlanta. They've yet to drop one still.
Yeah, and I think the big differential in this map particularly is the way these two play. BDS is kind of very default, it's very European, full pushes, and then hope that Leaky Fat can make something work on a lurk.
Yeah.
Maybe LMs can make something work, but again, relies on a lurk. And that's pretty much where BDS had their only success. G2 were very aware of that. Like I said, these teams know each other so intricately. So G2 4-2 up on the defense. Their analyst talked some smack at halftime as well. And then they backed it up with some excellent attacks. And I think what you saw from G2 was them bringing a little bit more pace, them splitting themselves across the map, and then just executed. And BDS, it's like they were fighting shadows at times. They just didn't know where G2 were.
Oh, you got it perfectly right. G2 obviously knew that BDS wanted to get into the map to get very comfortable. They were setting up, they weren't letting it happen unless they wanted BDS to waste a bunch of utility or waste bodies trying to get through G2's first defense. BDS ended up adapting, trying to send Licky Fact through the downstairs, try to find a pick, try to find an opening, but he wasn't able to find much. And then right towards the end of the defense, G2 understood that, pulled it back in. Obviously, the stats speak for themselves. Uno and Virtue themselves, both the support players going phenomenal.
Yeah. For the most part, it looks like everyone was relatively even, except what you called the 3-headed monster for BDS, because Renshiro's down here at 2-8, and it really didn't feel like he had much of a chance to wake up in this game.
Yeah, the rest of BDS couldn't even really get into the map in the first place on their attacks. That was the biggest thing. They couldn't get a step in, especially Shaiko. I think a lot of people were maybe underwhelmed with the way that he played, besides that one round where he got 4 kills. We didn't see too much out of him, but that's not because BDS was playing bad. G2 was just playing perfectly into the counter of BDS's strategy.
Overall, first map, that's a real hard kicker if you're BDS, but if you're G2, you're feeling great.
Well, exactly. We saw them and we said, if BDS are going to win this, they need to win their first 2 maps. They have to get it done in 2. And I think for G2, they knew Cafe was a little bit of a free hit because they should be taking Chalet, they should be taking Nighthaven. So I don't know where BDS is going to go from here because they've just been decimated on their own map. They've got to maybe even throw some of the strat box out the window because G2 have that good of a read on BDS right now.
Well, right now they seem to be on what is a 6-map win streak, and they'll look to continue it on map number 2 because it doesn't really look like BDS are going to take much of anything, at least for right now. We'll see if G2 can do it in 2 or if we're heading to a map 3 when we come back. Don't go anywhere.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Hello, my name is Cizin and I play for Sonics, and today I'm going to be playing Drone in the Unknown.
Oi, sou o JV92AW7M e hoje eu vou descobrir os drones aí que...
Hi guys, this is Boys from Team M80 and today I'm playing Drone in the Unknown.
どうも、スカーズ所属のピョンです。Drone in the Unknown.
My map knowledge, pretty good I'd say. I've been playing this game since I was like 11.
Eu acho que meu conhecimento de mapa é bom. Eu sempre posiciono uns dronezinhos aí pra galera matar. É, isso aí é fora do mapa do arranha-céu lá, Skyscraper.
That is a dragon on the map Skyscraper. The architect is giving it away that it's Skyscraper.
高層ビルだと思います。
I can just tell because of the kind of sculpture.
Acho que você está todos, né? Tá fácil. Isso aí é mole.
Wait, what?
うわ、むずい。見たことないけどなんか見たことある。
I see a book. I'm pretty sure it's cafe.
Isso aí é no café lá, pô. Isso aí, esse livrinho aí, ó. É no café.
Café.
Yeah, this is Skyscraper for sure. I say we're pretty good at cafe, yes, I know that map. Yeah, okay, nah, got that one wrong. I see some anime books. I don't know what anime that is though. I want to say Skyscraper because I see like kind of the pattern on the wall.
背景。壁の。
Do lado da suíte lá, do Sky.
Skyscraper.
That's Skyscraper.
5 de 5 é muito fácil, cara. Isso aí, ó. Dá pra ver tudo, pô.
待って、どこだ?
Yeah, I'll just go Chalet. I have no idea.
It's so easy. Yeah, fronteira, border. No... Arquivos?
Border.
This is, I think, border. I think it's in tellers.
もう分かったのは上の。
The same thing here. I recognize the pattern in the ceiling.
Essa é difícil, pô.
The radio, I could tell just because of the knives and the stuff in the background, so quite an easy one. They both have radios in the map, so it's Nighthaven or Consulate.
Vou chutar Chalet.
Basement on Clubhouse.
Nighthaven Lab.
Yeah, I'm gonna just say Consulate Garage. Wow, okay. I was completely wrong. I just got done playing Drone in Unknown. Had a lot of fun playing today.
全問正解。私だけでした。
And yeah, see you guys at the major.
Torce pra W7M aqui, ó. Ó, vamos em busca do bicampeonato.
Undefeated in play-ins, undefeated in playoffs, and now undefeated for the moment in finals. G2 Esports are looking to knock over BDS, their home country, their home region rivals 2-0, because if they do, it not only gatekeeps BDS from SI, but guarantees that we see an SI Grand Final rematch as our first semifinal of tomorrow. The implications from this one are pretty nuts, gentlemen. Break it down for me.
Oh, absolutely. Plus, I bet it feels that much better if they can gatekeep them from invite.
Oh, yeah.
We had Titan in the back pretty much saying, fine, easier invite for us if we knock them out.
I mean, that's the thing, especially, you know, if BDS go into any tournament, they're always going to be tipped at least somewhat to win the tournament. You can do yourself a favor for later down in Sao Paulo.
Talk about somebody who's been leading the ring so far, not just on Twitter, not just with his music choice or his hair choice. In the server, he is backing it up. We can't not specifically highlight Alamau right now. He's been lighting it up.
Yeah, and I think the thing about Alamau is that he has been the best player in the tournament. He was the best player in the tournament coming today. Another strong performance. But the one thing about Alamau is he is so pivotal to G2's success as he's IGLing them as well. So when he's on it, which he was at 6th Invitational. He wasn't on it in Copenhagen. He's back on it here. When he's on it on his day and just across the tournament, G2 are on it. And I think we're seeing the results of that.
Absolutely. He knows exactly when he needs to position himself aggressively, defensively, and also he doesn't mind taking a back seat. We saw that first map. They let pretty much Uno and Virtue, the way that G2 was set up against BDS, they always let their support players be able to pretty much clean house, just because Alamau was going for that aggressive fight to go for the 1-for-1, because he knew that if he got that, he'd put his team in a much better situation.
And he might not have gotten on with him that well, but Alamau is kind of taking a Fabian role within this team, where he's making it all about himself. And when you do that, when you make it all about yourself, and he's talking the smack, he's dyeing his hair, he's putting the chains on, and he's really trying to be the big personality, brings all attention onto him. That allows every other player to take the pressure off them. And the one player that's benefiting particularly is Benjamaster, because he had a lot of focus put on him after that 6th Invitational run. Struggled inside of EUL, struggled at Copenhagen Stage 2. But now, there's pressures off that guy. Everyone's talking about Alamau and they want to, and he's flourishing.
There's also no pressure on G2 right now because they just won their opponent's pick. They're going into Chalet. They opted for this map in the series. Meanwhile, we got to find some recourse for BDS because there needs to be some positive. Otherwise, we don't just want to call this thing done and dusted after just 2 maps, right?
No, absolutely not. Obviously, if you can get a good, solid step-by-step to get onto Chalet, that's one way to go for it. Obviously, BDS showed a lot of life in the last map. They took a lot of their time. They were playing from outside the map. There was some rounds that they were able to shut down Doki on the aggressive plays. There's going to be a lot of aggressive plays on Chalet.
All right. Do you think we need a map 3? Or is this just G2 rolling over them, hook, line, and sinker?
I have a feeling G2 are going to get this done 2-0.
Yeah.
2-0?
I agree. I think G2 gets a 2-0.
I don't know. Georgia, what are we thinking? 2-0 for G2? You guys are biased as all heck. You saw them win in SI. That's it. That's all they did was win 1 tournament. Are they going to win 2-0? We'll have Dev and Manny take us through this bad boy, because I got a feeling we might need a little bit more than just map 2. Guys, take it away.
Thanks, Jacob, and I do hope you're right. BDS have shown that they deserve to be taken seriously. However, they've lost 2 significant matches, 2 big upsets already in this tournament. And I don't think that this would be an upset if G2 were to win, but it would certainly be a disappointment and a devastation for BDS, not only being knocked out of this major, but also being denied 6 Invitationals.
Yeah, I think it cannot be understated just how important this match is for BDS. So far, fate is still in their hands as we send our way into map 2, but it could be taken away by G2.
It could well be taken away by G2 on Chalet, as it is G2's very own map pick. BDS starting out on the defensive side, and this social prediction continues to slip away from the French. But here in the United States of America, G2 look to do it in 2-0. Let's get into map 2! BDS caught sleeping on Cafe. It's time to get on their skis and wake up for map number 2. No second chances now. They will need to run the gauntlet, win here on Chalet, and take us to Nighthaven Labs to determine the outcome of this matchup. But G2, they have no such thing in mind. They're looking as calm as ever and keen to take this 2-0.
G2 will be the one starting out on the attack this time around, though. going into Chalet, I have a feeling they'll be pretty confident on it as well. It seems like, especially off the back of the last map, that G2 have really done some crazy prep work against what BDS are bringing. It didn't feel like BDS had any answers to the unpredictability that G2 brought.
But, however, the Dokkaebi has been taken down by BDS. We saw both teams use it to full effect on Cafe, and it is a relentless way of clearing those roamers. The Azami being taken down as well does leave a lot of these power positions exposed.
Yeah, that being said, but a lot of the really strong defense operators have still been left in. You've got your Solus, you've got your Fenrir. All these kinds of really strong tools that the defense can use on the side of BDS. Not just that, but I mean, all your walls now. Castle can still be a substitute a little bit. Not quite for the Azami, but BDS have still got the tools that they need on the defense.
Even the potential for mirror windows, should they opt to go for it. Shaiko looking with the same expression on his face as we see every single round of every single game. He does not reveal much in his facial expressions. The opposite can be said for G2, and I tell you what, if you know these guys, you can tell that they are looking primed and ready. They are in their flow state, and they are focused and ready to take it in 2 maps.
Basement bomb site for BDS as they look to extend the map a little bit. In the aid of the castle, of course, he is going to create a safer haven over on the 2nd floor. It does look like they are extending their way all the way over inside of Dining as well. So really, BDS, straight off the bat, holding on to a lot of the map. It's pretty ambitious what they're trying to do here, especially going down into the basement now. We've got a full repick on the side of G2 as well. Ram and Buck being picked out does make me think that G2 probably want to at least get some of a grip hold onto the vertical game.
With BDS being ambitious in their map control, if G2 are able to sneak in with the lurk and find isolated 1v1s, it could well collapse the entire defense for BDS. Already very swift. 20 seconds into the round, a breach on Snowmobile, Voltable. The main castle barricade on lobby, taken down. Options available for G2 in abundance.
Yeah, but that's just the site pressure. What else have G2 been able to do in this time? It seems like they've had a thought about the top floor, and actually Alamau's not just having a think, but is actually making his way in instead. He is the buck, and while there is a player rounding the corner of that's Leaky Pack who's been droned out.
Spray through the wall, almost finds his life as these G2 players look to hunt Leakafak. The smoke, a player you want alive in the late round. Where has he gone to? Sneaking back onto the blue stairs. He's forfeited so much map control. Mandy, this push has been incredibly fast from G2.
Yeah, that's what happens when you bring Buck on Chalet, but some really nice shots in through the line of sight through Dining does mean that it actually goes a 1-to-1 way trade between these two teams.
G2 should be happy with the 1-to-1 on Cafe. They continually forced early engagements to make these rounds in the late. Very 2v2, very 3v3. That's how they want to play this game.
The main thing here is that it has forced back one layer of the onion of the defense for BDS. They now have to fall back in towards the bomb side. Who goes Leaky Fack, and the blue stairs holding this aggressive with the shotgun in hand. But now G2 have what they want, and that's the vertical pressure with the Ram and with the Buck. And they can really start to tear up the floor and then look for a conversion into the site from there.
All in good time, though. Looking for these roamers first. Making sure that there are none left and making sure that nobody can re-aggress up these stairs. But here comes the Ram. Activating the Boogie. A C4 does take down the first one, but no player, which was surely the hopeful target for BDS. And the floor is completely mincemeat. Uno finds the opener on the Shaiko from the bottom of main stairs as G2 are poised to take it.
They're looking to take this one. It's now or never for G2 with 40 seconds left to go, and the bomb site's so vacated by BDS, they can hit it, but Renshiro is there on the other side to meet them.
Oh, but amidst the fire, he is forced on back as Uno looks to force this diffuser down onto the ground. Doki, separated from his squad, is taken down by Breed A. And now a retake is forced by BDS, and the numbers are quality. As Uno jumps straight back outside, he amounts a very solid post-plant position. Virtue to clean up Breed A, and this feels, if anything, a formality. BDS look to stick it. Can Uno deny this in time? Renshiro, you can't be getting away with this! BDS! They've stolen the first round of Chalet!
Renshiro has absolutely thieved away that round from G2. Uno was in the perfect post-plant position with the hard recharge he'd set up with the firebolt, but it just missed. Renshiro, maybe he's a firefighter, but he stole that one away by getting the ninja defuse that G2 could have never expected.
G2 dominated the mental game in map number 1, but that has sure got to hurt the ego in map 2. BDS have a lot to talk about because strategically, G2 won that round, and then Renshiro stole it away from them.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Renshiro on the dock was like, why be a doctor when you can be a firefighter? And he went his way on and through the fire and the flames, and he managed to get the defuse off and stole that one. Poor G2. I mean, they had that to a T. They did the roam clear to perfection, but at the last hurdle, they fell.
That's the energy that BDS will need more of throughout this series. Down a map, their own map. They got to choose defense here on Chalet, and they're showing us why. However, just one round in, there's so much still to play here, and like we said, Mandy, G2 look damn good on these attacks.
Yeah, and BDS as well on the defense, though on the other side, they have really assembled the superpowers of the defense. You've got the Mirror, the Fenrir, and the Solace all being picked up by members of BDS. Now, G2, they do have a bit of an answer for it. They have got the Twitch in the hands of Alamau. They've got the ranged hard reach they need to deal with some of those mirror windows as well. It's just about whether G2 can actually land the utility clear that they need.
There's a lot of players to clear as well. Oh, here comes the Twitch drone from Alamau. Does he time it perfectly? Does he have the aim? He does! One mirror window dismantled 35 seconds into the round. We love to see that for G2 fans. However, Doki going down without a fight was certainly not on your bucket list.
Bit brave there from Doki, hopping into the mirror window of a Lems that one not quite opened. Renshiro on the other side of his mirror window there is though thinking, wait a second, that's open now. Uno though taking a bit of tussle of a player on the top floor. That's Leaky Pack who's now going to fall back to the safety of the mirror window in storage.
He really is trapped here in stock now. Benja, oh, he's caught in the crossfire. What was that communication? Renshiro was already holding that position, and he's just missed a second G2 player sneaking his way towards Bar. It is Alamau, and he's looking for one.
Alamau knows though, that mirror window is open off, but he looks away, and Renshiro can behead him.
Very swiftly do G2 fall in this second round. Virtue, no diffuser, almost no HP to work with, and Renshiro cuts him down. 3 kills for one of the most experienced players in the game, for the oldest player at the tournament. He shuts everyone down on the back of his ninja diffuse. He's sending G2 a message.
BDS playing a very disciplined game through the mid-round. They know that G2 want to make that incision into the map somewhere, and they know that they have the safety of the mirror windows. They're watching all the possible entry points as G2 try to cut their way in straight through the ground floor. They really cut corners there, I feel, on the defense that BDS had brought to the table.
It's the exact start that BDS needed to bring that momentum back in their favor. However, from G2, they look to flip that momentum now with a tactical timeout. 3 rounds into the game. Now with their new coach, Romalio, formerly of FaZe, the most sought-after coach in Rainbow Six, surely they have what they need to turn this around.
Yeah, I think that's exactly right. This guy is by far and away the most strong strategic coach, I would say, in the scene at the moment. G2 have said some pretty high praises about this guy, and who do you want to listen to in a tactical timeout? It's definitely that guy.
There's no doubt about it. Romalio will need to whip his kids into shape and get G2 back onto it. Because, I mean, the first round was so good until the final dying moments in that post plant. The second round was abysmal from the get-go for G2. And that will have built a lot of confidence into BDS. The onus now on G2 to flip this on its head and start taking some attack round wins. We're on Chalet. This is one of the more attacker-sided maps in the pool. G2 should be pretty comfortable here.
Well, I think the thing is, Dev, it sort of doesn't matter what map it is these days. Even the attacker-sided ones in history have now become defender-sided with the current meta. G2 really need to dial this one back, put some respect on the defense that BDS have brought up and actually try and problem solve it. It does seem like that is what they're going to do. We've got a full switch off the roam clearing operators and your entry operators, and all of them have gone this self-sufficient utility to try and help with the clear. We've got the range hard breach, double range hard breach on Uno and on Virtue to try and clear the mirror windows. Alamau as well with the Twitch drone is going to make them worry about that. Benja even has jumped onto the Flores to clear out any of the Fenrir gadgets. That type of thing that is indestructible to bullets. And so G2 really want to cut down on the pacing there, take it slow and break it down.
And in goes that Twitch drone once again for Alamau. Bomb site is down in bar, which means that a pivotal part of this defense remains above in Library. We see the Wamai of Leakafak holding that position at the moment. He sends out a disc. He goes for an aggressive peek, but a player repelling. Doki opens the equation, and that's a very, very early player to lose for BDS.
Brave from Leakafak as well. He could have made us fall off work through the hatch, but instead tried to go for the peak, but G2 are ready for that. Renshiro on the other side has just heard his mirror window shatter right next to him, and that means Alamau has successfully taken that one down. Brede, though, he wants to support his teammate from down below.
Very good start here for G2. It goes bad to worse for BDS. Doki's found his second. Alems finally gets one back in his favor. Virtue's gone down. That's the hard breach as well, but not the diffuser. Uno can still support with those X-Kairos, but the real travesty here for BDS is this map control. And I was going to say the numbers, but Shaiko's brought that back in their favor.
Alamau being caught in the Shadow Realm over inside of lobby. He's got to back his way on out, trying to go for the reflag on the player inside of Dining, but not quite landing it. Shaiko on the other side with the 1x. He's been absolutely lethal in this round, but Bride's been taken down.
A swift entry for G2 might bring it back, and Alems goes down as well. If you blink, you miss it. G2 do not hesitate. They swing into action and convert their tactical timeout into a round win.
Good pivot there from G2. They had the top full control that they needed, but off the back of Shaiko getting his own 2 picks and bringing the man advantage back to even, G2 had to dial it back for a moment, get some drones in, and have a think about the defense, the attack that they wanted to amount. And the moment that they got the pick onto Brede inside the bomb site, it was go time for them. They jumped in on it straight away and closed out the round.
And that may well have switched the momentum here for G2. They know that if they play a very spry game, very eager to capitalize on a singular window, look for a site opportunity and send it, that can catch BDS off guard. It looks like, if I'm not wrong, we may end up going back to that same bomb site. And I think that BDS have a lot of things to take away from that round. Too many players too early on falling victim to over-aggression, gifting G2 opportunities. And that's the last thing you want to do.
That being said, I really liked the approach that G2 took to that round. They put some respect on the defense of BDS and actually took their time to sit back and problem solve it and tear it apart. And it looks like G2 are once again bringing along the same formula going back into this re-attempt at the bomb site as well. Doki's even re-picked up onto the Grim as well to make that position in the corner of Library even harder to play in for the player that's there, but actually Renshu's fallen off it completely. They've completely reinforced the Library hatch actually, so BDS, even though they're going back to the same bomb site, they have changed up their strategy quite significantly.
Yeah. Forcing G2 now to adapt. G2 failed to clear this map control from where Renshiro and Shaiko are playing now in the prior round, but this Library presence has been gifted to them.
That being said, Library is not a safe haven for the attack. It's a false sense of security, right? You've got Shaiko in here with the shield in the hallway and the line of sight going inside a Library. So even though Doki just got in, he's jumped straight back out because he's realized what's going on. Alamau on the other side is at least going to try and get a cutoff over on this side of the map inside of Fluke Double, but it's not going to find anything just yet. Shaiko's safe where he is, but I wonder what Benja's doing, right? He's the one with the Rotero drones, and if there's anyone that could clear the shields, surely it would be the Flores.
He's yet to use any of them, however. You look at the setup from BDS and you'd think it was a master defense, but no, in fact, this is bar. And now that G2 have realized the lack of control from BDS, it seems like they may be changing tack. They have no interest in clearing that top floor pressure from BDS.
So they realize that yes, Library has been given away to them, but they can't enter. So what are they going to do instead? Turn their attention in towards the bomb site. See if they can find a hole in the ground floor rather than a hole in the top floor. And that's where Alamau's drone is getting his way on in, and he's going to try and cut down on the player inside of Dining and afford G2 the control they need in the ground floor.
Well, the Grim has tempted out something from G2 near the site. Benja's fallen into a goo mine as Uno makes his way forward. Is this how G2 look to make it work? Aggressive and straight into sight for Uno, who has that diffuser in his clutches. Caught amidst the Fenrir's gas, though. He will have to try and hold on, but he's one of the last players left for G2. As BDS have retaken to perfection, Uno can cover his own backside. but not before Shaiko makes it a 1v1. Can he close it? One of the greatest players in the game. But Uno back on G2 does not let that slide.
And Uno was the opportunity maker there for G2 in the absence of the top floor control that they were initially looking for. The tentative conclusion that Uno had was, hang on a second, I can jump in through the dungeon window and get straight on into the bomb site, with Alamau covering him as well from the lobby double, making sure that no one could take him on the cross as he went into the bomb site. He took down the one player he needed and the Fenrir gadgets to then get the plant down and close it out for his team in the post.
And this is exactly what they were talking about on the desk. When you have a star-studded roster, the best fraggers of all of these amazing teams of the past, and you put the 5 of them together on G2, what do you get? You get Uno, this support player carrying that diffuser who can frag out for 2 kills in a clutch when he's needed.
G2 have had a bit of a cycle through that 5th man through 2023. After lifting the hammer at SI, they actually dropped Blur and they went between Gemini and eventually they landed on Uno, and I feel like it's that 5th piece of the puzzle that they've needed to solve their play style and make sure that they have this one reliable old guard doing the right thing, looking for the opportunities, and being comfortable on the supporting role where the rest of the players can frag their way on out.
Well, Mandy, the game opened, map opened with 2 rounds straight from BDS, and now G2 have done the same back. Does put the pressure way back onto the French to bring this back. And going down to the basement is a scary prospect in my eyes. G2 had a phenomenal attack onto this bomb site. BDS only barely won it to Renshiro's Ninja Diffuse heroics.
Alamau's having a look in through the top floor to start things out, and he has seen the rotation hole here, so he knows that there is a bit of a presence inside a closet. That's Leakyfac on the other side. He's also in support of his teammate Shaiko over inside of Mezzanine as well, so Alamau's got to be careful on his entry into the building.
I love the way that the rotate hole has been made. So there's a tiny lip at the bottom, forcing the drone to jump and reveal its position should it pass through. Leakyfac finds it. Alamau's looking for an entry on the bark. Leakyfac, he's feeling all kinds of pressure. Caught in the crossfire, Doki hunts him down.
Oh, but Shaiko's going in for the refrag. With the death of his teammate, he wants to claim one back, and he gets revenge onto Alamau.
And now G2 will look to hunt him. Benja coming in from Library. Doki on the opposite side of the map, they look to pinch together, but he's fallen off. Shaiko has escaped G2's clutches and fallen back to side.
It's a great time sink. Not only that, but he's also taken down the Bucks. So one of the 2 of the vertical operators that G2 had previously when they went in for this attack. They only have the RAM now of Virtue to rely on full vertical control. Now, I think that's enough. It probably should be with 3 Mars rovers on the ground. Surely he can sample enough of the floor, but he's on the other side of the map. G2 are dialing it back right now through the mid-round, setting up the flank drones, making sure that they are safe in the top 2 floors for now.
This feels slow by G2's standards. BDS have completely forfeited the map, and yet G2 have not yet confirmed it. As they look to get this vertical play going, losing the bark forces Benja to use some of his breaching rounds, but he can't secure a kill on the back of it. Shaiko lives to fight another day. Doki rotates in. He has the hard breach to open up this con hatch, and elsewhere he's managed to use his bees to get some information on side. Spots a lens. There's Benja for 1, and a numbers back in G2's favor.
Yeah, now with the 4-on-3 numbers advantage, G2 are going to look to convert this one, but the bravery of the BDS players is relentless. Even though the vertical pressure has come through, Shaiko is still running a havoc down in the bomb site. G2 need to take their time to plan out this execute phase well, but they can only go for it once. Oh, look at that from BDS, a double retake through the blue stairs.
And Shaiko's found one to drop down the hatch for Benja Master, but it's just him and Doki now. Bride low HP. Benja's caught out from the player in blue. The trade back again. It is relentless. Bride to clutch the 1v1. Back-to-back 1v1s. Leakyfac exhibiting all kinds of stress. I don't blame you, mate. BDS, though, have taken the lead once again.
Really nice stuff there from BDS. I feel like the fruits of the early round were really played out into the late round there. As soon as the vertical pressure came in through G2, it was good, but it wasn't enough. And then by the time that the time had ticked away to about 20-25 seconds left to go, BDS had already repositioned into all the blind spots on the vertical and were ready to take the engagements as they came in onto the bomb site. Shaiko in particular, sitting right at the bottom of the main stairs going down into the basement, was so ready for the fight and the onslaught to come through that he could take them down.
G2, I don't know whether there's cause for concern here, but they are looking slower, Mandy, and I think we're starting to see the downside of lacking that Dokkaebi. BDS, they banned it out. They themselves love to use it, as did G2. If Shaiko had a logic bomb, he would certainly not have been able to go for that aggressive peak. But G2, they are adaptable, and they are so spry. Benja brought that back. Same can be said for Doki in those dying moments, almost winning the 1v1. Doki won his clutch to win the first map, but he couldn't win it to take the lead here on the second.
BDS as well looking really solid in their final defending round. I'm going to take us over to Kitchen. Over on the ground floor, it looks like they have extended their way out horizontally over into games as well. 2 players there. Leaky back, actually. It looks like he's ready to jump out of the library window, I believe it is. Yeah, right on it. Ready for the entry to come through from G2.
Claymore's being placed by G2. Don't over-aggress. Do so at your own risk. Leakafac's so keen to peek this, though. Upside down rappel is nigh impossible to contest. On the other side of it, he looks for the player. Leakafac, very ambitious, but Uno's waiting and can easily take him down. Another gifted early pick by Leakafac.
G2 had to read on that one. Uno in particular. If there is any difference maker, if there is any playmaker on the defense for BDS, it is going to be Leakyfac, and he is the one looking for the opportunities to take one-to-one gunfights. But that time around, Uno was ready for it.
The top floor has been forfeited by BDS, allowing G2 to roll on in with those Mars Rovers, and Doki to find one on the Bride as well. You're talking about plays, Mandy. Well, keep an eye out for Alems. As the E1D locks him in place, there's some information that Alems needs to land this. He's so patient. He's in the hallway, just waiting. Benja is aware, though.
Ooh, Renshiro, though, he's been able to afford himself a little bit more room, wiggle room inside the bomb site to send out one more C4 in through the vertical now. These Mars Rovers, they can only claim so much of the floor, and so Alamau's going to have to come in, supplementary soft breach to open up a little bit more and make sure that the players on the bomb site are well and truly dislodged. But Alems is making his move.
Oh, he still hasn't been dealt with. There's a drone, but it's not lit up. As he rounds the corner, he's good for one. A second one tags him on his way out, but it is not enough to breathe a sigh of relief for G2. Alems looks for a second, dancing with death! He finds Doki! It's all up to Uno now, rappelling on inside. He finds the first. Renshiro's the last one left, and G2 know full well Alems has been downed above, and this plant may well be forced. Renshi does not have a C4, and he's gonna have to run a marathon to get back to 1 versus 1 and retake against Uno. He runs straight on through. He's gonna go pick up Alems. He's gonna go to save his teammate. There's barely any time for this, Mandy.
Oh, Uno's got it, though. He's gone up to the top floor as well. He's had to think, okay, the vertical pressure is there for him, and he wants to make use of that territory as well. Alems is definitely going to bleed on out here. There's no way. But Renshiro's just around the corner. Are they going to meet each other?
Time favors Uno, but fortune favors the brave, and Renshiro made such a brave play. I think he may have made the wrong play as he desperately looks around the corner. He does a bit of damage. Uno is going to get him. G2's going to steal another round. 1v3 from Uno. Cool, calm, collected, and closing the half, even on the scoreboard.
And where the rest of his team had fallen around him, Uno knew that he could close that one out. He had the diffuser in hand and the one kill onto the one player that was actually defending the bomb site. He absolutely beheaded him, jumped his way on in, got the bomb down, and Renshiro had completely vacated the bomb site with the presence of the vertical onto his position and forced him into a retake that Uno played to perfection. He played the time so well and even closed it out with a pick of his own.
Uno stepped up hugely in that round. The game was over. After Alems found his early pick, you thought it was surely done. But in the dying moments, there was an opportunity, and Uno said, I will take that opportunity. Desperate, you usually write those rounds off, but when it's Uno, you certainly can't. Wow, some nuts shots from Alems. Uno timed this perfectly. He used his util perfectly, and he closed the round. Now we move into the second half. G2 fans are once again given something to cheer for. Here in Atlanta, BDS Need 4 more rounds to send us to map 3, but G2 need the same to propel themselves into a semi-final.
G2 as well, they're going to take us over to the Master and Office bomb site. We didn't see BDS do this at all on their half.
No, we didn't. A dangerous bomb site to go for at the high level of competitive play. Very common in ranked and in lower levels of comp, but as soon as you go to that world-class level of Rainbow Six, only daring teams take this top floor bomb site. G2, well, they're one of the most daring teams you can find, but Likafak has snuck his way inside. No grenades on the Yana, so no vertical capability, but he does have potential to cause havoc.
That being said, 2 of his teammates do have grenades. Finka, being gifted her set at the moment, is going to send some in through the floor. That's Shaiko to try and burn one onto the position inside of Mezzanine.
Wow.
Doesn't connect quite onto LML though. It takes a little bit of its HP out, but not down. Oh, that goes Leaky back in through the vertical. He lands a couple shots onto Virtue as well, who will put some down in return, but doesn't quite connect them.
It's a devilish dance for BDS. Into the map, but not with any substantial control as Shaiko finally takes down Alamau. With that, should he get the information, Mezzanine is clear, and he's free to jump inside. Doki is still prevalent on this roam, and this drone has also been spotted. He's going to make his way around and try and dodge that position. You can see that it's not lit up. He knows this is his moment. Oh, Lems is going to walk straight into Doki's waiting arms.
Oh man, Doki's just absolutely assassinated Lems there on the basement entry, but the rest of BDS don't seem too phased by it so far. Shaiko is going to head the attack on the entry, is making his way in, all the way in through the glass cabinet hallway, but the time is certainly starting to tick away as they make their way in around the bomb site. It is Master and Office, of course, and Bride. Well, they don't actually have any hard reach on their side, so if they want to go for the main wall, they can't. What are they going to do here, RBDS? They need to come up with a game plan to get themselves inside of the bomb site without actually working the wall.
Oh, Virtue, this is dangerous. He was flashed for a brief moment. That flash may have saved a life or two, and he forfeits his own, re-peeking now. Uno goes down. It is up to Doki and Uno the Mirror, but Uno's been finished off. 2 players remain for BDS to lock in this round, but guess who it is on defense? It's Doki. He's got this gadget, the perfect utility you need! 1 impact finds nothing! The bed, a safe haven for Bride, but HP not in abundance. A second impact! Doki, you've got to be kidding me! Doki is a beast that cannot be tamed! Plenty of time for G2 to secure the round! This guy's a hero!
And what an impact through this floor as well from Doki. He just anticipated the game sense on this guy to just send an impact through the floor onto some random spot inside of Solar, and bang, there's a low HP Bride taken down. And he can claim that one back with a crazy 1 versus 2 comeback.
That's payback for round 1 troll, he says in the old chat. You guys can't see that. But man, I tell you what, BDS, there's got to be some fire spit between these players at the moment. How many rounds have been close, Mandy? We've had 2 1 versus 1s. 1 has gone in favor of either team. And then the last 2 rounds in a row. Uno with the 1v3 clutch. Doki with the 1v2 clutch. G2 keep pulling these rounds out of their ass, and BDS have no response.
It is by the smallest margins that separate these 2 teams in this map. You can never call the round early, Dev. You never know what is going to happen because anything could turn it on a dime.
G2 have now taken the lead in this second half. A round that they really shouldn't have won, but as you said, you can never count them out. BDS, my concern for them is how much of a toll does this take on the mental? They are yet to take their tactical timeout. G2 took theirs very early on in the game after losing the first 2 rounds, and it netted them the next 2 rounds in a row. So clearly, Romalio has had a profound impact on G2 converting this momentum back into their favor. Why has Stuflex not done the same there?
Let BDS figure this one out for themselves for a little bit longer. It's only 1 round lead that G2 have got for now. They're not running away with it just yet. The bomb site this time around is over in Dining and Kitchen, and it does look like G2 have extended their way over in through the top floor, but not out too far inside of Library. On the other side, though, BDS on the attack are having to think about a more direct take. They're not sweeping across the map, but instead are trying to get themselves in close towards the bomb site to see what grenades they can sail on through and look for those untraded picks.
The key here for BDS is not to be scared. Oh, that's frustrating for Shaiko, struggling to take down that castle barricade. It's a fickle affair. Alamau finds an aggressive peek, the impact surely to secure it, but it falls flat. Doki off aggressive jump out elsewhere does secure the kill, but that opens the door for Leakafact to find his way straight into sight. Alamau comes back to save the day, it seems. Leakafact's found a double, but G2 are incessant, and they continue to fight for this bomb site control.
BDS trialing it back as well. Uno on the other side has an in through the hatch, but just on the other side of that as well is Renshiro on the double window, and if Uno steps too far out, surely he's going to be taken down. Okay, maybe not. Renshiro's actually just fallen off of that position, and that means that Uno's safe for now, but the vertical control is still in the hands of him, and that's going to be dangerous as BDS rendezvous over inside of Trophy and try and make their way into the bomb site.
And this is the danger zone for BDS. Oh, excellent usage of an exothermic from Leakafact forces Alamau into an exposed position, but he has not been spotted. He lurks around the corner in the shadows, biding his time, waiting for the sound cue. But he has no clue where these players from BDS are. Leakafact playing incredibly passively. Virtue's low HP as well, though. The door has once again been left open for BDS.
This is dangerous, though. Renshiro has to keep these vertical players at bay because otherwise the diffuser cannot walk his way in the bomb site.
No.
And there goes Freeday to make his way on in, but Virtue's there for the trade.
Leakafact needs to find his kill. Renshiro gets aggressive and finishes off what's left of Virtue. Guess who's on side for G2? After 2 clutches in a row, it's up to Slim Shady to make quick work of this round. Alamau can play it patient. He can hide in the corner knowing full well BDS must make the first move. But Alamau, he may well get the last laugh. Shotgun! He does it again! G2 will never be silenced!
And Alamau can take care of business. In the dying seconds of the round, BDS looked to pivot over in the top floor, but they forgot that Alamau could run havoc on the bomb site, and with the absence of the intel going in, they left it to his own device, and he closed it out on the 1-on-2.
Well, after 3 clutches in a row, we've got Titan, G2's analyst, back on the line. Titan, how are you feeling about this game?
It's much closer than we maybe initially anticipated it would be, but we expected it to be sort of like a give and go kind of map, 1 round each for each team. Realistically, I mean, you show the quality of the players that we have on our team, the ability to clutch, the ability to keep their cool when they need to. Doki, Carl, Uno, everybody is stepping up right now for us, the team.
And so if these clutches stop happening, is there cause for concern for G2? Are you relying on these clutches, or are you confident in these players' abilities aside from that?
If the clutches stop, it's fine, it's okay. Realistically, what we're seeing here after timeout from Amalio is a slight change and alteration in the way that we play. We're taking it more of sort of like a individual round-by-round basis rather than anything in terms of preparation work or assumptions, and the knock-on effect of that is just simply the players are able to sort of make these closer rounds and slower.
And what are you thinking about BDS in their current form?
I mean, they're doing better on this map than the last one. They've got another round, they're making it closer, but still a bit disappointing.
Okay, thank you very much, Titan. Disappointed. Not a word I expected to hear from the analysts of a team who is, frankly, smashing their opposition.
Surprising. I mean, maybe Titan just knows something that we clearly do not. I mean, he is the analyst, he is the expert, but between the two of us, I was expecting a pretty close match and a tight one between these two. I see you.
Shaiko may well find the opener. No, he can't get the kill. Oh, frustrating. Doki's fallen on back. And Doki's, in fact, re-aggressed and found his head. Devastation once again for BDS, but there is a trade of sorts. Leakafact, lucky he used his adrenal surge. He's looking to get aggressive. He might find an opportunity here as BDS goes straight into the meat grinder. Virtue traded finally, but it's not going to be enough for BDS. Alems, the captain, 1v3. Can we see the heroics from him that we've seen from G2? 3 rounds now in a row.
Very little HP though for Alems.
Incredibly low HP. But he must be patient. He might have the read, he might have the info, he might have heard both of these players from G2. Nobody needs to make a move. A fake C4, ripped for Uno, a stun, and a peek now. The opportunity open! But the door smashes closed on his face. Uno once again stepping up for G2.
Yeah, BDS, they're trying to cut their way straight into the bomb site, having seen the roam game being played by G2. But on the other side of that was a very cheeky Uno over inside of Connector, completely shutting them down on their push on their way in. And that's going to force BDS to take their tactical timeout and have a rethink about what they're going to do next.
Taking their tactical timeout at 6-3 down. Match point, series point, elimination point, and saying goodbye to 6 Invitational. For BDS, it does not get much worse than this. Stuflex has to make good on this minute that he gets with his roster because there's no second chances now. This is 3 match points in a row for G2.
And the problem here for G2 as well is they're in exactly the right mindset to close this one out as well. Typically once you get onto match point, I don't know, sometimes players get really nervous, right? Sometimes they don't go in for those aggressive plays that they normally would because you don't want to make a mistake. But G2, the current mindset that they're in is just exuding confidence against BDS, who just haven't quite looked as good, even in the second map.
And it's so many heroic plays from G2 that steal it away. A lack of refrag in Virtue's position, a valiant attempt by Alems. But G2 once again show their mettle. Is there anything left in it for BDS? That's my question on the back of that tactical. They need to get themselves on their feet in this game. Because we've barely seen a shade of the BDS that won a major in Sweden a year ago.
Well, they have to do it now. It's now or never for BDS. This is map point and series point for G2. If they don't come back from here, it is over. G2, they're going to take us over to what is potentially the final defense of the series over in Office and Master. They're looking to extend themselves over horizontally, a little bit over inside of our library, but all not too much.
And Doki finds an opening kill once again on the same goddamn window that he spawned peeked Shaiko previously. Is there anything left in it for BDS? Where are they? They've fallen asleep. They're letting G2 run all over them.
It's looking pretty grim now for BDS. Haven't lost the spearhead of their attacks. It's Shaiko, the entry player that's been oh so consistent for them, that has been taken down now twice by Doki, who's been absolutely the bane of this game. This is his series. 12-7 now is the scoreline for him as he tries to make it even better. Look at how much caution BDS are exercising now. Renshio's all the way out, essentially in spawn.
Swapping mags!
Scared for BDS, perhaps. For G2, though, calm, collected, no reason to over-aggress. Perfectly technical. No fire that will burn too bright.
Bomb has been located.
BDS, the move is on them, and G2 can simply wait.
Ben just got to vacate his position, having felt the vertical pressure from down below, but he's found a safe haven inside the hallway. Meanwhile, on the other side, Brede is having a look in onto the bomb site to see what he can find, and Benja can claim one back onto Alems. That was a player down in the basement, but here goes Leaky back in through the other side of the map.
BDS players fall one by one. A nice nade from Renshiro, but Benja has relocated from that position already. And still, G2 can simply wait. This is desperation. You see that from Renshiro. No information. Desperate. Leakafak looking for an early pick, but G2's not peeking him as of yet. As I say that, he gets poorly timed, and Doki might be able to swipe him away.
Great discipline here from G2. The only person looking for a peek has been Doki, but here goes Renshi on his entry in. Oh, really nice stuff there from Leaky, from Renshi, and from Brede. All 3 players have lit the spark for BDS and have brought it back.
The fire is still alive for the French. Benja 1v3, but you can never count out G2. Could it be another clutch? How many have we seen? Too many to count. BDS, oh, hold your horses. Benja is ready to take the ones. The diffuser is down, but the Dane must 1v2.
He's looking for it, but BDS are not giving it to him.
And so he will wait. Move up slowly. Isolate these 1v1s. He has the information on Renshiro. He looks to get aggressive. Renshi's ready. He baits out the swing from Bride, but nothing as of yet from BDS. They will not give him an opportunity. And they will close the door back on his face again. BDS are not done yet. The first of 3 match points has been staved off, but it is a long mountain that they must climb to push us onto map 3.
BDS still want to be part of the conversation. And that 5 versus 3 could change the dialogue. All 3 BDS players finding their pick all at the same time onto the G2 players who, just as I said, were playing the discipline game, actually all went for their own peak onto the remaining 3 players, and BDS able to claw that one back.
Fresh on desk, what a chance. Former G2 analyst himself. Now we get to use that big brain on our broadcast, lucky us. For BDS, if you're a BDS fan right now, man, do they need you? Yeah, they do. 2 more to push overtime, and even then, the job is not done. In fact, it's barely started. Nighthaven Labs could be our decider. Titan was ever so confident about this map veto. He told us just a couple of rounds ago, he was in disbelief that BDS would shake G2 on these maps. And, well, with the result, I can't blame him for the confidence. G2 may be cocky, but you can't blame them if they're so dominant.
Another match point stands between BDS though and G2 as they really want to close out this one swiftly. Back down inside of Dining and Kitchen, G2 have sent us to, and it looks like they are looking for an extension over in the top floor. Shield is going to prevent the entry in through Lyrie, making sure it's not safe to traverse in through the map on a sweep. Pretty similar actually to what BDS brought on their defense as well. They might find a taste of their own medicine.
Here comes the Gon 6, clearing out that castle barricade. Good options opened now for BDS, but Benja is still happy to peek it.
BDS want to keep their options open here. They have turned their attention very much in towards the Solar side. There are 4 players having a look at on that. Renshiu as well is looking for the pinch all the way over inside of Office to make that entry work too. Oh, but that's shut down completely. Uno with the super shorty is going to take it straight onto Renshiro, the only player there, and it goes untraded.
A big pick for G2, but another one! Bride finally opens the equation for BDS. Shaiko's in a great position as well. Alems looking to hunt down Alamau, who's already stolen his teammate, and he finds the kill. Back to a numbers even. Shaiko finds his kill onto Benja, but goes down for his trouble. He gets for the self-revive, but he will be punished. Doki on the bomb site. Him and Virtue must hold this down.
Bees will ring out of the Grim of Bride, but that allows Alems just safety inside this top floor, knowing that player has now fallen off. They have been afforded the vertical control that they want in onto the bomb site. But these 2 players of G2 have very much vacated it. Virtue's all the way down inside of the basement, and Doki is the last one left on the bomb site without a C4 in his hands. If they've got time to make this vertical game work, they can make sure that Doki vacates his position. But will Bride be able to secure the kill as he makes his way on out? Oh, few shots taken, but not out.
13 kills for Doki so far, looking for a 14th, he finds it! Bride up against the worlds. This has been a game of clutches, but so frequently, it's G2, the name on our lips.
Tough spot now for Bride. He's going to be met by the resistance on the other side.
And the calls to send BDS home ring out here in Atlanta. Bride looking for the head that he cannot find. G2 hold firm on this crossfire. Could this be it for BDS? A bit of damage. I'm sweaty, G2 fans, get ready! Raise your katanas, the world champs are back in the semi-finals.
And in such dominant fashion, 2-0 between the 2 titans of EU. G2 make the better of them.
And in such dominant form, 7-2, 7-4. Doki farming as usual, and Uno looking like the magic ingredient this roster needed. G2 unfallible as ever. They have broken the curse of Copenhagen. They've made it through to the semi-finals, and their eyes lie on one thing, the trophy.
And it seems like the hard work of the support staff has paid dividends for G2. I mean, Titan said it himself. They were surprised by the veto taking this one away, and G2 showed us that. Their dominance was absolutely unfounded by BDS.
7th, 8th in the European League for G2. A comeback through the last chance qualifier, and here proving in Atlanta they are the best team from Europe. BDS, a disappointing end, not only to their major, but to their 6th invitational run as G2 send them back to France. But what a stunning performance from our reigning world champions. They will go and fight another day here in Atlanta.
Absolutely. It's been an absolute pleasure to watch these two teams battle it out. G2, they have such a magic to their play style and to their preparation, and I really feel like Romalo, their coach, has just put in such hard work to make this series as strong as it was.
Yeah, on the back of that tactical timeout, 2 rounds straight, and every time it comes down to that 1v1, G2 are more than ready. Doesn't matter if it's a 1 versus 3, they will always keep fighting for that. And for G2, what's there more to say? It's a World Championship roster that has boosted their roster time and time again with successful additions. Uno looking like the perfect fitting glove. But Alamau, I'm sure that he's got a lot to say, so we'll toss it back to Ian on the stage.
Thank you very much, guys. It feels like the real G2 has finally stood up, and I'm here with Alamau. That was an incredibly dominant performance. Feels like Montreal, that sort of energy, the vibes between you guys, the incredible performances. You made light work of BDS.
Yeah, I mean, if you analyze our maps with their maps, we knew it was going to be like kind of like a easy game. But we struggled a little bit to close the Chalet, I think, because we had so many good attacks and we couldn't close. So could have been like 7-1 Chalet, I think, in my opinion. But yeah, ready for W7M now.
You personally are having a tremendous tournament, like a real standout player. How much are you enjoying your Siege right now?
I'm enjoying playing so much. I couldn't practice for this event, as some people know, because I was trying to get the visa for US, so I couldn't practice with my team. They were practicing with the Analyst, and we are just showing everybody that we don't even need to practice to win.
Yeah, I mean, it's a complete performance across the board. All players on this roster showing their skill set here. Uno, the latest addition, has made such a massive impact, and I'm watching you sat beside him there, just reacting to some of his big plays. What a star he is.
Yeah, I mean, Uno, I told him so many times, and I tell everybody, Uno was the best player I could ever possibly pick him up. The best support I ever played with. Like, his mechanic is insane. So he's not like that boring support player you're watching a 1v4 and the guy's like terrible. Uno is just like one of the best players I ever played with. And also Jake, another support player, showing up on the big stage once again. And yeah, we're so ready for the rest of the games.
I mean, Uno, seasoned veteran, cold as ice in the server. Does he ever smile, just out of curiosity?
No, he never smiles.
All right, so W7M up next in the semi-final. This is a rematch of SI. You guys beat them in a high-stakes environment. Can you do it again?
Yeah, of course.
Any message to W7M? They're definitely going to be watching, man.
W7M, vocês sabem já que vocês vão perder. Deve ser realmente triste estar aparecendo no stage sabendo que vai ser derrotado.
Alamau, thank you so much. Congratulations again, and we'll see you on the main stage for the semi-finals. The fan support is definitely here for G2, who make it into the semis and progress through this tournament with the greatest of ease. To look back on that one is Jacob and the guys.
Thanks, Ian. That bad boy felt like it was over way sooner than it should have been, considering the pedigree of both squads. For G2, a date with W7M is on the horizon. The SI Grand Final will be a semi-final come tomorrow. And for BDS, commiserations to the French. They waved the white flag today, and it kind of sucks to say that out loud.
Yeah, they're going to have to sit and wait and see what DZ do later, because, you know, that's this major gone. It's potentially SI gone for BDS. Because they came up against an opponent today that was just too good. And I think that's the scariest thing about G2, is that they've got to the point of main stage without really getting out of second gear. They took it up a gear today and still absolutely disposed of BDS. They had a couple of troll rounds on Chalet. Like Alamau said, this should have been like 7-2, 7-1, done and dusted with one of the best teams in the world. G2 are just looking better and better and better.
No, absolutely. With that being said, though, 3 individual clutches coming down to the wire for G2. Doki 1v2, Alamau 1v2, Uno 1v3. There's a certain level of BDS maybe not playing the man advantages. Every time they had that man advantage, they just couldn't get a lockdown on G2.
nothing about that Doki comment from earlier in the interview about wondering whether not playing every single round of the playoffs would be a detriment. They didn't need an additional warm-up. They came in after 3 to 4 days straight with no matches to play and did this to one of the best teams. BDS was a higher ranked team than G2 in Europe coming into this tournament, and they did this to them in 2 maps flat. We thought the GK series might be over in 2. Instead, G2 are the ones putting BDS in the dumpster.
Yeah, and look again who's turned up across both the series. In the very first Cafe, it was Uno, it was Virtue. In this game in particular, Doki's turned up, and then of course Uno again, what an excellent series he's had. And that's the thing, there's still Alamo to turn up, there's still Benja to turn up. That's the dangerous thing about G2 is they get the strategy right with Split Fury, they get the strategy right with defaults. If the opponent happens to get the strategy better than them and executes the strategy better than them, they've still got 5 players who can all clutch up and put in huge numbers on their day.
Absolutely. They also knew that if they threw Benja and Alamo at Shaiko and Liquefact, BDS had a very difficult time entering on the map on attack. So if they throw themselves at each other, go 1 for 1, and it comes down to a 3v3, I mean, you heard Alamo say it. He's got 2 of the best supports in the game. They were not missing. From the first map to now, they know that when they're in a position just to set up and shoot, they just win it out.
Everything works out. And for BDS, we should clarify something. They are not completely out of the 6th Invitational running yet. Right now, they hold enough points in 20th that would guarantee them a spot if it weren't for Los being in 21st place. So what BDS need to have happen is Game 3, quarterfinal 3, Dark Zero needs to beat Los in order for Los to not have enough points to overtake BDS in that 20th spot. So right now, the French could still go to Brazil. It's just a matter of whether that game goes their way or not.
Yeah, and that's the big thing for them is it was in their hands, it is now out of their hands. They're sat waiting on a team, you know, that they're nothing to do with, North American team in Dark Zero, to produce a result against Los. And if that doesn't happen, then, you know, they've just got to put it down to the bad performance they had in Phase 1, to not winning that game in Stage 2 in terms of the EUL to get the extra 20 points to secure it. And, you know, it's cruel world, I will say.
No, this is going to be the first time BDS probably wants an NA team to win.
Yeah.
If I'm BDS right now, I'm putting on my Dark Zero jersey. I'm giving Troy Canadian a back rub. Whatever they need, I'm making it happen.
Well, Jack, I know it must have been really hard watching both of your kids basically tear one another apart to figure out who was going to make the semis.
Yep.
But Atlanta, can you do me a favor? Can we please give Fox a round of applause for his guest spot on the analyst desk? His shift might be over for right now. He'll be on a TriCast later on, but you've not been on a desk since 2018. Talk me through, man. How was it being here with us?
Oh, it was a great time. I mean, I hope I was able to provide a lot of good analytics, a lot of good points, and just make things overall interesting. There's one fresh on desk fan out there that's been screaming the whole time. I don't know if they can hear him on stream, but you guys just got to know he's screaming through all of our ears. It's really hard to focus, but we're making it work. I mean, from start to finish, it's been amazing. Huge shout out to everyone from Blast. I hope I've been able to, make everyone at Blast and Ubisoft happy. So thank you guys for having me. Love you guys in the crowds, and I'll see you guys at the TriCast.
We do love a little North American flair here in America. Hey, real quick, we got Dark Zero in quarterfinal number 3. Who's excited for that? It'll be DZ and Los after the break. Don't go anywhere.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul away. You just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, And while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run. And while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from Amedi.
Hello guys, this is Felipux from W7M.
スカーズ所属のフィッシュライクです。今回はCGサウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's organ spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's Clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in Clubhouse.
My final guess is Clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right. Oh.
オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going Cafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on.
Dun 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 dun.
Cafe. What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet.
Is it Consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's Clubhouse, because Clubhouse there are police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with Consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから。
I was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess Bank.
音。
I hear a kid scream in the background. Chalet.
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 Chalet. I got two.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
Alright guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the Major.
Jackie G, and I'm with Jesse and Laxine. Right off the bat, though, look at this beautiful crowd. Hi, Atlanta. Oh, I love the love here. Y'all ready for some Siege?
I think they're ready, Jackie.
I think they're ready.
I think they're more than ready.
More than ready. We love you all so much, so let's begin. And you know what, Laxine, I'll put you in the hot seat first. Let's talk about Los. Everything's on the line here. SI qualification, it is do or die right now.
No, it is literally do or die. That SI qual, you want to be there. They're in their home country. Why? You don't want to lose out on that. And then on top of it, you're playing against Dark Zero. That's a revenge story. That is a revenge from a long time ago.
Absolutely, and now everything's on the line too. If they can make it in, they'll grab that final spot. We already figured out that Sandbox is locked in with BDS, losing that match to G2. Yep. Now the question remains, who's gonna get that final spot?
Yeah, last time we were in America, Dark Zero won the Charlotte Major, right, Jesse?
Indeed they did, Jackie. And in fact,
cheers for that.
Dark Zero, they've got a bit of a familiar situation. Not only did they win the Major the last time we were in North America, but they had a very familiar opponent in the quarterfinals. They played against Team 1 with 3 of the 5 same players that we have on Los, facing them in the quarterfinals today. So it's a bit of a rematch coming through with Dark Zero going up against the exact same opponent that they faced very, very long ago.
So would you say there's a little bit of blood in the water here?
Oh, just a little bit.
Just a tad bit, just a tad bit.
Ooh, some bad blood. Okay, but Dark History, they have the history, they have the experience. We gotta talk about one player in particular here, Canadian. Laxine, oh gosh. I mean, he doesn't even need an introduction, right? I mean, he identifies a problem and fixes it.
No, I mean, that's what you want, though. He has almost practically 8 years of history, 8.5 years of history in Siege, and understanding the game from a fundamental point, from a player point. And he said it best when he was during that bleed game. I am the best player when I am dead and on cams, and we literally watched him talk his entire team through that round, and they ended up securing it.
Yeah, during the Swiss stage as well, the analysts got to sit in behind the teams. We got to listen to their comms, and so often you would hear Canadian talk to the rest of the team. Yes. Guys, this is the problem. This is what we're not doing right. And if you go through these games, so many of them, they started down out early. 0-2 down versus FaZe, pushed it to OT. 0-2 down versus M80, they won that 7-5. 3-1 down versus Sonics, they win that 8-6. 4-1 down versus Bleed, they win that 8-7. Every single time they identify that problem, Canadian tells us the rest of their team, and they come back from it.
Okay, so I'm getting a theme. Dark Zero loves information. Laxine, you want to do a deep dive into this, right?
Yes, I do. I have a video that talked about specifically kind of how, DZ breaks down and uses information game. It was the 2-2 round. Here's the bomb site. They're inside storage. They get this kill here. The thing about this kill is it drops the bomb. They get the info here. So with this bomb down, what FaZe doesn't realize is that Troy is below with that Solus. He is using that information that Solus provides to say, hey, everyone, this is where the bomb is down. Relax. We can hang out. We can wait for them to push us. We don't have to be the aggressors. And the beautiful thing when you rewatch that round specifically, you see all of DZ get that information from Troy right when it was relayed, and they all play together. And the beautiful place from here with NJR, playing this smoke right here, it's simply just to deny the time, to waste as much time as possible to make it so much easier on that last push that the time is dwindled. They need to get that bomb down. They still have the man advantage. And again, this is where I was talking about with Troy, using the Solus here, feeding this info. This is one thing that DZ loves the absolute most, and Troy being in this position where we're already hyping him up, giving that information, they love information, this seals the round perfectly for them.
Canadian is the most important player on Dark Zero. Even if he's not getting all the kills, even if he's not the person that you see on the scoreboard, he's the one who's feeding the rest of that information to his team and enabling everybody else on the squad. If FaZe Clan want to take this win over the hometown favorites, they're going to need to focus Canadian and make sure they deal with that every single round.
Okay, so we're talking about the veteran Canadian. We gotta talk about the veteran cameraman. Going to switch to the other team here. Oh, some cheers for cameraman. I like that.
Yeah. He's an OG. Both him and Troy are OGs in Siege. They are founding fathers. They've been here since day one. You gotta give them the respect that they deserve.
And they've been leading their team for sure.
I love that. But this team is gelling now. It took a little bit of time to adapt.
It did, Jackie. I mean, they did really poor in Brazil at the start of the stage. 0-8 to start things off on the side of Los, or 8th place throughout BR. They really did struggle. They just made it through the LCQ to get here, upsetting over Liquid. Then they went through the Swiss stage. They had some stumbles in there as well, but they battled back, made it here, Now they're playing Dark Zero on the main stage. A lot of people counted this team out ages ago, and yet they are here playing on the main stage. I mean, I'm sure they're going to feel very good. Not only playing on the main stage, playing for an SI spot.
Well, when you're looking, 2 players stick out here heavy to me.
Okay.
It is Maya and it is Loban.
Yes.
Maya is sitting here. Let me take these right here. Maya is the 5th highest rated player here at the event, and then to immediately follow behind him is Loban at the 8th highest.
Yeah, we've got Loban as one of only 2 players in the top 8, averaging more than 1 kill a round. The other being Alamau, who we just saw put on a masterclass performance in the other quarterfinal. Loban's been in 30 entry engagements so far. He's won 22 of them. And Maya, 81% cost is the highest at the tournament. These players, whether it's Loban getting crazy on the entry, finding a lot of those opening picks, or whether it's Maya, late round, surviving, having that impact, have both been so big for Los, and they're both going to need to go big to win this match.
100%, but it is a team effort nonetheless. Just you can't always rely on these guys. Sure, you can help them up, you can set them up, but that's what's beautiful about these two is they set them up in those early, mid to late rounds, and then when it does get to those late rounds, that's where you see Dots, Cameraman, and Dash really come alive.
You were chatting with Cameraman earlier, right? We were at breakfast. Any
sure
fighting words? What'd he say?
So Cameraman he's a nice guy. He's not going to say anything that's going to ruffle the feathers, but he told me that he's very confident going into this matchup, their play style. He doesn't think it counters what DZ does, but he does feel that it does play into their favor going against DZ.
Yeah, and I think that for Dark Zero too, they're a team that you can have like a lot of footage on, right? For both of these teams, they played so many rounds, they played so many maps so far. So I do think they're both going to be coming in with a really strong game plan. I think that Los can maybe be a little bit more unpredictable sometimes. Their playstyles switched up a little bit since the very start of the stage where they were having a ton of problems on attack. They fixed a lot of those. They were looking a lot better now than they used to. DZ as well, though. I mean, their problem solving in-game in the middle of the matches seems to be really their strong point rather than the long-term increase that we've really seen from Los.
And that's the beautiful playstyle about DZ specifically is they are a little slower on how they do things and how they can get things running, so they do get to figure out the team and how they're going to play, and that unpredictability, I think, does heavily play in DZ's favor, being able to shut that down. So if you really want to figure out what DZ is going to try to do to counter, you really are going to have to find the weak spots in their setups.
Both these teams really strong on attack.
Yes.
Both these teams doing fantastically there. Dark Zero, 53%. Los as well, 53%. About a 0.5% more than Dark Zero on their attacking side, just barely eking that out. Both these teams specifically really good at thriving in the chaos. Even when they lose that opening pick, even when they're not able to find that entry, their recovery is really strong. We've got Dark Zero at a 47% attacking recovery, meaning when they lose that opening pick, they still have almost a 50-50 chance of winning the round. And for Los, it's a similar stat with a 42% attacking recovery. Those are both within the top 4 here in Atlanta. So keep an eye out for that. If we see the defense finding those opening pick, if they're managing to get those early engagements, watch out for the enemy team on attack, whoever it might be, to battle back and make things scrappy and make sure they still have a really good chance in the round.
Yeah, and that's what we're looking at now, these defenses here. Obviously, DZ sitting at the 15th rated and Los sitting at the 6th. This is where I see the big struggle is going to come from DZ, where you were even saying that unpredictability. If they can't catch on to that early game of what Los might be throwing or mixing into their setup, they're going to struggle. They're going to have a hard time getting that setup going. But even with those attack strats, I mean, you can rely on those, but the adaptability and what Troy can bring to that also counters that narrative.
So what's interesting is that with some teams here, we've seen nerves be a play, right? But there's such strong leadership with both these teams.
Yes.
I think they both feel comfortable up there. Am I wrong?
Yeah, and I think for Los, there's a little bit of extra spice going on because the last time they played in front of a crowd, they were up against Dark Zero in Charlotte, and they didn't have a fair fight. They had to go up with 2 of their players playing online. They had Dots and Maya both playing from Mexico during that tournament because they couldn't get into Charlotte to play that LAN tournament. So they were at a bit of a disadvantage from the very beginning. But now that they're coming in, they've got not only their full 5 roster, but they've also added a couple of great players to their lineup. Of course, Cameraman and Loban joining the squad since then. And they've just improved as a squad. Their chemistry is better. Their individual fragging is better. Their attacks are better. This team is coming back with so much more than what Dark Zero faced the first time they came up against Los. And it's really going to be up to DZ to challenge a brand new team who are hungry for revenge.
Okay, gentlemen, we are ready to move into the map ban selection process. That information coming up on the screens very shortly. Oh man, hi everybody, y'all excited? We're almost there, we're almost there. And here's the info, thoughts?
Nothing crazy surprising. Both teams picking maps that they're pretty comfortable on. We have a Chalet first pick coming through from Los. They had an 8-6 win over Vivo Keydstars at map 3 of the Atlanta LCQ semifinals. It's always been a super popular map for Los. Throughout the past, throughout stage 1, they've loved Chalet, so it's not a big surprise to see us playing that. And for Dark Zero, it's always been shaky. They got a lot of VODs out there, 5 times. they've played Chalet through the season, their only wins being 7-5 over Mirage and 7-5 over Beast Coast. Those are not top teams, and those are close scorelines.
Well, it's interesting. The first two maps, neither of these teams have played this year, so they won't have that setup of understanding what each team does, whether they change things from regular season or even to here. So that's a huge benefit for both these teams of having that chance to just try to figure it out and not having that exact info straight down to detail because we didn't see it in Swiss.
And then I'm excited to see Dark Zero back on Skyscraper. It's been a minute since we saw this coming through. 2-1 record back in Stage 1, beating M80 and Beast Coast, beating Mirage and Beast Coast, losing to M80. Bit of a rough one there. In the offseason, they took a big win over SSG in the Breaking Point Grand Finals. And then Skyscraper for Los. Back-to-back plays to start Stage 2. You want to know those scores? 7-0 loss to NIP, 7-5 loss to Black Dragons. Really rocky scores. So Dark Zero, they haven't shown this in a minute, but I think they're thinking to themselves, you know what? We know this is a weak map for Los. Let's finally bring it out of the tank.
And on that back end of Los, that could just be against your own region. So playing it against another region, your setups, your strats might work even better. Just saying. Don't want to count that out.
All right, well, our teams are working to get into their places. Predictions. What are we thinking? We got a little time, so give me the long form version. I want your breakdown. I want your essay. Convince me.
Well, I'll start with DZ. I'm
Okay.
going to say DZ takes this map. I think they're going to win their maps respectively, or they're just going to win each other's maps. But I will say for this first map specifically, I'm going to have to say DZ. The information game is going to be heavy here. I think Troy's going to be coming in with that hype, with that tenacity that he always brings into his team. For that reason alone, I'm going to have to say DZ.
Yeah, I think I got to agree. I think not only do Dark Zero have that experience, they've been pushing together through the core. Not only are they incredibly good at adapting from a team point of view, are they always improving throughout the match, but they also have a sixth man in the server.
Yeah.
It's everybody here in Atlanta who's going to be cheering them on, more likely than not. The hometown heroes, Dark Zero. There'll be some Los fans, I'm sure, out there, but undoubtedly we're going to hear most of the crowd going in for Dark Zero, and you can really feed off that energy.
And I'll say this, they've been putting up one hell of a fight throughout this entire tournament so far, and they have a title to defend in their home country. Says, you know, they won Charlotte. Why would they not want to win here?
All right, gentlemen, we're ready. Crowd, are you all ready? Now it is time for Los versus Dark Zero!
I've never gone into a tournament that I haven't expected to win.
I think that we're gonna win, no problem at all.
So there's me, the best site player in the world. Troy, best IGL and player in the world.
I expect them to be a really tactical team, but sometimes that doesn't work with us.
To beat them, I think that we just have to play our play style normally. That's it.
Our toughest opponent might be Los.
Even though you guys from Dark Zero have the crowd with you, just let you know this is gonna boost us and we're gonna be better and better. Every scream that we hear, every vibration in the stage that we feel, we're gonna crush you for sure.
This is the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. We are 2 quarterfinals down, and it is now time for our third. Can you have an NA Major without an NA team on the stage? US soil has been a sanctuary for success for this team. They proved that in Charlotte. Can they do it again here in Atlanta? It's Dark Zero! Any Canadian fans in the building? Troy, last time you and I stood in front of a camera on a stage in front of all the bright lights, it was in Charlotte. and it was moments before you raised the trophy. You glance over your left shoulder there and you see another one. You want that in front of your home crowd, right?
I most certainly do.
Tell me about your experience. Couple of new members on this roster. How much would it mean to you, and how much do you want to guide some of the newer faces to experience that success on home soil that you've already had?
I mean, we've been putting in the work, and I know the most rewarding feeling in the world is coming up here and earning that trophy. And I not only want to experience that again for myself, but I want these other guys to experience it as well. So we're gonna come in here and we're gonna fucking earn it.
When life moves quick, right? Before you know it, you're back on a stage in front of your home supporters. How much do you soak in these moments where you've got such an electric crowd pushing you forward, hoping for the best?
I cherish it every time. I mean, like, it's literally a dream come true. This is the most special thing to do in the world for me. I literally live to do this. I love coming up here and competing. I'm the same way as you guys when I'm watching games. I'm getting hype, I'm screaming, I love it. And like, the fact that I can feel it in you guys while I'm up here playing, it's something special and it's something I cherish and I want to enjoy every last second of it.
All right, man, good luck. Go and take your seat with the rest of your roster. All right. Now then, when you have the big stage, the bright lights, and the large live crowd, you need the best cameraman in the business. Fully focused on their next target. It's Louse! Standing by with Lobin. Now, Lobin, you are an incredible player. I know you're having a fantastic time personally in this tournament. Now, you were just stood waiting to come down here and you heard this home crowd support for your opposition. How does that make you feel?
I feel pretty good. You know, to get to a stage for the first time is always a good feeling. But have the entire crowd against me is just even better feeling. I can make everyone here become a library. So it's better.
Oh, you mean you're gonna make them all quiet, right?
Yeah, of course.
You hear that, Atlanta? He's gonna shut you up. He's gonna shut you up. No, I'm here for that confidence, man. I'm here for it. You've got some big players on your team, cameraman being one of the, most legendary figures on your roster. How much do you think his experience will play a part in you potentially getting the win here?
I think he's like one of the best players Brazil have ever seen. Like, he's the best IGL I've worked with. So the experience he has and the different ideas he just brought to us, it just like makes a difference to win type of match and type of measure and anywhere.
So much riding on this result. Obviously, another step towards this trophy, and it's a beautiful one, isn't it? And of course, SI qualification. If you get the win here, you get to play at SI in your home country. There's a lot riding on this result.
Yeah, but we already made more than anyone thought we could do. We came for LCQ, so we're just gonna have fun, play our game, and yeah, hope to see the best who wins. Yeah.
And you're pretty certain this is gonna be a library in here, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. All right. Well, best of luck. Go and join the rest of your roster. One thing's for sure: this crowd is gonna be loud. And he's getting booed. He's getting booed. Love it. All right, let's get into our third quarterfinal of the day. Lynx and Stokes. I can't wait to hear these guys call all the action.
537 days ago, Dark Zero lifted the trophy in Charlotte, North Carolina. And today they are looking to box Los out of SI and maybe, just maybe, take a similar step and repeat that journey oh so long ago.
Absolutely, my friend. Dark Zero stand on the precipice of eliminating BDS from the biggest tournament of the entire year. Los has a lot on their shoulders already. They're in front of this beautiful North American crowd, first of all, and they have to deal with none other than Dark Zero in order to punch their own ticket to the 6 Invitational.
I mean, for this crowd, they're obviously against Los. We know what side they're on. They're on Canadian's side. They're on Dark Zero's side. But for every villain, they are a hero in their own story. Los need to win this best of 3 if they want to make it to SI on home soil in Sao Paulo. For Dark Zero, of course this matters to get another North American major trophy. But for Los, this game has never been more important.
No, and there's a lot of history between these two rosters, especially when Los was Team 1, as we touched on the desk. 3 of these players have been eliminated by Dark Zero before, and not only that, but Canadian and Cameraman have a very long and tenured history of them going back and forth at events. There's a lot riding on the line with this matchup.
And 2 of the most experienced, tenured leaders you could possibly have in Rainbow Six, who have been around from the very beginning to lead their squads to victory. Canadian certainly has a lot of success recently. We've seen the level of play he can have, but as Loban said, not a lot of us thought, me especially, thought Los could make it this far, could make it to main stage, but more importantly, bounce back from such a poor start in the Brazilian League. The fact that they are here alone is impressive, but you heard Loban, you heard that the negative energy, the crowd being against him, is fueling their play, and with how scary of a player he's been in this tournament, Dark Zero might have one of the fiercest opponents they've faced.
Yeah, not only do they have to worry about Loban, who has been going nucleosis this entire event, a 22-8 split on his entry game, but you also have Maya at the very top of the heap with a 1.28 rating. And across the board, yeah, Dark Zero, they've been able to get these wins under their belt, Carter, but you still have to worry about things. Pambazoo, a little top-heavy when it comes to these ratings, but we know how nitty-gritty and how hard Dark Zero can be about these kind of rounds.
They are. I mean, for both of these teams, every victory they had in the Swiss stage needed at least 12 rounds to win. Dark Zero especially. I think all of us who watched those games were feeling some heart problems by the end, worried if they were able to bring it over the line, especially that bleed game. So narrowly bringing it back in round 12 to inevitably win it. This team has never made it easy for us in Atlanta, in Charlotte, and every event in between. Dark Zero have always kept things down to the wire, but they're so clinical when it matters.
Yeah, and a lot different roster here for this major as well for Canadian. At the last Charlotte major, he still had some veterans placed around him, and yes, some of these players have got some tenure with this roster now, but we don't consider them old heads just yet,
Oh, no.
You know what I mean? So it's Canadian with some younger guns up against some very vetted Brazilian players. I mean, Carter, I'm so excited.
It's hard to get a better match than this in the quarters. I mean, we saw G2 BDS, of course, 2 Titans meeting early on in the tournament. But for Dark Zero, back on American soil, needing to lift that major trophy just one more time to join the ranks of, well, nobody to become a 2-time major champion. That would certainly be a story to write.
Absolutely, and they might have the roster to do it. I mean, you look across the entirety of DZ, you look across Los, there's a lot of players with a lot of fire in their bellies, and I mean, we all know about Canadian. Do we have some Canadian fans in the house?
Hold on, let's be polite.
Okay.
Are there any cameraman fans in the house?
You just had to ask.
You can't. That's not a question you can boo to.
I think it is. They just did.
I suppose. Fair enough.
It's a fair answer. It's a fair answer. And Cameraman, he wants all the smoke. And so does Loban. As this squad, as I said, they're going to make it a library in here, folks. But North America, we got a lot of energy when it comes to stuff like this, especially supporting our own. We're just moments away from getting into this game, folks, as Los go into their player huddle for the last time here before we start map 1.
Every break after this, every mentor reset, you only get one of those a map. So take this time, experience this moment, because right now, depending on how this goes, this might be the best time Los have, but by the same token, Dark Zero, they can perform, we know they can, but with how close they keep these games, if players like Loban and Maya have a day to remember in their careers, Dark Zero will very much have such a difficult opponent to fight. If you thought Bleed was tough, with Turd stuff popping off, if Maya and Loban are both showing up in the server, you haven't seen anything yet.
No, absolutely not. I know we have a lot of Dark Zero fans in the crowd, but we have some even bigger fans back in the team player lounge right now as BDS is hoping, praying, folks, that Dark Zero can take this victory. Something that, honestly, at the beginning of the year, if you told me, Stokes, BDS is going to have to rely on Canadian, of all people, to make SI, I would have called you a liar. It's some crazy stuff what we've gotten to, folks, but this is Rainbow Six Esports at its finest. And Carter, here we go.
Chalet map 1, Skyscraper map 2. Who will win, who will lose? There's only one thing we have to ask. There's only one thing we need to be safe, Sam. Atlanta, could you just humor me for a second? Are you ready? Map 1 begins, everyone. Chalet to start the series. You saw just a few minutes ago, well, maybe more than a few minutes, but you saw G2 and BDS in a very, very dominant game for G2, but one that still had plenty of excitement, plenty of clutches. Sam, do you think we're in for a similar story from Los?
Oh, we're in for so much fun between these two squads, my friend. There is nothing better than Canadian, especially in front of a crowd that adores him. This man, along with this roster, is going to be a sight to behold, but that doesn't mean that Los is any slouch. As we were touching on, Loban as well as Maya have been having a career event here in Atlanta. So, as it goes, Chalet should be one for the history books.
Not for the op bans, at least. To start out, it's very similar fare. Dark Zero have been perma-banning Dokkaebi this entire tournament. The Ying Valkyrie follow-up. You could basically remove any team from that top right, and you could think those were their bans. Same with the Zombie. Dark Zero are not looking to shift things up on their opponent's map pick of Chalet. Dokkaebi as Zombie. This is as Dark Zero as a ban phase as you could feasibly get. And starting out on the defense as well, taking out that Dokkaebi should make holding that top floor just a little bit easier. Does leave the mirror up, of course, though, Sam, and we do know how Dark Zero love to play around those structured positions.
Yes, most definitely. They're going to start downstairs, though, which is always a solid consideration when it comes to Chalet. A lot of teams not really liking that top floor bomb site any longer. We see a lot of basement, we see a lot of bar and game, but most teams starting to work in that kitchen just a little bit more, but we'll have to see what Dark Zero wants to do down the line. This is only going to be round 1, and they have some very solid considerations when it comes to these op choices, including that mirror that you were talking about, who plays into the basement fantastically.
Plays on a Chalet fantastically. She's so good on most maps in the pool, but on this one in particular, able to shut down almost entirely a plant from the snowmobile side. Bringing those mirror windows, especially when the Azami is off the board, is often a necessary ask for a defense. Same with roaming on basement, holding down this dining position, making sure that that hatch is secured for a good portion of the round to stop Los from moving it and getting a wine plan. But you're talking about op considerations. Los is certainly looking to be set the pace quickly.
Immediate EE1D from Cameraman to try and slow down some of these odds and ends that Dark Zero are trying to tie up, but perhaps unbeknownst to Los, this is actually the entire game plan for them. They're going to extend up to the north side of things and start looking towards kitchen as well as some other things to be able to hold down the majority of this map. You can see those couple of silhouettes through. Loban might actually have an opportunity already, and he's found himself a Gavini.
That's 23 and 8 now, everyone. The entry player to be feared on Los has gained the map control early. Dot sprints on into Wine and has cut open the bomb site. Once the dining extension is clear, Dots immediately goes for the plant. Pamazu has to retake, but Loban shuts him down. If you were worried about the star players from Los, well, round 1 has already put you in a very bad position. Rice now in a 1v4 with diffuser planted and all the post-plant angles from Los held. Dark Zero given no quarter to start Chalet.
What the hell was that out of Los? They just attacked the heart of the problem, Carter. They don't deal with all of these high-flying maneuvers from Dark Zero. Yeah, they want to hold kitchen. Yeah, they want to hold library, but it doesn't matter if Los is able to bully out all of your site players and very easily get that plant down. Well thought out there from Los, as they don't want to deal with Dark Zero's antics.
Now, for all you Dark Zero fans, don't start worrying too much. If you've watched their games closely, they often drop those first 2-3 rounds. They very much feel out their opponent, and then they start to fix their mistakes, to pick things up and adapt to the attacks they're bringing. Los's chaos, that energy that they bring, of course, can certainly trip it up, but Dark Zero often need a few rounds to really settle into the series, and then they start playing.
That's one of the craziest stats that I've seen throughout this entire tournament, is exactly what you're talking about. Dark Zero's first 1 through 3 rounds, they only have about a 44% win rate. But post that, they have around a 53% win rate, which is just a massive difference in percentage. So don't be sweating too much just yet, folks. There's going to be some adaptations coming in here, although Los with a fantastic start.
Attacker's objective is to defuse the bomb.
Dots again playing Operator Roulette. Blitz round 1, Glaz round 2. Looking to switch things up and always keep Dark Zero on their toes. The Glaz, of course, you need to be careful when you're defending this kitchen dining bomb site. If Los go to open up the dining wall and move for a plant behind the table, they can just smoke off that angle and have Dots sit all the way back on fireplace stairs, making it a pain for anybody from the defense to retake on that middle floor.
Yes, most definitely. Saw a little bit in that last matchup. Trying to hold some of those longer angles over towards the fireplace side and through kitchen and things along those lines, but it's going to be a little bit more difficult for them to try and battle back, especially with this mirror window in place. But as soon as I say that, cameraman with a sneaky Twitch drone will work his way in and get rid of the mirror window.
Utility clear on the solar side. Loban sends it in. Dots instead using it for cover to allow Loban to progress forward. MGR removes Maya off the board, but Los are not on the back foot long. Quickly reclaim that man advantage, but Pamazoo brings us back down to earth. 3v3, but at the cost of a lot of his HP. The blessing for the defense, though, is they have control of that top floor, but the curse in disguise. Los have moved into the bomb site. Dash with the diffuser down below, but they aren't moving just yet.
They're worried about this potential Dark Zero play on the top floor, and why wouldn't you be? Rice is here. He's home. Pamazoo's going to find Dots. That's going to get Dash off the case, but he immediately fries Rice as he's trying to find a new home for this. Gavini still has the verticality. This gets really worrisome, especially now as he tries to solve the puzzle. But he's going to be farther back here. The ping doesn't work out for him. He can't find him, and Loban with a beautiful shot on a Gav.
2 post plants now in a row for Los, and well, they needed to fight tooth and nail for an advantage in this round. Once they gained it, Dark Zero's retake has faltered completely. Pamazoo, still wounded from that gunfight earlier, has 2 different tangos to fight downstairs in kitchen dining. And what is he to do with only 1 Z-ping for intel? He knows someone is trophy. He's got his exact position marked out. There's running out of time. Not a lot of room to work to clutch this 1v2. 2 in a row now for Los. This is where we need to start to see Dark Zero hitting the recovery.
Lynx, we got Los with the hair trigger right now. They are not worried about this timer. In fact, they are quickly trying to get their goals figured out throughout the round, achieve those, and then execute directly into sight. And they are battering and bruising Dark Zero right now. Yeah, there's a couple considerations from DZ on this defensive side, but Los are taking a bat to them.
Los have just found an opening in every single site we've seen so far, in basement, in kitchen dining, and then they've weaved their way in and worked the rest of the attack around it. Wait to see when they spot that gap, and then mold the attacking strategy for how they can best widen it even further. Defense on Chalet is always a difficult beast to wrangle. But if you're a Dark Zero fan and you see how quickly Los have taken control of the bomb site, you want to see some adjustments made on those anchor positions, especially as we move to bar and games.
Yes, most definitely. Dark Zero have got to start getting some more considerable moments under their belt in these rounds. Yes, Chalet defense is difficult. Really, at the end of the day, you're looking for probably 2 rounds, but neither one of these rounds has really looked like they even had a snowball's chance in hell.
Attackers are moving to defuse the bomb.
Oh, Dots again on a new operator. To the Monty now to force control away from Dark Zero, just to push forth onto the attack. To keep the defense at bay for wherever they decide to push. Those started solar side last round, and there are a lot of options they could go for bar and games. They could start over there, and I have to imagine with the Monty, they will want to clear from solar side over. make use of that extended shield to keep the defense pressed on the library side and not give them any room to maneuver once these nades from players like Loben start flying into the building.
Now, Lost have a great operator lineup to start trying to lock down a lot of these stairwells, especially with things like Dash and those track stingers that could start being utilized here on a moment's notice. Los are looking to try and take control of the top floor. That's why we see them breaking things up at the balcony, starting to get people in. Maya's here to assist that clear as he'll swing on through. He's found himself with Gavini, and that's going to be the first kill going his way, but Dark Zero finally end up on the top of the heap.
The Crossfires helping out as Los very narrowly got the exact opening. They've achieved 3 rounds in a row. A clean lurk into an opening pick, or at least a man advantage. This time, Rice is able to keep things even for Dark Zero. Canadian down below, sending intel to the rest of the team, but Rice turns his back, allows Dots to unshield and bring it back to that 3v3. There's still Panmazoo on the roam, but with him and Canadian down below, the site is looking mighty empty, but Panmazoo still holds the top floor. Loben looking to recreate Maya's success, cut down on the office door.
They can't even pressure too far either because NJR is back in bar stock. Yeah, Dots has a shield in front of his face, but he won't have the ability to plant here. He's gonna need some more help, but that verticality works its way back in, and Dark Zero get their first round.
All of that comes down to that duo roam on the top floor. If they do not have Panmazoo, or Rice for that matter, holding a Crossfire onto that piano position, that very likely could be an advantage gain for Los. But instead, they know what they need to look out for. They know once Los start to move on in, if they have Rice and Panmazoo both trained on that position, once Gavini goes down, they can make it a 4v4 or a 4v3. That's how they regain that advantage, and while Los fight back, ultimately, it is that roam that really saved the round for Dark Zero.
Yes, most definitely, and it's really up to the fact that Dark Zero is a lot more active on the roam, trying to assist each other with these things. Panmazoo also with some fantastic finds inside of this round. He's already got 5 kills through 3 for Dark Zero, showcasing just why he's at the top of this pile. That rating really singing true.
We talked about people we can't quite call old faces yet, and it's still weird to think that Panmazoo NGR have been on this roster for 2 years now. It feels like yesterday when Panmazoo got brought up all the way back in 2021, but ever since he was brought the starting roster for Dark Zero, he has had such an impact every stage, always at the fight, always at the top of the rating leaderboard for this team. Such a powerful entry player and such a powerful roamer as well for Dark Zero.
And you would never expect, especially with, you know, just Panmazoo's demeanor. He's usually the quiet, calm guy. You really don't get too much out of him, but he's an absolute demon when it comes to Rainbow Six Siege. Los is going to shift their lineup a bit, and they're also going to get a nice kill onto Pamba. Little caster's curse there, so sorry, folks, but that's okay. Los is going to have a very solid lineup to try and take control of fire and break up this flooring, making things a little bit difficult to play around wine.
Can certainly do it with that Ram, especially now that top floor control has been cleared. The main player for Dark Zero, who's been competing, at least in the kill department on this roster, is now down. NGR Rice certainly have some. Panmazoo leading the way. Difficult spot now for Dark Zero to find themselves in. Oh, Canadian actually all the way up top might just give them an opportunity to fight back, but Los haven't even entered the building to get both of these kills. Panmazoo and Canadian, the Legion and the Jaeger just rotate in front of windows, and now Gavini might try for an ill-advised third attempt.
Using this utility to his fullest advantage, and Gavini, he's gonna want that one back, y'all. Loben almost had his head clean taken off there. Instead, he's going to be allowed to exist on this top floor. It's going to make things a little bit easier for him, looking to see if he can possibly get control over that hatch that's over inside of kitchen. Well, they got a reinforcement on that or what have you, but either way, his main focal point is going to be the fireplace flooring, especially for those boogie drones.
The 5v3 constantly looming over Dark Zero. Make that a 5v4 as NJR runs outside to confirm the kill on the Thermite. He knows what was awaiting for him. He knows the power of that pick if he can land it. 2 pocket reinforcements for Dark Zero as well. They might just be able to rotate back into Wine depending on their setup and then completely shut Los out of that side of the bomb site.
He's going to be able to at least recover the case here. 4 versus 3, but the timer starting to eat at them, and Rice with a nice find. He'll take down Cameraman, who was trying to work the blue stairs, but dead to rights. With only 45 seconds remaining, Lost do have control over Garage, at least vertical-wise, but they don't actually have the bodies removed out of here. That's all up to Gav now, as he's tucked himself into the corner, where we see Shaiko play a lot on this basement site. It's so very important for moments like this.
Especially as Dash looks to regain the momentum achieved earlier in the round. They let it slip away, let the pace die down. But now they know he's here. The gunshots and the barbed wire indicate it. Loban opens it back up, though. They still have the hole inside of Wine. They've got the site control as well. Rice can't even fight back. They fight for that 3v3, but then it all dies by the end. Los move up 3-1 on their attack.
Los readdressing things, and Dark Zero a little bit of an overcommitment. They each have their own isolated one-on-one, but it all goes to the wayside as Los with some really big wins there and another round under their belt. That's going to proc a Dark Zero timeout, as Gav and Canadian both don't have a single kill to their names.
And more importantly, Pamazoo with 0 kills in that round, found so early on such a basic angle. If you're clearing out that top floor, the most powerful, or one of the most powerful places you can sit is on that bedroom window, because it cuts the master bedroom and office side entirely in half. Nobody can rotate across there for free, whether you're bathroom side or bedroom side. And once he's found there, there is not that star power for Dark Zero to rely on. Credit where credit's due, NJR, especially finding that find on the Thermite inside of Trench. But beyond that, Los, even though they let that advantage slip, they quickly realized what was happening and moved into Wine to regain round 4.
Very difficult there, especially that window play like you were saying. That's one of the main things that happens right off spawn, right? You shoot that open, and it's just kind of a 50-50 if somebody's actively there. Very unfortunate for Pambazoo as he tries to cross to the bathroom in that scenario. But you expect the rest of your roster to at least be able to try and pick up the pieces, right? And that's been really the issue for Dark Zero, is that the heart and soul of the squad isn't there right now. You can't just have 3 people getting these big moments. So Dark Zero, they use their timeout a little early here, but a very smart call from Mint.
Especially if they can run up the scoreboard on those defenses. Dark Zero definitely one of the better attacking teams we have so far. So if they can get that 2-4 or even a 3-3 if they win these next 2 rounds in a row, that is an excellent spot to set yourself up in, moving into the side swap once you hit round 7 and move to that attacking side. After a bit of an office though, this is sometimes a difficult site to defend. You're so restricted as a defender. You either, if you want to move off the site, have to defend library or defend dining down below, just to supplement the little control you have just by holding master bedroom and office. See how Los decide to fight it, as they have a whole bunch of utility that can be used pretty much any way Dark Zero want to defend this.
This should be a very slow rolling offense in comparison to what Los has been doing. We might have some early action, but we're looking to see these Flores drones used to their fullest advantage, especially with some bulletproofs in play. You'll have some frost mats as well as some Jaegers to get rid of too. So a lot of things that he can line up to try and get rid of. As for the rest of the lineup, very solid when it comes to the idea of what you want to try and accomplish on a map like Chalet.
Loban creeping his way through the map, as we've seen plenty of times at this point. 2 track stingers dedicated to shutting down the fireplace stairs. That's entirely to make sure that once they move to open up the office wall later in the round, the player hitting that flank cannot achieve it with the same ease they would if those stairs were unobstructed. A lot of communication in the Los ranks right now. Loban opens up the door, and Gavini on library stairs has made his position known. He'll creep down further into the basement, and Loban, using his remaining 2 track stingers, will shut off that flank as well.
Really smart, honestly. The 2 stairwells that are going to be the biggest issue for them, they double track Stinger. That means that they're going to have to try and either give over both of their impacts, if it's a roamer with impacts, or they're going to have to do a lot of cleanup with their sweeper being that primary weapon. Frag out here for Loban, trying to clear things out around Piano. Los looking to try and bully everyone back and try and find an office plan here.
They want that dash, need some success on that window. Dots now moving in to put the bomb down. Is anybody from Dark Zero reacting? There's not even a little bit of action despite the intel through the floor. It forces Dots off. Canadian downs him from 2 floors below. Case now dropped cold inside of the bomb site, but it's still Los with the advantage, and one even widen further. Canadian and Rice fodder for the weapons of Los, but Pambazoo, a quick double. The pre-fire on Piano window has shut
It's a 2 versus 2, all off of Pambazoo's efforts. A single MP5K and a 1.5. That's all you need, folks. It'll open the door here for Dark Zero. I don't think that one was in the strategy book, but it doesn't matter. Pambazoo. Only cameraman remains now. A round that looked like it was all Los's, but it's all Los's to lose. To work his way into Piano. There's 2 targets that he has to try and find. Case be damned. It's a flash match! And Pambazoo's gonna bag and tag cameraman for round 5.
The conquered around the arena, nothing like that frost mat sound. The death knell for Los in a round that seemed like such a layup.
You gotta pay the man, dude. You gotta pay the man. Pambazoo is putting all of Dark Zero on his shoulders right now.
Just ridiculous performance from Pambazoo in that round. And even though it didn't work, the big part of that play that inevitably stopped that plan in the first place was Canadian down below on that Solus. This is one of his favorite operators to play. It gives him flexibility to find the holes on their defense, find where they're most vulnerable, or more importantly, where a bomb could go down with a team that so far this match has been very plant-focused. And once he sees it from 2 floors below, he relays the information to the rest of his team. So while Pambazoo got that huge multi-kill and ultimately sealed the round for Dark Zero, that initial thwarting of Los's plan was Canadian down below doing it.
Just goes to show you how dynamic of a player Canadian is. He's been doing this for years with the likes of Pulse, especially in these very deep roams. There's only 2 ops in the whole game that can abuse a positioning like that, and Solus is the other. Not a single person considered that Canadian could have any play over the man on that top floor from Garage of all places, Carter. But not only does he get him off with an impact, he finds him with a well-vetted shot randomly through the floor, knowing that man had to move off plant. Well done from Dark Zero across the board strategically, as well as a huge moment for Pambazoo in his career.
Also a great recovery as Dark Zero was starting to lose the plot for this defensive half, but if they can just win this one, they'll tie things up. Please, a lot of the Dark Zero fans in the audience. Maya again looking for a quick entry into Chalet, but for Dark Zero, all of their defenders are slotted bar and game side, either on the second floor or the basement. They're all restricted to that part of the map at the moment.
It's so very important that you hold onto Library for an extended period of time. This will hold up the plant on the game's window, and that's really what you're looking to do. Gavini's gonna have to try and survive a lot of different things here. Fortunately enough, Los does not have the Capitao, so it's more than likely going to be grenades, but y'all see it. It's the EMP out. It's gonna get rid of the ADSs. The Jaeger runs away, but the frag grenade will not find him. Gav with fantastic timing as he works his way off. They'll more than likely have to re-drone this to make sure that things are clear.
Minute 15 though, not bad time wasted by Gavini. Especially if you got to keep your life by the end of it. He's more than happy with that. There's still the defensive setup for Dark Zero, but they actually quickly give it up. Weiss vaults over the mezzanine position. Though a lot of exit damage done to Dash. Moving around the dining position, Canadian's the one that finds him. Los were trying to apply some release pressure or find a new angle for their attack, but Canadian stops that down below. But the attack with a minute 15 left has full control of the top floor.
It seems as though basement is his domain. Dark Zero, they've gotten things done for this site. This is exactly what you want. Under a minute and a half, they've gotten the initial pick, but Cameraman will fight back onto Gavini. A lot of this verticality is going to be paramount to Los's success, trying to dwindle down the locations that Dark Zero can play without having a couple of people trying to take their life.
That's what they need to consider, what positions. Canadian down below, 1 player on lower library stairs. Dots moves in with the case, needs to dismantle that stock position. Instead, they've got the coverage up above, but NJR's cut down Maya. Do they know? Los so close to a plant before, but Los find one. Loban takes down Rice, but the plant is stopped. Dark Zero have won that at least. Cameraman now has to move into the bomb site to recover it, or send that task to Loban. But either way, 1 player will only have 1 gun left if that bomb starts going down. Smoke targets Cameraman's position. Dark Zero are giving him nothing on these library stairs. A 3-3 half for Dark Zero. They fight back after the timeout.
What an insane moment from Dark Zero. But you have to give the flowers to Mint, don't you? What a timeout from him. He resets the whole team, but let's talk about it for a second. It was Canadian and Pambazoo that lit a fire under this team. Canadian with the oop and Pambazoo with the dunk like LeBron James inside of that round on the top floor, and it's lit an entire crowd. This is the loudest they've been the entire time. We're gonna switch sides now as Dark Zero will be taking over the offensive end of things, usually known as the easier side of Chalet.
That's the worry Los have right now, is they've let Dark Zero now go to their preferred side overall, but also a very, very strong side on Chalet. They've let them regain the momentum. They've let them reset themselves. Dark Zero might not have a tactical timeout, but if they can start off this round or the next with some solid victories, Los are in for big trouble on their map pick.
A lot of energy out of you, guy. A lot of energy out of you.
He seems excited.
Yeah, I would say so, just a little bit. I mean, how couldn't you be, especially after Pambazoo dropped 10 damn kills, folks, on one half. You don't see that every day.
Well, for Pambazoo, you see it every other day.
Every week, I would say, for that guy. He's a little different, constructed alternatively, I would say. Whoever laughed, I really appreciate you.
He clocks in, he puts in the maximum effort. Rice, though, Rice only 3 and 6, but one player from Los tucked underneath that bathroom window. Rice is hoping somebody peeks. He's thinking to himself, I could hit that shot. I can make that. But nobody bites, so Rice will instead move over to the library position as Dark Zero, I imagine, will go for a bit more of a direct take. Gavini just sitting outside with those Rotero drones, looking to burn some utility either inside the site or outside. I was about to say, where is he going? He's going for the garage wall.
Oh, that's going to proc NJR to rush his way in. Nice little Selma here for Barstock. This makes that back room really difficult to play around. Cameraman does have a deployable shield here, so Los has thought this far ahead. Very well done by them. Does that impact EMP? Actually not needed. NJR instead able to just get that very straightforward with the Selma. Gonna have a mirror window up top here too, so a little bit of an interesting strategy boiling over from Los. We don't see this position adopted all that often, but it also means that they're gonna have some reinforcements off to Maya's left-hand side here. It's gonna be some castle barricades up top too. Doesn't look like we're gonna have anybody playing around the top fireplace hall balcony. Looks like it might just be all Maya on this one-man mission to hold down library.
It's a bit of a tight position, though. No nades on the board for Dark Zero, but if those firebolts land and those magnets are burned, not a lot of room to maneuver. Pambazoo. E1D goes out. Reef on the opposite side! But Dash somehow comes away the victor of a fight he had no business winning. Important utility down for Dark Zero, but that's your star performer on cam duty.
Dash has got to be counting his lucky stars right now. Pambazoo had him dead to rights. EE1D out, good information as well, but just couldn't hit the shots. Now, Dark Zero with 40 seconds remaining, have a lot of heavy lifting to do. A lot of energy headed towards this site as NGR work his way up blue. Some angles being adopted by Los, and do remember, they still have that verticality upstairs. Maya's going to be able to use that to try and close this down.
But suddenly they find momentum? How have Dark Zero found a way back in? After a plan attempt that seemed not even possible, it certainly won't be now. Maya takes down Rice from above. The lack of verticality punishing Dark Zero. Loban from around the corner puts Gavini back on the ground. Canadian recovered that diffuser at least, but this round is a long shot for Dark Zero. They find this momentum, they try to regain, but Los still win the first defense.
It's a pendulum in between these two, Carter. Dark Zero, they're on the receiving end of such. You think Pambazoo has that opening kill, it's quickly nipped in the bud. Dark Zero have to try and figure out a way to work their way into sight, but the biggest thing is that they did not use that massive amount of utility that they had built up to try and handle that top floor, mostly because the positioning was not the same. You have that mirror window there, a lot of different positioning being taken up from low, so we had some players over on the office side too, and it just didn't really seem like something that Dark Zero wanted to try and deal with, but as we saw, that was the biggest piece of the puzzle for Los. They were able to use that verticality, get that case cold on the ground, and make it really difficult for Dark Zero to try and pick that one up.
Just a brutal gunfight dropped by Pambazoo right there. Had that man dead to rights. He had the pre-fire, everything set up with that EE1D. When it doesn't work, it punishes Dark Zero for the rest of the round, especially that lack of vertical control. Los get an important win to retake that lead. Move up 4-3 and now defend the master bedroom and office bomb site. Another strat thrown the way of Dark Zero. It was the mirror windows before, but now Dots has moved to the clash. And if you thought maybe Los trying to make the defense uncomfortable with a Monty was one thing, Dots is basically doing the same thing just to the attack this time.
You're more than likely going to see him focused around that office area. A lot of teams really like to try and take Library and across. We have a few that want to deal with Solarium every once in a while, and Dark Zero, obviously a very solid squad, so they could always try and throw things over towards that north side, but it does look like they want to get this master window under wraps first. That clash, obviously, with legs as well. She can move right over there and start shocking things on the Solarian side, too. She's not stuck in the mud, so looks like Canadian is actually going to be considering this side as they found the soft spot of Los' setup. That's going to be a pick on the Dots, and yes, I'm in the same boat as you. How does Dots die with a shield in front of his face?
And JR just sitting on bedroom windows, the one that found him, too. It's not even like he juked him out or something. He was just sitting there and was like, all right, I killed the clash, I guess, guys. That's one difficult part of the defensive setup we no longer have to worry about. It's just the rest of it Dark Zero now have to think. Those magnets and solar stairs can, of course, be difficult as Dark Zero, with a utility-focused start to this round, are trying to work their way in. Track Stingers and Grimby's all going out. Destroying an important frost mount in the bathroom window, and Gavini finds an important kill onto Dash. Repel in now, but Dreadmine triggers it. Loban's able to pick up one, but Dark Zero don't let them regain any ground. Loban hops out! Dark Zero immediately spotted. They've barely even progressed into the building, and yet they've put this round so close to the end. It's Cameraman again in the position he's found himself time and time again throughout stage 2. In a 1vx with no teammates to rely on, NJR begins and ends round 8 with 2 important kills to keep Dark Zero in the game.
And Dark Zero kill box the top floor, Carter. They don't even have to move into the building. In fact, the one man that we saw did was Rice, and he was immediately decapitated. As for the rest of Dark Zero, they get a lot of really big picks, playing their angles, taking their time. That biggest piece being Dots going down on the shield. That cannot happen for Los. That's the biggest consideration to their strategy, and to have it swept under the rug so quickly is not something you ever want to happen on a top floor site like that. That's why we're gonna have Los head immediately to the basement as Dark Zero have tied things up with round 8.
I'm at her site that you very much cannot necessarily turn into a kill box.
Oh, that's it right there. He was outside. He was trying to kill him outside.
You're kidding me?
Oh my God. That's a lot of hostile energy. Of all people to try and take that angle, you're going to give it to the person that doesn't even have a 1.5 on their gun, and also is the person that is intentionally put into your strategy to hold things down like Ego Balcony and be able to try and vet some of these windows.
5 seconds left.
I didn't know they built haters like that.
Oh no, man, you haven't met me before then.
I mean, he wanted that kill so badly. He's like, I'm Clash, I understand, but like, maybe I'm him. And well, he wasn't.
Silky Johnson, player hater's ball. Player hater of the year. Thank you very much.
Well, that's not Dots. He's 2-7 right now, unfortunately. Loban, though, on the other hand, solid 10-4 scoreline, but for Dark Zero, NJR taking the fight to Panmazoo for highest fragger for Dark Zero at the moment. One of the more passive players compared to Panmazoo's aggression. If you want anybody holding those cutoffs, holding those flanks, it is NJR. Where will he move this time? As Dark Zero open up the snowmobile wall early on, but most teams do that as a matter of course on this basement bomb site, but usually rotate to wine later on while using the snowmobile breach as a point to cut off rotations for the defenders.
Yes, most definitely, but the big thing here for Dark Zero in comparison to a lot of the strategies that we see for operator lineup when it comes to this site is that they do not have a lot of soft destruction. There's no ram in play, there's no buck here, nobody has secondary breaching charges. It's all gonna be up to more than likely Rice's soft destruction with that secondary super shorty if he so chooses. So for Dark Zero, more than likely just going to be some mainline things, get these breaches open, try and battle back a couple of Los members, but Canadian's going to lose his lunch first.
That's a C4 entrench. I have a feeling I know where that C4 came from, but we'll see if I'm proven correct by the end of the round. 4v5 now for Dark Zero. The exothermic's down. It's a quiet death for them at this point as Cameraman moves to take another gunfight with a player in West Main. Might not even need to, as it's only NJR left. Cuts down Dash, and a second is fed to him down the West Main stairs. Let's calm down, Los. Let's not start throwing away this advantage and feed the crowd even further. NJR has the diffuser. C4 goes out now. He has a minute to play with. A minute to pray they peek him, and once they do, his gun is not ready. 5-4 now for Los, slowly keeping their lead round by round.
Dark Zero with no idea as to what was happening over in the kitchen trophy side. They hop inside a trophy window, give a big body over. Los with a more aggressive front than what we've seen on a couple of these rounds here, and it catches Dark Zero completely off guard, especially for Canadian's sake, trying to work his way down into Trench Hall, like you said, and he's blown to smithereens, just trying to work a wall. Well, a lot of energy here from the crowd, trying to keep the Dark Zero hopes alive, Carter. As it is going to be 5-4 for Los here, but still a lot of things to be done for Los. Dark Zero, this is not a team that will be snuffed out. And as we all know, folks, does Dark Zero love overtimes? And so does the crowd here. We all do. It's DZ staring down the barrel of potentially another one here on Chalet.
Might very well be the case if they keep fighting from behind like this, keep letting Los retake that lead. We're down to kitchen and dining. This is a bit of an odd lineup. You see any hard breach here, Sam?
There's not a hard breacher in sight, sir.
I don't know what they've got planned now. It's a bold strategy, Cotton. We'll see if it pays off. No dining wall, no office wall. How are they going to go about this one? Well, with the Grimbees at least, they can flood Solar Stairs with intel, stop anybody from playing close on these windows. Their attacking strategy is going to be very tight, with no hard breaching to open up any of these angles. Loben, don't you do it.
If you guys don't know, you can't jump out those windows, so Loben is a little gate kept here on exactly how aggressive he can get. And that's just because if he did hop out those, he would instantly die as he hit the ground. So the game will not allow it, even though he more than likely wanted it. Dark Zero are going to be allowed to chill out over on the Solarium side, and likely very happy about that. Dash is going to be able to read out a lot of the info game over, or rather, a lot of the utility game over here through his info as he spotted that air jab, as well as playing more for the run out on the garage side. This timer definitely going to be much more useful for Los in a situation like this, more so than it has been on more of the aggressive rounds we've seen.
Gavini at least makes it onto Solar Stairs intact. The Dark Zero's very limited clear in the early round. It might keep Gavini safe, but it's certainly stifling them of control, as all they have, the only bit, is this one stairwell with Loben fiercely wanting to retake this control. Final smoke canister goes out, and he's shot through the wall, put down to reduced HP, but he hits the prone. A nade flies through, but it's not even close to Loben. Gavini, on the other hand, finally fights for something. Rice cuts down Dots' rotation. Dark Zero have turned top floor into a kill box 2 times now.
And Gav and Rice have been fishing with a net with a hole in it so far, but finally they get something under their belt. Gonna be happy about that, Cameraman. Oh, folks. They're best friends right now, and they have no idea of each other. Cameraman still gonna be able to slip through the cracks here. This might be a moment that's building up here for Cameraman, as West Main is going to be a very key moment for Dark Zero to try and take control of.
1D goes out. Maya might very well retake control of the top floor. Dark Zero, all they can do is push down through Trophy. Cameraman wins a big gunfight to keep the West Main position alive. Hamazu retains their advantage, but this is not by any means an easy round for Dark Zero, as Dash has all 3 of them lined up right now. One goes down, not the second, as NGR keeps it alive, but Maya's hitting the flank. He's retaken Solar. He's got intel on these players, but NGR reacts in time. Nobody can get ahead on Chalet.
Los on a moment-to-moment basis. They do everything that you would consider the right play on Chalet, Carter. They delay. They let that timer start to eat at Dark Zero down to the point where all of them are stuck over on the trophy side, but they only have the one man in sight. The big rotation there from Maya, it gets him nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Dark Zero with a great idea in the dying moments of that round to bully out that last sight player and find a home for that case. Los now allowing things to be tied up. And it wouldn't be a Dark Zero game if we weren't sitting at 5-5.
It would not. But Dark Zero, this entire map so far, have been fighting from behind, down 3-1 to end the half 3-3. And then Los winning round 7. Have forced Dark Zero each and every time for 5 rounds now. Force them to only tie the score, not to take the lead. If you want a Dark Zero regulation victory on Chalet, if you want that hope, they need to win this round. They need to win this round 11 attack if a 7-5 victory for Dark Zero is even possible.
Well, we're going to do it again, folks. There is not a single hard breacher across this entire lineup. This is one of the beauties of Chalet. There was a map back in the day. I'm sure a lot of you here are pretty big fans of it when it comes down to it. Coastline, we always talked about the fact that you really don't need hard breach. This is another one of those maps where, especially depending on the defensive setup, you don't really need all that much hard breach. What you really need is to be able to displace people. Frag grenades, bees, track stingers, things like this mean so much to the offensive perspective, and that's why Dark Zero are leaning into this lineup.
Buying into it so completely. Utility all across the board. Dots, I have to imagine, by the way, probably not gonna, well, hold up. We put a shield away. This makes me nervous based on what we saw previously. Just to indicate the hacked Bravacam though, and he takes it back out. Rice downed. Probably doesn't even know where it happened. Loban just cuts him down completely. EE1D's gone. Dark Zero time and time, round after round, go for these solar stairs takes. But Los, I don't think are playing as aggressively as Dark Zero thought. They might go for these big opening picks, but when it comes to this side, Dark Zero have fought tooth and nail to try to push them out of these positions, and now with no freebie, NJR actually has to stare at that clash instead of doming her on off his balcony.
And this is what we expected of Dots last time. The capability of Clash is that she can slow down offensive plays, she can vet out positioning, make it to where a lot of these window players aren't going to feel as solid about what they're doing, but what a find from Gav! It's a Kobe all the way from Solarium Stairs that'll take out Dash instantaneously as it dawns his doorstep. Gav trying to push himself forward. We got a bathroom player here though. Loban misses his first volley, but finds the second, and he'll take down Gav as well.
A triple for Loban now, and maybe a fourth, depending on where Panbazoo decides to push from. NGR, the only one at full HP. He'll have to remove himself from the bedroom position as now in the 2v4. Dark Zero need to progress forward, but a Frost Mat goes unchecked, and it puts Panbazoo. He's base. I was about to say, you're going to take it out? You're going to accept your fate, but on 1 HP. What else is there to do? Los seem to have match point in the bag. Panbazoo finds one, but that's all he'll get. 6-5 now achieved for Los. But Dark Zero have fought from behind so often. Will they break here or will they continue?
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got one question for you. Are we going to overtime? Oh, hi, 2 Zeros. How are you doing?
Shout out.
Shout out. Everybody, please follow 2 Zeros on Twitter. She would really appreciate it. Dark Zero facing down the barrel of a maximum regulation loss yet again, Carter. But again, as we've been referencing this entire time, it would not be a Dark Zero game if we didn't reach this moment. Dark Zero with their backs against the wall, looking to get us to overtime on their opponent's map pick here on Chalet. Now I will say this, it has most definitely not been a library in here, as we heard described by Loban before the game. A lot of back and forth in between these two rosters, but now we've reached the moment in time where nothing else matters except this round. Dark Zero must win this in order to elongate Chalet.
He's feeding off that energy. 15 and 6 now. He loves it. He can't get enough of being the villain in this North American story. All Los need to do is do something they've not done this half up until this point. They just need to win 2 in a row. Just get this second round. That on the defensive side, they've had to give up a round in between before winning another. The C4 then might end Dark Zero's hopes at overtime. It gets stuck on the rafters, and Dark Zero, they might not know how close they could have come to destruction, but just a few bars in the ceiling allows that snowmobile wall to be breached.
The metal bars giveth, and the metal bars taketh away. This time it'll work into the favor of Dark Zero as the stars start to align. Canadian back onto his most played operator in this entire event, Twitch, for his offensive side. Been seeing quite a bit of his solos popping up on that defensive end, but we have to get there first. Canadian's gonna roll this in. He's looking to try and eliminate a little bit of utility on this backside here. Still has 2 of these Twitch drones, and he's gonna be able to get rid of at least another Electro Claw now. And one of the Goyo canisters in fantastic time. You can see Dots constantly trying to hunt down this drone. Not something we usually get excited about, but what a moment here for Canadian as he's constantly playing this mini game, rolling back and forth under the table. Canadian, or rather Cameraman, gonna take a lot of damage over here on the Solarium stairs too.
An action for the 2 leaders on this team. Cameraman, the only one not getting success. There's not been a lot of fun for Hard Breachers moving to the wine wall, but NGR thankfully makes it past the trench stairway to open up this position. Dark Zero have most of the control they want up until this point. The one thing they don't have, the one thing missing is that wine hatch. It's not opened up. If it's in the control of the defense, then getting a bomb down in that position will be so difficult.
Just body language-wise, it makes sense for Dash. He has that mirror window over there inside of Kitchen, and the hatch is open here, Carter. Dark Zero have got to vet this. You can see Cameraman reinforcing this position as well as he'll be playing from Kitchen. This all rests on what Dark Zero can do with those 2 players on that mid floor, but you can see them starting to wrap. Pay attention to Canadian. He's the one with the bomb here. Dark Zero, where are we going?
They've made the full rotation. They've recognized that low on time, they can't get that wine hatch. They've got to move through Snowmobile. Blue and the mirror window smoked off. There's no Warden on the board for the defense, but they have to push in. They have to press forward. Gavini on the backside, cut down. But we lose it for the moment. Don't worry, we're back, folks. Stay tuned in because Rice just got a 2-piece that might save Dark Zero. NGRC forward, Canadian comes alive. Cameraman downed on the floor. Can Panmazoo cover? Can he keep it? No! Dash shuts him down! 2 rounds in a row for Los when they needed it to win their pick of Chalet.
And Los, battered and bruised, but not beaten here on Chalet. So tight-knit in between these 2 teams here. Panmazoo, just in a moment, he's able to take one more step into that garage links. There's probably a huge issue presented there, and we're more than likely going to overtime, but it's going to be max regulation as Los takes it on their map pick.
And again, it is their map pick. Do not worry. We might have Skyscraper lined up, but a very close call for Dark Zero, as with that late rotation to Snowmobile, it was so close. Everything needed to go their way, and it almost did, Sam. It almost did. But Dash, that very player we highlighted early on, coming back into play at the end there to stop Canadian at the very end. Los take their map 7-5. We have the desk to break it down for you.
Lynx and Stokes, thank you so much. What a nail-biter back and forth. That was so much fun to watch. Also, I gotta give credit where credit is due. You know, a lot of the things y'all predicted, we saw played out. Loban? Seriously, turning up so well. We gotta sing his praises off the top.
Yeah, Loban had a great game coming through. The entry game that he was able to present through those first couple of rounds, making a great start coming through from Los. They won those first 2 rounds. And as they have for many, many games before, Dark Zero, they started that comeback. In the end, though, those second half rounds, it just felt way too much for DZ.
Yeah, I mean, to talk about those entry kills, they came away with 4 opening of those entry kills on the beginning of their attack and then closed it with 4 opening kills on those defensive rounds.
Yeah, we saw really good entries coming through at the very first half. I think that there was credit for Dark Zero because they did adapt by the second quarter. We started seeing a lot more intel coming through from Canadian. We saw him jumping on the Pulse, jumping on the Solus. That fed intel to people like Pambazoo, people like NJR, and they started winning those roaming engagements. Unfortunately, it was only enough for a 3-3 split, and then when we got to that second half, it just got a little bit too close. We saw so many rounds going back and forth, and then the final round, man, my heart's still pumping from it. It ends up being a 1v2 clutch from Dash. We don't get to even see the full thing, but man, that was an insane ending.
I mean, it literally was a back and forth. They were figuring out what they were doing on each site, how they were going to approach it for the next time, what they were going to do this time, and it was just going back and forth, and you really saw the adaptations from both teams. There's nothing that each team can take away from this outside of they were playing a great game of Siege and figuring out what they needed to do in order to capitalize going into those next rounds.
And Canadians' intel has had a tremendous impact, but we were chatting about this a little bit earlier, Jesse. Lowe's played all 4 bomb sites. They were really keeping DZ on their toes.
I loved the site rotation coming through from Los on that second half. They started by playing all 4 sites in a row. They played Games, then Master, then Wine, then Kitchen. So they played all 4 sites. Then instead of going back to Games, which was the first bomb site they ran in round number 7, it was the first bomb site that they won, they go back to Master, a bomb site that they lost. And the reason they do that is because when they lost that bomb site, it was because they had a garbage death onto their Clash right off the bat, and it started them on the wrong foot. When you take a look at that Game's defense, though, despite it working out, it was a really complex strategy with Mira and Castle, and they knew if they wanted to run that back, Canadian and DZ would be ready for it, and they would have an adaptation. They didn't even give them the chance to adapt.
I don't want to pick on anyone, but Gav certainly struggled. I think he was 0-6 by round 7. We just had our stats up there. Any thoughts on that?
I mean, it's not the typical performance that you see from Gav. And I know the type of Gav, the player that he is, he's not going to let that affect him. The team isn't, that's not going to let them affect how they play. He's going to go into this next one. He's going to finish as strong as he possibly can. It's just a hiccup. It happens. That's why you're on a 5-man team.
Yeah, I think that Gav, early rounds, struggling on those opening deaths to Lobin, but I want to see him bounce back this next game, this next map.
Okay, well, talking about our next map, we're going to take a short break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Grenades. You love them, I love them, but why are they so heavily restricted on operators' loadouts? Their power, as well as the ability to cook them, have progressively made this secondary gadget the reason they choose an operator. In an effort to curb this powerhouse of utility and destruction, we have slowly over time removed grenades from our operator loadouts. We don't like that. If there's a tool in the game, you should have access to it. We are currently reworking their system to bring them in line with the other secondary gadgets in the game. Now connect to the reveal panel to see what this change entails.
We are Scars, this is Siege Snacks. アメリカとかしてない？いや、多い。ありますか？甘い。デザート系がいい。スイーツ。お、うまそう。なんか絶対美味しい。パン系。パン系。甘そう。あ、これはうまいよ。これは大丈夫。これはうまい。いただきます。いただきます。うまい。マジでうまい。これうまいわ。何？大丈夫？こいつ？みんな酸っぱくない？大丈夫？これ。大丈夫？マジで。怖っ。賞味期限の見えてんの？僕ね。うまいよ。うまいよ。レモン系の風味あるよ。真珠？風景のある。ある。食べたことあるこれ。オープン。おー、ピーナッツやん。普通バターみたいな。パサパサや。俺だけでかくない。いただきます。いただきます。ピーナッツバターじゃね？ピーナッツ。うまい。ヤミー。酸っぱくない。なんか酸っぱい。酸っぱい。まあでも多分まあでも。ピーナッツバタージェリーサンドですね。Yes。あ、まあ全然5個中3個ぐらい。 うまそう。これチーズタルトじゃん。シナモンっぽいね。
シナモンだ。
いきます。いただきます。
いただきます。これどうやって食うんだ。
くそ。いけたいけた。くそ。
あ、ちょっと。いただきます。
うまい。シナモンオンリータルト。
俺好きだよこれ。
本当に。
俺好きだよ。
いやシナモンだよ。チュロス多すぎる。
これがパンケンパイです。
パンケン？これキャラメルじゃねえよ。かぼちゃなの？かぼちゃじゃない。新しいねこれは。
俺好きだよこれ。
まあ俺も。いやいやし。
全然あったら食べる。じゃあ
食い。
俺こう。半分。シェイクライ。
ぜひアメリカに来たらパンプキンパイ食べてみてください。シーズン3個見てくれてありがとうございました。またメジャーでお会いしましょう。バイバイ。バイバイ。
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Hi, I'm Joshua Mills, and this is Siege Intels. Shields have the power fantasy to transform you into the bulwark of defense for your teammates throughout the round. They can also help you take map control, hold angles, keep your opponent's attention, all while opening up windows of opportunity for your teammates to make that perfect execution. The current systems of our Shield gameplay do not embody the player fantasy that we're trying to achieve. That's why we're reworking those systems and resetting the foundation of what it is to be a Shield operator and who can be one. It is and has been a long process. We want to change their use, but without breaking the current state of the game. And this is why we've decided to move this feature to a later date. But you can help refine this change in a special test server next season. More information will be shared at the reveal panel. Tune in.
What did y'all think of that map one?
Oh, it could definitely
Yeah,
be.
I'm not gonna lie. That was some really impressive Siege. That was incredibly fun to watch, Laxi.
Yeah.
You're saying both teams playing so well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm hoping going into this next map, we see that the first map was a game of adaptations. I mean, you said it best. That one round, they went 4 sites. They then found this weakness and where DZ was struggling. They brought that mirror, they brought that castle, and that immediately turned the round for them. So it's a question of going into Skyscraper, where both teams haven't seen each other play on it in this format. But will it be still another game of adaptations?
Certainly, and I think that going into this map as well, one advantage that maybe Dark Zero have over Los is last time we saw Los play 4 bomb sites, there's really only 3 good bomb sites on Skyscraper. Master Bedroom stinks. So I'm expecting there are going to be a little bit more room for adaptations from Dark Zero. They might have a bit of a better chance when they get into that second half on attack.
And we were chatting earlier, not the hottest map for Los, right?
Certainly, the record for Los has been relatively weak, Jackie. We've got back-to-back plays to start Stage 2, way at the very beginning of Stage 2 in the BR6 League. They lost 7-0 to NIP, and then they lost 7-5 to Black Dragons. This is a map that they started banning more and more and more after the fact, because they knew, like, listen, we thought this was good at the very start of the stage, ended up not being a good map for them at all, and this is the first time we're seeing it back since those first 2 games of the stage.
And which, again, I said in the beginning of this, sure, it might not be strong in their region, but their setups, their strats, and anything that they could have changed because they haven't showed it in the Swiss format, there could be a big overhead that DZ isn't going to be prepared.
True.
So how's Dark Zero going to bounce back here? Obviously this crowd, a little biased to Dark Zero? Yes? Okay. You would think at the Atlanta Major, but yeah.
Yeah, I think that both teams are going to be coming in with some pre-prepared strategies. They're going to be coming in with a lot of surprises. This is not a map that either team, as you said, have shown so far. When we did last see it from Dark Zero, it was a bit better for them. 2-1 record back in Stage 1, and then in the offseason, they won it as well in the Breaking Point Grand Finals. So this is a map that they have been comfortable on in the past, unlike for Los. But still, they're both coming in with loaded guns. They're both coming in with a lot of secrets that, of course, their enemies aren't going to be ready for. I was really impressed with both squads, what they pulled off on Chalet. For Los, a lot of those Castle Mirror strats that we saw, I think, caught DZ off guard. The question, again, is going to be, do you have enough strategies that you can use a strat after a strat after a strat, keep changing things up so that your opponent cannot adapt and counter that halfway through the game?
Yeah, I mean, what I really just want to see from both teams is still that adaptability. That's what's the fun thing about Siege. You can really see how just something can be swapped around, whether it's an operator, whether it's a reinforcement on a wall. Like, that's the beauty of Siege, is you can change so much about a map, and it can make the biggest difference.
Well, we shall see how map 2 plays out. Lynx and Stokes, take it away!
Dark Zero down 1 map in their quarterfinal, and Los 1 map away from securing the 6th invitational spot. And of course, BDS, I'm sorry to say this, they would knock you out at home. But Sam, if you don't remember the Charlotte Major, everyone, when Dark Zero played Team 1 in their quarterfinal, they were down 1 map. Atlanta, do you think they've got 2 more in them? Do you think Dark Zero will win Skyscraper? Let's find out!
Well, my friend, here we go. It's Skyscraper, folks, and not only that, but Dark Zero starts on the most volatile side of this map. I've talked to a lot of teams at this event, Lynx, and every single one of them, when it comes to Skyscraper, they always talk about how difficult it is to pick the map. Being the team to pick the map means that the other team gets to choose probably defense first. And defense is so easy on this map. I mean, a 5-1 half is nothing that is out of the cards for Los here. And Dark Zero, well, they're going to lose the Monty, something that is a, hallmark of Canadians' gameplay inside the ban phase. Dokkaebi also going to go to the wayside. We'll get into the defensive bans now. It's going to be Azami off the board to seal Dark Zero's bans.
What I'm curious about, if Los will ban that Solus or not. We know how much Dark Zero like to play it on the defense.
Nope.
But nope, Los will ban the Fenrir instead. Still a very logical ban, as those Dread Mines can make walking in through the tight angles and hallways of Skyscraper very, very difficult. And you mentioned how Skyscraper is a very defender-sided map, how teams are often reluctant to pick it, knowing their opponents will likely pick the defense. But when you think of some of the best teams in the world on Skyscraper, G2, for example, what they're known for is excellent attacking sides. If you can master the skyscraper attack in any number of styles, but if you can make it something that you can reliably win, you become an unstoppable force on this map. So if Dark Zero have done their prep work in the time during Stage 2 where they didn't play this map much, into Atlanta where they kept it in their back pocket, if they can win many rounds on this attack, they will have a great shot at sending us to map 3.
Located a bomb.
Okay, well, it's going to be an exhibition defense here for Los initially. We're 10 seconds away from Dark Zero getting into this map, folks. Are you ready? Here we go. Dark Zero. They're already going to be opening up this can of worms here, Lynx, and I really like this. Pambazoo is going to be bringing the Rooney, or rather Amaru, and when it comes down to this operator and her Gara hook, especially on this site in particular, there's a lot of different things you can do, but one very interesting prospect, it's this hatch down low.
That's exactly what Pambazoo's thinking about with this position. One defender already running out, though, trying to make sure DZ know more than anything that that balcony, that wall into the office will not be free control for Dark Zero. They're not worried about it to start. Rice also over by the delivery entrance, looking to secure Pambazoo's entry down beneath the office hatch. And he's already made his way in. The site is relatively hollow at the moment, but a lot of defenders now rotating back. Los have a lot of their own presence on that T side.
Oh.
But
key thing here is that Los, a lot of the bodies over towards that west side, like you said, but none of them really playing actively inside of the site. We have Dash over on the house stairs, and we've got Loban in the tri-bar. This is completely feasible for Dark Zero in the moment. They just need some extra tidbits, like that single panel breach, to go off without a hitch.
Pambazoo's not doing anything right now. Dark Zero want to keep that element of surprise. They don't want to telegraph this play. It'll likely be paired with some element to distract the defenders up above. Maybe a nade, maybe somebody pushing in through Museum or House. In this case, the breach might just be the candidate to turn eyes away from the office position and give Dark Zero the entry they're looking for.
Pambazoo and Amaru going to stay lined up. And now, as we get a better look at this wall, there's actually going to be a mirror window that they built up here inside of Dry. This is going to make things really difficult for them. We have some smokes in the lineup? No, we do not, so that's going to make things even more difficult. Do still have some frag grenades and some other ways to be able to batter off that defender, but it's going to be a tall ask for Dark Zero, and look at this timer, folks. It's just consistently dwindling. That's why Dark Zero is immediately going to send it into the sky. They'll lose 2 bodies, but Pambazoo, he can't plant just yet. It's actually Canadian that has that, but all of Los on the board as they will flawlessly take out the offense to start round 1.
I mean, once we saw that mirror window and we saw how much Dark Zero had invested in that strategy, it seemed that fate was inevitable should they stay the course with that mirror window watching the hatch. Loban behind it, who can do double duty, attacking the balcony, holding down office, and the other defenders playing around Shrine, playing around Terrace, all meant to support the site and make sure that if Dark Zero tried to hit the opposite side, they had guns for that as well. It was a nice strat from Dark Zero, and on another day it might have worked, but Los's plan, Los's game entirely, perfectly countered it.
And this is perfect because it goes to show you exactly what Laxing was talking about on the desk. Yes, this is an FPS title, but it comes down to strategy, and sometimes it comes down to well set up ideals, like this mirror window. They know that Dark Zero likes to have some of these pocket strategies to be able to try and deal with moments like this. And Los, as you said, perfectly placed on everything, on every front. That mirror window especially giving Dark Zero a lot of trouble as they did not have a true answer to it.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb and defuse it.
So far for Dark Zero, sometimes those positions that are just as simple as one player and some utility have been giving them a bit of trouble so far. When they get a second look, when they get another chance, another crack at it, they have a lot of success, but so far it's the initial gambit that Dark Zero have struggled against Los in this best of 3. And Los keep them on their toes. Jesse mentioned the site rotation, how in map 1 it was meant to keep Dark Zero guessing and keep them off balance. Normally the rotation here is T Karaoke, Exhibition to Barbecue. Now it's Exhibition down to Barbecue, with T as a likely third if Los win this round.
And this is where attacker repick really stands tall. This is all onto Canadian, as well as this roster to vet the map before they work into it. Gonna need some key moments here from them to be able to adjust that lineup properly. So hopefully they've rested on the proper things that they want to be able to try and take a site like this. Gonna double up some claymores here for Gav. Always a smart idea when it comes down to it. Sometimes just not able to hit the flick when it matters most. End up losing your life on the hop out. So Gav going to prep that, as Lowe's has been more than willing to take it to their doorstep.
Cameraman holding down the door to the bomb site down below. The rest of the defense all on that top floor. The Frost, the only defender at the moment, actually around the bomb site on the same floor. It's another slow burn for Dark Zero. Slowly beginning to make progress as we see some players joining Pamazoo in this position. Have they recognized that Cameraman is quite alone down below? You can see Gavini holding down the top black stairs. While there isn't a lot of control on that top floor, the angles they're holding seem to work. But Maya fights back, cuts down Rice. They're trying to enable Gavini's push into black stairs with that smoke, but he's still stuck at the moment. Both the Lion and the Zofia outside these doorways and windows, and nobody from Los is moving. Not a single defender feels pressured. NJR finally finds one, but Lobin walks back up in the site. Canadian with the surprise play. He's not even flustered. A 2v4 now for Dark Zero. NJR, he's stuck on the window. 1v3 for Gavin. He's also in the bomb site. But 15 seconds after Canadian entered, it's a much different state of affairs.
He's got the ping on one, but that doesn't mean that he wins the fight. Gav immediately turns, tries to use that to its fullest advantage, but nobody on the restaurant stairs, and it's Cameraman to shut him down instead. Los with two really big rounds to start off on Skyscraper.
Dark Zero have tried to make this strategy work consistently, just holding those outside rappels, taking down those defenders when they walk into their sight lines, and then moving into the bomb site, especially when there's players like Cameraman who are just alone anchoring that position. But on Chalet, it was inconsistent, and so far on Skyscraper, it has not worked 2 rounds in a row. Now they'll try it a third time, or maybe revamp it as Los moved to the third bomb site, but it's been a dominant game for Los so far. Dark Zero not acquiring any kills in that first round, and barely even getting on the scoreboard or in the lobby for the second.
Yeah, Los absurdly patient by their standards, first of all, and then to even push it further, Dark Zero with really not the greatest read as to what was going on that top floor, especially with Canadian moving in there so quickly. There was nobody there to cover him. He's just stuck in behind the bar and barbecue. Really can't do too much there, as nobody's there to try and help him. And not only that, but that crossbow of Capitao actually sticking up over the top of the table there too. It's a little info gave over to Los, and they quickly sweep that away, dropping the case inside the site. And from there, well, that's all she wrote. That's all you really needed for that script. Now round 3, Los looking for the perfect site rotation.
Looking to players like Lobin and Maya as well to send them there, but it's really been a team game from Los so far. Lobin might have top fragged by a wide margin last time, but I don't think you could say anybody on Los was necessarily dropping the ball on a consistent basis. Maya finds himself in the office position. This is often where, if the defender overstays their welcome, the attack might find an early pick. Gavini just opens up that wall with the skeleton key, then immediately drops away. First pick again going the way of Los. Pamazoo 0-3 so far. Lobin having a monster performance in this best of 3 in the quarters, with nobody from Dark Zero on Skyscraper at least being able to fight these players gunfight for gunfight.
Now, Lobin and Maya have been such an issue, and the other great thing to consider for Los is that Dash is also getting a lot done now. What a find, though, for NJR on the top floor. Dux feels like it's his world. He can walk wherever he wants to. He's immediately taken down by the 417 as his head is lost in the sky.
So far, though, Dark Zero are running into the same problem. They're just giving away so much control to the defense. They're thinking about moving on to this middle floor, and they spot one for just a second. Enough bullets hit Cameraman that he'll certainly feel dissuaded from taking that gunfight. Loban picks up one onto Gavini, though, and hops back inside for cover. He's got 50 bullets, and he almost finds the third. I'll have to take the pause and reload for just a second. But Loban is winning a mental game right now as Dark Zero feel they need to push this Solus, need to take care of this vertical control. But Loban lurks further into the building. Instead, it's Dash to be the second kill for Dark Zero.
Oh, and JR, big moment for him. He'll be able to take down Loban. And as we know out of Dark Zero, these first couple of rounds, very difficult for them, and Maya making it even harder now. Cameraman on very low HP. Maya will work his way back into T-Room. Although, Cameraman still down low. He has that Nitro cell. Might be something to try and consider, but they do still have another member of DZ here as well. Maya, he's going to be able to at least tag up NJR. This timer going to start giving them a little bit of an issue. Rice has got to find a home for this case. They continue to try and fight the two players in T as Cameraman has rejoined them, but he's actually over a drum. And what a moment for him. He'll get the case on the ground. And Maya, he'll shut down Dark Zero. And it's a perfect site rotation here on Skyscraper.
DZ just not finding any momentum on this attacking side, even in that mid-round when they're able to find the Solus down below. It's very quick, it's a little haphazard, and Dark Zero get that advantage, they get that 3v2, but every single attack so far, every single one, they have been focusing on places exterior to the site, and when they spend 2.5 minutes playing these mini-games, they find a site setup that is still completely intact. 3 rounds in now. Dark Zero take their time out early once again. It bared fruit earlier, but it did not result in a map win. And here, when the defenses can be so strong on Skyscraper, Dark Zero need to start winning a couple rounds if they want to still have a shot on map 2.
I mean, they need it right here, right now, Lynx. NJR has 3 kills, Gav and Canadian, the only ones that have any others, and they only have singular frags themselves. In fact, Maya has the same amount of kills as the entire roster of Dark Zero, and not only that, but Pambazoo is nowhere to be found. He's the biggest piece to Dark Zero's game plan when it comes to their offensive side especially, and they need him to return to the helm.
Whereas you have Loban and Maya, as you said, on the other side, they are performing so well at this point for Los, and for Maya, he didn't even need to do anything in that last round. He was sitting over on Office and Exhibition the entirety of that early defense, and where normally you'd see at least a little bit of pressure on that Office balcony or on the museum window, there was nothing. He was allowed to play in that spot the entirety of the round, so once Dark Zero ended up getting the advantage, he simply rotated over and played the setup that's persisted since the beginning of that defense. Now Los have no choice but to start repeating bomb sites. They have to go back to Exhibition to start, and for Dark Zero, that Amaru is nowhere to be found. I have to imagine they will likely go for a bit more of a standard full clear, or at least something more within the wheelhouse of Skyscraper.
Yes, most definitely. Gonna have somewhat of a line shift here. This is the same site we saw from Los in the first round, but not the same strategy. Loban building himself a bit here on the Warden. An operator that has been fantastic across the last couple years of Rainbow Six Siege. Not one you exactly see in a lot of these opening duels, but one that has a fantastic gun that we all love with that 1.5. Loban won't find anybody to try and punch a few holes in just yet, but more than likely find that down the line. As for Dark Zero, though, solid considerations across the board here. I especially like Canadian working in this Capitao to try and deal with a couple of these players that are playing some hard positionings in sight of the physical site.
That's what you'd hope, at least. Thankfully, there's no projectile denial aside from that Aruni on the board for Los. Hopefully they can make it work. Again, Dark Zero, they don't start on that top floor. They start on the middle instead. Try to clear out some positions below. Only 2 grenades for Rice. We'll try to go fishing later on in the round once they get intel on the site itself. Also, with that secondary shotgun, can take down some mute jammers placed around the bomb site. While there might not be a mirror window, Los are basically keeping a lot of the core positions intact from their previous defense. Just now, half the round gone. Are they even a little bit starting to feel pressured?
No, in fact, Lowe's is looking to get even more greedy with the round. That setup that they have going on that top floor, well, it's something that mimics the mirror window, but allows you to be a little bit more aggressive. Lowe's, have they overplayed their hand? It's 2 bodies down now, Dots and Dash, but you still have to deal with Maya as well as Loben. Loben looking to take out any Dark Zero member he can on this balcony while Maya holds down the stairwell. A little bit of damage dealt to him, but this timer, it's going to start to become a very serious problem for Dark Zero as Cameraman takes down Rice.
Maya looking to maybe go for the retake later on. He just needs to control those house stairs as Dark Zero move into an execute. Loben finds one. That's an important pick to stay alive, but also an equally important trade. That's not an advantage though. In fact, it's anything but. It's a triple kill for Cameraman to stop Dark Zero's best round from gaining any more ground. NJR's pushed in, knows someone's on house, but Maya reacts in time. The timeout does not work as Los move up 4-0 on their opponent's pick.
Little flash photography out of Cameraman there. Some nice weapon work as he decimates Dark Zero on the clear. DZ cannot step foot inside of Exhibition. That's 2 times in a row now. Somebody graces any part of that beautiful wood floor. Well, they're staining it with their blood. Dark Zero down 4 rounds on this offensive side. And remember, folks, this is their map choice. This is just how Skyscraper goes.
It is how it goes, especially in North America. But when you go up 5v3, when you have that advantage, you don't want to lose it to a play like this. Cameraman going for a great flank down below. Knows Los need to start getting active. That sitting stagnant inside the site once Dark Zero have droned them out is only going to service them. So he hits the flank, Maya repositions ever so slightly, and they shut down Dark Zero's best chance at a round win so far this game. Los move back down to Barbecue, repeating the same path we saw carved earlier in this defensive half. The adaptations have not stuck for Dark Zero, and now, maybe in round 5 with the addition of that Ying, maybe it just will change.
What an insane prospect that lies before us, folks. Dark Zero staring down the barrel of 4 rounds. They must get one of these offenses under their belt inside of these next 2. If not, Los really looking to take this entire thing away from DZ in 2-0 fashion. And not only that, but remember this as well. If Los beat Dark Zero, they punch their ticket to the 6th Invitational at Sao Paulo. And not only that, but they knock out the French powerhouse, BDS. This match has huge ramifications on the line.
It's very rare that a team plays for 2 tournaments while playing a match in one. And while Los have found themselves in that position against a hostile crowd, they've used it as fuel for their fire. Maya 6-0 up until this point. Maybe not in the most aggressive of positions, but you can't say he's shaking on Skyscraper. Utility going in for Dark Zero as they try to land the early bits of their clear. Take out those deployable shields, remove key bits of on-site utility, especially to clear the path for those Ying Candelas later in the round. But it's not gonna matter much if you're letting players like Loben wreak havoc over your early round.
So many issues presented from Dark Zero, and you can see they're stumped. They're stunted. They don't know which way to go. They've been keeping these plays so wide. A lot of these players have been more than able to be able to pick off DZ without any ramifications at all. And it's actually going to happen again. Pambazu goes down to Cameraman. No refrag really available. NJR trying to work the window as best as he can, but these reinforcements are perfect. What a flick out of Rice, but Cameraman's gonna take down Canadian. Los in the driver's seat here on Skyscraper defense.
And they don't hit the brakes just yet. A triple kill for Loben and a round 5 for Los. He loves it. Are you not entertained, Atlanta? Because Los have come to play. 5-0 on Dark Zero's pick. They certainly want to make it to Sao Paulo.
There is nothing more, Carter, that I love in esports than a good I'll be your Huckleberry moment. And that's what we got out of Loban. He stared down the eye of the tiger, and he's choking that damn thing out right now. Dark Zero, they have to get this round, folks. Dark Zero must win this offense. As Los, well, these defenses have looked so very stellar. Their decision-making paramount to all of their success. Constantly one step ahead of Dark Zero, and Loban with a triple kill in that round. I mean, what is there more to say?
Nothing for us. It's on Dark Zero to make the argument.
10 seconds to go.
539 days ago, they faced 3 of these same players in Charlotte. And while they went down map 1, map 2 was a dominant victory. Here, it's all Los. Every single one of these rounds, in probably one of the best series, if not one of the best maps we have seen from Los this entire stage, Brazil and Atlanta both. When they needed to show up, when their playstyle needed to work, Los have made it happen in this series. But Dark Zero just need one to keep the dream alive. Just one to still have a chance on this next half. Just one more round to not feel like everything is going wrong.
Oh, Skeleton Key out. Good moment here. They'll find Dots. There's still a lot more to get done, though, folks. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. The rest of Los have barely felt anything out of Dark Zero. Maya, Cameraman, and Loban combining for an insane stat line right now. With only the first minute down, there's still a lot of fighting to be had.
On that bottom floor too, but Dash up above knows that Black Stairs control. That push is gonna come from Panbazoo at some point in the round. It might not be now, it might be later, but he needs to keep watch. Loban down below, dodges the spot of that EE1D. But does Rice know he's so focused on these vertical grenades? If Loban can just keep himself hidden for a little longer, he might just get match point for Los. He'll back off, he's finally spotted. Dark Zero no. Razor Bloom set up to stop the push from any of these attackers. But Dark Zero, they've moved up Black Stairs.
It's gonna be a flood, it looks like, on this side. You can see that we have Gav over on the black balcony. Rice down low to make sure these rotations can't be successful, but there's 2 bodies to find. He's got a lot of heavy lifting to do, and it seems like they may know just about the area in which he is. He needed that kill, but it's gonna go the way of Los.
Panbazoo, NGR, and Kavini gotta pick this up. They've got the 3v3, make that an advantage. NGR on that window, he's so successful, but that C4 is anything but. Dark Zero finally have found a home in the bomb site. Cameraman shooting the wrong position. He's got intel on this Geisha player though, and takes him down swiftly. A post plant now as Loban, down below for so long, has put it all onto Panbazoo to stop Los from getting match point. He sees one rotate, he gets that kill, but Loban works his way in, and he doesn't work! A flawless rotation for Los, as on North American soil, Dark Zero are 1 round away from flying back home.
And yes, this might be the way of Skyscraper, folks. But damn it, is Los playing a good game. Dark Zero, no matter what they do, no matter the advantages that they find, Los seem to be able to file it down to these moments where it's palpable for them. They're able to take full control. And now Dark Zero, no timeouts, no saving grace, no ability to mess this up. It's gonna require 6 perfect rounds out of them, and it starts here on Office and Exhibition.
For Dark Zero, as you said, there is no safety net at this point. Any single mistake, any slight misstep will leave SSG as the last man standing for North America's hopes at lifting that Atlanta trophy. For Dark Zero, as they move to the defense, there is one way out. There is one way to make it back into this game. It begins with one defense and then another, but it needs to start now.
Lynx, I know I'm wearing all black today, but I really did not want to show up to North America's funeral. Dark Zero, you have to give us some energy. This crowd needs it as well, as they're trying their damnedest to support you in this moment. Your back's against the wall. Your major hopes are on the line. And Los with the offensive side, they now get to dictate this pace. As you can see, Loban already indoors, working his way in from the bathroom.
Los gives Loban so much flexibility to work with. One drone and Nook to hide himself from those cams. He doesn't even go the way of it. He's focused instead on clearing out that delivery position. I mean, he's got 2 drones in front of him. Los are investing so much in the early round for Loban to make sure he feels secure. And with those nades as well, he's not just a threat on the same floor. He's a threat to anyone above. And down below, the only other tenant of the first floor of Skyscraper is Canadian. Down below the bomb site to play for that C4, him and Loban will very likely tussle at potentially one of the most important rounds for Dark Zero in Atlanta.
Well, so far a bang-up job of clearing things over on the west-hand side, but now they have to come into contact with 2 of the hardest rooms to clear in this entire map. It's going to be Dragon as well as Terrace. They have Tachanka of all people in place here, but those fire nades are so very useful in the proper moments here. Canadian, all but unbeknownst to him, Loban across the way, Pambazoo with a nice kill, but that frag grenade should give up the goods. Los are going to lose that initial body, and now Dark Zero with the advantage.
Their position is still solid as well. Rice and Pambazoo holding down the Shrine position, keeping a key choke point in the cards for the defense and stopping Los's aggression. That final nade from Loban is also looking to create a gap in their defense, somewhere inside of the site, inside of Museum. As you can see, NJR's accounted for that. He's sitting on the display case to dodge that very position. Everyone from Dark Zero is afraid to move, but it's NJR's undoing. Dux finds him. He has to win this fight, and Gavin loses a key engagement. Pambazoo down 2. Are they gonna leave it to SSG to keep NA alive? Rice has something to say about it. Canadian C4 goes wide. They need to find this kill, and it evades him. The IGL, the team captain, a nade with his name written on it, flies his way.
10 seconds left.
He moves forward, and Loban cuts him down! Come back from the doldrums of Brazil! Los shock America by taking down North America's greatest and 7-0 on their own pick.
It may be North American soil, but Los are the most dominant people here to play as Dark Zero lose 7-0 on their own map choice. And it just goes to show you how fickle of a monster Skyscraper can be, especially when it's your map choice, because you don't get to dictate those sides. And when you're going up against a team that is more than willing to be aggressive on a map like Skyscraper, 6 rounds, I don't care who the hell you are, that's always going to be a difficult thing to try and fight back from.
And for Los, Dark Zero gave them so much freedom. They let Loban play the game he wanted, let them all play the game they wanted with those strategies, and it ended up biting them. For Los as well, we said it at the beginning, this means 2 things. Los have qualified for invite in Sao Paulo, but BDS, because they lost to G2 earlier, we will not see them. We will not see Shaiko or Alems in Sao Paulo. Instead, it is Cameraman, Maya, Loban, Dash, and Dots who have punched their ticket to Brazil, have punched their ticket to SI on their home soil.
What an insane year of Rainbow Six Siege it has been so far. In our biggest tournament of the entire year, BDS will not be there. This is one of those moments where you really wish it was in your hands, but it was up to Dark Zero, and it was up to Los to falter, but they did anything but. An impressive Skyscraper from them, and one that we will all remember for quite some time.
Especially in a tournament that has had very few 7-0s, for that to be your statement going into the semis, a team that many have written off as not a threat, not someone to be worried about. Los have made it to the semis, and, well, they will play one of the two teams we have in our final best of 3 for today coming up after this. But hats off to Los. Condolences to Dark Zero. As North America, our last hope, our saving grace potentially, will be SSG right after this. But we have an interview with our victors. We have an interview for Los, who are, we can now say, attendees for the 6 Invitational.
Thank you very much. Yes, they are attendees for the 6 Invitational. We will get to that, but you will also be attending our semi-finals here in Atlanta. Loban, you just came over to me and you said, I told you. And that is because just before we got into this series, you said you would silence this crowd. It's not completely silent because you've got some fans over there.
I love these guys. I just love them. I don't have anything to say. Just all love to you guys.
It was all love for your performance, absolutely dominant. And on Skyscraper, we haven't seen you on that map for quite a while. Have you been practicing? Have you been, I mean, it looks like you were trying out some really new and cool things there.
We had some really bad results, but it was all about a bad day. So the map was still a good map for us. And we didn't even think they were gonna pick Skyscraper because it was a map they banned to a lot. So we was like, yo, if they wanna go there, let's go there. So yeah, it's a pretty comfortable map for us. SI was one of the best maps. So we just had some bad results, but thank God we got it right now.
Yeah, for sure. And look, before you really started to take control of the series, the crowd was quite loud, well, very loud actually for Dark Zero. How do you not let that affect you in a situation like this?
I don't know. For me, when I get to server, I don't really hear anything outside. I just focus on my game. I love to have fun and like trash talk and all that, but I just want to have fun. You know, I just want to win, and that's it. And I understand why they were screaming for them, but like.
I mean, it's a home city. Yeah. It happens, right? And you're going to experience that as well when you go to SI in Sao Paulo. You've made it. You've punched your ticket. How good does that feel?
It feels amazing. More than a month ago, we were one of the worst teams in Brazil. People were making fun of us, saying that we made a mistake bringing cameramen to the team, and we knew that it was like all bad results because of a bad day or bad performance of ourselves. And when we got our ideas together in a really good way, you know, I think we became the team that we are right now.
Well, it's working, that's for sure. Loban, congratulations and best of luck in the semi-finals. We'll let you go and join your teammates. A little pocket of Los fans over there, that's for sure. Bit of a shocking result for some, but for others, quite expected. Let's pick it apart with Jackie on the desk.
Thank you so much, Ian. That was a fantastic interview. I mean, Loban talking about their journey, the obstacles that they've overcome, and it's just been such a hard fought one. And they're going to SI in Brazil, no less. That has to feel so good for them.
Absolutely, especially after the stage that they've had. You know, they finished stage 1 with just 85 SI points. They come through, they had to get top 4. That's a tough thing to do at a major. They do it, they now sit at 385 over BDS, over every other team that was trying to get to the 6 Invitational. They've done so well. You gotta imagine they're feeling incredible, especially after the journey they've had to get here, because it was such a struggle at the start of the stage, and they've turned it around. They're a top 4 team in the world now.
Yeah, I mean, I can relate. When you clench that spot for SI, it is such a surreal feeling. It's a whole bunch of weight that's lifted off your shoulders. You're going to the main event, and then you're going to it in your own country, where you know you're gonna be backed by the crowd. You know you're gonna be a fan favorite. I mean, hats off to them. They put up a dominant performance in that last match.
Yeah.
And gentlemen, really quickly, Ian has an interview with Canadian. We're gonna listen in right now.
Thank you very much, Jackie. There are so many reasons to love and respect this man. His history, his heritage in this game, and his willingness to stand up here in front of the bright lights and this crowd one more time and do an interview after what will have been a really heartbreaking loss.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Thank you. But I mean, obviously devastated, but like I said to you, it's part of the job, part of how this goes. It makes the good times better. Thank you guys.
You can't replicate that sound, can you?
No, not quite. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Obviously, sorry for the result. I mean, obviously those guys played those guys played amazing.
It's part of your brand now, this man.
I know. They played amazing, and obviously they wanted it. Like they fought for every round. They came prepared, and you just got to tip your hat to that. I think the first map we came in, we played pretty good Siege. They were the better team, and obviously disappointed in the second map. I don't think we fought as hard as we could have, and that kind of stings for me. So yeah, I want to apologize for that. But thank you guys for the support. We could hear you the whole time. I love you guys too. Thank you very much. I love you guys so much.
You'll be back, right?
Oh, most certainly. I ain't a quitter.
Guys, one more time from this amazing crowd, Atlanta. Give it up for this man, Canadian. The fans love you, bro. Commiserations, and I'm looking forward to seeing you back in action very soon. Love that we give him that platform to sign things off here for this amazing home crowd. Jackie, back to you.
Ian, thank you so much. Amazing interview there. Devastating loss at home for Dark Zero, but so much love for Canadian from this crowd. And just difficult to see that loss, but I do want to focus on Los a little bit more. You know what? They put in the work. We cannot take that away from them. The rework skyscraper, the mirror placements. You want to do a whole deep dive for us?
Yeah, I mean, clearly, Jesse said it themselves. They had a very not great showing in their own region, but I said, they could have switched it up leading into this. They didn't play it during play-ins and playoffs, and you're looking at it here. I've never seen a mirror setup be played in gold like this that gives information all the way into Geisha, all the way into party, karaoke, whatever you want to call it. And then it forces the angles from DZ. They have to swing into crosses. They have to swing into each one of these angles. And Los played it beautifully. And that just goes into what I was saying. Like, they clearly did their homework. They clearly wanted to fix and bring something brand new, and they brought it to DZ.
Yeah, that's 100% right. That Castle Mira setup that we saw on Tea Room Karaoke, they saved it to round number 3. They were maybe hiding it. They were like, we don't have aim for Tea Karaoke. Oh my God, did they? They came around, they gave up Geisha. They castle barricaded off the doorway. They opened up some angles into it so they could fight players that were in there. They didn't even bother reinforcing the walls. And I thought it was really, really impressive how they had so many different strategies, so many cool ideas that they brought out. And Dark Zero had no idea what to expect for any of them. It's so clear that Los put in a ton of work into Skyscraper throughout the last couple of weeks without showing it to anybody. They bring it out now onto this round and they dominate with it.
No, and it's got to feel good. The work that you put in has paid off. You have qualified for SI. Yeah. You have made semifinals here. And like you were saying, they had to fight hard to even get to this spot. But this is the thing, those little small rounds that you change or a big change, it can ultimately win you the game. Obviously, they didn't need that round specifically, but I mean, it helps. It helps nonetheless.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of the highlights too here. A lot of them are Loban. We got to talk about how crazy this guy is, right?
Loban, yes.
His entry stats, we talked about them heading into this. Loban had been, before this game, into 30 entry engagements and won 22 of them. That stat is going to explode after this game. Loban was so good on those entry frags, always roaming around the map, playing those Legion operators, playing ops where he can get kind of aggressive. You know, it's one thing to come in with a really good set of strats. It's one thing to think, yes, we've absolutely won the map ban phase, but it's another thing to actually execute those strats. And we saw Loban and the rest of Los do that to a T. It didn't matter what Dark Zero were running. Maybe they threw in an Amaru in there. Maybe they wanted a full clear map. Maybe they wanted a direct clear from below. It didn't matter. Whatever Dark Zero threw at them, Loban was ready, Los were ready, and they absolutely shut it down.
No, Loban took that map pretty convincingly, even by himself. Sure, his teammates were there, but I mean, you look at that, 11-3. I mean, Cameraman, a huge step up from Cameraman from that last game. I mean, 100% cost. There's nothing more you could ask from an IGL to be putting in that much work, whether you're setting up Loban, whether you're setting up your team, just creating that success throughout all those rounds and having a swift 7-0 and ending it with 100% cost. That's beautiful.
Yeah, and talking about veteran Cameraman, earlier you were telling me that their play style lined up so well against Dark Zero. Moving forward, are they going to see the same success?
I mean, it's going to be a tough one. Their opponent is either going to be FaZe, someone that they're used to playing, or playing a new team like SSG. But regardless of that, I mean, you just got to be proud you got through DZ. Now you got time to focus. You got time to rewatch a VOD, do what you got to do, get that prep. I think Cameron was right saying that their play style did play up against DZ's. Not necessarily a counter, but sometimes the team just has your number. And if you look at that map specifically, Los had their number.
That last map, certainly by the score line. What are you thinking, Jesse, moving forward for this team?
I think Los are looking great. I mean, obviously, every team, we say it always, you come here to get first. Yes. You want SI, obviously, that's the big goal. You want to be able to get that, but really, you're here for first place. And so for Los, they've got a whole another tournament ahead of them. They've still got 2 more teams for the semifinals and the grand finals. As you mentioned, it'll either be Space Station or FaZe Clan. That regional opponent in FaZe, that could be a tough one, because I do feel like they got a lot of surprises in against Space Station. Yeah. So often it felt like they were taking SSG off guard. FaZe Clan, they've likely scrimmed a ton. They've obviously played a ton throughout regulation matches from both stages 1 and 2. So that's going to be harder to catch them off guard. We'll see what the opponent ends up being. Maybe it'll be Space Station and they can run some more NA hopes into the ground. But for now, it feels like Los are feeling very, very good.
FaZe or SSG, that is our next matchup. So all of you watching at home, do not go anywhere. We got another exciting series ahead. See you soon.
Hey, I'm Dominique Clément, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. If you want to get ready to confront the next addition to the Siege roster, here are a few advice. Maverick's Flaming Gadget might be that one tool you can always rely on when it's time to melt through the enemy's defense. Training your sharpshooter skills, and more specifically, with gadgets like Zophia's Lifeline, will come in very handy when it comes to countering the effect of her fresh new face. Finally, it wouldn't be Siege if explosions didn't have an impact on your game. And this season is the perfect moment to review your frag throwing skills, because a well-placed bang might just be what you need to clear you and your team a path to victory. That's all for now, but make sure you tune in to the full reveal to get all the information on what's coming next season. See you there.
Hello, it's Mugli from Worlds.
I'm Doki from G2 Esports.
I'm NJR and I play for Dark Zero, and I'm ready to play some Drone in the Unknown.
Doki, NJR, watch out, I'm gonna beat you.
I'm gonna beat Mowgli, that's no problem.
I could definitely beat G2.
Okay, it's like a toilet or a sink. Ooh.
This butler on the right side.
I've seen this before.
Yeah, it's blue stairs on bank.
It's gotta be bank.
Ah, I know. Blue stairs.
Yes, I knew it. Oh wait, where's the sink? Ah, I didn't know there was a sink there.
After seeing that, I'm confident for the rest of it.
Club kitchen.
The brick wall on the back is like, that's the whole theme of Clubhouse.
That's kitchen on Clubhouse.
No, I'm not playing in the kitchen. I play in my room.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised.
To be honest, I should know them all. If I don't know them all, I'll be embarrassed. Oh no, I've spoke way too soon.
I think it's pink, but I'm not sure.
I'm seeing a painting.
It feels like it's a big room.
I'm not looking at the actual paint, I'm looking at the stuff around it.
Oh, this is Teller's on border.
Or is it consulate?
Bank lawyer's office, I guess.
I'm gonna say that it's border, Teller's archives.
Hey, it's what I said.
You said,
no? I said border, big room, Teller's.
Oh, it was! Oh! Yeah, the ceiling. That's genius for me.
Number 4. I'm seeing like a trophy case, some guns in them.
It's Pirates des Caraïbes.
So it's a gun cabinet, but the thing that I'm focusing on is the walls behind it. That's a very strange kind of brick.
Like, it's like, trophy glasses,
That's Chalet Trophy.
I'm pretty sure it's Chalet Trophy.
I'm right. Not surprised.
Oh, yes!
Oh, it's trophy! Let's go!
Oh, 5 out of 5. 5 out of 5. That is in consulate, outside the garage breach.
Pretty sure it's consulate, garage.
Consulate, garage. So easy. I'm not sure.
Let's go. That's how it's done.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching.
Thanks for watching, and I'll see you guys at the major.
It's time to make history.
Behind a solid wall, the pings, they're all in his favor. There's a C4, but Souls does not care.
One kill away, and it's Volps to die. A new generation pick up where legends left off.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. MapRun will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into MapRun and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
To the Atlanta Major. Who will be the last team into the Final Four? FaZe or SSG? I love this crowd. I really cannot say it enough. You all are fantastic, okay?
I think they love you.
I think they love you. Actually, y'all are getting a lot of cheers. Okay, so y'all making me blush. Okay, but are you all ready for the last match of the day?
Yeah,
okay.
They love you. They love
Literally, their enthusiasm, it's contagious. I love you all so much. Okay, but I'm gonna put you in the hot seat first, Laxine, because you were wrong. Jesse predicted FaZe getting here 3-0.
You know, it happens. I chose Sonics. I wanted to give the best team in our region the benefit of the doubt. They went home. It happened.
Okay, but everybody, Jesse predicted correctly. Yay.
No slaps. No
claps.
Don't give many claps.
Yeah, I mean, I thought FaZe, obviously we're going to make it to the top 8, right? 3-0. We see them time after time after time coming to these top 8s at majors. We've seen them now. This is their 4th major in a row to get to the top 8. They have finished they've gone out in quarters. They've gone out in semis. They've gone out in finals. They've finished every single position since they won their major all the way back a couple of years ago. They've tried to recreate that magic when they won the major back in Yavle. Now they're going to try it once again. They're again coming through 3-0 throughout the playoffs, obviously played extremely well there, and they're a team that we always expect to perform.
Yeah, I mean, lots of people expected them to make the main stage. Frankly, Laxine, I don't know how many people expected SSG to be here.
No, sure.
Not trying to hate on them. It's just,
there can be some NA haters. SSG in the beginning of the NAL stage, they had a pretty rough showing. It's not where we thought that we would find them, but then they started to bounce back, came through LCQ, dominated that, then came into play-ins, kind of a little bit shaky, looked good, but then they came into playoffs, and again, it was like a struggle. It almost looked like what it was similar to the NAL stage, but then again, they fought through, they had their backs against the wall, and they pushed all the way through to make it here. So there's no reason to be sleeping on SSG. They're putting in the work. They show that they deserve to be here. It's just a matter, are they going to continue that, or are they going to tank off again?
Yeah, we certainly shall see. I also want to talk about flexible FaZe, okay? So Cyber is their big gun, but Jesse, we were chatting about this earlier. I mean, this team can pick up the slack.
Absolutely, Jackie. I mean, Cyber's the name that everybody knows, everybody loves to root for, who pops off when it really matters the most. But FaZe Clan are a team of 5 exceptional players, and we've seen players like KDS really step up through this tournament. He's the only person right now averaging over 2.0 KDR throughout the Atlanta Major. He has been insane, flawless through 5 opening engagements. He just doesn't seem to die. He's been my player to watch so far from FaZe Clan. I think he's played absolutely out of his mind, but there's so many good players on this team that you could pick out to be absolute superstars.
Oh yeah, and we talk about Cyber being, the biggest name, but yeah, you're looking at KDS. He is the second highest rated player. Like you said, he had over 2.0 KD with a plus 17 kill death ratio plus. He's 5-0 on entry. And then you look at the player underneath him, Vidiking. Yeah. He is the 6th highest rated player, also going 3-0 on entry. These guys have not died on the entry. They know how to play it safe. They know how to work the map, but they also know how to get the kills going in FaZe's favor.
Okay, and Jesse, they are smart and sharp. They create a plan and they execute it well. FaZe is the best attacking tournament.
They absolutely are. They are
best attacking team in the tournament.
Best attacking team.
We know what you meant.
In the tournament, FaZe Clan have a 68% attacking win rate. That's over 2/3 of the time they're winning their attacks. And a lot of that comes from their opening picks. A 79% opening pick on the entry when they're on attack. So consistent at getting in there. We talked about those 2 players who've been flawless throughout both attack and defense. And then their conversion. 87% attacking conversion rate when they get that opening pick, an incredible stat to have. That's almost 90%. 9 out of 10 rounds is incredible. When FaZe Clan can start off strong on the attack, when they get set up, when they know what they want to do and they're allowed to do that, they are absolutely unstoppable. The problem is that FaZe Clan, throughout the entire major so far, have never won a round where they lose the opening pick on attack. They have a 0% recovery rate on attack, which means that if you can disrupt them, if you can get in their face, and which is tough, again, 79% entry rate, if you can stop them though before their plan really gets underway, FaZe Clan do crumble. So while they are the best attacking team in this tournament, they have a weakness.
Well, interesting that you say that, because when we talked to SSG, Mango specifically, they said that you guys and all of us here are going to be watching a different kind of play style that SSG hasn't yet played. They're going to be heavily focusing on where they can stop Cyber or any of these dominant players on FaZe, and they're going to try to isolate them out.
Exactly. We're going to see how Space Station want to disrupt that. And we know that Space Station have this game plan where they want to get in, they want to fight early, they want to make a statement against FaZe, but that's easier said than done. I'm sure every team coming to this tournament has said, oh yeah, we're going to beat FaZe early. Well, so far, almost nobody has.
Okay, I do want to talk about SSG a little bit on the screen right now. We've talked a lot about animated Ashen, but this is a rambunctious roster packed with star players, Laxine.
Yeah, I mean, Ashen specifically, I definitely want to give him some kudos. He came into this league up on a pedestal, and I'd say he delivered, Jesse. There's no doubt in my mind that he came in, really put up a dominant performance. Now here, maybe he's not doing as much of what he was doing in the NAL, but he's still up there with everybody else. The person that I specifically want to talk about for myself is Fultz. We haven't seen that Fultz that we saw in the NAL stage, the one that was getting in there, getting down and dirty, taking those initial gunfights, and while doing it on a support player role. I mean, that's not a lot. There's not a lot of times you see your support player entering and clearing and taking those positions, but that's what we saw a lot from Fultz in those early stages of the NAL, and that's where we haven't seen it too much here, so I want to see that from Fultz.
Yeah, and I think Jane, I know, can't not be talked about. I think he's having, seriously, the stage of his career. The way he's been playing from the very start of the NAL, through the play-in, through the LCQ even, now throughout the playoffs as well, he has been absolutely fantastic. We saw him rocking a number of different operators. That final game to secure this spot, the best of 3 they played against Bleed, his Twitch play was absolutely incredible. So to see him popping off, to see him being the big star of this team, where in previous rosters, he often hasn't been that player. So for him to step up and be such a fragger has been really incredible for me. I think he's been absolutely fantastic and really working in with the Space Station unit the way they want to play.
Okay, gentlemen, really excited to get this one started. We are ready to move into the map ban selection process. That information coming up on the screen very shortly. But, oh, it's up.
I was about to say anticipation.
Yeah, I know.
For a second.
Okay, thoughts?
All right, Skyscraper, I'm not too shocked to see. I thought we'd see it at some point coming on through. It's going to be picked by FaZe Clan, obviously. 2 wins this stage, beating E1 in Brazil and then beating NIP here in Atlanta. We saw that game. It was really impressive coming through from them. And Space Station on Skyscraper, they are 4-1. It's a great record until you look a little bit closer. Those 4 wins came against pretty weak teams, either in the NAL or in the Atlanta play-ins. And then in Swiss, they played against BDS. 1 round. They really struggled on that map. So I think Space Station, a little exposed on Skyscraper. FaZe Clan looking to take advantage.
Oh, definitely. I mean, we also talked to Call Out on that FaZe map. on that BDS map, is they had the idea, they had the strat, they knew what they wanted to do to go against BDS, and they were met by a faster paced BDS, which ultimately slowed them down, which that might be the caveat going into this game, is FaZe isn't super fast paced. They do play a very similar slow style, what maybe DZ does, but if you let FaZe get to that mid round and really take control of that, that's where you're gonna struggle.
Okay, quick predictions.
FaZe first map.
FaZe first map too.
Okay, both going with FaZe. Well, we shall see. It is time for FaZe versus SSG.
I'm always ready to crush the competition.
Bom, acho que chegar na final é uma coisa que
FaZe Clan, everyone thinks, they're the match or the favorites and all that. That's just a narrative. We block all that out. We don't care who we're playing.
Tem um range, que é flex / suporte ali, então acho que ele faz muito bem essa.
Who? We got Forrest, he's the GOAT IGL, he's the God Emperor. We got Jack, he's just nasty. He hits every shot, he's a goofball too.
We're a very versatile team, like we can, on a moment switch a tempo up or show you a completely different look and we'll be ready for it.
Eu quero muito que a gente ganhe, né? Mas ainda tem que ganhar da SSG, depois da DZ ou da Luz. Para os nossos oponentes aí, tome cuidado com a FaZe Clan, que a gente está muito bem no campeonato,
Today is absolutely flying by here at the Blast R6 Atlanta Major. We've already played out 3 quarterfinals and just 1 remains. I want to give a shout out. Whenever we do a major, it's always the early passionate fans who show up, make the noise, and then it gets even crazier at the weekend. But to start off with, guys, every one of you here already, make some noise for yourselves. All right, our next quarterfinal is just on the horizon. Let's bring out our teams. 2 years ago, they took Sweden by storm to take the trophy. Can they replicate it in the red, white, and blue? It's FaZe Clan! KDS, welcome to the stage. How are you doing?
I'm fine, very happy to be here and won the match.
Yeah, I mean, you guys have been phenomenal so far. You've been highly regarded as the favorites coming in. Does that give a little bit of extra pressure? Do you feel yourselves that you're the favorites to win this tournament?
Yeah, us and WCVN are the favorites in my view, but we are more confident with this favorite thing, not pressure in us.
You have been having an incredible tournament personally. How much are you enjoying yourself? I think you're on a 2.0 KDR throughout the tournament so far. You're on fire.
Yeah, I'm very happy. My team helped me a lot to do this, and I'm just happy.
Yeah. Do you want to give a shout out to your fans watching at home?
Posso falar em português?
Fechou.
Obrigado aí, galera, que tá vendo a gente aí. Hoje a gente vai jogar contra a SSG e pode ter certeza que a gente vai ganhar.
All right. Good luck.
Thank you.
It's time to bring out their opponents. Are we ready to bring their opponents out? Touching down on home soil for the first time at a major in years. They have got a phenomenal All-American roster ready to grace this stage. It's SSG! Ashen, you feeling that home support right now?
Ready to let this shit hang. That's what I'm ready to do.
Oh, you hear that, Atlanta? He's ready to let this something hang. Ashen, you recently turned 18, right? You're a young man in a big opportunity here. How do you manage to handle that level of pressure at such a young age?
I don't listen to the narrative. I know I'm him, so I just let it hang in and out of the server. So don't care. It's Mark season.
All right. What would you say to anybody who didn't expect you and your teammates to be here on the big stage?
They're probably paying to watch me, so don't care.
Do you regard yourselves as the underdogs at all here?
We know we can beat any team in here, so us personally, we don't really care. We just go in and play who we play. We play our game, and then whoever wants to cross us, good luck to them.
What was your immediate reaction when you found out that you were coming up against FaZe Clan here in the quarterfinals?
Don't care. I'm out for Vita King, so.
Well, they're definitely listening right now, so I'm going to let you have the mic. What do you want to say to them?
I'm letting my nuts hang.
Ashen, best of luck. You go get into position. Love that guy. I want more of that guy. All right, it is time for our last quarterfinal of day one of the Atlanta Major. Mandy, Dev, and Fox, it is time for a TriCast.
Thank you very much, Ian. Yes, for NA's last hope, it only felt fitting that we brought back Fox, a North American analyst, jumping on for the cast. Mate, welcome back.
Glad to be back. If it makes you guys feel better, I can do the whole cast in Australian.
Ooh. Please do not do that.
No, I won't.
Never do that ever again.
I thought that wasn't bad from him, to be honest.
We'll work on
Thank
it.
you, I
we'll work on
appreciate
it. But maybe we should be the ones doing an American accent. We are here in the US of A, after all.
Absolutely. With the confidence that SSG is showing, everybody should be proud to be American in this building.
And yet none of the three of us are, I'm afraid.
Yeah.
But here on the hometown major, North America looks to defend what it established in Charlotte a year and a half ago. And there's no doubt what the crowd is looking for here. FaZe Clan are a team to be beaten, but Space Station, they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, look, all these quarterfinals, we've only had one pre-mapper so far. Surely we get another one out of these teams, right?
I think it's about time for it. Fox, what do you reckon, realistically, are Space Station's chances of taking it to FaZe?
FaZe is a difficult team, but if anybody can carry it through with the crowd on their back, it's going to be SSG with the confidence.
And you heard Ashen, I don't want to repeat what he said, but that's going to be running through my mind this entire game through. I expect confidence out of SSG. These are the guys that came through the Swiss phase, lost their first two games, and did that BO3 run. One game at a time, they conquered their old rivals in Scars, who knocked them out of Copenhagen, and they ended up securing their spot here in the quarterfinals. Mandy, it has been over 2 years since Space Station made it to the stage. What do you think they're feeling right now?
I mean, I feel like these guys are just so excited. They're on home soil. And I think you heard it from Ashen. Look, they don't care who their opponents are. They don't care where they're playing, what they're playing. They're just going to go up there and do their thing and do it well.
Fox, you're a bit of an OG of the scene. What are you going to say?
Well, I was just going to say SSG, their mentality about taking better teams or teams that are considered better is phenomenal. We heard Ashen say something in a prior interview. He called I think it was G2 gray faces, which pretty mumuch means, you know, when you're playing in a level and you haven't beaten one level, you haven't gone to the next one. That's how they view every single team in this game. They're not looking at the names, they're not looking at the numbers or the stats. They're just focusing about what they're going to bring to the table.
Which is a wise move when you're going up against a team like FaZe Clan. These guys have been in Rainbow Six for over 6 years, and that's the case for both FaZe and for Space Station. Believe it or not, in all of that time, they've only ever faced each other twice. Now, elimination lies on the line for one of these teams. For FaZe Clan, a whole lot of Brazilians back home and a fair few Brazilian teams here at the tournament that are looking and rooting for their success. But on the flip side, Space Station, like we've said, North America's last hope.
Yeah. Love that from SSG. Get yourself into it.
Finally back on stage after years of pain and disappointment, failure time and time again, never reaching the heights that they achieved in 2020 when they took down Ninjas in Pajamas, another Brazilian team, to take their first ever Six Invitational hammer. It took dumping 4 championship winning players and a coach to find their feet. Let's be real, Fox, you versed these guys a hell of a lot of times. This is the spiritual successor to that great Astralis roster.
Absolutely. I mean, call out the main focus on their mentality, on the way that they play. Look at them just meditating before the game, getting ready into it. They really have a band of brotherhood, and I think that's probably the hardest thing for a team to get, is have 5 players that all play good, all play together. But you know who also has that? It's FaZe.
Yeah, FaZe are no strangers to the main stage. One of the most common names that we see at Rainbow Six events is FaZe Clan. Like we said, they've been going here for 6 years, time and time again. It's 2 years since they themselves were major champions at the Sweden major in Gävle. And I think a lot of people are looking at them and W7M as the likely favorites for this event.
Yeah, I feel like it's very fair to say W7M, they were the Copenhagen champions, but going back-to-back is very hard, especially in this day and age of Rainbow Six, where you've got so many competitors eyeing for it, and FaZe is one of those teams.
And FaZe have found themselves in a grand final, but losing it quite a few times as well, back at the Berlin major. They've also found themselves constantly up against Brazilian rivals, like they had in Copenhagen, where they were knocked out by Team Liquid. I think their track record against NA, though, looks pretty good.
Absolutely. I mean, you could argue that FaZe is in the same boat as SSG, where a little while ago they made potentially a controversial roster change, picking up Handy and KDS. They pretty much revitalized the team in the way that they play and the structure, and not many Brazilian teams play like FaZe. Actually, no Brazilian teams play like FaZe.
FaZe Clan undefeated in the major thus far, 3 matches in a row, but they have not been tested to this level. Now they find themselves on a quarterfinal stage up against the last hope for North America. Elimination lies on the line. NA's last hope. Atlanta, are you ready? It's time for Space Station to walk the talk that they have been shouting at their opponents this entire major thus far. They've already done what many thought impossible, making a comeback from the bottom of the Swiss bracket, and here they are on stage up against the Titans from Brazil. It will not be easy. Space Station will need every ounce of energy that the Atlanta crowd can give them. Otherwise, FaZe Clan will look to do what we have seen 3 times today, a swift 2-0. And that is the last thing that Space Station have on their minds.
Two flashbang ops getting banned. I mean, SSG really sticking it to the Ying ban, which is interesting because SSG is notoriously known for loving the Ying. Skyscraper is a map where she can take control of the whole map, but the Blitz is interesting. I think that's a direct counter to Forest.
Yeah, I think it is as well. They must have seen what Forest could do, wreaking havoc on the shield operators, and the FaZe Clan thought, nah, they don't want none of that.
Azami's a solid operator to ban Valk as well. Looks like SSG is trying to deny the aggressive playstyle that Cyber brings to the table on FaZe side, which is FaZe's main aggressor on the team. The whole team sets up around him, finding the drones, finding the openings. But Skyscraper is a map that's difficult to find those entries on.
Yeah, but what happens if, even though the Valkyrie's banned out, even though the Azami's banned out, you're leaving in stuff like your Solus, like your Fenrir's, and even your mirror has been left in as well. So even though some of the intel has been taken away, there are still so many strong defenders left in the pool for SSG to pick up.
Absolutely. This is FaZe's map pick, and as a result, Space Station have chosen to start on the defensive side. And I've no doubt that they can hear you. Those noise-canceling headphones, they're not perfect when it comes to you guys being as loud as possible. Well, FaZe Clan may start on the attack here, Mandy, but we know that FaZe are the best attacking team in the tournament. On attack, they have never won a round after losing the opening pick, but they win those opening picks almost 80% of the time. These guys are a team to be feared when they're on that attacking side as they start here on Skyscraper.
Yeah, and that's the effect of having Cyber and even KDS now jumping onto that frontline role for FaZe Clan. Previously, KDS, he was on MIBR, but he wasn't an entry fragger. And then when he came to FaZe Clan, he was called upon to be that second man to Cyber. And as Cyber makes his way in the building, and he always goes in for those super quick entries, and I mean, look, he's probably one of the most lethal players in the game. He has the killer instinct that I feel like is so unmatched by so many of our entries in the game at the moment. KDS is there as that second man, and they just, as a result, have such a strong front line.
I believe it was a statistic that Jesse said on the desk that on attack, FaZe have not won a single round where they have been the first pick, which just goes to show you how pivotal their strategy is around Cyber and the rest of the team setting him up to get those picks. But this tournament so far, everybody's been showing up. Handy, arguably the best support player in the tournament right now.
Yeah, and Handy joining just after 6 Invitational alongside KDS, making their way over from Furia. We talked about this already, Fox. You mentioned it. Incredibly controversial roster change, dropping 2 legends from FaZe, Bullet and Astro. KDS is back on FaZe after 2 years since he was dropped. This was a huge risk, but could it be a winning formula?
Absolutely. I mean, KDS on his previous team was almost a support player, and we talk about it time and time again. It's almost like FaZe Clan has 4 slower supportive members that are so good at gathering the info for the team and for their execute.
Yeah, and what's more than that, with those 2 players joining from Furia, more recently, of course, Romalio, the most sought-after coach in Rainbow Six, the coach for FaZe, he was picked up by G2. I've heard that there was quite a lot of interest in Romalio's services, and G2 won that bidding war. Now with FaZe losing that, they've picked up Rafadel, the previous coach from Furia, back when Handy and KDS played with him. This is the first event where they're going to have Rafadel behind them. Is that going to hurt them? Has there been enough time for FaZe Clan to integrate their new coach when they need it most?
Well, I think there has been, surely. I mean, he's come back and he's joined 2 of his former teammates as well, of Handy and of KDS, that have both come from that same team. So both those players familiar with the coaching style that he might bring into the team. I feel like the rest of the team just really need to build their way around that, sort of be able to find that merger of their identity between Furia and between the lost parts of FaZe that are still left in this org.
I would say they definitely have had enough time to set everything up, but I don't think many teams have really challenged them, especially at this tournament.
That's right. The only overtime that FaZe Clan have had so far was against Dark Zero, 8-6. Now, DZ sadly have now been eliminated from the tournament, and it is up to Space Station to get revenge on their behalf. FaZe have only played 3 maps, Fox, in the tournament thus far, whereas Space Station, they've had a hard, grueling way to get here to the quarterfinals. 12 matches, wins, losses, it doesn't matter. They're here on stage today, and they're ready to play for the pride of their country.
Absolutely. The more practice that SSG is able to have, the better for them, especially getting Ashen cohesively on land. He's been phenomenal, but he hasn't been the player that we've been paying attention to. We've been paying attention to Fultz, Hot and Cold, and those are the standout players for SSG that I want to see go huge this game.
And I expect that we will see a lot of Ashen this game, not just in the server, of course, but out of it. When it comes to those big moments for SSG, he is the hype man, he is the energy. And as soon as we see him start to dry up on stage, that's when I'm terrified for SSG. We need his energy.
It's been a little while, but we finally have sent ourselves into the lobby. SSG starting out on the defense are taking us over to Karaoke and Tea Room. First bomb site, looking for the extension over across on the other side of the map. Looking to play the roam game, as FaZe Clan have actually brought a little bit of an interesting piece to this recipe. They've hooked along the Monty in the absence of the Blitz, of course, being banned out.
Absolutely. Here's the Solus in play too. She's going to be very pivotal on the flanks, on denying the drones, on the initial entry from FaZe, but they have that Monty if the drone's not able to find information.
And he's going to start to cut down on the sweep and across the map, but that thermal charge will not go off. A mute jammer protects Forest on the other side. Vidiking, though, with baby EMPs is going to open up that one, and it might force Forest back into the safety of his teammates. He's actually going to hold on to this for a little bit longer.
Having a difficult time trying to find a way into the map. Obviously, SSG not giving anything up. Fultz and Forest stacked on top of each other like a sandwich. Waiting for the onslaught. One's going to go down. That's Forest. Beautiful entry from Cyber. He is the main man who's going to get those frags, but Fultz is still in suit.
Yeah, however, Hot and Cold has been dispatched with as well. So while it took FaZe a little bit of time to get into the map, it was pretty handy once they did. Now J90, Jack is forced back and cut down. Way out of position. Fultz the last one remaining. And he lies down below, so far from home. And around the corner, KDS lies in wait. He hasn't yet heard Fultz, but immediately the sound cue has been manifested, and Fultz is now being flanked. He is being pinched. They know his position. And in a 1v5, it matters not how good a player is, he is surely doomed to die. It's handy to find the final kill, and a dominant opening from FaZe. Vidiking desperate for your affections, but he will get none of it.
And the stats don't lie. FaZe Clan, once they get the opening pick, their round conversion is insane. Cyber making his way on into Forest. Perhaps overstaying his welcome might be a fair statement to say for Forest, who's all the way over on the roam, even though the wall was open up behind him, and even though he wasn't really in the safety of his teammates, he decided to stay, and he got punished for it.
Absolutely. It didn't look like SSG even knew that Cyber was able to walk in through office and potentially pick him through the wall. They were really setting up for those drones. They shut down the drones so well, and they saw that the Monty wasn't able to get any information at all on where Forrest was playing, on where Fultz was playing. They actually didn't even know Fultz was downstairs, which is unfortunate because the rest of SSG came over to help Forrest, and as soon as they came over, each one, like a domino effect, one by one fell down.
There's a lot of work still to be done for SSG. That was a very rough start to the series. And if that sets any sort of precedent for what we expect to see, then I would be very concerned for Space Station. A great start there for Cyber, but it was FaZe Clan together, methodically taking that map control that won them the round. Space Station need to fire up the engines, because if more rounds end in silence like that, then the American fan base will likely be extremely disappointed. FaZe have a lot of fans cheering for them, but very few here in the stadium.
SSG weren't too happy with that one, and they've changed up their bomb site as well. They're not looking to repeat the same mistakes of old and want to try something new, test the waters against FaZe Clan, but it doesn't seem like FaZe Clan have changed their formula going into the map all that much. Vidiking once again has picked along the Monty, although this time we've got the double hard breach in both Souls and Handy going Hibana and Thermite. They really want to create a better entry hole in for their teammates as they approach the map.
SSG is still playing very extended, so obviously they're not going to change anything from last map. They're trying to hold that full floor, top floor, with the Bandit aggressing onto the wall to make sure that no one gets in the map. But we saw this is where FaZe Clan stalled out because they were getting their drones in position. And I really want to note how Vidiking is playing the Monty. He's actually not the one that's being the first entry. He's playing it on the window, gathering all the info on where SSG is going to be cranking from.
Good one though, but what that means is that Souls is a little stuck outside this geisha balcony with the wall electrified on the other side. Vidiking kind of doesn't really have a choice but to stick his face in the window, but there goes Cyber actually taken down by Ashen elsewhere in the map.
Cyber made a very quick entry from the top of back stairs, however. Ashen was not dealt with by FaZe Clan, and they really have stalled out here. As you said, Fox, Vidiking getting all kinds of information, but they need a whole lot more of that to FaZe. In order to win this round, KDS has taken a hell of a lot of damage, and Vidiking finally can start to move in and push Ashen out of position.
There's Fultz from below, putting on the pressure on the Monty to be able to shoot him out, but Ashen's not giving up. He's staying there. Vidiking's going to go down, but he's going to get traded out. Souls shutting it down to a 1v1. The advantage still in SSG's hand with the Solus below, an impact in hand. Time is on the backs of FaZe. They need to pick up the speed if they want to be able to get the execute.
Forrest has just run a marathon as well. He went for the jump out and somehow did a big sprint all the way back into the building and got away with his life. Somehow he just passed KDS, who had an angle over on the main stairs but was unable to collect the kill. Fultz though, he's still down below and they might just meet each other here.
The way back in this round for FaZe is finding these isolated picks. Foltz has to be extra careful.
Absolutely. They have to find the Solus. We mentioned it, that could completely derail the rest of FaZe. So KDS is down here hunting right next to each other, trying to find the ID on a Foltz, but no drone is able to... Ping's going to come out. He does know. Does he?
Foltz doesn't want to swing. Even though he's got the information, he decides to play it safe. And as a result, KDS is going to be afforded the freedom to look for some vertical nades. And that is Foltz's cue to peak, but he's been read to perfection. However, for FaZe, there's no time on the clock and very little hope that KDS will achieve anything from this roam. SSG, it's time to crank, but they can't find the final shot. The Space Cowboys firing up after they found their first round.
There's SSG's first round and a dominant one at that. SSG not giving up the whole top floor. They're not scared of the Monty. They're holding what's theirs.
They got very stunted there. Go on.
I was going to say, I don't know about you, Fox, but this SSG chant does take me back to 2020, the Invitational where Space Station won. The chants at that event were unmatched. An event in North America, the Invitational no less, the World Championships, and for the first time in years, a North American team won it. Now that's the kind of energy that I hope that we can expect later today, and perhaps for SSG later in the tournament.
Absolutely. I actually got a chance to speak to SSG the other day, and they said that now on stage, all of their screams, all of Ashen screaming at the top of his lungs won't be heard by the other team, and they were very disappointed for that. But the other way around, they actually have the crowd screaming for them. So I'd imagine that all of SSG's power is going through the whole crowd straight into FaZe.
Absolutely, for these guys. They've tied up the scoreline against FaZe. They really struggled to get in the building. They couldn't find an inch or a safe point of entry, and stats, they continue to be true. Cyber went down and SSG then converted the defense after that. And FaZe, they really have this such a strong reliance on that entry game working for them. And so now we go into yet another approach into the building for FaZe Clan. My question is, where is Cyber going and where is KDS going? Because these are the two that we want to watch out for as they approach their way into the map. We want to see if they can unlock the rounds for FaZe Clan.
Absolutely. SSG, again, not giving up the top floor. I'd really like to see if FaZe utilizes the Monty in another way to be able to get more information rather than sending Cyber in alone off of the dope call to go hunting and find that opening kill. We need to see a way to get the Monty more active than just calling out off of a window.
Very different approach to the map, though, from FaZe Clan. They aren't going for the sweep across the map that we've seen them do the last two times. This time around, they're looking to probe all around on the outside of the map, and only now are they finding a point of least resistance, and that's on the top of the back stairs.
Here comes Handy, engaging the Adrenal Surge, the Monty to support him. Oh, Cyber's likely to find the opening kill! Foltz caught out on a rotation! A critical mistake, and the stats may indeed damn SSG. This round as a second one is found for Cyber. FaZe Clan look to convert a substantial numbers advantage.
That's what I love to see out of the Monty, baiting Force to come up into the smoke. Soul's gonna get another one on the Ashen, and it's another 5v1 for FaZe Clan. J9, no. Show me something. Nope.
You asked, but unfortunately it was a bit of a big one to ask for, Fox. A flawless round and the second in a row for FaZe.
I really like that one from FaZe. They took all the attention away from Cyber, who was all the way over on the other side of the map. The Monty was just one big ruse and one big distraction, and the moment that all of SSG turned their attention to him, Cyber came in with the backstab and got his too, and that really unlocked the round for FaZe. That was what we were looking for out of FaZe.
Absolutely, exactly what we were talking about. We want to see the Monty get in their face, take the attention away, and then Cyber is going to do what he does best. Off the dope call, he's going to take the attention back by getting 2 picks over by house side by unsuspecting SSG members.
SSG seem to be moving a lot in these early rounds. Foltz caught here on an attempted rotation. Very similar situation for Hot and Cold, who looked to get quickly up. Another player fell in the same circumstance. SSG are gifting FaZe opportunities.
Devastating.
I'd love to note that SSG, that is the 3rd round where Foltz is downstairs with the Solus. So I like the little mini game that SSG is playing where Foltz is going to be directly below wherever the top player, usually Ashen, is going to be playing. But he got red last round very hard. Will they use the Legion in the same regard as with Foltz downstairs, have more roamers downstairs to deal with Cyber?
That is the question to be asked. Cyber now flexing over to the Lions, the Dokkaebi, so still self-sufficient operator to aid his push in through the map. But KDS down below has an angle onto the vertical going into the bomb site now. It is T-Rim and Karaoke, so SSG looking to repeat the bomb site of the first round, but try and correct some of their mistakes. It does still look like they are extending across their full roam hold throughout the entire map, not just horizontally, but even vertically, like you pointed out, faults down below.
But look at FaZe's setup. They're split all over the map. Usually they have 3 people by Black Door, and it looks like all of the effort that they're putting over on house side is a fake to a cell to be able to get a pick onto Fultz again below. Aggressive entry from KDS. Will he be able to see Fultz right next door?
Well, here comes the E1D. KDS doesn't quite have the information. He goes for a vertical nade on that line of sight. That gives Fultz the info on where KDS might be. He has been spotted as Fultz, and he could back it straight into that nade. He sees the player and takes his head clean from Fultz. And for the first time, he's looking effective on this roam downstairs.
Cyber's going to look to avenge his teammate, though, down below as well. The Lion scan will ring true, but no one there to follow just yet. Still, he's moving his way on in, though, is Cyber. So is Handy. They really want to double down on this pick on the Solus.
Wow, Fultz impacting into the bathroom. He's actually going to stall as much time as possible, knowing that he's going to get hunted down. And as soon as they figure out where FaZe is going to be, if they're not holding downstairs, Fultz can go downstairs. He can go back up red to assist his teammate. But FaZe is adapting accordingly, putting heavy setup over to Black Door and Geisha Window.
It really does feel like a tale of whoever finds this opening pick can magic the round somehow, which, of course, is what the guys on the desk said. Let's see if FaZe can prove us wrong here. Very close to the bomb site now is Cyber. He has a player repelling on the Karaoke window as well.
King, though, he is ready to strike, and the bomb site is just around the corner from all of these FaZe players. Little do SSG know, but really the attention is starting to be turned in towards that bomb site, and it could be go time right now.
And indeed it is. Souls with the repel in, swiftly met by Forest, and no reply. Cyber far at the top of the back stairs with no way into the site. He rotates downstairs. What is this from FaZe? Far too little and far too late. 2 players down, 15 seconds left on the clock. This is misery waiting to happen for the Brazilians. An embarrassment for Handy and Cyber as they fall. Immediate reply from Space Station. A flawless round in their favor.
Beautiful early pick from Forest to stop that push in its tracks. Everybody from FaZe scrambling to find an entry into the site. Walking up the brown stairs with his back turned to a Super 90.
We've had 3 flawless rounds this game so far. There's only been 1 round where the losing team has found a kill.
Jeez. I feel like that goes to tell a tale between these 2 teams, right? It's very much, it's all in or it's nothing between these 2.
Lack said it on the desk, this isn't an SSG that we're used to seeing. I love the mental games that they're playing so far, adapting off of FaZe's adaptation. It really feels like a big chess game going on right now, where both teams are bouncing back and forth off of the information that they're gathering.
And if it was a chess game, then I would be beating you, Fox.
Oh yeah, you
discovered
would.
So far.
You would.
How many times have we played?
I think like 3.
Yeah, and how are you
4.
doing?
I'm 0 and 3.
Yet to find one, but that's okay. I'll forgive you this time.
Just like SSG, we might find one today.
Look,
that's very good.
It's the last chance for NA, as we've said time and time again. So I think that they might have a little bit of plot armor here at the USA Major.
Absolutely.
This time around, SSG having 1 out to the T and Karaoke bomb site are happy to jump back over to Exhibition and Office. Doesn't look like they're changing the philosophy going into the bomb site that much, though, extending themselves over. The one big difference I think I would point out is the presence of the mirror on Ashen. It will make the bomb site a little bit more of a fortress, with the main wall being opened as well for him. It means that getting the thermite charge on Souls onto the wall is rather unsafe, and will probably be used for the roam clear instead.
Absolutely. It's very important to know that Fultz, if he dies downstairs, SSG is in a way tougher situation. His constant pressure from below keeps all of FaZe on their toes.
It looks like FaZe are, funnily enough, looking to attack the bomb site head on. For most of these rounds, we've seen some form of a clear, but immediately at the start of the round, using the exothermic and the Thatcher, to open up a nice solid avenue on site, will cut rotations and will pressure these roamers, considering the fact that they may have to fall back to support the anchors.
But Vidiking wants to keep their options open. Oh, there we go, an impromptu mirror window.
Wait, make it
Zelda going to be tricked by the mirror window? That's an interaction that you don't see every day, but okay, never mind. The second half of the Selma charge is at least going to be able to get the bottom one, but you don't see that one every day.
The setup from FaZe is looking that they are trying to hit the site, but they love the distractions. Vidiking trying to open up a potential sightline into the site to make SSG very uncomfortable in it. But as we say, the Cyber goes down to Fultz downstairs.
And an aggressive push from Ashen. He goes punished. But the firefights continue to resound in the server. SSG will not give up this control, but Souls has snuck his way in. Looking to get somewhere safe as Fultz down below looks to deny this plant, looks for something. If he makes too much noise, he will be heard, and it'll be fish in a barrel for FaZe to finish him. But for now, oh, he does get it through the floor! Souls falls! And with FaZe, only 2 players left standing, and so much left to do.
But Handy's right in the bomb site, Dev. I mean, he's right next to it, and he's going to call Vidiking over as well. But is this a false sense of security? Fultz is down below. He has a C4 on Hot and Cold as well.
Oh, J9O sneaking in once again, just enough to bait the player, but Hot and Cold himself has been seduced into moving too far into the bomb site, and he will fall as well. A fake impact from Fultz as he looks to rotate back up. J9O, no line of sight for him. The gridlock track stingers to lock him out of the side. A bit of an overpeak from Vidiking. He needs to be extra careful. Oh, and Handy, he's got the meanest angle I've seen in years. There's no way that SSG will kill him on this position. Surely not. He spots one cross. Vidiking finds one. Handy with the left hook. And FaZe once again win an attack round. It has been back and forth every single round thus far.
The post plant, too good from FaZe. Did you guys see how Vidiking didn't even flinch at the impact below him? The confidence to force that case down because he knows that if he can put his teammate in the position. Handy had a beautiful angle from those aces. That's a callback to earlier that they were able to throw onto that Mira. Wow. Opening up that angle made it so difficult to be able to retake into the site. They didn't even get a foot into the site.
You have to admire the confidence there from FaZe. It felt like SSG were on for the retake setup that they had going on there. They completely vacated the bomb site. They relied on Fultz down below to give them the info. But when push came to shove, FaZe were there to meet them.
Even off of the impact. Sounds like he's screaming at the crowd.
Yeah, I think Vidiking is. Of course, he was called out by Ashen in Ashen's pre-game interview. He said, "I'm coming for you, Vidiking." Vidiking's coming for the crowd here in Atlanta, who have been dead silent.
Fun fact, the picture that Ashen has on his monitor is a garfish, which he has been going around calling people that, so. It's just a fish with a lot of teeth.
A fish with teeth?
Yeah. Long nose, long snout.
So is it meant to be an insult at how people look?
I think so, yeah. I think it might be.
There's some of those at the aquarium. Anyway, sorry.
Great aquarium in Atlanta, I'm told.
Yes, it was a very good aquarium. Alas, we are going to go over to Kitchen and Barbecue for FaZe Clan, sorry, for SSG, on their final defending rounds. Looks like Handy on the other side is going to open up a point of entry for some of his players to go for a sweep.
Oh, no.
Oh, there goes Fultz on the jump out. Shut down by Handy.
And that's the Soulless down. Fultz has been so good in those late round situations.
Hang on a
the
sec.
information.
I think Hot and Cold's been misdroned here. They haven't seen him. He might find one. He gets his pick, but can he get away with his life? It looks like Hot and Cold is indeed able. And FaZe will be kicking himself at that misdrone.
That's the second time that FaZe has been a little sloppy on their entry drones, but of course, when you shut down an aggressive play from Fultz, you probably don't expect another person to hide behind him. You expect that trade right away. Very good pickup from Hot and Cold to be able to even the man count, but again, they've lost that information of the diffuser plant. So now I expect SSG, off of the information on what they get, they're gonna go for a fight early on to get that advantage before FaZe sets up to execute.
Well, they've done the early game. That was pretty hard, but now they're tasked with an even more difficult part of the round, and that's through the mid-round. Decision-making now for FaZe on the side of the attack. What do they do from here on out? They have some pressure going down inside of Geisha. That's J9O that's feeling it at the moment. He's opened up an escape route, or not an escape route for himself, actually. He's got an impacted the Selma charge to make sure he is safe for at least a little bit longer over in Geisha. Ashen down below has just seen a player cross over, but Vidiking is going to try and initiate KDS in.
And here comes the repellent from KDS, not taken out early, but taken out in response. J9O finds one, he's about to be flashed out of position! But Jack finds another one! Souls in a 1v4. Consolation frag is perhaps all he will find. SSG are looking to tie up this half. Defense has been hounding them, but they might be able to make this even and moving into their attack half with an equality on the scoreboard.
SSG wanted those fights, we knew about it. Souls is gonna have to get into a couple of different fights if he wants a chance back into this round. He's gonna take one. It's a 1v2 for Souls. They know where he is, but he's got a little time to play with.
It's so
winnable. See the one behind the table.
Ashen comes in and swings in. But at the end of it, SSG do finish the half, 3 rounds apiece.
Really solid round there from SSG. They kept their composure, especially hot and cold right at the start, like you pointed out. How was FaZe going to expect that? They didn't actually ring out any of those logic bombs when they went in for the entry. They only relied on the drones. And so once they made their way in, they had no idea that hot and cold was there. There was no audio cues, there was no visual cues either. And I really felt like that was the play that tipped the round on its head a little bit for FaZe. They got really stalled out there in the mid-rounds. They spent so long trying to clear out J9O that he was in his comfy zone just outside of Geisha and gunned them all down.
Right here, we're gonna hear the dope call come out too. That's why they didn't call the clear out hot and cold. They were saving it for the execute onto the top floor. And in tow, allowed hot and cold to get that equalizing kill back, able to bring it back to his teammates up top. And they just set up, waiting for the execute, waiting for the fight.
It's surely a bit of telling of SSG's desperation to make a risky play like that from hot and cold. You can't expect that to work often.
Well, is it desperation or is it genius?
I mean, the two are not mutually exclusive, I'd say.
I mean, the first 5 rounds, we saw Fultz downstairs on the Souls giving information. And I think that round, he maybe wanted to change the pace, go for an early pick with the Solus. Maybe he saw the player on a drone, thought he had a positioning play, but it didn't go in his favor. But it did set up hot and cold for it, though.
Sometimes you gotta make the sacrifices for your teammates.
Absolutely.
Risk it for the biscuit, I guess.
Risk it for the biscuit, love that.
And that's all we've been seeing from SSG recently, is going for those risky plays, especially in Phase 2. Their backs are against the wall, and they needed to bring out these insane plays from the players that they have on their team. They can't keep them boxed up. And clearly they're showing a little bit more teeth this game.
Here goes SSG on their first attacking rounds. The side has swapped, and as we like to say, Rainbow Six is the tale of 2 halves. And if they can equalize the 3-3, we're going to see ourselves in overtime. And honestly, that's what I want to see between these 2 teams. Nice entry hole being opened up by Forest, with the adjacent wall to his exothermic charge being opened up as well. That does afford KDS a bit of a line of sight going inside of Geisha, but Ashen's going to be there to challenge it.
Oh, Ashen goes straight on in. What are you doing? What are you doing, SSG? They run straight into the meat grinder, and FaZe laps up every free kill happily. 2 players left now for SSG, and they are being simply toyed with. Cyber is giving J9O quite the headache here, taunting him.
So awkward.
Oh no.
But he will not find a kill.
Oh, he's going to go again. Do it again. Do it again. Oh, J9O's gone. Oh well.
The aggressive play from hot and cold to call his teammates over did not work. And now, a monumental task ahead of the 2 OG players on SSG. Very good in these man-down situations. That's when they get to play a little bit more loose. They're going to rotate back over onto Geisha's side and hopefully start them out to the equalization.
I mean, how does this happen without FaZe over-peaking and gifting kills to SSG? Perhaps J9O coming up the back stairs could achieve something, just anything. No, nothing at all. And he puts him down. All up to Fultz. Once a world champion, now tasked with finding 5 angry Brazilians. The 3rd flawless round for FaZe opens up their first defense.
FaZe wasn't expecting to get off to that foot on their first defensive round. They looked to be playing very slow, forcing SSG to make those aggressive plays, and they were ready for it. KDS, obviously a big 3K in the round, shutting down the 2 players entering into Geisha with the DMR nonetheless.
Was it FaZe being ready or SSG maybe not having a good think about their entry points that time around? It felt like, I liked what Forest did, getting the adjacent wall onto the Thermite and opening up the map for SSG to have a more viable way on in. But it really didn't look like, I mean, we're seeing it in the replays now, it felt like Ashen had no idea that KDS was there and looking straight onto him. And then the second player that came in and was like, oh no! And then he got taken down as well.
Look, guy in the crowd, our reaction is the same as you.
Pain.
What is that?
No, you're absolutely right. I don't think they were expecting KDS to be so pushed up in drum, but they were making that play off of Hot and Cold, going up through the brown stairs, but he was the first one to go down too at the exact same time. So off of the play that was supposed to be a bait, you end up losing 3 people on something that, did you really need to go for? Did you really need to call and just trust the Dokkaebi call, or could we have taken a little bit more time to just get in the map first and then make those plays that SSG is known to make?
A lot of questions need to be asked of SSG at the moment, and one that strikes my mind is, at what point do you take your tactical timeout? Attack half now, and attack is really where the challenges begin for Space Station. They're down a rounds, and they need to start conjuring up some success here. They're going against what is one of the best teams in the world and one of the best bomb sites on a defender-sided map. This is not going to be easy.
SSG, they are leaning into the sweep across the map. They've brought along the combination of the J90 on the Lion and the Dokkaebi on Ashen, but here goes Hot and Cold. He sent himself in through the ground floor, the sole player on the Nook, looking to create an opportunity for SSG.
Absolutely. SSG sending Hot and Cold to potentially get some type of a pick on a roamer downstairs, but FaZe have a good understanding that somebody is trying to find an advantage for themselves. They're not giving anybody up. They're not playing anybody downstairs. They're really holding the full top floor with all 5 bodies. But Hot and Cold's going to find that as Handy tries to rotate. And now the nades will rain from below.
Perfect lurk from Hot and Cold. The E1D and the nades together, but not found anything yet.
Wall being open up into Geisha. Oh, they're going for it. SSG are walking their own way.
Oh, no.
Deja vu. But this time, Ashen gets the better of it. DMR in hand will take down Cyber. Souls, though, on the other side with the SMG-11. Oh, that's a long shot to land, but it's actually Vidaking with his own gun in hand to take down J90.
After the bloodbath, Space Station have lost their numbers advantage. They established early on. Folds almost securing that kill under Souls. And Ace Selma may open up another avenue. But this roam has not been cleared. FaZe Clan is still very much at large. And there's KDS to spring up for another. Ashen's gone down. There's info for FaZe now. Folt's caught in the goo mine. He has to march on forward. These Legion mines as deadly as ever. Up to Hot and Cold, but Vidaking shuts him down. Standing, waiting for an ovation, but none such will appear. FaZe Clan have a 2-round lead.
You could say that Vidaking is indeed letting it all hang out this game. Kind of what Ashen was trying to say. It looks like he's doing it himself.
I feel like the lack of crowd for FaZe is giving them a buff. They're enjoying this. They're toying with Space Station.
They're rage playing. They're just getting more and more upset, which fuels them. I mean, it's good. Anger is an emotion to lean on. Not many teams leaning on it. A lot of teams, when the crowd's against them, they crumble under the pressure of being hated, but not FaZe.
Let the haters hate. That's what FaZe Clan have to say, is they're going to go over to, right now it's the 3rd defending attempt over inside of Kitchen and Barbecue, and looking to extend their way through the map. We're going to see a couple replays of the last round. Really nice shots, actually, from the players of FaZe Clan. Vidaking with SMG-11, and has got 2, actually, as they tried to make their way on in. So some really good stuff from FaZe Clan as the round closed out. But this time around, they're going to change up their bomb site. It is a tertiary bomb site. And being on the attack on Skyscraper, right? Yes, you might lose out on the primary ones, but if there's any opportunity to land an attack, surely it's going to be on the tertiary bomb site, the one that FaZe are least comfy on.
I agree completely. I think Kitchen bomb site is very hindrant on the fact that you have to hold upstairs. You have to maintain top floor control, because if you don't, you can pretty much see every single plant spot, and there's no way for SSG to really go for a plant. But the common theme here has been Hot and Cold lurking and finding those picks, So we'll have to keep an eye on if he can get an opening and take the attention away from the rest of SSG looking to execute on the top floor.
Does look like SSG are looking for something a little more direct going into the bomb site. Ashen was early on the rappel, but here goes Hot and Cold, like you pointed out. Going in from the other side of the map, trying to find that first pick. He sees someone through the little holes in the wall, but doesn't quite connect the shots.
I love the Brava clearing out any type of information that could be in front of Hot and Cold so that he doesn't need to make any noise. The Aruni Gate's gonna get taken down. He's able to crouch walk through all the way through Dragon if he needs to.
Oh, wow, that's C4 perfectly timed. Genano very lucky to survive it. As you've said, SSG have made decent headway on the map control, and now they found the opening kill. Traded immediately by Vidiking, but Ashen, his work is done. 4 players still remain for SSG to set up for an execute.
The top floor still in hand of FaZe. SSG struggling to find an opening, and it looks like they're setting up for a kitchen attack where Line's gonna be the only member up top.
No.
And he takes him down, and they maintain top floor control. It's gonna be so difficult to get a case plant down.
Tough spot now for FaZe. For SSGs. They start to make their way on through. Here goes Hondo. Can he open up the rounds for SSG?
If there's anyone to do it right now, it is Hot and Cold for Space Station. Numbers are even again. Cyber re-roaming on this top floor, looking for an opportunity to support his team, but Fultz has put Handy down. Hot and Cold's got a very solid read here, but does he slice the correct angle? Does he look for Cyber? Time still to work with for SSG. They do not need to overpeak, but no. Has that been a misdrone? Could this be a crucial mistake to lose the round for SSG? Cyber peaks first! Hot and Cold puts it to bed. Vidiking now with it all to do. 1 versus 3. He has been spotted as Space Station look to secure the round. Fultz drops the diffuser. A high risk now that SSG could fumble this round. Vidiking with so much to do. He takes a lot of damage on the repeak. He could clutch this. It's so damn winnable. There's so much information inside. Forrest, if there's any time to cover your teammate, it is right now! Vidiking just needs a bit more damage! 1 versus 1 in the post plants. Hot and Cold bleeding out on the floor at Kitchen. And it looks like Vidiking's got the read of his life. Forrest, you cannot fumble this now! Vidiking! He's stolen the round away! He's stolen NA's hopes and dreams! He's clutched the 1v2 and put FaZe on map points!
And such a crazy round there for FaZe. You called it. The top floor control was what they needed. And from that vital position, it was Vidiking to take down the diffuser. And then SSG went, oh no, we've got to take that one back. And as they went in and tried to collect themselves again inside a kitchen, hell rained from above, and that was Vidiking. And it's forcing SSG to take their tactical timeout.
There's a lot to talk about in that round that SSG needs to go through. Why, if you have the case, are you peeking the guy up top? If you are going to get the case and plant, why are you planting in the one spot where Vidiking doesn't have to peek holes, he can shoot through the wall? It's a lot of questions on SSG's side, but high pressure situations take high plays. And that's exactly what Vidiking did. He's been so good with the SMG-11 so far. Always trading back his team as they lose a member or an advantage. He's always there. SSG looked to be playing the pick game very well. They brought it into a 1v3. Vidiking not losing his cool. Obviously, he wants to stick it to the crowd.
I mean, that round was so back and forth. At one point, we were like, it's doomed for SSG. They haven't cleared the top floor. It's over. And then all of a sudden, Hot and Cold comes in. He cuts down on the defense. And like, suddenly it's possible for SSG. And then one tiny mistake. This was it. This was the turning point in the round for Vidiking to land his clutch. And then boom, all of a sudden, it's a FaZe round all over again.
I can't believe he continued smashing that shotgun against the floor until he got the kill. And yeah, man, the frustration is palpable. SSG were neck and neck with FaZe until we switched into the second half. And since then, it has been all FaZe all day long. 3 rounds in a row for the Brazilians on the cusp of sending us to map 2 with the momentum squarely in their favor.
10 seconds to insertion.
Hindsight's 20/20. And unfortunately for Fultz, he forgot his glasses.
2020, coincidentally, the last time we saw Fultz on the main stage and performing in a grand final. Oh, it's been a hell of a long time. And SSG fans are just begging for another showing out of finals that they can be proud of.
SSG's not out of it yet, though. They have a lot of good positioning in the way that they're setting up their executes. They're just losing in those crucial moments.
The round was rightfully theirs and it was taken away, and now they found themselves on match point. No more mistakes from here on out. We cannot see what was repeated in the last round. SSG are going to start out putting direct pressure onto the bomb site, the housing wall. Unfortunately, not quite being tricked by Vidiking. He didn't quite strike on the other side, but Hot and Cold might. No, he doesn't. Vidiking will behead him.
The one Legion trap stopping Hot and Cold from completely getting into the site. He had to swing, and he missed it the first time, giving his position away. Vidiking was right there again. He's been so monumental in stopping the SSG solo players time and time again.
Smart from Cyber. He's seen the hacked cap can traps and is like, all right, take those ones out. They're not so safe anymore. SSG, they've got to pivot now. That initial pressure onto the site didn't quite work with Hot and Cold being taken down. Now they're looking to sweep the map instead. It's Forest and Fultz to double down in their position on the other side of the map. They're going to recall Ashen over as well to their safety. And all 4 players are going to dedicate themselves to the push.
These early aggressive plays from SSG are not working out in their favor, and it's constantly leaving them in these positions where they have to go a man down with these fast executes onto parts of the maps that they're not taking too much time to clear.
It's a slow entry here for SSG, but finally Boots are in the building. It took them 2 minutes, but they are inside with a vengeance, looking for a chance to inch towards this bomb site, but that time has been their biggest enemy.
Making their way on in is J9 as he unlocks the barricade, and it's Fultz to take down KDS on the other side. Now 4-on-4, man advantage stripped away from FaZe Clan as they make their way on in. But it's Forest who's made this big rotation around to the other side of the map with the diffuser in his hands. They're having a think about the bomb site. They're shifting their focus, and this execute will be nothing but explosive for SSG.
And that means it comes down to the big guns who must step up, call their names, and they must answer now. SSG, 1 player falls, Handy to be traded. Ashen making his way up the stairs. Vidiking put back down in his place. A 3v2 now with the Americans in advantage. But the 2 OGs for FaZe stand in their way. But they fall 1 by 1! Space Station will not accept defeats. We continue here on Skyscraper as the Americans find their first attack.
It was getting scary for SSG, losing the diffuser in an exposed position that FaZe easily could have had held down, but they were able to find the rest of the picks in the site, and that's what SSG is so good at, is forcing you to look at all these different entry angles, but it's all about making those shots count. And that round, all of their shots hit.
I really liked what Forrest was able to do in that round. Even though he actually ended up going down once he entered into the bomb site, he did exactly what you pointed out that they did. They went for that pivot and they switched into a map sweep. But the moment that they'd established that control on the other side, Forrest was like, we need the pressure back on the bomb site. We need to make this push more multifaceted. And he went for this big wraparound takeover on the other side, and Ashen was there to clean up the pieces as well. He picks up where Forrest left off, and he claimed 2 to close it out.
Absolutely. Forrest going down there set Ashen up for that whole round.
Well, SSG have done one of what they will need to do 2 more times now, Fox.
Yeah.
It's a long road to overtime, but I think that round shows that they can win any of these attacks. They can win from a man down. They can win from behind. They could win from a deficit. That's the space station that we've seen in Atlanta.
Absolutely, but they're making it so much harder by winning these rounds a man down. We need to start by winning them as a 5v5 or potentially getting the pick in their favor. But again, FaZe is very prepared for these aggressive individual plays. They're set up for them every single time.
I gotta say, Fox, this is not a bomb site that we see that often on Skyscraper. Like the master bedroom and bathroom one? Why? Well, what is the magic behind this one?
Not many teams defend this bomb site, which also makes it very difficult to attack against because you don't have the experience of attacking against it. I remember you guys actually asked that in the SSG Bleed game, and you guys questioned it. And the defenders actually ended up winning the round because they held the top floor site, and it's very difficult to understand what FaZe is going to be holding. You can extend in the kitchen, you extend through top floor, but Hot and Cold's got full kitchen control. He's got very good position. Can he find one of the site players to open up the site?
So this is FaZe Clan testing SSG's problem-solving skills, but it seems like SSG are starting to be keyed into this exam as they make their way into the map. Yes, they do have a bit of a foothold over on the other side of the map, but so does Hot and Cold right next to the bomb site. He's made his way all the way in through the ground floor.
Oh, but he's spot on the long angle from KDS. FaZe was so ready for that lurk. Hot and Cold has been instrumental in opening these rounds, spotting opportunities for SSG. And now Ashen takes up the position that he left off. Hard to say how SSG claw themselves back into this round. They jump in the garden and look to shut down this player at bar. But FaZe know full well they do not need to peek. They can simply wait.
SSG continuously finding themselves in these situations where they have to pull rounds out of thin air. They know they need top floor control if they want to even get a chance to getting that diffuser down.
But can SSG make magic happen? We've seen them do it before in this situation, but they need to do it again. Fault's just rounding the corner now as Cyber's going to look to take this engagement, but with the time ticking down, they are going to feel the gravity of the bomb site, and there goes Fault to open the equation.
Oh, Souls is gone as well. There's a real shot here, but KDS finds his third. Forrest and Faults. The double Fs look to stand up. 20 seconds to play, and Handy. Oh, he's coming for it, but he whiffs an entire magazine. Faults might be able to refrag this, but no! Handy shuts him down, KDS are fourth, and FaZe put SSG back in their place, and are one map away from a semi-final.
And the heroes of NA will go down for one map, but not out just yet. This is a best of three. They have time to recollect themselves, but for now, FaZe will stand true.
They're ready to phase up, completely unaffected by the lack of cheers that they receive here in America. They're used to it. It's been this way time and time again in Berlin, and now again here in America. SSG are on their last legs.
FaZe has been so good at those opening kills, especially shutting down the early aggressions from SSG. They're really letting the crowd get to them and fuel their rage. But there's another map that they're going to have to go through first.
And that map is Consulate. To break down Skyscraper, we'll toss it back to the desk.
Dev, Mandy, Fox, thank you so much. Man, FaZe feeding off, antagonizing our crowd here. I mean, Vita King standing up, pointing to the FaZe logo, getting that clutch play. We got to talk about Vita King. Where do we even begin?
Oh,
He's playing out of his mind.
He played out of his mind, undoubtedly, Jackie. Vita King was so incredibly crucial coming through from FaZe Clan, playing ridiculous. The 1v3, an absolutely unwinnable situation for most players. Through 100 shotgun blasts, it feels like, finally denies the planter, kills the planter right afterwards, and then he's on a sliver of health. He should never be able to win that, and then he hits that shot anyways with the SMG-11. Oh, it's just beautiful siege coming through.
Vita King played that beautifully. A round that you should not be winning, and he played it as well as you possibly could. I mean, it's always nice to see from a player perspective of even my own, of just watching what a player does in those moments, the split-second decision-making, the rotations that they make, and to catch Forrest the way that he did. I mean, Forrest, it sucks for SSG because those are rounds that you need. Those are rounds that give you the momentum, and when you lose that, it's so draining.
We're seeing a lot of KDS highlights on the defense too. I think he also needs to be highlighted, right? We saw him in the very first round exhibition when they were round number 7. He finds 2 players walking into his crossfire, it feels like. There's just no information at all. He's cleaning up those players. This is the 1v3 ridiculous clutch from Vita King where he denies the player after
beautiful shot here.
Plants, and then some great shots with the SMG-11. But again, KDS, when it really matters the most, the final round for him as well, a 2K insight, the C4, the final place, everybody from FaZe is playing so well.
Laxton, I do want to pick your brain about the early game. Both teams were neck and neck. It seemed like they were figuring each other out.
Yeah, it kind of reminded me of the Los DZ game that we were seeing. It was very back and forth. People were figuring out what they wanted to do, how they wanted to approach the site for the next time, and the other team on that back end was figuring out maybe what operator they want to bring or how they're going to rotate somewhere. And then it switched sides. Yep. And then you saw really FaZe just kind of run away with it. They figured out what SSG is going to do. They figured out how they want to play against it. And that's where you saw SSG struggling on trying to force those rounds and those aggressive plays, and it just was not going in their favor.
Yeah, so FaZe, they're a really strong attacking team, right? And with Space Station Gaming, they were constantly changing their pace. They would play one round really slow where they're not moving at all. They just got one pick and then they sit still and wait in the site for FaZe to bait all their time. And the next round, they're jumping 3 people out. They're getting hyper aggressive. They're moving as much as they can. And it worked good enough to get them 3 rounds. And usually 3 rounds, great, and a half of Siege, that's everything you want. But on Skyscraper, you want to be hitting more. And I think FaZe Clan really took advantage of that when they moved to their defense. 3 attacking rounds was just not enough for Space Station. Even if we give some of those clutch rounds back to SSG, maybe Vidaking doesn't go crazy in the clutch, it still looked like FaZe were the better team for the vast majority of those defenses. So Space Station, it just wasn't enough.
Well, we are not done yet. Map 2 ahead. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I want M80 to be one of the most successful and dominant esports organizations in the world.
When the manager Golden reached out for a coaching position, I thought, why not? What could hurt?
You just got to take their soul. Like, you just got to destroy them.
It's definitely better to let the player do the talking, but tend to stay clear of the people that have big egos.
Energy carries everything into winning.
This is Rainbow Six at its best!
Try not to hold on to revenge too much the past. If we were to play them again, it would just be like just that urge of competitiveness to beat them.
We know our potential, we know what we are capable of.
The opponents could definitely take the title from us.
The past is the past, but in the moment you have everything you need to do to be better.
Hi, I'm Christopher Budget, Associate Game Director on Siege. Siege is a tactical game, and while there's no better way to learn than the hard way, we're working on various tools to help you train and level up your game. Next season comes Map Run, and while you'll have to wait to know more, I can already tell you you'll be able to train on your favorite maps, such as Clubhouse, Oregon, Bank, Consulate, Chalet, and Cafe. Map Run will also be the best tool to help you learn the new map coming this season. And whether you're playing solo or with a squad, jump into Map Run and train your aim and your skills, and you'll learn the new map. Your friends will thank you when you reach champion. So stay tuned for the reveal and learn more about the new map coming to Rainbow Six Siege.
Hey guys, Gunnar from Sonics here, and today I'm going to be playing Siege Sounds.
Hey guys, this is Iconic from M80.
Hello guys, this is Felipox from W7M.
スカーズ所属のフィッシュライクです。今回はCGサウンドをプレイしていきたいと思います。
I think I'll do good.
Not too good then.
It's good.
ピョンよりはちょっと下かなってぐらいですかね。
Yeah, I think I have a good pair of headphones, and let's see.
It's Organ Spawn.
Okay, I know this one.
Dog sounds? 犬の鳴き声が聞こえる。
It's Kennel's Clubhouse.
I hear dogs bark, and this is the spawn of in the garage of the Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, the like front spawn in Clubhouse.
My final guess is Clubhouse.
クラブハウスのガレージ側の外のリスポーン地点のとこっていうんですか。
I'm right?
Oh. オレゴン？オレゴン？オレゴン？一発目でダメだ。パーフェクト逃した。ちょっと難しいな。
I hear like bugs, like the sound of bugs.
I'm going Cafe. Final answer.
I don't know the map.
I heard a bell at the end. That's the only map I can imagine a bell being on. Dun, 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 dun.
What would this be?
なんか虫の音みたいなのが聞こえる。
Chalet?
Is it consulate?
It's just like the wood sound.
Maybe now it's Clubhouse. Because Clubhouse, their police cars.
I'm gonna lock it in with consulate.
なんかこういう音いろんなマップにあるから。
That was not right.
I never spawned there in my life, so I would never know that.
Yeah? Yeah.
There's no way that people get this stuff.
Bank, locked in, loaded.
Not sure, but I'll guess bank.
音。
I hear a kid scream in the background. Chalet.
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 Chalet. I got to.
I don't know about the others, but really hard for me.
All right, guys, I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds.
I had a lot of fun playing Siege Sounds today, and see you guys at the major.
I need to give a shout out to our crowd. They literally just gave us a 10-second
They know how to count down.
Yeah, they gave us a countdown.
That was fire.
Ask our director, we don't need you. We got the crowd to give us a countdown. Kidding, Ask, we love you, but we also love this crowd so much. And man, what a great first map. I'm not gonna lie, how are they going to defeat FaZe? They're just looking so good, cohesive, coordinated. It's a collective effort.
I'll say this. They do have what it takes to beat them. We saw them going back and forth. It's just a matter of whether they decide to continue that aggression, and when it's not working, then to stop that aggression, or play a little more passive game and force FaZe into their line of sights, into the trade game, whatever. But they're playing into FaZe's power positions, in my honest opinion.
Yeah, and I do think when we saw that first half from Space Station, they were mixing things up in a way that will give them success on a less defender side of map. When they played on Skyscraper, which again is FaZe Clan's map pick, they were really good at keeping the pace, guessing, right? Keeping everything up in the air. FaZe Clan didn't always know what was gonna come next. Now that we're moving on to Consulate, now that we're moving on to a map that Space Station are much more comfortable on. They've played so much, very rare come through from FaZe Clan. I think that's gonna really empower SSG. Whilst they were maybe not so successful in their attacks, I think on this map, since we've seen so many good attacks with Space Station so far, they're going to be a lot better.
Yeah, and Fox said it too on the desk. You know, he appreciated what SSG was doing and, you know, figuring out how they wanted to adapt, whether they were playing aggressive, whether they were playing it passive. But when you're being met on both of those fronts, you in that moment really have to figure out whether you need to stick to one thing or really swap somewhere else, or whatever you got to do, you have to figure it out in that moment, because if you keep trying to force something, eventually you're going to hit a brick wall.
Okay, let's talk about Map 2 Consulate, the information up on the screen right now. So, Jesse, you were actually surprised that FaZe didn't ban Consulate. Can you elaborate on that?
So I'm of two minds about this. Because on one hand, the stats say Space Station should dominate this game. They're 3-0 since the map came out, beating Mirage, Oxygen, and Bleed. Each game was extremely dominant, with Space Station's closest match being 7-3 against Bleed. And FaZe Clan, they played it once, their very first game of Stage 2. They lost to NIP in 15 rounds. So there's a bit of footage from way back then. They've never won the map. On paper, this is so clearly an advantage map for Space Station. But we also said that, yes, a couple hours ago for Dark Zero on Skyscraper, and we saw an incredible turnaround from Los. So whilst this should be an extremely advantaged map for Space Station, the fact that FaZe did not ban it makes me think they've got something in store for us.
Oh, 100%. No way you're going to just let your map go through like that and hope that, you know, you're going to maybe squeak by. No, I think FaZe has an idea and a general direction of how they want to play that map and how it's going to counter SSG, especially playing that very recently to be able to understand what SSG is doing. Because I've talked about it before, even during the play-ins, is you can't switch a whole lot once you show it already. Sure, you can make, you know, small detail and what you're going to do, what you're going to change. But for the overall grand scheme of things, it's pretty much going to stay generally consistent. So that alone, FaZe, whether they worked on it, whether they did the prep that they need, I mean, there's no doubt in my mind that they let this map go through because they have something behind that.
Well, let's see how Map 2 plays out. Dev, Mindy, and Fox, take it away!
Thank you very much, Jackie. Yes, it is once again the last chance for North America. How many times are we needing to say that? Hopefully a few more if SSG can continue their quarterfinal run into the semis, hopefully even a grand final. But of course, FaZe are an unstoppable force. They took Skyscraper away, and now they look to take the sky of North America with it. Consulate is the next map. It is Space Station's pick. You heard the desk. This should favor the Americans, but FaZe Clan love being against the crowd, and they love being here in America, fighting for a chance to put the final American team down in the dirt. Let's get into Consulate right now. FaZe Clan, one map away from the semi-finals to face Los One and their former player, Cameraman, in that semi. On the other side of this game, we will either have Space Station fighting for a third map or FaZe knocking them out of the tournament whatsoever. After years of heartbreak for SSG, the time has to be now.
Absolutely. And they talked on the desk about what does SSG need to do to win on this map? Does FaZe have something prepared? Honestly, the map doesn't necessarily matter as much as the way that FaZe is reading into exactly how SSG is playing. They know that SSG is looking for those picks, and they keep isolating that individual player. We consistently saw them last map going down, having to play a 4v5, and even though they can pull some of those rounds out of thin air, they have to lower the amount of rounds that they pull out of thin air.
Yeah, imagine that. You cannot rely on Clutch. It's inconsistent. As the ban phase has flown by us here, once again, FaZe Clan banning out the Blitz for the second map in a row. They really do not want to play against Forest Blitz.
And yet it was the Monty that was the real enemy of SSG in the previous game. A lot of good Montaigne play from FaZe. And already I'm seeing the Monty teased out here by SSG. Perhaps we will see a few more shields on what could be the final map of our quarterfinal day.
You'd be surprised, but the Blitz... Oh, hold up. We're seeing a Caveira in the lineup. Could there be an interrogation? Would this be the first interrogation of the tournament?
I feel like it would be, right? Surely we haven't seen Cav be picked, or I mean, she's probably been picked, but interrogation?
I certainly don't remember.
Surely that would have been all over the news.
I would have thought so. Well, Mandy, do you recall the opening round of G2 versus Liquid in Copenhagen on the stage, and there was an interrogation by G2. I believe it was Doki. That was huge, and the crowd loved it. If Cyber is able to replicate that now, Fox, I think quite the opposite will be the case.
Attackers are heading out.
It'd be very interesting. I was going to say that I love the Blitz ban because there's a lot of unconventional areas where the Blitz can jump in. You can actually jump in through the yellow skylight, take control of all of top yellow. You can get in very aggressive positions with the Blitz, and SSG is comfortable bringing that operator on this map, but opting to bring the Monty, so maybe a little bit more of a map clear that SSG is going to look for on this first round attacking the basement bomb site.
First point of pressure will be the breach. Now, they haven't brought along hot and cold on the ace on the main wall just yet. They're just putting down the little secondary hard breach charge on the wall, at least create a way into the bomb site if they so desire. Where hot and cold is though is over on the meeting breach. He's just opened up that line of sight to make a potential point of entry, or more like a line of sight. I would anticipate going into the top floor. Oh, but he's clued. There must be players down here that he knows. It's actually Cyber himself on the other side.
And here Cyber waits for his moment. He moves on forward. Are we surely gonna see an interrogation? Another one could be on the cards, but Cyber finishes him off. SSG have fallen to pieces. What a way to kick off the second and potentially final map of the series for FaZe. J90, it's time to hit the road, Jack. 1v5, so much to be done. And for SSG, this is the last thing you want to see.
I'd imagine he's going to want to use this time here to talk with the team about exactly what went wrong. And I'm glad that my 8 years of experience was able to point out the Caveira. I feel so smart. One phase of the round. And also, Ashen came over to try and help Hot and Cold, and he actually got down by the goo mine. So, unfortunately, Cyber could have gotten 2 interrogations, but he already got 1. You just want to leave with the second in hand. You don't know who's going to be behind Ashen. So, obviously, they take the advantage and they run. J9 is going to use his time to collectively talk with his team about where they went wrong that round. And maybe pad his stats a little bit.
Well, FaZe are exercising all kinds of restraint in this 5v1. Yes, they're peaking, but they're not over-peaking. J90 is not going to be gifted anything, it seems. SSG taking this impromptu tactical timeout. J90 could really just stop playing completely and let the rest of his team focus on speaking, but FaZe are letting him know that they know exactly where he is.
Cyber wants it. Give him the 3K. Oh no, he's going to run away. So that's all right.
Oh no, he's going over to yellow.
Oh, no,
he's going to jump out yellow.
Do it, do it, do it.
He's tempted. Cyber looking for a way to contest. J90 looking for some kind of consolation frag. Cyber will not give him the chance. FaZe Clan secure the round on the back of an incredibly rare interrogation, and with that, are set up phenomenally well into their opponent's map pick.
SSG tried to sell a fake. They opened up the main garage walls. They aced open top yellow and projector walls to attempt to show either a site hit or a top floor take while they hit the middle floor. Kind of like a sandwich of baits while they go through the middle. And they were not expecting the Caveira close in the broken hall. He was able to completely shut down SSG's push, which was Hot and Cold. He was the bait. He was the player that was going to flank everybody in through piano, and they were expecting him.
I saw our IQ cosplay there. Have we got any Cav cosplays here? Because I think if there is, it's their moment. When you see the Cav come out, it's a rare sight in Rainbow Six at the esports level. Rare sight in the cosplays as well, but I've seen a fair few lovely Cav cosplays in the past. Looks like we're going to change the bomb sites now. However, FaZe Clan are looking pretty good after that round. SSG have got to shake the jitters.
Now, Dev, this is my favorite bomb site on this map because it's on 2 floors and I like it. It's really fun to play and it's really fun to watch the defense have their interpretation of the bomb site. It looks like they're extending all the way over inside of break room. They're playing their rotation tiles up here, making this a fortress. Handy's actually got the shotgun on the Souls as well, but you also have to extend down into the basement as well. And that's where Vidaking on the Pulse is going to wreak havoc with all that intel, and he's going to inform the C4s as well as the mid-round plays through.
The amount of verticality that you can bring on this site is monumental, and it is going to be a big threat for SSG to have to deal with that first before they can actually get a plant. So whether they go down low into downstairs server or they go through Visa into tellers, they have to deal with the Pulse and the Solus.
So it does look like SSG, oh, that was a nice trick from Cyber on the other side of that. It did look like SSG wanted to turn their attention in towards the basement, just like you pointed out. But their way on in has been tricked. That hatch is no longer open. Oh, there goes Ashen though, on his way in through B. So he's in and out straight away, just wanted to take down the cam. On the other side though is Vidiking with the Pulse in hand, collecting all the info onto Ashen outside.
No real setup has protruded for SSG just yet, just clearing out their utility, using that IQ to figure out where everybody is. Handy jumping out the window, he's gonna get one, two first troubles. He's gonna get cleanly back into the map too.
Wow. To jump out the admin windows and find one player, and then the second be on their cams, it doesn't get much better than that. Now SSG are fighting from 2 players in deficit, hot and cold, low HP, and he's second guessing himself at every turn.
And that was the effect of the Solus, right? He was on the scanner, he could saw both of them on drones, or at least one of them on a gadget and one of them on a drone, and he knew that his time was now, and Handy, he went for it. Here goes Vidiking, a player just around the corner, but he knew exactly where he was, and he called that out to Souls, and he took down Forest.
J9O, you gotta land this kill, but he lands a double, one onto his teammates. It's disaster for SSG. As FaZe are cruising through their defenses once again.
SSG slowly losing their grip here. I would expect that timeout to come pretty soon. That round was a little sloppy from them. Not having a drone upstairs in admin, Handy completely taking charge of that round, jumping out the window, getting 2 for his troubles, getting back in. And then we saw how strong that Pulse was. He gave the communication to Handy on the players that were outside, and he was able to see the player pushing through lobby, which Souls was able to take down sufficely. FaZe winning the information game so far.
Oh my god.
That's a crazy replay, man. Oh my gosh. Handy, he just got the jump out of his life onto the 2 players out there.
Yeah, and that painful team kill as well.
There's so many shots of SSG fans in pain.
That right there is what it's like being an SSG fan. You're like, yeah, oh, yeah, oh. Oh, more plot twists than Game of Thrones being an SSG fan, that's for sure.
It's been a good game so far between these two, but FaZe are off to a rolling start on the defense on Consulate. It means that they might be able to complete the round tour as they're going to take us over to Expo, and Piano is the 3rd bomb site. And well, they've really extended the map here, haven't they? They're pretty much holding on to all of the top floor. I believe they've got some players getting ready for the basement as well for that entry. It's just so extensive from FaZe on the defense. Okay, never mind, I may have lied. There is no one on the basement actually, but extended all the way through the top floor. It's a very separated defense for FaZe.
Almost like Kitchen on Skyscraper, this site is primarily held from up top because you can deny every single plant from above. FaZe Clan know that. SSG knows that. Can SSG disrupt the FaZe Clan top floor hold, which they weren't able to do on Skyscraper, leaving Vidiking in a 1v4? Will we have a similar situation on this site?
The info is coming out from Forest, having a look in on the bomb site to see if they can make some headway in. The only player in the bomb site, of course, is KDS, all alone with the cap can, but here goes Hot and Cold, down and through the basement. He's found his way into the building, but can they capitalize off it?
Forrest using the Bravo to completely clear all the information. So again, that Hot and Cold can creep into his site or up the spiral stairs and find himself an advantage for that SSG so desperately needs. But there's gonna be a barricade. Hopefully no one can hear that getting punched because that would give away Hot and Cold's element of surprise.
Here he goes, though, through Zulu. The bomb site is right next to him. It is over inside of Piano and Expo, and there's only one player on the bomb site. So if he is safe, he could land this kill. He's just seen KDS cross. The info is there for him inside the walk-in closet. Now the grenade will sail on through, but the shots will not connect.
He's a hell in a cell. Can he claim 1 kill with him? Hot and Cold's fallen on back. What is this from SSG? They've been red. Cyber's come to the aid, and Handy finds 1. KDS still not dealt with as Space Station tried desperately to pick up the pieces. A kill perhaps, but nothing is found for Forest except death at the hands of Cyber. Faults now, 1 versus 5. It feels like so many times in this series have we seen SSG in this position. deftly he walks around these goo mines, desperately looking for something. A pre-fire through the wall. KDS is low HP. This should be an easy kill, but nothing is found once again. Another flawless round for FaZe. They're 4th in this series as they make 3 defenses in a row.
We've seen different positions of entry from SSG, but FaZe, again, has the understanding of what the objective of the strat is. They're sending Hot and Cold to get a pick. The rest of the team's hitting one side. They know that's happening. FaZe has been so good at shutting that down, and especially getting rid of the utility that the Brava is hacking. You're not getting any utility out of that Brava besides the element of surprise, but Hot and Cold is not finding anybody. And actually, as the knock, FaZe is finding him more often than not.
This is where I'm getting scared for SSG, right? FaZe, they clearly have the formula right now against the style that SSG are bringing. So do SSG have the ability in them to adapt and overcome and change their tempo and change their pacing? 5-player repick here on the attack. No more Nook in play. There is still the Brava in play, but the main thing here is it looks like it's going to be slow and steady from SSG. No more of that injection and then play around the orbit of Hot and Cold playstyle anymore. It's just break down the map.
Absolutely. To put it bluntly, I hate to say this because I love the SSG guys, but they really need to take it slow to get the kills to get in the map. J90 is the only one who has a kill on his team. Nobody else, everybody is on a donut, and you just can't even play a map, play Rainbow Six without your team getting one to get into the map, especially on attack. If you aren't able to find people with the amount of possible entryways that you can get onto Consulate, then you need to change up the style of attacks that you're taking.
And of course, the elephant in the room, tiptoeing around the map. Wow, what an impact trick.
That is nice.
This elephant is Cyber once again on this Cav. The second time in the map. Bolts does successfully breach this wall with his exothermic, so there is a way in for SSG.
That Izami on the yellow door is so good at keeping players out. They have to walk up and punch it. It exposes them. Soul on the Izami is getting such good positioning and control, locking off everything that SSG just worked to open up off of the thermites. But here is where SSG tries to bait their identity of their attack. Hot and Cold opening up the hatches over by server, putting pressure on it, and it's going to force FaZe to have to move the Caveira all the way down to the exact same position where they were able to win the round on the last basement defense.
SSG is shifting their focus. They've put the pressure on the bomb site and they're happy with it. But now they want to turn their attention to the rest of the map as well. They want full control. But here's Hot and Cold all alone, and Cyber's on the other side.
Oh, Cyber! Not again! He decides to allay the interrogation and go straight for the kill. But that knife in the back has been supplanted. And SSG once again find themselves flailing, desperately looking for a way back in. As FaZe look to consolidate their advantage, they will give nothing to SSG. Floundering once again. Here comes the flank from Handy. He's got the information. He knows he doesn't have to move. Cyber continues to fight tooth and nail. Low HP, but Ashen's been taken down. Not out as of yet. Thanks to a nice C4. Handy is so ready to make this flank as well.
The pinch was so good from FaZe Clan, able to get chip damage while SSG tries to take above the site. SSG's gonna have to look for a play, but here's Cyber, full control, not much information on him about a flank. Everybody!
Oh no.
It goes up again, but he's spotted! The Cav is down! I repeat, the Cav is down, and SSG, they've stolen this numbers advantage. If they find Handy here, the round will surely be done, but he's not finished yet. And Vidiking, once again, he's back in their face. J90 to trade back that kill off the site. J90's in, but Vidiking holds the site once again for FaZe. The SSG, they can get so close, but never can they get it across the line.
Just when you think SSG is one step closer to getting a round back in this game, FaZe pull it back to themselves. SSG is going to have to call out the timeout because they need some life-saving from their coach right now.
This is such a tough spot for SSG. They've tried 2 formulas now, right? They've tried the SSG formula and the slower formula, the one where they dissect the map, take it slow, go step by step, and both of them haven't worked now. And not once, but but twice have they been dismantled by the Kavira of Cyber. I feel like that very much warrants this tactical timeout.
And so what is Callout saying? What do the SSG guys need to hear in these moments? For FaZe, there's very little that needs to be said. They have the perfect read onto Space Station. They know exactly how to play this and force SSG to wander around this map into their traps, into the waiting arms of Cyber time and time again.
Hot and cold, the same man to fall the prior round. Man, I feel bad that Caveira has been doing an immense amount of work onto SSG. The style that SSG is playing is they're not getting hard control of what exactly they want. They're trying to open up everything in hopes that it makes FaZe rotate and makes them give up position, play the downstairs bomb site. But in turn, FaZe is not getting scared. They're not falling back. They're continuously playing in these positions without much help. Handy was by Spiral Stairs. Cyber was by the Broken Hall. There's no way to make those two players connect, but there's no drone, there's no Dokubi call to find them out and root out those rats from SSG.
10 seconds to insertion.
Mission Control is confused by the way that SSG are approaching this one. 4 rounds down now. FaZe Clan running away with this one a little bit. They're going to send us up to the top floor, which we actually haven't seen them play yet. I could be wrong about that, Sev. Am I wrong about that? I'm not wrong.
I believe they did, but the entire action went down on the ground floor when they tried to hunt that player in piano.
That's right. That was the Kavira interrogation round. So we have seen this round being played out before. But this time, FaZe are thinking, okay, the Kavira is not going to work for a third time, is it? And instead, they're just going to lean into what is a pretty standard hold, going inside the Soda hallway. Shield's being played there. You've got the catch of KDS. It's going to test SSG to see if they can make that clear work. On the other side, though, they do have the Flores on J90. So if they do make the sweep in through admin's guide and actually back themselves into problem solve here, SSG could take it down.
SSG is switching tones, bringing a lot more utility-based op, the Capitao, the Gridlock, and the Flores, like you mentioned, Mandy. Forrest, he is going to be as aggressive as ever. He's on the Finka himself. Usually the man you see behind the support, he's going to be making the play that he, as the IGL, sees opening. The barbed wire is going to get cleared by the Flores so that potentially lurking SSG member can sneak up through the stairs and find an entry into the site. Nades rain down from below to potentially get bandit tricks off of the wall so that Fultz can then open up the wall to create more pressure up top. And I really want to focus on if Force will go up Spiral Stairs after he uses utility.
Will be a pivotal late round play, but for now, FaZe are sitting pretty behind their stack of utility. There it is from Forrest. He sits the king back down, and Ashen gets aggressive as well. The Roteros have cut down this vending machine position, and KDS is forced back.
Under the safety of the Azamis, though, yes, KDS can at least get away with his life. And Cyber's down below. He's looking for the hunt onto Forrest, but he takes him down, beheaded by this player as he comes up through Spiral, looking for the second, but not before the trade comes through. There's Handy to claim one back, but man advantage still in the favor of SSG.
Handy so difficultly able to clear out from behind these Azamis, bobbing and weaving through SSG members, but he gets behind the soda machine. Did they see him get into that position? This could be a pivotal position. Flashes will come out. KDS gets one. Handy goes down.
And with that, SSG have that advantage once again. Back into it, J90. He's coming for the backstab, but he can't land the shot. A stun grenade will force back that position, but there's another player lurking in the shadows. Both of these FaZe Clan members have been spotted. Oh, J90, he just can't land the critical shot. But this diffuser will be set down. And with that, SSG can safely retreat. It's now an attempt at a retake for FaZe. Souls finds the first. 2 more to find, but Ashen's got the angle. Cool and calm. Up to KDS. 1 versus 2. Separated are the 2 players from SSG, and they will give him nothing. They will allow him the space to go for the diffuser, but they will not give him a peek. The timer is ticking down. KDS, there are no second chances here. You need to stick it, and there's no chance that you can do it now. Bait all you like, you will not win this round. Ashen, time to fire up the engines.
And SSG put themselves on the scoreboard. The first round of hopefully many to come for this team as they start their resurgence.
That's the strongest SSG has looked this whole best of 3 series. Complete game plan in hand, exactly where they needed to be. The nades hitting. Finally, SSG able to get the advantage for once on this consulate map.
So I have to share with the rest of the class, Fox nearly fell off the stage. Nice to have a moment of calamity and brevity in all of this. For Ashen, though, we need to see him fire up like that again. Not just in the server, but out of it. Forest had a miraculous round as well. And for SSG, holding on to these advantages, methodically working together, not seceding picks. That is the key to their success as we see the crowd get behind them. No surprise at this rate, in North America, there's only one team in this match that they will cheer for.
And that's the question that I want to pose to SSG here. They have the winning formula now. They've proven to us in that last round that they can do it. They know how to play this methodical siege where they break down a round and they go for it. Are they going to keep repeating that, or are they going to revert back to the SSG formula of old where they try and inject a player in, or do they need to find a middle ground somewhere?
FaZe has done a great job at shutting down SSG's sparky players, and it almost feels like FaZe has quieted the crowd. Atlanta, are you still here? Oh, I've always wanted to do that.
The North American crowd will get behind SSG, and there is a real chance that they could make a comeback in this game if they win this round. A 2-4 half is not the end of the day on a consulate attack.
SSG, they're having to think about a sweep in through the map. Falter's going to enable his to get into admin off the back of the Gara hook, but is not going to meet anyone there on the other side. The rest of FaZe Clan feeling a bit of that pressure, have fallen back and regressed through the other half of the top floor.
I love how Handy heard the Amaru and just instantly ran back because he knows that they don't have to fight for admin control. They just have to hold Projector, which is very difficult to get those players out of those hard positions.
It's a troublesome clear now for SSG. Ooh, but here's a good bit of drone work from J90. He's also spotted the Mozzie, the temptation to send someone aggressive here. Handy does spot that drone eventually. Likely aware that he's been droned, but he gets very aggressive now and takes down Faults. He will fall back for his trouble. Might be a trade here from SSG, but they nade the wrong formula, and Cyber looks to take down Hot and Cold. It's devastating now for SSG if they can't find this kill. Cyber still alive somehow, but his C4 lands. Handy's found a second. And this half is looking to close for FaZe. Another C4 goes through. J90 sent into orbit as Forest is the last one standing in the crossfire. He finds nothing. 5-1 half for FaZe. Spells doom for SSG.
SSG had amazing positioning, but again, FaZe is not falling back without a fight. They're not scared of SSG. Handy going for an aggressive play. He's been so good for FaZe so far. He's been the standout player in this round. Obviously, the prior round that SSG was able to capture, it was off of the back of Force's opening nade kill. He wasn't able to catch anything off the nade. And the C4, right as he went down, the C4 able to catch SSG's entry player, completely stopping SSG in their tracks.
I gotta say, for these FaZe players, you have to admire how good their microgame and their tenacity is in their positions, right? It's very easy in that spot to then go and fall off, but you pointed out, Projector is one of those spots that for SSG on the attack is really hard to dislodge. So you've got players like Cyber and like players like Handy that are okay in the chaos because they can find the right timing to go for the swing. Like, yes, you might be getting droned out. Yes, you might be getting jiggle peeked. But in the one crucial moment of vulnerability for the SSG player on the other side, that's when they take that high-risk engagement and go for the 1v1. And it's just such masterful Rainbow Six from these two frontline players.
It's very uncharacteristic of SSG to not have any other points of contact. It's very one-sided in the way they attack that round and in the way that they've been trying to group up to diminish FaZe from being able to get the opening picks. But with that being said, they aren't getting much position to get them into these difficult spots like Projector, like CEO.
Well, a 7-4 on map 1. FaZe are now up 4 rounds in the lead going into the second half. On attack, they are phenomenal. The best attacking team in Atlanta at the moment. The Space Station will have to change that narrative. Ashen said it. We care not for the storylines. We don't care about the narrative. We're here to win. And we can beat anyone on our day.
Obviously, SSG playing a lot of the verticality themselves. Very aggressive plays from Forrest. Whenever SSG has their back against the wall, the confidence is what shines through. The individual playmaking is what shines through. We're going to need to see a lot of individuality out of SSG right now.
And especially with how extended they are playing this strategy as well. There's not too many SSG players holding hands and playing side by side, so really the onus is on them to win out these engagements. Cells is going to be kept at bay for a little bit longer with the Azami barricade, and as a result the rest of SSG are going to fall back a little bit, except for Forrest, who's going to hold on to his position just inside of Tellers. But there goes Ashen taking down Handy for the first pick of the round.
The roaming Solus makes his way back, but KDS lies in wait. With welcome arms, he claims Ashen's life. The hype man for SSG's gone down. He will need to guide them through this from the back line, as FaZe have taken all kinds of map control in their favor.
Absolutely, FaZe has taken so much map control off of the pick from Handy, off of KDS getting that trade, and now the Solus is down. So they don't have to worry too much about that verticality from above, calling the plant down. FaZe can sit comfortably off of the protection from the gridlocks, open up angles, and make SSG suffocate step by step, constricting them like a python.
Ooh. And FaZe are certainly starting to feel the pressure of the bomb site come to them as Hardcore's going to get a trade back onto Bitterking, so 3-on-3. But KDS is going to make things worse.
Re-aggro for Forrest. He's taking a bunch of damage early in the round from failed aggression, but J90 gets his. Looking for another. KDS on fire. Forrest up against 2. Holding his angle. They do give him the 1, but he doesn't land the shot. Re-peek. Oh, Forrest. One more of those, please. Cyber will not give it away. FaZe Clan match points with 5 match points before them to close this game.
And calamity for SSG. The round so close in their grasp, on the brink of success. FaZe Clan still at away from them. You called them a python, and they've really been sinking their fangs into this one. 6-1 up now for FaZe. So dominant going into this attacking half.
Step by step, FaZe is one of these slower Brazilian teams. We always love to harp on it because they have the aggression and this talent on all of the players, but they only really send Cyber because that's all they need. The rest of the team can take their time setting up step by step the information, where they want to go, getting those trades back, especially against a team like SSG, which, like we said earlier, they're very split up. They're going for these aggressive plays. They're trying to let their individual players shine, and if they're only getting 1 on the roam, even though it might feel like they're putting themselves in a good position, FaZe is still using that time to take such control over the map.
It's just a constant state of detriment for SSG. Everything they try seems to be snatched away from them. Like you've said, Fox, they can't be satisfied with a 3v3 moving into the late round because FaZe always, miraculously, seem to win those. The only word that comes to mind is desperate. As J90 looks for another spawn peak, SSG have failed on every attempt of those spawn peaks thus far.
Oh, KDS. Nice shot over onto J90. Looking for that peek out onto the window, but not quite able to connect what he started. Ashen there is going to try and meet another player of FaZe Clan on the other side, but they're playing it cautiously now, having got that first pick. KDS doesn't want to give any more away. He's going to sail a nade on through to try and collect another one, but it doesn't quite connect.
The spacesuit's slowly running out of oxygen. SSG begging for dear life, helping from assistance. Houston, we have a problem.
That we do. 5 rounds in a row will be required for SSG. FaZe Clan, so patient, so incessant. They simply wait for SSG to make the first move, as SSG are so want to do.
Reload!
There goes Ashen though on the trade back onto KDS, so claiming one back, and Bolt as well is gonna double down for SSG. Reclaiming this control, over up on the spiral stairs, it's hot and cold to make it for 3 onto Vidaking.
Another one desperate for Cyber, but he finds nothing. Hot and Cold is woken up, and Handy, 11 kills in the map, the top fragger in the server. With 4 players to find, feels like just a few rounds ago, the roles were reversed, and it was J90 in this position for SSG. Will he give it a go?
He was in the exact position, taking the time to figure it out with his teammates, figure out what went wrong. But I think FaZe has been feeling pretty confident so far throughout the map. Handy, wanting to be challenged, wanting to be fought. He's been so good this whole tournament, round after round, game after game. The lifeblood for the FaZe clan support.
Look at this double stack.
Uptown, funky town. That's what I call it.
The Ella shotgun too. That's an ugly sight.
Oh, it's gonna work. Handy's coming up the yellow stairs.
Oh, Handy, you have no idea what you're about to meet. If by some miracle he finds both, this round is extremely winnable. Ashen is so close to swinging this as well. One flash goes through. Both players turn away, and Handy does the same. What's the push now, Handy? Now or never, and he looks to bait. He will fall back. He will not give them anything. Space Station stand their ground, and Handy lets the timer cede to 0. SSG take their second round of Consulate.
As difficult as this game seems to claw back, you have to start somewhere. And thankfully for SSG, thankfully for the SSG fans in the crowd, that's the first step to redemption. But oh, is it a difficult one.
A long path ahead for Space Station now. For FaZe, no reason to break a sweat, no reason to give SSG the satisfaction of that final kill. Vidaking, he's certainly been the villain of North America's story in this major, but that's the role that he wants to play. And he will happily cruise that ticket all the way to a semifinal.
Again, that last round being a 4v5 in favor of FaZe Clan. SSG continuously playing better when they're a man down. If they can just correct it to where they play as good as being at the disadvantage, these rounds would look a lot smoother and a lot cleaner for SSG.
But is it really an SSG round without a little bit of chaos? That's their usual MO, isn't it? And they are going to take us into another attempt at the defense over on the Tellers and Archives bomb site. Similar philosophy as FaZe Clan, they are going to extend their hold through the map, both down into the basement and into the top floor as well, making a bit of a stronghold into break. But oh, he is hot and cold on a bit of a spawn peak.
Oh, he needs this. It's such a narrow angle. He spots the player. Oh! Man down for FaZe. The spawn peak finally works for SSG. They conjure some energy. Finally, in this match, here's the jump out for FaZe. Another one for Space Station. They maintain control of the round as they search for a way back into the match. Oh! They don't stop! When will they just stop?
J90, he tucks him into a little sliver into the zombie barricade, and Ashen's gonna make things even worse!
You gotta respect the confidence at SSG right now. All 5 players going for these aggressive plays, aggressive jump outs. Ashen spamming his keyboard a little bit.
This is what the North American fans have been waiting for. Not just a win, but a dominant win, something to fire up about. Space Station have got to give them something to cheer for. Vidaking in a 1v5, he had some miraculous plays on Skyscraper, but it's not going to happen here on Consulate. Marching into the crossfire, the final Brazilian is surely not long for this world. The Guman goes out into his pocket. Another one goes forward, but SSG have no intention of feeding him freebies.
We talked about it time and time again. FaZe losing all of the rounds where they are the first pick. Cleaning up the round, bringing it into 6-3. and they need to continue with the same type of life.
This kind of energy is what Space Station have been waiting for. Get in their faces, make it work. Find a flawless round. God damn, there's been a whole lot of them in this series so far. I believe 4 for FaZe and now 2 for Space Station. They're making this comeback dream a reality. 2 rounds in a row, but a whole lot more still required to push into overtime.
That's exactly right, Dev. They might have been able to do it twice, but they have to do it 3 more times to keep this one in the possibility of a victory, to keep them in the fight against FaZe Clan. They are going to send us down into the basement, looking for a roam over and through the second floor, but I can only imagine it's going to be extended not too much further than that. J90 inside of Expo is going to be the core of the defense. Just having a look at the replays now, some crazy shots from the last round on SSG. I mean, this was so nice. Ashen, look, you can't do that to him.
But he can, and he will. Finally, something to cheer about in North America. SSG need 3 more rounds like that to stave off defeat, to stay in the tournament.
Look at this aggressive play from Ashen. On a cam right by the front door.
Oh, he could make this work if he swings now, but they're watching.
Do it.
Are they watching? Another small peek! Cyber sent packing. A C4 finds nothing, but it doesn't matter. FaZe Clan fighting from a man deficit on attack. We know what that means.
SSG now, though, exuding confidence. That first pick untraded for FaZe Clan on the side of the attack. A little bit of pressure has gone out onto the bomb side, but SSG seem unfazed by it.
SSG slowing down their defense after getting the pick, maintaining a big part of map control, but maybe not seeing as many aggressive plays as we saw the round prior.
Oh, there's temptation here, though, from Vidiking. He droned up and he saw that Hot and Cold was on cams. Now he's seen that Hot and Cold is back, watching avidly for anyone to enter from that garage breach, and a second defender has gone to assist him. Here comes Handy. He is the man of the hour for FaZe, and he replies, a second could go, but it seemingly slips through his fingers. Forrest falls back, tail between his legs, as SSG look to try and hold on to some form of advantage. Still so much information for Vidiking on that side. And Souls has found Forrest, finished off what was left. Numbers advantage for the Brazilians.
Soul slowly rotating to lock off the retakes from SSG, slowly choking them like we've talked about. Trying to confirm this round for FaZe. This may be the first round that they win, and they've been a man down this round. They could break the curse.
And this is where it gets really dangerous now for SSG. FaZe Clan, they have the man advantage, and they've slowed it down. They want to make sure that they measure twice and cut once. But here goes Ashen on the backstab onto KDS.
This is what they needed. A little bit more spice. And Handy goes hunting once again. 12 kills so far, 3.0 KD. He is the killer for FaZe. But SSG will not lay down and let this happen. Souls spraying through bullets their direction. Ashen in an awful position, but as long as he survives, oh, he goes outside, back in again, not detected. If he wins this fight, which he does, the round is surely SSG's. Vidiking and Souls in a 2v3. Vidiking locked out of the bomb site. He must make a desperate attempt now. Souls has been spotted, but Hot and Cold merely toys with him. It is all up to Souls, but Hot and Cold puts him on down. Space Station, the dream of a comeback is roaring, and it is alive. 2 more rounds required.
And with every round that SSG lap up, they close the gap between them and FaZe Clan. And they force FaZe Clan to take their tactical timeout. Just 1 round away from closing out the series they are. But it's slowly slipping away from them. SSG, they're getting fired up. They can feel the energy of Atlanta on their side.
The next 2 rounds they need will have to come from aggressive plays out of SSG. The last prior 2 rounds have been aggressive plays that have gotten SSG the advantage and forced FaZe to get out of their comfort zone to adapt to what SSG is throwing at them. This is the SSG that we've been wanting to see. But 2 more rounds, they're going to need to be able to create the same type of magic that they've created the prior.
While the dream is there, it's still so hard to imagine a comeback 5 rounds in a row. We've seen 3. 2 more seems like a big ask. FaZe Clan have been put back into their shells, but on the back of a timeout. There's no Romalio anymore to support them. It's Rafadel's time to shine. Their new coach. It's his job to lead them to a victory here with 1 round between them and a semi-final.
SSG running a similar type of setup that we saw on Skyscraper. Fultz on Solus. Been able to gather so much info. We saw Ashen last round gather a 3K, the rookie, for his first main stage appearance. He's been playing phenomenally, but we talk so much about the extra players from SSG, and we need them to show up.
This is where I'm scared for SSG. Are they going to be expecting Cyber on the Amaru, of all things, going into the potential final round? Ashen seems like he's ready for it. SMG 11 in hand, breaking open the window, looking for the spawn peak. Okay, that's brave from Ashen, and he thinks the better of it. He's going to fall off. But here's Cyber outside on CEO. SSG, are they ready for this? Do they have any idea what is about to hit them?
The Amaru is going to need to find an interesting position to come through. Usually we see it go through connector on CEO side, but this is an admin style clear that FaZe is looking to take control of first. And we saw SSG do the same thing to FaZe, and they had a difficult time clearing Projector, clearing CEO.
Looks like FaZe are playing incredibly slow to suppress that SSG aggression.
But is it all a ruse for FaZe Clan? Are they just putting this admin side pressure to take the attention away? It seems like SSG are calling their bluff. They've realized that FaZe Clan are pivoting around the roof. They're not staying in one place. They're not dedicating themselves to the sweep across the map. And SSG know they need to be ready for anything. They've spread themselves thin here on the defense, ready for any eventuality.
And another kill goes begging for FaZe. They're desperate for a player to cross their line of sight and start with an advantage. That's where they flourish. Vidaking is now finally boots in the building, but half the round is gone.
The Amaru also looks to be sitting outside CEO window, waiting for a position, waiting for a play, waiting for his teammates to make the execute, and then he's going to strike off of the surprise and the distraction from the rest of his team. But FaZe has to go through Checkers and Projector before they can get in connection with Cyber.
They are dedicating themselves to this clear, though. They've got utility aplenty in their hands if they want to take down Hot and Cold. But he's holding strong with Shield on the other side.
Flashed out, Forrest! What a run out! Souls is down, but Hot and Cold will surely fall in response. And FaZe Clan have evened the numbers. However, SSG still hold on. Cyber is waiting for his moment, holding this position. As KDS moves on through, he spots a player, but he cannot confirm that kill. Cyber's in the building! Oh, the double cannot come through! SSG maintain their composure, but not beforehand. He comes back for 1. 2 players for SSG remain, but have a look at this for Fultz. Information down below, that diffuser has been dropped. As KDS goes hunting for it, Fultz will have to hold on as J90 is taken out handy. KDS, 1v2, with it all to do. Can't even find the first, yes he will, but the diffuser must be planted. Guess who's below? A world champion waits to deny the plants. 1 more round for SSG.
We highlighted the Solus early round, and he came in prime and ready to deny the plant and also put pressure on the remaining FaZe members. And I hate to harp on this curse, but again, FaZe lost the first player to a forced jump out bathroom window, and that is another round that they have not been able to win after getting first pick and losing that advantage.
FaZe might be able to start things out, but can they close them? 4 rounds in a row now, I believe it is, for SSG, gone begging against FaZe Clan.
Step by step, SSG is clawing back in, bringing it to 1 round from overtime. The aggressive plays we said they needed, we questioned if it was possible round after round. And so far, our questions are slowly being answered round after round.
I'm not sure who let the hyenas into the arena, but you can hear them louder than ever now. SSG have made this comeback. 4 rounds of defense in a row. Aggression piled upon aggression. Finally finding that middle ground. And the tactical timeout for FaZe bought them nothing.
The crowd slowly turning from a crowd into a galaxy as some of those torches line up. Y'all can't see it over on the stream, but we can see it here on the caster desk. And SSG can see it from the stage as well.
It's written in the stars. Well, if it is, SSG is going to have to bring it to overtime to keep themselves in the game. They're going to go to the piano bomb site, I believe, with the pulse in hand, getting them amazing information. The Solus as well. So much verticality and information being gathered right now. SSG has everything they need to attack this round head on.
Ashen as well giving some info to his remaining defenders as he sends the Yokai drone out through the roof. He can identify that there are no FaZe Clan players there just yet. It means their attention needs to be turned elsewhere. Pon Cold as well, double information for SSG. They really want to claim this first pick early onto FaZe Clan, but it's actually KDS, the first one in the building.
Time to tickle some toes.
The Gridlock locking off Visa stairs. That's a good step, and the Amaru again going through potentially CEO window. It was so good last round, but he got turned on by J9O. The information's here for SSG. They know what's coming, but they don't know about the Amaru again. Do you expect it once? No. Do you expect it twice? I don't think so. Cyber will be the highlight player to watch as SSG gathers more information.
Oh, Cyber's read though perfectly. Viniking's gone down. SSG, 2 more kills away from it. They can taste it. You can hear it. Inside, outside the server. Souls finds his first. And a huge task ahead of FaZe Clan.
An abundance of information still on the side of SSG, stacking up on the top-down setups with double shotguns on yellow. They don't want to give a pick to FaZe. They don't want to give them a leg back into this round. FaZe, as slow as ever, taking their time to find the opportunity to save them this 2-0.
But time is not something that they have on their side at all. With only 30 seconds left and ticking away. Surely this one will be converted to an SSG round. 25 seconds now for the 2 remaining players of FaZe Clan. And SSG know exactly where they are as the plant goes down.
Handy to force it. Souls to cover, but the C4! It's denied the plants! It's denied the round! There's no fucking way, Space Station! I'm going to overtime!
And what a crazy closer to that one was for SSG. They backed themselves with the info game. They denied the plant. They let FaZe in, but they slaughtered them in the way.
SSG has taken the driver's seat on this one, putting FaZe in the back seat, forcing them to bring something new to the table. FaZe has felt very confident this whole game, but going up such a massive lead and then slowly choking it away is one hell of a mountain to bring it back.
I tell you what, if you were in the crowd earlier today and you went home before SSG versus FaZe, shame on you. SSG have just won 5 rounds in a row. They've denied 5 match points from FaZe, and they're looking to take it all the way.
The crowd completely behind SSG here. Let's take one more look at that game-breaking round that brought it to overtime. Oh, we're back into the game.
No looking back now for SSG. No dwelling on the issues of the past. They're back on their defense once again. We have had 10 rounds of defense and 2 rounds of attack, 1 on Consulate in this game. There is no doubt who this overtime favors. It's the team with that 5-round-in-a-row momentum. It's SSG.
I was going to point out that exact thing. We go to overtime and we have the reset for everything, but SSG will start out on the defense, and oh, so successful they have been. There goes Pulse, rounding the corner onto a player just outside the Visa stairs, but doesn't quite land those shots. In fact, none ring out. Cyber on the other side, playing the cautious game, not wanting to be taken out early.
The overtime pressure not stopping SSG's early aggression, looking for these aggressive picks. Vita King, we talked about him last map, so good, but he's been struggling to find a footing here, especially for FaZe. He's been so good at those opening picks, but it's just been all handy all the time for FaZe. But right now, SSG has brought that momentum back, and each one of the players on SSG, their shots are hitting. All of their plays are working.
On the other side of the soft wall of break, Forest is in a bit of a vulnerable position. He could be wallbanged or he could be taken out by Cyber, who's starting to come in and creep his way in down below. Now gets control over in jungle. Bolty thinks he knows what's going on though, making sure no one's going to come up the yellow stairs. Forest, he's really going to be the one here to dislodge the attacker phase.
Nades will come up, but it won't catch anybody. Forest has politely backed up a little bit. He will be spotted, but I think he knows another nade is shortly coming after, so he's going to swiftly rotate back, force FaZe to have to go through this execute onto the bomb site first.
And this is really good from SSG. Forest holding on there for so long is going to add another layer of droning now for FaZe. They need to now reconfirm that that's been cleared out. KDS taking a whole lot of damage on the other side of the engagement over on top stairs, but they still need to worry about this position inside of Soda Hallway. Handy's going to send in a couple flashbangs, but the swing is going to come through. Hard call on the other side to open up the first pick of overtime.
This Checkers Soda position is so hard to clear. They tried to flash him out, but perfect timing from Hot and Cold to get his team the advantage. And the curse is in effect right now.
You said it, Fox. FaZe cannot win a round. They cannot win a round when they don't find that opening pick on the attacking half. Space Station can cruise the rest of this one. No need to over-aggress, and they've got that read. They are composed. Fault's feeling the pressure, feeling the force, and Cyber opens it for FaZe. An opportunity waits, but Forest is there for KDS. Waiting arms are SSG. FaZe Clan, Cyber, they're coming for you. 3 more you'll need, but for Cyber, every kill is a marathon. Space Station for the first time have map points.
SSG looking very comfortable now in this overtime. This is where the individual players thrive. Overtime make and breaks teams. And SSG so far have been able to consistently get the opening kill in the last 5 rounds. And it has no sign of stopping. FaZe need a life raft right now. They need Cyber, they need Vita King, they need somebody to get that opening on SSG to potentially stop that train. But it doesn't look like anything's derailing Ashen just yet.
But now they're on the attack. They've side-swapped. Now, last time we saw SSG attack, it didn't go all too well. It was a 5-1 half for FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan on their own attacking half struggled just as much. Are we going to see here that maybe just going the defense on the overtime is going to spell disaster for FaZe? Is this what SSG need to claim it back? Or with the momentum on their side, even going into their attack, are they going to be able to land this one?
Momentum can carry a team through tournaments. And FaZe are lacking the momentum just yet. They were playing the first start of defense with confidence in their hearts that they'd be able to go to the next stage 2-0, again without being contested by a team, let alone a North American team. But FaZe has thrown a wrench in their plans. FaZe has to bring a lot more.
But as you said, defense now for the Brazilians gives them a substantial advantage. And Space Station have to prove that their one attack round was not a fluke. They can repeat it. It will not be easy. Attack has been a massive challenge. FaZe Clan, if this goes to map 3, there's no doubt about it. The pressure will be on their side of the fence. They will be the ones that must prove on Clubhouse that they deserve to be in a semi-final. But they face down their first map point against them in this series. Can they compose?
The Amaru was struggling to find more than one against FaZe Clan, but now SSG is bringing the Amaru. They're bringing the Barava to be able to clear out the utility in front of them. Can hot and cold right the wrongs that FaZe were able to do on Amaru. Can he find more than one? Can he be the potential to send us to a map 3?
Here goes Ashen up the Visa stairs.
Oh, no.
Straight into Projector. Taken down though. Cyber will take Ashen now, and that's the first pick going the way of FaZe Clan.
Oh, Foltz has found his reply. Forrest to repel on inside, and he finds one as well. The trades come through thick and fast from FaZe as Forrest searches desperately for this final player on the top floor. Foltz gets him. Vidaking, since when were you here? Unaccounted for. Left to his own devices. Still on this top floor. FaZe Clan, a numbers deficit. But SSG, they have absolutely no clue! Vidaking finds him, silences the crowd, and gets away with his life. A whole minute to work with as Forrest grabs that diffuser back again.
The round's still in the hands of SSG. Fate is still in their hands for this potentially the one attack that they need to land. No. And Forrest are going to double down in orbit of the bomb site now. They just need to translate it down one floor, and they're going to send a bit of utility, and Forrest is going to get the plant down.
Oh, denial from KDS. It misses. No C4 to speak of. Vidaking to find Forrest. He was left unaccounted for, and now he might be able to bring this back for FaZe. KDS making his way up. Vidaking there as well. J9. If FaZe win a fight, SSG will give them hell. A roaring crowd deserves map number 3.
What a game. SSG backs against the wall, and they have every answer when the push comes to shove. Of course, the team that works out the most is able to push it to their limits and bring it to a map 3.
And what a comeback from SSG when they were just on the brink of defeat, from the brink of being eliminated from the tournament. They are called upon, and they close it out.
You can see on their faces utter disbelief. 7 rounds in a row for Space Station. FaZe Clan, how do you come back from such a deficit? How do you come back into a game after losing 7 rounds in a row? That's a question none of us are qualified to answer, so we'll toss it back to Jackie on the desk.
Thank you so much to our wonderful casters. I don't have words. I'm speechless right now. Do y'all want SSG to win? I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Listen, I think this crowd,
this is it.
this group
yes,
is the
momentum.
reason why SSG was pushing through those matches, those rounds, everything as a whole.
Undoubtedly one of the loudest crowds I have ever experienced. Louder than SI, louder than so many tournaments before this. This has been an insane crowd.
Yeah, literally, that last play, I just looked at you and I can't say out loud what I actually said to you, but I just could not believe it. I was in disbelief. I don't even know where to start. I mean, honestly, Laxine, you've repeatedly said they need to get out of their head. They just need to play. Oh my goodness, did they just play?
I mean, I wish we had the comms so we could have heard whatever Callout said, whatever Fold said, whatever any of them could have said, where it was just, you know what? It's not working. Let's just play. Let's just communicate with each other. Let's play the game of Siege.
Actually, I'll tell you what they said. They said, boys, we gotta let them hang. And goddamn, did they?
No, I know what they said. We gotta crank. That's what they said.
They absolutely popped off, and it wasn't just raw aggression, right? At the start, maybe they switched to defense. There's non-stop spawn peaks, non-stop runouts. But then, as we saw the timeout be called, as we saw rounds tick on and on, FaZe Clan, they got smarter. SSG did too. Space Station started moving off aggression. Yeah, they would look for every opportunity to make that play. They'd always be looking for that jump out, but they'd only take it when they really knew they had that opportunity. They always ran the Solus. They had the echo cams giving them intel. They had the pulse. Whatever it was, Space Station Gaming were making these aggressive moves off of the intel, and it's just so incredible to watch at this level.
I have never seen FaZe look so scared in their lives. You saw the immediate change of pace after the 2 rounds that SSG started winning. You see them on the map. not moving. They would lose someone, and every person was dispersed around the map, not knowing what to do, not knowing how to play, and SSG constantly was coming with that aggression and confidence.
Jesse, you brought up that tactical timeout. It did seem like FaZe was trying to slow things down. Why didn't it work?
I mean, I think against a team like Space Station, it's just so difficult, right? And I also feel like while they were doing the right thing, right? When you see hyper aggression, what you need to do is you need to just let them swing into you, hold your long angles, wait for their opportunity, you're gonna get picks. But it felt like no matter what happened, the swing would come up from Space Station, and then FaZe just don't shoot back. They don't catch those swings. Always Space Station were immediately locking onto the head, and FaZe Clan, they just felt a little loose.
I mean, I don't even want to say they weren't shooting back. Every player on SSG was playing with complete and utter confidence. You could see it whenever the viewer, whenever the, oh my God, I can't even talk, the top down, the people, the spectators, geez, I can't even talk. When the spectators were spectating the SSG players, all of them, you could see they didn't care who was in front of them, who that gunfight was gonna be taken with. They took it every single time and won it.
One of my favorite cheers was "We want Clubhouse." Like this whole auditorium was just ringing with that chant. Do y'all want Clubhouse?
Hey, I heard someone saying that they wanted to go home. We're going to Clubhouse.
We're going to Clubhouse. We'll be right back. Quick break, quick break.
Hello, I'm Dominic Clement, game designer on Rainbow Six Siege. The next season is right around the corner. And if you don't get the latest operator on release, you might still want to review your ABCs on some of the operators already available today in the game. The Electric Bandit, the Wise Kaid, and the Quiet Mute will be welcoming a new troublemaker into their ranks, ready to give breachers a few headaches. Working out your pulse and soleus muscles will ensure you'll be able to provide invaluable intel to this new operator. And let's not forget about Ella, Fenrir, and our other trap operators who each bring a unique ingredient that can be used in crafting some really crazy strategies with this new operator. So jump into the game and review your basics with these operators, so you'll be ready to synergize with the new operator when it comes out next season. See you then.
Yes, G2 have had a win. They have also had a loss.
Of course, I think G2 is the best team in the world. And now it's up to us to defend that, to prove everyone that we're right.
When I'm in a tournament, I don't care about the nationality of the enemies. I play every game like it's the same game.
Good luck, guys.
There's a lot of up and downs, but with this new MAD roster, I believe we can create something.
Life is just it's a constant growth. It's mostly just kind of knowing yourself and not being afraid to just pick on yourself and get better.
There's nothing better than seeing your top players pop off and your top players perform. That's where the magic really happens.
I think that M8 is one of those teams that we will really struggle against because they understand things the same way we do and they have equally as talented players.
We don't really have a rival. The only rival is ourselves, so as long as we get over that, there's no one in our way.
Hey guys, it's Gio from Sonics, and welcome to my fresh install. For diffuser, I have manual because I play support, so I gotta make sure I have the bomb at all times or I'm able to drop it inside the site. For drone prep, also manual. You also want to sit on your entries drones as long as possible, especially if they're up. HUD, I actually just keep everything the same. Doesn't really change much. Audio, everything on super high. I play night mode, surprisingly. I don't know, a lot of people don't play like that, but I like it. Basically for display, we go to as many hertz as you can. We go to 4.3, but that's all preference. I like 4.384 for me. 4.384, and then at the bottom, I personally do 95 HUD display area, and then 94 menu display area, with a brightness of 61, I think it was, some odd number like that. Graphics, I have a pretty bad PC at home, so everything's on super low. We go low, we go LOD quality high, shading quality low, shadow quality, pretty sure that's very high so you can see the shadows when they peek you. Reflection quality low, VFX low, ambient occlusion low, anti-aliasing off. That's basically it for graphics. Make sure you always press apply so you have your settings saved. Control is the important part. I would say raw input off, Mouse inversion, obviously disabled. Then sense is obviously up to you, but I play 1010, 400. You can mess with the magnification, obviously. I play with, let me see if it lets me. Thing 1x is 28, 1x 28, 1.5, 55, 56, and then 57. Mouse scroll wheel, I have it off because I grip the mouse kind of weird. Gadget deployment, advanced, joint deployment, advanced. I think those are really important to have on. Aim, on hold, lean actually on hold as well because I lean my mouse buttons. Sprint, hold, crouch, toggle, prone toggle, and then walk, toggle. For the keybinds, I actually have some kind of crazy keybinds. I lean with my mouse buttons. So this would be just have the mouse buttons. And then gadget is Q and E is melee. So that's kind of it. For control is my prone. And then it's basically it. Everything else is kind of default. Just make sure you're leaning with your mouse buttons. And then your gadget is Q and your melee is E. So it's kind of weird, but I mean, it's all preference. Accessibility for optic colors. Yeah, I like the light green with 100 opacity. I'm kind of blind, so I mean, I'm blind and old, so it makes me see better. At least, that's what I think, could be placebo, but it's all preference. Everything default and then opacity 100. I tried 50 or lower, but I mean, can't really see, so up to you really. And just make sure you're applying all your settings. Thanks for watching my fresh install, and see you guys at the major.
I had to sacrifice a lot in my life to be where I am right now.
Everyone shares the same ideology or mindset.
G2 is the best team in the world, period.
The mentality when we just like focus our mind to win is just maybe the most important thing.
What's most important is the journey that we go on, and we go on that together.
The feeling of belonging is extremely important. I do think that I feel that the most.
Having the crowd is really, really amazing. When you do this and the crowd is like screaming because you just like put your hands up.
You always have the crowd on your side because like we're the biggest team in the world.
When you experience the adrenaline to play in tournaments, to win tournaments, you can't live without that anymore.
I'm a guy who likes video games, but other than that, I don't have that much to define myself. I'm trying to find that. That's my next step in life, find myself.
Okay, crowd, are you all excited for the last map of the day? Do y'all think they're excited?
I don't know, Jackie.
What do you know? Are you all excited?
I think they're
The
excited.
most receptive crowd. I absolutely love them. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little nervous though. Map 2 attacks for both teams, a little shaky at times, gentlemen.
You look at FaZe, they're the best attacking team here, right?
Yes.
But then you look at that last game, you would question that. And then you look at SSG, I mean, their attacks weren't strong either. Both teams, their defending side is what really carried them through that map. The best thing about this being a best of 3, best thing, right? Is the fact you can reset. You're going into this last map, you won your respective map. Sure, SSG had the huge bounce back, but FaZe is no team to slouch on.
No.
They're a hard fighting team. They know how to hit that reset. I mean, I expect to see both teams really putting in their big foot forward, closing this game out the best that they can. I don't expect anyone to flop over. I don't want to see anyone flop over. None of us want to see anyone flop over. But again, it's a huge reset for both teams.
Yeah, both teams really ran away on their defense, right? You can't ignore that fact. Defense is a little bit easier to play when you're nervous, when the stakes are the highest, because you don't have to be the ones going to your opponents. You don't have to be making those moves. You can really be responsive. I do think that for Space Station going into this map, they got the choice of the first side. They decided they wanted to start on defense. They said, great, Space Station will get the first 6 rounds on defense. Then FaZe got to decide what they started on overtime. FaZe chose to start attack. So that speaks to me that FaZe Clan know they're the best attacking team. They're trying to write off that last map. They say, we don't care, doesn't matter, who cares? We know we are the best attacking team in this tournament. We want as many attacking rounds as we can possibly get. And so for FaZe Clan, it's all about, can you reset? Can you get out of your own head? Can you get this crowd out of your head? And can you go back to the basics where your attacks used to shine so well?
Okay, I want to talk about Map 3 Clubhouse. On paper, for both these teams, kind of even?
Yeah, I would say so. For Space Station, a 4-1 record in Stage 2 with 3 plays in Atlanta, those being an 8-7 win over Bliss, 7-3 loss to W7M, and then finally a 7-5 victory over Scars. For FaZe Clan, 5-game win streak through SI in Stage 1, shattered, however, by Black Dragons in Stage 2, where FaZe fell, however, it was a 7-5, and they haven't played it since.
Yeah, I mean, both teams very familiar with this map. This map has been in here forever. Consulate being a rework, brand new map. There's a little, few things you need to figure out, work into it, but Clubhouse is pretty default. It's pretty P's and Q's going to 1s, 2s, 3s, trying to figure out what you got to do. I think what's really going to set this game apart is who's going to set that pace. Who's going to start off with the guns, running, shooting, firing on all cylinders, and if you aren't that team, you're going to fall behind.
Gabe, that was so composed. Earlier, like, I'm throwing all my notes out. I'm throwing my notes out.
Yeah, I think we all, maybe not you, crowd, I won't speak for you guys, but for ourselves here, it was looking pretty one-sided and throughout that entire game. And I was like, all right, we're going home early. And then you just saw 1, then you saw 2, then you saw 3, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Boom, SSG, we're going 3rd map. So, I did throw all my notes out. I was like, all right, well, this is what it's going to be. Let's just see SSG.
We shall see how Map 3 plays out. I'm so excited for this one. Deb, Mandy, Fox, take it away. Map 3!
So much, Jackie. I'm excited. You're excited. You're excited. Everyone here in the arena is excited for Space Station, pushing it to map number 3. But FaZe Clan, they've been here before. They fought hard at events where the crowd has been against them. Remember the Berlin Major. FaZe were the favorites, and Rogue took them down. Here, Space Station, on the back of 7 rounds in a row, a comeback for the ages. I'm going to ask you, Fox, can they do it?
Absolutely, they can do it. We talked about it on the desk. It is a very even map for both the teams, but the only favor that one team has is SSG has the crowd behind them.
There's no doubt about where the favor lies in the crowd, even on the socials. Space Station edge out ahead. FaZe Clan are the number 2 ranked team in the worlds. But it's time to settle. Who's better in the server right now? North America's last hope versus FaZe Clan. Six years these teams have faced off each other, but never against elimination, never for a spot in a semi-final. The last time that Space Station made it past quarters, they won the whole damn tournament. But that was 3.5 years ago, and just 2 years ago, FaZe Clan were champions in Yavle. That door closes if they are eliminated by SSG here.
Ooh, Capital ban for FaZe Clan. Fans are flying by us a little bit, and with Maverick and Capital being taken out, it does mean that we've got all of the rest of our hard breach and the anti-wall denial in the hands of the attack as well for FaZe. But Capital, for me, has been the most curious ban out of the lot so far.
You can accomplish a lot off the back of Capital, especially on every site. Obviously, you can fire out the rafters on Workshop, but when it comes to Master and Basement, you can use the fires and smokes to cut off very difficult positions like the bathroom that a lot of players play on Master, or like the back Workshop, back Armory spot, B3, where a lot of players like to play on defense. So the Capital ban, you can accomplish a lot. I'm not surprised to see that taken off the board.
From a non-analytical, lighthearted perspective, I think it's ironic that the Brazilians have banned out one of the only Brazilian operators. There's plenty still to go. Maybe we'll see another Caveira. Who even is Vidaking? Well, he was dominating on map number 1. Let's see if he can reprise in map 3.
For the fans at home, before the game started, we actually saw Ashen in the chat pestering Vidaking, pretty much saying, who are you, Vidaking? Are you going to show up? Are you there? Are you a garfish? Which is the fish on his monitor. So they were spamming back, and FaZe didn't really have any response. They didn't speak back. They're locked into this game, but obviously that goes to show you how confident SSG is going into this third map.
I'll be honest, I saw the FaZe players backstage during their quick break, and there were a lot of glum faces. FaZe looked stressed. After losing 7 rounds in a row, after fumbling 5 match points, can you blame them? FaZe are on the ropes, there's no doubt about it. Even for SSG, when they were going for their short break, I saw them as well, and it's not the character that you see on stage right now. It was pure focus, intensity, straight, expressionless faces.
I mean, when you think about the FaZe clan of Berlin, the FaZe clan that was 1 round away from taking the trophy in Berlin away from Rogue now, Koi, what a lot of the players were saying, especially a lot of the Brazilian players, they admired so much how much they were able to persist through the mental game. But that was the FaZe clan of old. This new FaZe clan roster, well, the merger of the old FaZe clan roster with the new Furia roster, do they have that experience? And do they have the tenacity in the mental game to keep on going and keep on pressing the attack and keep themselves in it?
And one boost that FaZe in Atlanta do not have on their sides that they did in Berlin is all of the other eliminated Brazilian teams. In Berlin, they all sat up in the rafters to watch the grand final. And while the European crowd was dominant, while the European crowd was loud, hundreds of thousands of people cheering for Rogue, a small group of about 20 Brazilians almost were as loud as the entire rest of the theater. And FaZe have themselves admitted that that was something that helped boost them on. If you're a Brazilian fan, well, you're probably watching the Brazilian Portuguese language stream, but if you happen to be watching the English stream right now, FaZe Clan will be waiting to hear your voice as SSG have the boost from the crowd here in Atlanta.
FaZe Clan didn't let the crowd get to them in map 2, but once you go down 5 match points, it's very difficult to stand up with confidence, with courage, and not feel a little bit of embarrassment that you've made it to map 3 against the home advantage team.
SSG starting out on the defense. Now, we have spoken a lot about the sides on this particular series that has been rather defender-sided between both maps, Skyscraper and Consulate, but will be the same on Clubhouse. This map plays out very differently between the last 2 that we've seen. Going down to the basement for SSG, but that's not where the defense will reside. A lot of the players starting out on a very extended row through all 3 floors of the map.
SSG is notorious for roaming on this map, especially stalling out on drones. Their roam is commonly known as the SSG roam. Obviously, it was way back in 2022 when obviously they won Invite themselves. Some similar characteristics, but the players are different in themselves.
Ashen, one of those new players, is shut down very early by KDS. He overstayed his welcome in that top floor. Very ambitious, solo roaming. Faults nowhere to support him. J90 tempted to make a run out happen, but he falls on back. And I believe with that, the majority of Space Station has retreated back to that basement bomb site. Where is Faults? Yeah, he has also retreated on back. So Space Station forfeiting the entire map now. Despite being a player down, they will have to fight from behind.
And off the back of the first pick for FaZe Clan, they really have hit go into the map. Cybers come alive onto the Buck, and through the mid-round, it's him and Handy, the 2 players with vertical potential that we'll have to watch out for. No C4s on the other side of SSG, so vertical pressure, whether FaZe Clan know it or not, is actually pretty safe in their hands at the moment. I think Vidaking definitely knows about it because he's sending his way straight on through to try and open the kitchen hatch.
Here's the impact trick to try and stop the Thermite from getting the hatch, but it won't be successful. Even though Ashen went down early, there's 40 seconds, and FaZe Clan have so many positions that they need to get a hold of, so many positions that they need to drone SSG out of before they enter the site.
Attackers recovered the
What is the move here for FaZe? Hopefully an opening pick. A 5v3 advantage would mean everything. There's only 30 seconds to go. They must erupt onto the side. Faults forced out of his position. The picks come through for SSG. As they all fall one by one. Forest, the last one to fall as J9O's put in the dirt. FaZe, a flying start, a flawless round. And Clubhouse is looking great for them on the attack.
We saw the last map, how aggressive SSG was. And first round on the defense, the favorable side on Clubhouse. SSG, slow, playing back into the site, especially after losing Ashen. There wasn't really many teammates or many options to come assist Ashen. They fall back down in the site. They play off the time, which is an okay thing to do. But FaZe is obviously very good on attack. They struggled last map, but they're not letting that affect them or get in their head into Clubhouse. And I'd like to see SSG, you know, they tested the waters last round. They did a little bit of a bait roam to fall back after Ashen went down. I'd love to see them turn the Jets back on, which was able to carry them through the comeback last map.
I actually totally agree with that. I feel like FaZe Clan, they are an execute team. When it comes to the late game, they are in the 5-on-5 or 4-on-5. That kind of situation is where FaZe Clan thrive, especially with their measure twice, cut once approach, going into every single stage of the map.
5 seconds to go.
For SSG, they're going to change up their bomb site, having lost out in the basement. They think better of it and are going to go over to CCTV and Cash instead. It does look like they are extending out a little bit. J9O and Faults are going to extend their way over into the master side of the map, aided by those Azami Keeper barriers. Faults is going to use those spontaneously a little bit later in the round to make sure that his fall-off route is safe.
SSG can't let FaZe get comfortable, ready to execute. They need to take the fights to them. Because as we've spoken time and time again, we know that FaZe have a much harder time attacking or pushing into the site after losing a man. Bandit Trick will come out, it'll get the Thermite, but the Ace on the other side will open up the wall and start FaZe's onset onto the site.
Nice minigame being played so far from FaZe Clan on the attacking half. They've done step one, but can they do the rest? Through the mid-round now we go. It's a bit of nice info there from Ashen, able to jump the drone out through the drone hole all the way over in Jacuzzi. But what have FaZe Clan achieved so far? Having opened the breach now, Hot and Cold is locked a little bit in his position. He is protected by the Keeper barricade for a while, but it does seem like FaZe Clan are going to shift their focus over towards Garage.
And here's where that Capitao ban, that FaZe banned out. It would have been perfect for taking Garage and starting to execute onto Hot and Cold, who's the player up there. It looks like they want to continue going through Garage, but it's going to be so difficult without having the flames. It's going to take a lot more of a step-by-step process off of the utility first.
Selma attempts to clear the position. Hot and Cold goes for a jump over, but it is spotted and taken down. Souls punishes Faults as well. And FaZe do have their two-player advantage they were looking for.
Very explosive take.
Below, the retake into server. They need to get a pick back first to be able to have that advantage, have that downstairs control. And there it is, J9 started off.
Ashen's found one as well. He's gone down, but not out as of yet. However, the player on the balcony has been eliminated for FaZe, and so SSG have a real shot at making this work.
But here goes KDS onto Ashen, but it's Forest on the other side with a lineup. FaZe, they can't enter in just yet. They need to make sure they're safe before they make their way in onto the bomb site. And it's handy to make sure that no one's flanking down from below. They really don't want Forest to land a C4.
Oh, Cyber's finished off Forest. That C4 is gone. And with the reinforcement, J9O will have a very difficult task of denying this plan. It seems impossible. Oh! A double kill is not enough for J9O. And the 1v1 is closed out by Handy. FaZe Clan, 2 attacks in a row on Clubhouse.
We talked about how good they were at executing. We said it was going to be a step-by-step process to clear out the rafters. Before step one even happened, Hot and Cold swung over the balcony in an attempt to grasp one kill before he was taken out. And the flank from below wasn't able to find anybody else, while Souls was able to shut down the rotate from the assisting SSG member. And this is the second time where SSG has allowed FaZe to set up and attempt to execute step by step. If you're SSG, you have to realize that's not how we won Consulate. That's not how we're going to win Clubhouse.
The formula that SSG had, especially by the end of it onto Consulate, was being okay with going for these risky plays, being okay with looking for the entry denial as it came through. It was Ashen that really lit the spark with his 2K back on Consulate over on defense when he claimed the entry kills. And now they need to find that spark again.
And so they will move to a new bomb site. Gym and bedroom. After failing on the basement and failing on cache CCTV, they try a third bomb site. Once again, an incredibly aggressive roam from SSG. But FaZe have had their number. They've had this read.
SSG is going to have to be able to take it to him. And the operator lineup that they're running is to protect the Bandit, the Castle, the Azami, the Mute. It's to stall enough time on all the walls so that Forest can rotate to each individual wall. Server, connector, hot tub. Deny the openings from FaZe, which will allow FaZe to then execute and set up their execute. So they're attacking the attack head on, dealing with the first set of problems, which is the walls.
I like this from SSG. They are willing to play the minigame with the trick on the other side, so here it starts now. Once again, the Bandit trick onto the Selmas and my charge. Forest, he's going to be able to get both! Impeccable timing from Forest on the minigame.
There are moments in Rainbow Six that we cheer for incredible fragging ability, and there are moments when players step up for their team with their brains and their mechanics, and that was what Forest did just there. He denied 2 exothermics and 1 Selma.
The fact that he got both exothermics, now leaving only 1 ace, that just gets removed once the Thatcher wears off. It leaves FaZe in such a difficult spot trying to go through the hot tub, especially with the breach being on the unfavorable side, which is the left side, which exposes you to the main hall. That SSG has an Azami and 2 players standing behind, waiting for what FaZe is going to come through with next.
FaZe Clan, they've squandered their utility over on the wall, but not their guns just yet. Still 5 players alive, but the branches on the decision tree are starting to close. Hot and Cold, he takes a little bit of damage, but not out just yet. Here goes Ashen on a peek through the garage, but there's a player on the roof. KDS, does he know what's going on?
This could be a fickle affair for Ashen. SSG do not need to give up the numbers. They have a favorable position thanks to that wall denial mini game earlier, thanks to Forest's heroics. But have a look at this. Cyber lurking down below. Faults waiting to receive. Oh, but there's information. The shots don't land. But there's information now for Faults. He knows he's been hunted and he can fall back down the kitchen hatch. Time is ticking away.
Tough spot now for FaZe Clan. The win conditions of the round have closed, and it's all SSG's round to lose, and Ashen's going to open up the equation.
Oh no! Faults, your teammate's shooting you handy in a difficult position as Vidiking has jumped on inside, found one, traded back. Souls 1v3. He knows where one player is, just hanging around the weights machine. J9O is in a good crossfire, hot and cold, finishes it with the deagle. And SSG finally claimed their first round on Club.
We talked about SSG having to take it to FaZe, and that's exactly what they did on that gym bomb site. They brought the Bandit to counter with literally the first step that FaZe is going to have to accomplish, which is opening up the site, which FaZe has been doing an amazing job. Beautiful Bandit trick by Forest. It set the rest of the team up. There was really no entry for FaZe to be able to walk in. Obviously, the only X factor being Cyber on the buck below. He wasn't able to get Faults. Faults running all the way back to site because he knows that if he doesn't give that pick away, you still have the advantage. FaZe has to struggle to find their way into site, and struggled they did.
Really liking the approach from SSG. They know that FaZe, they play this methodical game, and they know the science behind the Rainbow Six, but well, the space station was made for science, and they can meet that on the other side.
Oh, so eloquent, Mandy. SSG determining the pace of these rounds, as you've said, Fox. And just forcing FaZe to make fatal errors. They can transpose that into a few more defenses. This half will be looking pretty. But starting with 2 attacks in a row for FaZe, is not where SSG want to be, so they need to make up for their slow start on Clubhouse.
Absolutely. Clubhouse is one of the more defender-sided maps, but you never judge a team based off their defenses. You judge them off their attacks. But if you can go on to attack with a 4-2 lead, oh, you are feeling very comfortable because you can almost argue that you will have a much easier time attacking on CC, attacking on Jim. So SSG did the hard part. They won their Jim. Now they just have to win the other 2 sites that are arguably a lot easier. They know what they need to correct. But can they put in the game? Will FaZe bring something to the table that we haven't seen prior? Will FaZe try to go for the picks instead of the executes?
FaZe are starting to deconstruct this top floor as Hanny's made a breach over on Kennel's wall, but Ashen's there to meet them on the other side. Just over on Rafters 90, in a bit of a vulnerable position to that breach that has just gone down. He sends out the solar scanner to make sure that there's still no info on him. KDS, he feels like something's going on the outside of the building, but it's actually Fultz to find the first onto Cyber.
And now SSG know, after the aggression that they have engaged, that they can continue to win time and time again. Ashen, a double kill to pad his stats, to bring SSG back in a substantial advantage. 3 players in advance of FaZe. Vidiking looking desperate. Map 1, he was the MVP. But that was a long time ago now, nearly 2 hours. And map 3 is where this will all stick or die. Soul's getting desperate, he has been trapped. And so he has nowhere to go but onwards.
FaZe Clan gonna try to find some type of an advantage, but Ashen still up top. An amazing job from the Solus to be able to deny all the information. FaZe Clan, one chance to make something happen starts on this blue.
Ooh, Ashen just missed his chance. Souls baits out the peak, Forrest falls victim, but so does Vidiking, dropping down the hatch, and here comes Ashen! He's back again for SSG! And the score's even once again.
And it's Ashen once again. It was over on Consulate that he lit the spark for SSG, and it's on Clubhouse that he does the exact same thing. Give him the solace, man. He deserves this operator. Yeah. He deserves the P90 in his hands because he can spray down that entire magazine, and he claims so many kills to his name. It was 3, I believe it was, in the round for Ashen on the Solace.
And for Ashen, as the crowd starts to call his name, he is showing none of the weaknesses that you would expect from a rookie first time on the stage. Fuck, do you remember the first time you played on stage in front of a crowd?
Yeah, absolutely. It was Cologne, Germany, and we played against Prime Penta, and I dropped 2 kills.
So maybe you can speak from experience what it's like to play as a rookie in front of a stage against one of the greats of Rainbow Six. It's not easy, and yet Ashen is still showing up like this.
It's extremely daunting, but obviously something that Ashen has that I don't is just natural aiming talent. He's been so good for so long. The confidence to make plays like this is only given to him by his teammates. You're as strong as your weakest link, and there are no weak links right now against SSG. The confidence to be able to play in the rafters as the Solus, knowingly, confidently, not spotting a single drone. He knows he's safe up there. He makes one of the round-winning plays, able to shut down 3 and still maintain garage position, not allowing that comeback. He doesn't give the kill back. It was a pitch-perfect round from Ashen.
I very much like the approach from SSG. They've realized that FaZe Clan, they've put all their eggs in the early game basket, right? They really want at least either Cyber, or most of the time Cyber really, or KDS, to find that entry pick to unlock the round for them. And SSG know that now, and they've met that with their own aggression and with their own relentlessness on denying that entry from happening.
Well, we're back into the game now after a very brief technical timeout. The fist pumps come through once again, and SSG is looking as happy as ever. During this major, SSG have been real BO3 besties. They struggled at the start of Swiss. They lost their first 2 matches. They went down into that lower bracket. 3 best-of-3 wins in a row. What's a few more?
The longer the tournament goes on, the more SSG has been looking in form, especially with the confidence as it builds in such a newer team. Off the back of Ashen, he's been so good. The rest of his team playing off of his plays, making them cohesive rounds. FaZe Clan struggling to find that opening. And I love to see the reads from SSG where they're able to completely understand, hey, the first 2 rounds, we got to give our props to FaZe. Their executes have been phenomenal. We can't let them execute. And now, the past 2 rounds, they completely changed in the way that they want their start. Just like you said, FaZe has the eggs in the basket. SSG is trying to stomp on that basket before it hatches.
A little bit of work done here from Souls. He's finally hacked that camera, but guess who was hiding below the whole time? It's Foltz. Bit of damage, but he realizes the priority of getting out safely. He will not cross any line of sight that could meet his demise. Meanwhile, Souls, I believe, has now lost his Brava drone. SSG on this bar defense have a lot of map control still in their favor as FaZe slowly but surely start to pick apart this defense.
FaZe, and they have lost a little bit of that live droning potential. There was like 4 drones that were in the building at once, but no entry to follow from it just yet. I don't even believe that Cyber is in the building himself. But now that the drones have sailed on through, everyone has gotten off it, and they're going to enter into the building together.
The beauty of this bar defense from SSG is they have the Solus below who's able to call out the plant. We saw SSG go to the site once in their prior Phase 2 matches, and they won it off of Foltz, specifically gathering information off of this Solus. The Solus has been so strong for SSG so far.
Have a look at this. It's the Solus himself getting aggressive once again. As the breach onto the bomb site has been enabled, Ashen has retaken this position inside of construction, and he has the ability to deny that plant.
This is really good from SSG. They know that they cannot let FaZe into the late round. There's absolutely no way in the world that they're going to allow them that win condition. And so as the mid round is dialing on, they want to continue to meet them at their doorstep. This is a really good drone though from Souls. He's just seen the site being completely empty, and now that stock control is in the hands of FaZe, they can have a think about the plan.
And indeed they do. The logic bomb rings out, the smokes go forth. And Souls must cover now. Vidiking to force down that diffuser. Here comes the peak, but Ashen goes down.
Attackers are activating.
And immediately FaZe vacate the bomb site. A nigh impossible retake for SSG as the Brazilians assume strong post-plant positions. Foltz the first to fall. J90 finds one. But this retake seems almost impossible unless if Forest can conjure up a position. But coming in from the backside, Cyber shuts him down. Hot and cold, and J90 will fall. Vidiking finds them both. FaZe Clan once again in the lead.
The trade to stop the plant. Ashen tried to make the play. We saw 3 of his teammates up there after he went down. They weren't there fast enough to be able to stop the diffuser. The diffuser went down. C4 wasn't able to connect. And once that case is down, you saw his FaZe completely flooded the site. They left Cyber in the back to flank and take his time to stop that first player, who was Forrest, who tried to hop onto the fuse. FaZe has had an answer for that round. We talked about how good the Solus was for gathering information. The information was there, but the trade wasn't.
Yeah, interesting round as well. They called out the Dokkaebi as they went to the plan as well, so there could be no players on cams, but you can still get on the Solus, right? And so even though there was info on the player that was planting down, they were in such a blind spot. It was Vidiking getting the plant down. It was in such a blind spot from the vertical that they were eventually able to get that down safely as Souls was there to contest the hatch directly. So FaZe Clan knew what the conditions were to get that plant down, and they planted a player straight there to make sure it could go down.
Absolutely. The player that you talked about planting was Souls. The fact that he stood on top of his teammate looking at the only angle that his teammate could have been taken down from, which was the hatch. He got that shut down into Ashen. He was there as soon as the case was put down. He completely rotated and trusted Cyber to close the round out.
Ashen, very daring spawn peek from him. We saw them bear immense fruit for Space Station on Consulate. Clubhouse is a very different map though, and spawn peeking, the spawn peeks really have been done to death. Consulate, a much newer map. A little bit harder to check for every single one of those creative spawn peeks. SSG though will not over-aggress early. We're going back to Jim. This is the round where Forrest secured the bomb site using his bandit.
Absolutely, and FaZe is opting out to play the Ace Thermite and falling into the same trap. They're bringing the Habana to secure that they open up multiple holes. But as we say that, it looks like none of the walls were contested. Forrest might be holding down the bathroom, which is might be an unexpected situation from FaZe.
2 unused reinforcements, though, from SSG is a little bit of a question mark for me. And Souls is once again good info inside, however, taken down.
Frost on the other side, though, of this breach is going to try and keep Cyber at bay. He's the player that hasn't been able to step his foot in the building, but FaZe Clan will call upon to try and make a dent in.
Very quick bandit juggle here from Forest, but it could well be a bait. FaZe now know about his position. He looks for a peek. He gets the down onto Cyber. He might not know it, blind as he was. What's the play now for FaZe?
Flores is down. They're trying to open up more angles, but the Azami closing off the windows, hot and cold, getting position. He's going to close off the bathroom rotate too. That was a beautiful pickup from Forrest to down the player. He wasn't able to get his first kill, but KDS is going to jump into the site.
Oh, a C4 takes him down very low. But Handy can finally get one back for FaZe here. SSG have dominated on the bomb site. FaZe, like waves crashing upon a cliff, find just about nothing. Forrest is low HP as well. Searching desperately for a pick. FaZe, oh, an opportunity goes begging once again. Handy is the last one standing all alone on this balcony with 4 players to find and only a matter of time before he falls.
Tough spot now for Handy. 1 versus 4 is tough, but there are 2 players on lower HP. If he wants to make an attempt, he can go for it, but there's not a lot of time left to do it. He's going to make his way inside of Cash and can at least try and take this 1-to-1 onto J90, but oh, really nice angle that J90's got. He's not even going to take the fight. Oh, Half-Gun Traps on the other side are going to take down Handy even lower. Just a slither of HP left.
And will they give him the satisfaction? SSG say, do not move a muscle. He doesn't deserve our peak. He does not deserve such respect. SSG hold firm. And once again, tie up the scoreline. The first half is even as SSG move on to their attack.
The discipline from SSG there not to allow themselves to get picked. Every single kill matters. The mentality in this game has been a back and forth battle between who's feeling in the driver's seat and the commanding seat. But like we said earlier, you don't judge a team on their clubhouse defenses. You judge them on their clubhouse attacks.
Oh, wow. Well, you missed that from Forrest. He only secured the injured player. But you can just see a goal that SSG have to continue peaking, playing aggressively from these positions. Oh, that is a complex one. There's a lot of complexity to it.
That's good from you, don't mind that one. But yeah, like you said, the side swap has happened, and FaZe are now on their defending half. SSG, now, Blitz has slipped through the ban phase.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
Forrest is immediately going to take up that offer, thank you very much.
Wowee.
That makes me think that SSG want to get their way on into the building pretty quickly.
SSG absolutely knows that FaZe is a lot more of a slower team. They love to take the first floor on both maps that we've seen before. They don't have too many roaming aggressive players that are going to be going for the aggressive plays like SSG was doing. The main player they have to worry about is Cyber, who's going to be on that Warden. So if he's the first point of contact against the Blitz, obviously that'll be an interesting interaction that we'll have to see. But they're so fast in the map. FaZe Clan not even contesting the immediate entries, giving SSG what they want because they want SSG to execute.
Ooh. This gun from Grim, the commando, packs a real punch. 2 body shots could be the kill if he's got the extended barrels. Sees the player, but clever from Handy, or from KDS rather, on the other side. A shoulder peek. Makes sure that he gets the information on J90's position. And J90 decides better of taking that fight.
The good part about the Grim is you're also going to be able to bring the hard breach gadget, so you'll be able to get 2 hatches. And seeing an Ace and Thermite strikes to me like they're going to try to open up the church wall, which is going to put a lot of pressure on the church bomb site. So I wonder if the Blitz is going to go through blue and take the attention away while the rest of the team hits through main stairs and hits against church.
I think I'd have to agree with that sentiment. SSG bringing along a whole lot of hard breaches. They will try and play the minigame onto the moto hatch. They did think that Souls was going to be tricking it on the other side, but Souls has actually vacated that position, and they will get their moto hatch for free.
How are they going to clear these as Army Keeper barriers in church, though? This bomb site has become a real fortress thanks to Handy. Oh, the timing! SSG fans breathe a sigh of relief. They're very lucky that none of those space station players fell to that C4. And what's more, the kitchen hatch, I believe, is successfully opened.
Now SSG has exactly what they need, but the only X factor that they have is going to be the blitz. Where is the blitz going to come from? The case is on main stairs. The case has to go through church.
Handy with this Azami. He's the perfect operator for this position. Keep a barrier in hand, but he finds the opening pick. Here comes the blitz. Forrest moves in. Good for one. And for nothing else. Falls down the ground, leaves Ashen in a 1 versus 4. He may well be able to pick up his teammate. Agas, though, effectively locks Space Station out of this round as FaZe retreat back to site, fortified in their positions without a lot of hope here for SSG. Ashen will drop regardless, knowing that he has to make something work. Okay. That's a nice pick and a nice first step, but Vidiking is there, waiting, dancing around the bomb. He has the superior position, traded back, but Cyber who gets the last laugh. Another solid round for FaZe, and a good start to their defense.
The idea of the attack was there. The blitz was meant to be the first point of contact going through church, but unfortunately for SSG, they lost 2 right before the blitz was able to go down and get rid of the site player. Especially the first player being Fultz with the case on main stairs. He is so isolated. When you lose that case, it's very difficult for somebody to have to turn around, especially if you're the blitz. Even if he was able to get the second in the site, he'd have to turn around, exposing his back to the rest of the players. FaZe's trade game was so perfect, and they weren't surprised by all of the openings that SSG had.
Yeah, just having a look through the replays right now, you called that exactly right. Even though some of the SSG players did try and go through the backstab from the blue side of the map, you called it. KDS wasn't phased by it at all. He took those 2 1-to-1s and he won them both.
He wasn't phased by it.
You can have that once. You get that once, Fox.
Okay.
You've used it. You're done now.
5 seconds left before.
Don't say the F word.
The what?
FaZe. Don't say FaZe.
Okay.
Locate and defuse the bomb.
Well, then we better hope SSG starts bringing it back.
Well, we may well have to say FaZe's name quite a lot here, as they've had a real phenomenal performance in their first half and been able to back it up with the first round of the second.
The blitz is going to be the common thing for SSG. Obviously, they want to use the explosiveness of Forrest. Like you said, Mandy, FaZe left the blitz up for him to play. But if he's going to bring it, everybody needs to be behind him on the same page. They can't lose people before he is the first entry into the site.
Here's Cyber down below, collecting a little bit of info for the defense. He has identified that there is, in fact, no pressure whatsoever over on the gym side, on the CC side of the map, as the pressure's actually coming over from Jacuzzi instead. All is electrified on the other side, and they are worried about the bandit trick game being played, and so they will open it up with a thermite charge, but here goes Forrest, straight on in.
It is indeed a rush, but Souls from way downtown tosses his C4 and claims 2 lives of FaZe. Hot and cold looking for something, but nothing can be found. It's into the meat grinder once again for SSG. Every player peaks 1 by 1, and so too they do fall. Ashen in a 1 versus 5. He will be given barely an opportunity. Keep feeding him, and he'll lap it up every single kill. 3 more. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Is it possible to give this one a go?
It's always possible, especially when Ashen, the rookie, is on the board. It's always possible, but knowing SSG, I'd imagine they use a little bit of time to talk about what went wrong. Nope, Ashen straight into connector, looking for the 3rd into his 1v5 potential ace.
It's a huge ask. We've seen miracles happen from Space Station before. How about 7 rounds in a row on Consulate? Ashen, though, this crossfire is nigh impossible. The worst thing Souls can do right now is peek, but it looks like Cyber is rounding another corner. And there comes Souls, the final nail in the coffin for Ashen's potential clutch. Here comes the fists. And the pump. That's a 2-round lead now for FaZe.
That was a beautiful intuition read from Souls to have the C4 ready to go as soon as the breach was about to open, to know that SSG was going to rush through, whether he heard the clanking of the shield above him or he just had a lot of good prep work and knew that it was coming. He had the C4 ready to go. It gets 2 and stumps SSG's potential rush.
Sol's very much ready for that, and being 2 rounds down, this is the final map of the best of 3, and it's forced SSG to take their tactical timeout. Now, what would they be talking about here? They are on the attack now. So is it more of a strategy thing? Are they going to then go and change up their formula going into these final couple rounds of Clubhouse? They've really leaned into the blitz, but it hasn't worked twice now. Surely this is the time for SSG to change their philosophy.
Here's that C4 lineup. Utterly devastating for SSG. But you're right. Tactical timeout is well earned here for SSG. 2 rounds down. FaZe, though, very composed as they move on to their tertiary bomb site choice. Even losing this round for FaZe means they go back down to Church, which was fairly dominant of an affair. And the question remains, like you said, Mandy, for SSG, do they have to pivot here? Do they have to move away from that blitz?
I agree completely. They didn't play off of the blitz correctly the first round, and on that second round, that was just a beautiful rounds by Souls. You've got to give them the credit for that, getting the 2 on the initial rush. So if you're SSG, you obviously have to be asking yourself, that's 2 rounds where we put a lot of eggs in our blitz basket, and it has not worked. So we have to be able to take a lot more time in our next set of attacks because you are slowly letting FaZe get to match point on defense.
Now, last time that we saw SSG in this position, they did take their tactical timeout over on Consulate, and they changed their playstyle going into the second half, and they did amazing in their comeback. This time around, it looks like they're doing the same thing here. No more blitz, but instead they're still going to lean into playing the minigame, actually meeting FaZe's methodology by their own. Oh, the impact trick. Not only is it going to take out the exothermic charge, but it's also taking out the second half of the Selma too.
What?
So that hole is just a line of sight. It cannot be an entry.
What happened there? How did the exothermic get taken out?
It was an impact trick. The Selma went off before the exothermic, and he threw an impact through.
It kind of looked like the ace, potentially just the explosion just hit the side of the thermite, but it could have been the impact as well. Regardless, it's obviously going to be frustrating for SSG to deal with.
Yeah, wow. Minute details can really affect an attack, and we've seen that so far. Here comes a nade. Cybon sent into orbit. A big opener from Hot and Cold. And the first time that SSG are looking poised on one of their attacks.
That's exactly what SSG needed. They needed that advantage to build their confidence in these rounds. FaZe is a very slow team. They have a lot of difficult spots to clear out. But when you're able to get that extra pick on a Cyber, who is the main roamer on FaZe, you know that you have a little more of a comfortable setup when you can get ready for the execute against the other 4 passive members of FaZe.
Ashen's made his way all the way over into Con. So as well as SSG trying to work Kennel's Wall, they've now gone and flipped their attack over onto the other side as well to try and work Con as well. Now the problem with this is even though they can actually get Con control, they're lacking a little bit in hard breach. Ashen's got to use one of the secondary hard breach charges to go and open up the wall, but the breach pressure has been lost for them for now.
But it doesn't necessarily look like SSG is going to go through connector. The rest of the team's setting up to look like they're about to completely fly on the site. You have Hot and Cold below. You have J90 outside Rafters door, garage door. It looks like they want to get a little more of an advantage before they commit to the plant.
The thing is, there is still an Azami barrier protecting against the CCTV breach. And so SSG have few options as J90 is now on the balcony, but they need an opener, and that could be it, but no handy shuts down Ashen, falls to fall. Hot and Cold finds nothing with his nades down below, and FaZe Clan are looking to lock out another convincing defense. Desperately moving up the stairs, Hot and Cold falls. Was that an electric claw kill? FaZe Clan, once again, springing into action, asserting their dominance, and out of nowhere, a match point is once again set before them.
Like we said, FaZe Clan have a lot of positions that they need to clear. They were spread too thin. They weren't able to deal with the first Azami, and the player behind it wasn't even getting tracked by the Bees. They had no information on green, cash room, no real information on server, because remember, the walls did not get open. The amazing impact trick from FaZe was able to shut down that wall, and that's the exact same area where we saw SSG stump FaZe on the other side of things, was denying the walls. FaZe taking a page out of their book, stopping the wall, holding up in the site. It was very difficult for SSG to find a footing. They didn't use the utility correctly.
Yeah, so SSG, they're trying to prove that they can play the methodical siege that FaZe played on their attacking half. But so far, it's been stunted. FaZe certainly winning out on the minigame very early on. Translated that into a win in the last round. Now we're going to go over all the way down to the basement for the potential final round of the map and final rounds of the series. It's up to SSG now to solve their problems and press the attack.
Well, it took 7 rounds in a row to come back on console. Oh, that is devastating from Faults. An embarrassment. Yeah, yikes.
I agree.
Well, for FaZe Clan in map number 1, well, they stole Skyscraper. They fired up. Vidiking stood up from his chair, desperate for a reaction from the crowd. In map 2, SSG themselves got that reaction, but Forests has found his opening kill and immediately forfeits map control and saves his life, moving back out again for SSG.
Very beautiful pre-play shown to get Forrest inside and out with an advantage for his team. Obviously, they had one last round, and the biggest key is FaZe has so many difficult positions to clear, especially with having KDS still inside rafters.
This is feeling like almost like a FaZe-style round, but from SSG. Just then, they had like 4 players on drones. It was only Forrest in the building. Now they've all gotten off the drones, and Ashen has made the second work for them onto KDS.
That was the player we talked about in rafters. We were worried about him. Ashen wasn't. Took him down. 5v3 for SSG, but they're still Cyber. He's been the main roamer for FaZe Clan, and he's gonna get taken down.
It's up to Vidiking now as he falls back to site. And it's a flood from SSG, but Souls claims 2 with him. Vidiking taken down from behind. SSG are not done yet.
We've seen them in this position before. We said they needed 5. We said they needed 4. So on and so forth until they brought it to overtime. FaZe on match point. Will they choke the advantage for a second time in the series?
2 more rounds. 2 more rounds. That's all that the Space Station fans are thinking right now. But for the players in the server, it's got to be the last thing on your mind. As Ashton said, nothing but grey faces. That's what our opponents are to us.
FaZe Clan are going to go back down to the basement, having lost out that last round. SSG with a really nice dissection of the whole map, really shutting down the roam game that FaZe brought to them. Now FaZe are going to change their philosophy completely. Last time around they went out this basement, it was because they locked them out of the execute phase in going into the bomb site. And now they're going to do the same.
Here's where the mental game will come into play for FaZe. Obviously, they've been here before, and we know how it happened. So, knowing that now, being in this position, you know that they're probably sitting there sweating a little bit, not to replay the same situation that happened in the last map.
FaZe Clan very much leaning into the anchor-centric utility. Your Plantanol, the smoke, the Zamis, the Kaid. It's very much deja vu from the last time that FaZe Clan were able to win out on this bomb site.
They know that SSG, the last time, they had a very difficult time at getting into the site. Wow. Being able to execute. And I was going to note that Hot and Cold is on the Ying, which would have helped their entry a lot more, because instead of bringing the Blists that needs that close range combat, that needs to be the first person in, you can throw the Candelas in as your team onslaughts the site.
Well, they may not have found the kill, but SSG already have a number advantage. As FaZe sit back. And it looks like we may need to get back into the game. Quiet your cheers for yet a moment. A rehost is needed here. SSG had not shown much of their hand, but the same can be said for FaZe. 35 seconds or 25 seconds had passed in the round when the first player DC'd, and not a single engagement had come out.
Obviously, SSG being able to see the sight of what they're going to deal with can give them a little bit of an advantage, but they just won the last round. These technical pauses can be such a momentum killer, such a draining battle, especially after 3 maps of almost going all the way of every single round being played.
Yeah, and the thing about these technical timeouts, we said it a couple times in the phase, in the group stage as well, but you can't talk to your teammates.
Yeah.
It's a technical timeout. You can only talk to your teammates in a tactical timeout, or just when the game is being played out, of course. So, like you've been saying, it really is a momentum stopper between these two teams.
Well, FaZe, like you said, may not talk, but they don't look too anxious as of yet. I always find it an interesting game trying to read the body language of these different players. Hot and Cold closing his eyes, hands behind his head. I don't think that is a sign of stress. I think that is a sign of trying to attain the best focus he possibly can. Trying to put out of his mind the score and just focus on one round at a time, because it's only 2 that's needed for SSG. We know they can do it. We've seen it before. We've seen 7 in a row. What's 2 rounds in a row? Nothing to SSG.
When it comes to the mental battle, SSG definitely has a lot of practice in that. Call Out being a very big mental coach, all about keeping mental fortitude, not being scared by the opponents you're facing, not being scared of the round count, not being afraid to play every round as if it's your last. And these next 2 rounds absolutely can be SSG's last. And I don't think they're ready to go just yet.
SSG want to be part of the conversation. I really like what they've been able to do off the back of the tactical timeout from Call Out. They've been able to take a little bit away from the SSG, like, put a player in the map, get hot and cold in the map, and try work off a play kind of play style. And now they're playing Rainbow Six and they're simplifying their process so much. It doesn't feel like this overthought process where they try and inject someone inside of the map into like a bit of a point of least resistance and then try and work off the back of that and see what they can get. They're playing Rainbow Six in what I would say is the way that Rainbow Six is typically played here at this competitive level, and they're dialing it back and simplifying it.
The score is 6-4 in FaZe's advantage, and for a little bit more analysis for you guys, we will toss back to the desk.
Thank you so much to our TriCasters, doing an amazing job. Okay, crowd, do you all want SSG to win? I'm not going to lie, we walked in here and it was quite quiet. But then they saw us walk in and they were like, oh no, we got to bring back the hype. Am I wrong?
I mean, I had to say it because, I mean, the game prior, like, they started doing it after they needed those rounds, and then they started doing it, they won a round. So you guys got to keep doing it throughout this entire process. And it's not 2 rounds, they need 4 rounds.
Which in theory should be easier, but also now you're on attack, and it can be tougher to string those rounds together on high pressure matches when you're attacking, because obviously you have the initiative.
Well, Fox said it best. It's all about mental fortitude here. Yeah. Someone on FaZe has to reset everyone and say, hey, look at the scoreboard. It's 0-0. Just focus on this round. Do what we can to do it. And then same thing on SSG's end. Forget that it's 6-4. Focus on what you can in that round and just keep doing it until you get to where you got to get to, whether that's winning it, pushing it OT, whatever the case is. You just got to clear your mind and focus on what's in front of you.
I want to talk about this map 3 right now and the energy levels of both of these teams. Calm and collected. This is so different than the end of map 2. Like, everybody in here was shaking, right? I honestly think Hot and Cold's like doing some sort of meditation over there. They're very quiet. This is interesting because this is a little bit of a time for them to reset.
Yeah, and it's different from what we saw from Space Station through all of Swiss. You know, you gotta keep in mind, when we were in the Swiss phase, right? Teams were right next to each other. There was a wall that blocked them so they could see each other, but they could still yell over at each other. It would scream back and forth, and SSG thrived in that environment. Now we're here in a big stage, and there's a different type of energy. Obviously, we've got a ton of people out in the crowd who are being able to bounce off Space Station, but they're no longer able to directly engage with their opponents. You can't yell across the stage. The stage is a little too big for that. So I think for Space Station, now they're in a bit of a different time where instead of hyping themselves up, instead of going out and yelling at their opponents, they now need to kind of cool it down, make sure that they are locked in 100% for these last 2 rounds, still playing their style, still getting aggressive when they need to, but making sure that they're not losing that mental game because it's a bit of a different ball game now that we're on the main stage.
And it's their phase 2. They need to get out of that mental game. They were in the same exact situation last game and they lost it, literally lost every single round. So it's just a reset for phase to be, you know what? We've been here before. Let's not think about last game. Let's not even think about this game. Let's just think about the round that we're about to play and how we can play the best game of Siege that we possibly can.
Okay, well, we are ready to get back into the game, so let's send it over to Dev, Mandy, and Fox.
Thank you very much, Jackie. We're getting back into what could be the final round of our quarterfinal day. Atlanta, is this it? Is this all that we've got in store? I think they want more. Space Station made an impossible comeback a reality on Consulate. 2 rounds in a row is all they need on Clubhouse to push into overtime. The momentum has evaporated from the server. And it's time we get back stuck into it. FaZe Clan with match points once again.
Before we talked about the technical timeout, we noted the Ying. We noted that SSG needed more of an explosive entry into the basement bomb site. And as we say that, the Ying is going to come out, but so is the Blitz.
Wow.
SSG trying to switch up potentially what FaZe could have seen off of the cameras, getting a read on the operators, the same way as SSG maybe got a read on what FaZe Clan was going to do in the site. So maybe we'll see a little bit difference from both.
I got to admit, I am frightful to see that Blitz pick once again.
I gotta say, my heebies have been GB. Forest on the Blitz has not done too well in the series so far, so like you've been saying, Dev, it does make me nervous to see him go back onto it again when their new formula seemed to work pretty well.
So what is this Blitz game plan? What is their intention?
I think they have to wait and see how the site's set up. Obviously, the last time they attacked it, FaZe Clan was very comfortable in the positions that they were. They had 2 people in church, 1 person blue, 1 person dirt, and 1 person back armory. Everybody that attacked the site from SSG lost their own 1v1s. SSG tried to flood through blue, they tried to flood through kitchen, and the Blitz tried to push through church. The Vita King was very good in that position. He was able to drop the case from Fultz on the main stairs. And it was a very split attack from SSG where they didn't spend enough time clearing because they had a lot of faith in the Blitz to be first. But there's a lot of characters that were viewed first before the Blitz was actually a play in the round.
Quite like this from SSG. They have done a full clear of the map now. Roam clear completely successful. FaZe Clan, of course, having forfeited the top 2 floors of the map. It's just taking a little bit of time for SSG to have identified that. Now, will they come back to bite them? The mid-round now is starting to play out, and they do have the EMPs of Fultz to be able to play the trick game, the trick mini-game against Souls over on the other side on the KE. So if they can open up the hatches that they might desire.
That C4 lies in wait. Fultz, don't get too close.
I think they have a good understanding of this there. Yeah, it will be picked out. What worries me about this round is they only have 1 nade left.
Oh, wow.
To be able to move the FaZe players from their difficult back armory spots. The Thatcher not going to get the cage.
Oh! Another nuke comes flying and Fultz goes down. The first pick has been secured for FaZe.
Oh, they brought so much caution going over into kitchen. Fultz even EMP'd one of the C4s on the other side, but there were 2 for FaZe Clan. And that's really unlocked the round for them now. Only 50 seconds left to go, but Forest can assassinate Falls in through dirt.
So dangerous whenever you see that shield aim down sights. Here comes J9. No, he has been heard. The Blitz sets in. Space Station have the advantage. The Blitz works. And like a magic trick, Space Station steal the side. Here comes Forest.
Questioning the Blitz right at the start off the back of the technical timeout, and we wondered, what are SSG cooking? Are they really okay with this? And well, Forest, he took that personally. He replies with a 4K.
If there was a round that could get the crowd chanting after a technical timeout, it was the 4K off of Force's Blitz. And it was so drastic that it sends FaZe Clan into their timeout to figure out how they can force SSG to do an execute and deal with the blinding utility that SSG is bringing.
And so SSG sustained their momentum despite that elongated technical timeout. But now, FaZe have a chance to talk to Rafadel, their coach. They have a chance to figure out how to play against Space Station in what could be the final round. And you've got to imagine, if Space Station managed to win the round following FaZe's timeout, to push overtime, to win their third round in a row, after what happened on Consulate, I cannot imagine a world where FaZe have the wherewithal to hold on in overtime.
It doesn't really look like FaZe wants to switch up too much out of the ordinary. They know that what they've been doing has been working for the most part, but SSG looks to have had a good answer. And I believe any answer can be good when you have a crowd like this behind you, chanting for you, pushing for you to get that 6-6 overtime.
Up and out of your chairs. That's the kind of standing ovation that Forest deserves after a play like that. Space Station, they are not out of the woods yet. One more round stands between them and overtime. And overtime, oh baby, that's where they flourish.
Forest is going to do it again. That's all I'm saying. He's gone back onto the blitz of the Monty, I believe it was, that was teased out even before that. Now, last time that we saw Forest try and make his way into the top floor, Souls had a pre-placed or pre-ripped C4 ready for him to run in through the Jacuzzi breach. Will it be the same case this time? Or will Forest take a step back and let that C4 ring out before he tries to make his way on in?
The drastic difference from Forrest's blitz play last round to his other rounds was he was the primary entry for the other rounds. He was supposed to be the game changer, and FaZe was always ready for it. Whereas this previous round on the basement, Forrest went through dirt, an uncommon spot with the blitz. You weren't expecting him to go there, and that's why he was able to get into those positions and get FaZe out of the difficult spots that they've been playing in, and he ended up with 4. So if SSG is able to slow down Forrest and have him be the flanker, have pulled the attention away from him, he might be able to replicate the same kind of destruction with Blitz.
Already SSG have made amicable early progress in this round, breaching that Jacuzzi wall. Now looking for the same here on CCTV. Forests, here's that Blitz.
They're all waiting. They're waiting for their moment for the exothermic charge to pop, and in goes Forest.
Looking for the player at top red stairs. The Fenrir may not matter. He's forced back and he's feeling the pressure as 2 players shut him down. Handy finds the opening kill and manages to survive despite the onslaught from SSG. Several players looking for this one defender, hiding in the corner. As KDS forced down the stairs, he still survives, and EMP goes out, but Cyber's found his! Devastation again for SSG, quietens the crowd as FaZe have a 2-player advantage. Oh, Faults, don't do me like this! Don't make me a promise that you can't keep! You're making me believe! Souls falls on back. And SSG have brought back the numbers.
3v3, a little bit of a standstill as FaZe Clan falls back. They want SSG to push into the site and find them, while the chants roar in SSG's favor. How will they be able to step into the site? FaZe have a complete understanding over all of SSG's positions.
But the time is ticking away, and with only 30 seconds left, the space station will feel the gravity of FaZe Clan. The 3 remaining players on the bomb site. It's Spulse with the diffuser in hand to be the first incision into the defense.
But this power position remains on the bomb site. This crossfire may well be too much to overcome. The first 2 kills. FaZe are firing in full force. NA, bow before your new king. NA will not defend their major crown. SSG are done. FaZe have a date with Los in the semi-finals.
FaZe silence the crowd. Vita King standing up, waving goodbye to the NA fans, who will most likely be here tomorrow to watch his face-off, but I bet it feels that much better as the lone FaZe fan in the crowd celebrates in the midst of sorrows the SSG fans chant.
And after a fairy tale of map 2, map 3 brings us back down to earth. FaZe Clan remind us just what that name means. Time and time again, they have been here at the majors. They've even won one 2 years ago, for God's sake. And they say that one is not enough. GG's after a valiant effort from SSG, but there is no doubt about who were the better team in the server today.
Heartbreak for SSG and for the crowd here in Atlanta. But I know that there are so many fans back at home as well, over in Brazil, that will be absolutely thrilled with the result today. And of course, Rainbow Six is the game for the world.
And with that, North America will say goodbye to their final team remaining at the major in Atlanta. It will either be Europe or Brazil to take the trophy here. And in fact, every single team in the major remaining has at least one Brazilian player on it, thanks to Alamau on G2.
That is
Fox,
true.
A sad moment for North America, but what a show that SSG gave us today.
In classic NA fashion, you have to put on a show, win or lose, and I think that's what SSG did. And I think you got to give a huge props to Ashen, specifically his first main stage event. Congratulations to him.
And of course, Ian on the stage will continue the show.
Thank you very much, guys. FaZe Clan make it into the semi-finals, and I'm standing by with KDS. A while ago, map 2, I was standing behind there waiting to come out to interview you. You could have finished this a long time ago, but you got taken right to the wire by a very strong team here.
On Consulate, they are starting to picking outside the map, so this destroy us, and yeah, that's it.
It felt like they really gained a lot of momentum. Of course, having a home crowd on your side can really help. How did you push back mentally to prevent them from getting the win here?
We just ignore it because we know our potential, but it's very fun to have a crowd screaming to other teams or for FaZe. It's very cool.
Yeah, so even if they're not cheering for you, you still enjoy having the loud crowd, right?
Yeah, it's very fun because you play more serious or you have more fun playing the game.
All Brazilian semi-final. Los, you feeling good about it?
Yeah, I think it will be a difficult game because Los play very well on LCK and phase 1, phase 2. So they are very good, and I don't know what's gonna happen, but hopefully we win.
We shall see. Congratulations. Go and join the rest of your team to celebrate, and we'll see you here once again on the stage to look back at that semi-final, and stick around because we will be speaking to Ashen very shortly as well. But to pick that one apart, Jackie in the desk, take it away.
Ian, thank you so much. Great interview with KDS. Positive. I mean, honestly, how could they not be after that battle? I mean, FaZe's fortitude, their resiliency, it's impressive.
They almost let us slip again, but they didn't. And that's all that matters, right? They get that dub in the end. They're advancing on to the semifinals. FaZe Clan were the better team today, and they move forward because of it.
Yeah, the resilience definitely showed. To be going up that far in that second game, and then to lose it out straight, and then to come back again and get that lead again, be so close, and almost being brought back to the same situation, for them to close it out the way that they did, just shows the mental fortitude, the resilience that they have, and why they were the better team today.
And we are ready for an interview with Ashen now. Ian, take it away.
Yeah, Ashen from SSG. This crowd were going nuts for you earlier. Can we just hear one more time? I know a lot of you are filtering out of the building, but 18 years old, first international stage that he's been on, and he delivered. Give it up for this man. Ashen, you said you were gonna let him hang. You let those bad boys swing, baby.
Oh yeah, we did. They were dragging, I'll tell you that.
They were dragging. Listen, there were times there where it looked like you might be gonna, bring this whole thing back. You got momentum on your side. The crowd were going crazy. It looks like you were having fun in the server. Despite the loss, what was that experience like for you?
Yeah, it was great playing on land, and just like with the crowd, especially on NA soil. I was trying to hype them up and stuff like that. Just get into it, just soak it all in. My first event, and just grateful to be here. So it was great.
How are you feeling going into SI now? That's where you shift your attention to. Sadly, you won't be progressing here, looking towards this trophy, but you'll be eyeing up something a little bit bigger in February.
Yeah, we got a long off season, a lot more time to get better. So we just got to prep for that. I think we gave a hell of a run here, so why not even make it even farther in SI?
Did you hear that? Someone just shouted, "We're going to win SI." Do you believe?
I'm not jinxing anything.
All right, one more time for Ashen and for SSG. The crowd loved you. The best luck in the future, and congratulations, man. You put on a stellar performance. All right, back to you, Jackie.
Thank you, Ian and Ashen. I call him Animated Ashen. I love all the pep and enthusiasm. You could see he was a little bit downtrodden there. Honestly, tossing to him, I started to get a little bit sad, but you know what? We're proud of him.
Yes.
He did fantastic. Let's be positive about it. He performed so well at this tournament.
I mean, for SSG, picking up a player like that, he performed in the NAL, and then you really want to see if your new player can perform at LAN, and Ashen did just that. And that's something that you would want, that you can take with, that you can build, that you can capitalize off of. Ashen should be extremely proud of himself. They should all be proud of themselves. They put up one hell of a fight through this. They gave us such a good series to watch. No one wants to watch a one-sided affair, and SSG did not disappoint in the performance that they put up.
Yeah, after the other NA team got 7-0'd, it's nice to see a team come back and fight for North America, even if they didn't make it all the way.
Well, I do want to talk about FaZe a little bit more. Obviously, they won. This is huge. Okay, they're going to the semifinals. We can't sleep on them. FaZe could go all the way.
They could. FaZe Clan, we talked about them as being a team expected to make it to this phase. They're expected to make it to the grand finals as well, I would say. They've looked very good all stage long. The winners in Brazil, 3-0 through the Swiss stage, and they've been on fire. I think in these defenses, they really did a good job of just holding down and just playing more close together. What you don't want to do against Space Station is let them pick you apart. You don't want to be caught out on the roam in a 1v1 with Force rushing you down on Blitz, losing a player here, a player there. That's where Space Station creates that chaos, and they can create that victory condition for themselves. FaZe Clan, those first 3 rounds on defense, they did that expertly, and then round 12, they rock that Fenrir gadget. They rock the Dread Mine, which slows down the Blitz. Force, dead in his tracks, cannot extend into the cache roam, and eventually they traded out. They get that 3v3 push, but they did enough damage on that defense by hunkering together and playing behind their utility. You've got to give FaZe credit for that. There's a big reason why they're pushing forward to the semifinals tomorrow.
I mean, yeah, and you look at these stats here from FaZe in general. You know, we've talked a ton about Cyber, we've talked a ton about Vito, we've talked a ton about KDS. Each one of these players has stepped up tremendously throughout these series in terms of being on top or at the bottom, trading out. It just goes to show that this team is a championship caliber team, and you can't sleep on any of these guys. Just because one guy maybe not be having the best performance doesn't mean that someone else can't step up and fill in those shoes. And Souls is one of those players right now that's stepped up massively from the previous 2 games and now dropping a 14 and 6, 75 in cost. It's massive, and 137 in EPS rating.
Yeah, even in some of the rounds where Space Station were winning, FaZe had some really cool ideas.
Yes.
We saw the C4 bait. They toss a C4, everybody can hear it, it's not a surprise. They ping it out, right? They get the EMP. Once it's EMP'd, they're like, great, let's walk on into kitchen. Boom! Nobody expects the second C4.
It's the mental game. They even saw it. They droned it out. They said, okay, we got a C4. Use that Thatcher. They used their last Thatcher. They walked in. Boom, like you said. Then here comes the second C4. They played that beautifully. And that's, again, that's the one thing I love about Siege is it's constantly testing your mental. It's constantly keeping you prepared on your toes to not just go with the flow and expect something to go the way that it is. Anything can happen. Anything can change.
Anything can happen. And what a wild day that we had. Let's take a look at the bracket and just kind of go over what we witnessed today and what's ahead.
North America and Meta going home, but we still have 2 regions fighting for the crown. As Ian said, 3 Brazilians in the semifinals, W7M, LOS, and FaZe Clan. And even the 1 European team, a Brazilian on that roster. 16 of the top 20 players playing in top 4 for the final crown are Brazilian. It's got to feel good for that region. You know, they've got SI coming on up, but we've got some banger games tomorrow.
No, we definitely got some bangers. You know what's an interesting look here? When you look at Charlotte, it was 3 NA teams and I think 1 Brazilian team. Now it's 3 Brazilian teams and 1 EU team. That's a lot of pressure on G2. You're surrounded by a lot of Brazilians.
Yep.
So W7M, G2, LOS, and FaZe are semifinalists. Do I dare ask who's going all the way? You're like, don't do that to me, Jackie. Okay.
I've been a FaZe believer since the very beginning. I said they go 3-0. I think
Don't you have that
FaZe
face up tattoo?
we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that. I think FaZe go all the way. I think they've proven themselves here. They've obviously won a major before. They won it all the way back in Yavle. They look really on point right now. They battled against a tough SSG. Yeah, they had some low moments, but they closed it out. That's what matters. I think FaZe take the championship.
I'm gonna have to agree with that. They got challenged here today. They got exploited in a lot of different areas. They had to play that mental game. They had to play that resilience into their play. So for that alone, I can see that carrying all the way into the grand finals. They do have the game matchup tomorrow against Los, a team that they're familiar with. So it's no surprise to me that we might see them just advance in that grand final. But again, Los was showing up today. They looked like a completely different team in that DZ game.
Well, do not miss out on all of the action tomorrow. We're going to roll up the schedule here. Doors open at the Gas South Arena around 11 a.m. And then the competition starts at noon. And tickets are still available, so join this amazing crowd. They were so fun. Y'all are awesome. Sending y'all so much love. Oh my goodness, I'm so sad. It's my last day for the Atlanta Major. I know. That's how I feel too.
Well, you absolutely crushed it.
Aww.
You crushed it.
Get a round of applause for Jackie.
Let's get a round of applause for Jackie.
Very nice.
You guys, I'm gonna cry. Don't do that. I love this crowd so much. I love the Siege community. I don't even know where to start. You all are just so loving and kind and wonderful to me. You hold such a special place in my heart. I feel like I almost cry every time. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna just wrap it up here. Thank you to both of you. I absolutely love working with both of you. Thank you to everyone behind the scenes. You work so hard, so hard. This magic wouldn't happen without you. And obviously a big thank you to all of you watching at home. Bye, see you later.